You are the only terrestrial immortal who has achieved enlightenment in the flesh. Yet you sealed yourself in a coffin for a full 1,000 years. When you awaken, the little chick you raised has become a demon emperor of a generation. And your 3 former disciples have all achieved extraordinary identities. Even the beggar you once adopted is now the ruler of the 4 great holy nations. Your own power is unmatched in the Tianyuan realm. Looking at the system interface that has not changed for thousands of years in front of you, a slight smile appears on your lips. You have been my companion for almost 10,000 years. But now, there is no longer any use for you, just as you were planning to leisurely live out this life. A sudden ding-dong sounded in your mind. Ding-dong. Please cultivate the final disciple, Jiang Yuwei. The final disciple? At this moment, you couldn't help but show a long-lost smile. Finally, there is something important to do. Now, having you cultivate a new disciple is like asking a max-level expert to return to the newbie village. But just as you were feeling pleased with yourself, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. Jiang Yuwei is currently in a very dangerous situation. What? At the news, your face suddenly darkened. Immediately, your appearance changed rapidly. As if rejuvenated, becoming a youthful figure. Then, an unparalleled pressure instantly enveloped the entire Qinglong Holy Nation. At this moment, all the strong individuals in the Qinglong Holy Nation, even the supreme ones, are feeling uneasy in their hearts, flying up into the sky in fear, searching for the source of this pressure. In the central palace of the Junlin city, a man sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his heavy pupilled eyes. Could it be that the master has appeared? On the other side of the Warcraft Mountains, a 15 or 16-year-old girl is fleeing in panic. If she doesn't run, all that awaits her is hell, and her brother Jiang Xing will definitely not let her off easy. Thinking of this, she continues deeper into the Warcraft Mountains in hopes of gaining a chance at survival. However, as soon as the thought of survival arises, the pursuers behind her are already close at hand. Give me the spear! The pursuer shouted loudly, raised the spear, exerted all his strength, and threw it towards her. The spear pierced straight through Jiang Yuwei's right leg, causing her to fall violently to the ground, about to fall off the cliff. Run! Why aren't you continuing to run? After a moment, the pursuers all caught up. Jiang Yuwei glanced at the abyss below, then at the pursuers above, and her heart sank. Since the moment Jiang Xing plotted against her father, she witnessed everything and was also put on the death list. It wasn't her who poisoned her father, but Jiang Xing. The current Jiang Xing, with the support of several elders in the mansion, has firmly held the position of the young mansion master. She is determined to kill her in a dignified manner and avenge the mansion master. She originally planned to bide her time, wait until she was fully prepared, and then return to the Jiang mansion for revenge. But now, the only path in front of her is death. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei has already given up struggling, closed her eyes, and waited for death to come. However, just at this critical moment, a world-shaking thunderbolt suddenly struck down from the sky. At the next moment, the few pursuers around Jiang Yuwei turned into a pile of dust in an instant, completely disappearing. Next, a young man in a black and gold 9 Dragons Supreme robe appeared in midair, with each step emitting a terrifying roar. As he arrived in front of Jiang Yuwei, with a wave of his hand, the iron chains on her body also turned into dust and dispersed. This sudden turn of events made Jiang Yuwei's pupils shrink suddenly, shocked beyond belief. Each of these pursuers was a 3rd-grade spiritual warrior, but the black-robed figure in front of them just waved his hand and made them all disappear. Who are you exactly? Looking at the shocked girl in front of him, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Jiang Yuwei, would you like to be my disciple? And as soon as you said that, Jiang Yuwei stood still in place, her mind in a whirl. One moment she was almost at death's door. The next someone saved her and even asked if she wanted to be his disciple. Seeing Jiang Yuwei still standing there, you boldly said, be my disciple, and in the future, no one in the whole Tianyuan prefecture will dare to bully you. After saying that, you took a step forward and lightly touched Jiang Yuwei's forehead with a golden light at your fingertips. Instantly, all her wounds disappeared, and her cultivation even directly reached the realm of spiritual martial arts. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Yuwei stood up in disbelief, quickly examining her own body. Seeing this, you chuckled lightly, took a look at Jiang Yuwei, and with just one glance, fully understood her talent, a divine talent, possessing the Nirvana divine body, one of the 10 ancient divine bodies. This talent is only stronger than the 3 kids at the beginning. However, her meridians are damaged now, and this special physique requires specific elixirs to repair internal injuries, but it's all good. Going back to the inner Shenzhou, everything is there. As for the Nirvana holy body in her body, it is obviously not completely activated. Going back to the 10,000 beast domain, getting some essence blood from the Phoenix clan, is just a matter of words. At least one of your parents comes from a small branch of the god Phoenix clan. With such a humble bloodline, You can give birth to the nirvana holy body. It's not an exaggeration to say that you are the one who brings the energy of heaven and earth. You said lightly, but Jiang Yuwei was shocked in her heart. Just a glance, and he saw everything about her. The Phoenix clan, even if it is an inconspicuous branch, still retains the rules of the main clan, which is not to get close to the human race. Your mother was probably forcibly summoned back by that clan. Here, you looked at Jiang Yuwei with a smile. Do you want to see your mother? This statement undoubtedly has a great attraction for Jiang Yuwei now. Her father was murdered and the only family she has in this world is her mother. It was just that the group of people who took away mother back then, even a single soldier, had a cultivation level that crushed this Xin Iron City's city lord. You, where exactly are you from? Are you one of mother's people too? Jiang Yuwei said eagerly. I'm not your mother's clan, but wanting to see your mother is just a matter of words. Jiang Yu shook his head. Then his words changed. Having said that, back to the very beginning. Will you be my disciple? There's no need to consider my purpose. All you need to know is that after becoming my disciple, the entire Tian Yuan state will be at your disposal. Jiang Yuwei pondered for a moment. The person in front of me is strange, but there is no malice. And the cultivation, it is very strange. Cannot feel any, calm like a pool of water. However, this feeling, again, was hidden, causing her to be unable to grasp the exact geometry of this person's cultivation. But no matter what, the other person was his savior. Disciple Jiang Yuwei, greetings to master. When Jiang Yuwei said that, she directly knelt down and kowtowed heavily towards Jiang Yu. This would at least give her a chance to take revenge on the Jiang family. One day, she would kill her way back to the Jiang family. Jiang Yu nodded, and in this way, the ritual of worship was complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for befriending disciple Jiang Yuwei. Reward! ***** off. Ginger Elm waved his hand with disinterest. Times are different now. Now he almost dominates the entire Xian fantasy world. Noble as the Holy Lord. Above billions of living beings. What the system can give, he can give. What the system can't afford to give, he can give. Dogs forgetting their roots. After the system cursed angrily, it was extremely sensible and chose to become invisible. With less of this electronic sound cacophony, Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yuwei and asked, the one who just chased you down, what kind of person was it? Do you need master to give you a hand? It's someone from the Jiang family. Afterwards, Jiang Yuwei told Jiang Yu everything about her encounter. As she said that, she was actually getting more and more aggravated, sadness rising in her heart and tears welling up in her eyes. There's no use crying. When you face an enemy, you should kill, Jiang Yu slowly said. The Jiang Yuwei in front of her. I'm afraid she's only 16 years old. Such a small child to make this kind of move. But it is also expected. But being in the metaphysical world, tears are the most useless thing. Immediately, Jiang Yu stepped forward and patted her shoulder, softly soothing her. Your pain, your grievances. Master will help you resolve them. But the three great elders of the Jiang mansion have all stepped into the 6th rank of the spirit wheel realm. And that Jiang Xing is even vaguely about to touch the threshold of the extreme realm. Can you fight 4 against 1, master? Hearing these slightly worried words from Jiang Yuwei's mouth, Jiang Yu nearly lost his breath. He covered his chest and said helplessly, master should be able to fix it. Your master is the unrivaled Holy Lord realm. Understand? It's that realm that the protagonist steps into in the final chapter when he duels with the final boss after cultivating to the top realm in the world. Even those heavenly supreme beings who were in front of themselves did not dare to raise their heads and look up. All of them were kneeling and trembling as they bowed down. Jiang Yu rubbed his brow and muttered, childish talk. He glanced at the sky, so he patted the back of Jiang Yuwei's head and walked towards the location of the Jiang mansion. Following beside this black and gold 9-dragon-robed youth, a sense of security inexplicably rose in Jiang Yuwei's heart, calming her down quite a bit. Inexplicably, he had recognized a master, and moreover, the other party was planning to directly avenge himself. Don't worry, master teacher can beat it. 10 more, no, 100, will also be able to beat it, ha ha. You have to be more careful, senior, that Jiang Xing has a bad heart, no harm done. Those 3 great elders, they also have bad intentions, no harm done. Master, you can really fight 4 with 1? I'm afraid that the city lord of Xian Iron City can't even do that. Worship? Worship! Ha ha! Jiang Yu laughed cheerfully. He hadn't been this happy in how many years? Ever since the 4 of them, master and disciple, had dominated Tian Yuan state. There had been many people who had flattered him, but only today's words from Jiang Yuwei had most deeply touched his heart. Let's go and meet that so-called Jiang Xing. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth turned up. The sun was setting in the west, and the sinking remnants of the sun stretched the shadows of the 2 men, one tall and the other low, to a long, long length. Chapter 4. As the sun sank in the west and the sky turned dark, the many magical beasts in the magical beast mountain range, too, awoke, looking at the full moon in the night sky and letting out palpitating howls. Master, in this demonic beast mountain range, there are many demonic beasts. Howls like the cries of ghosts came from all directions, which naturally made Jiang Yuwei's heart uneasy, and her small face turned white. No harm done. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's mind moved, and a golden-colored dragon chi was suddenly drilled into the ground along with his sleeve robe. In an instant, the entire magic beast mountain range fell into dead silence. All of the magical beasts were trembling on the ground, clapping their tails and letting out low whimpers, like begging for mercy. The dragon was the king of all beasts, and even releasing the slightest hint of its faint breath was enough to suppress the magical beasts in the entire mountain range. Jiang Yu's physical body was more terrifying than the 10 great holy bodies of the ancient times combined, and he had something like dragon chi. That said, it was also gained during those great years. It's a lot quieter, Jiang Yu said faintly. The previous thousands of years had been much less fun and meaningful, and now his greatest pleasure was to show some presence in front of this youngest disciple. Strange, it's still really quiet. Jiang Yuwei looked around, and the feeling of extreme danger that she had previously felt was gone for a moment. Let's get down the hill fast. When the full moon completely hung in the right sky, the two of them also left the Magic Beast mountain range unharmed. However, at this moment, Jiang Yuwei was slightly tired. Do you need to rest for the night? Ginger Elm asked. He naturally didn't need to rest, even if he didn't sleep for thousands of years. But after all, Jiang Yuwei's energy and cultivation were limited, and in addition to being tragically hunted down during the day, it was reasonable to feel tired now. Revenge is imperative. With him Jiang Yuan, the survival of the Jiangfu, is just a word of Jiang Yuwei. No need, master. Getting closer and closer to the Jiang mansion, Jiang Yuwei's breathing became rapid. Her fists clenched. It seemed that the humiliation and aggravation that had once been suffered here were all fresh in his mind. Seeing this, Jiang Yu nodded to himself, then tore through space out of thin air, from which he took out a long sword that was greenish-white in color. The blade of the sword was so sharp that a mere subtle vibration could cut through space and emit a buzzing sound. This is given to you. Take vengeance. A drop of essence blood will make this sword recognize its owner, and no one will dare to bully you from now on. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned, and only after a long time did he take this sword, bite his index finger, and drop a drop of essence blood on it. The greenish-white long sword let out a humming sound, and then gently and automatically flew into her hand. The moment she tightened her grip on the hilt of the sword, Jiang Yuwei felt an incomparably powerful force. This sword is called Qingbai. It is considered one of the only divine weapons in this world. If you are strong enough, you can even use him to cut down the heavenly dome. However, with your current cultivation of the first rank of the spiritual martial realm, you naturally can't do this. But beheading a few stinky fish and shrimps under the extreme realm won't be a problem, Ginger Elm said. Thinking about it, it's better for you to personally do something like revenge, so as not to fall into an obsession in your mind and delay your cultivation in the future. The master will give you a ride. Jiang Yuwei looked at her master teacher and nodded heavily. Master must be the best in the world, right? Words like decimating the heavenly vault were a bit light and not worth mentioning in his mouth. That extreme realm that was almost legendary in her heart also seemed to be taken completely lightly in the eyes of her master. Master, your cultivation must be far beyond the extreme realm. Jiang Yu looked at the somewhat foolish young girl in front of him, smiled helplessly and said, you could say that. Immediately, the two of them arrived in front of the Jiang mansion's red-painted gate. The streets were empty, except in the Jiang mansion, which was still bustling and sounded extremely festive. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuwei clenched her silver teeth, and those joyous brass gongs and drums were all stimulating her nerves. It's amazing that this group is celebrating before the father's body is even cold. Do what you want, Jiang Yu said, waved his sleeve robe and leapt to the sky above the Jiang mansion, his feet stepping on the void and watching everyone inside. Jiang Yuwei took a deep breath and quickly stepped forward, the greenish-white longsword in her hand slashing out. An extremely harsh green-colored sword she rose up from the ground, directly blasting that red lacquer gate to smithereens between whistles. The violent commotion caused the joyous crowd in the mansion to suddenly stop what they were doing. What's going on? In the great hall of the mansion master, Zhang Xing keenly sensed this not-so-small commotion and his face sank. In this Xian Iron City, even the city lord's mansion had to be afraid of the Jiang mansion's strength for a few moments. Who could that be? Grand Elder Jiang Lu, who was above his seat on the steps, stood up and gave a respectful arch to Zhang Xing. Lord Prefect, don't be in a hurry. I'll go ahead and explore. After saying that, Jiang Lu was leading a group of Jiang mansion guards, walking in the direction of the gate with great vigor. Which one who is not afraid of death dares to make trouble in front of my Jiang mansion? Jiang Lu's beard blew. his cultivation exploded violently, and 6 blue spirit wheels suddenly appeared behind him. Spirit Wheel Realm 6th grade. This kind of strength was enough to call the shots in the entire Xian Iron City. And when Jiang Lu saw clearly the person standing at the door, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Jiang Yuwei? Immediately, Jiang Lu was hooking up the corners of his mouth, revealing an intriguing smile. Gee, I didn't think you'd dare come back by yourself. Plotting to kill the old mansion master is a crime against humanity, and this debt must be paid for with your life. Jiang Lu coldly grunted. But at this moment, Jiang Yuwei had Jiang Yu to back her up. Where would she still be afraid of him? I plotted against my own father? Such a thing. You old piker can say. Jiang Yuwei hated it. All this talk is nonsense when it gets out. But anyone with a brain knew that the person who plotted to kill the old mansion master was bound to be Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing is the adopted son of the old mansion master. It's just a shame that the wolves are wild. But this Jiang Xing had extraordinary talent. At only 20 years old he had already stepped into the peak of the 9th rank of the Spirit Wheel realm, just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the extreme realm, and was no different from the city lord. Even if the people knew the truth, they could only keep their mouths shut and let the situation unfold due to Jiang Xing's absolutely crushing strength. Less sophistry here. I really didn't expect you kids to be so ruthless for the sake of the housemaster position. The old man is about to take the place of heaven. Standing in mid-air, Jiang Yu inclined his head and pulled out his ears. These villains were really talkative, and he was getting a little tired of it. Immediately, he directly transmitted his voice to Jiang Yuwei. Just cut him, he can't take it. When Jiang Yuwei heard this, the aggression in her heart that had been pressed for many days exploded in an instant, and with a backhanded chop, the greenish-white longsword erupted with a buzz once again. Boom! A green-colored sword chi that was about 4 meters long came swiftly towards Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu, who was standing in place, only felt his head spinning a little. This power, it seemed like it could directly decimate him. Fear instantly wrapped itself around his heart, preventing him from moving. No, it wasn't this chop, this fear that came from the top of his head. Immediately, Jiang Lu looked up. He saw a young man dressed in a black and gold 9 dragons robe, his feet stepping into the void, space constantly annihilating and reorganizing under his feet. The youth's pupils were extremely sacred golden yellow, towering over him like a heavenly god. As the sword chi chopped through, Jiang Lu's entire body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, Jiang Yu touched his lower lip and looked at the Jiang mansion, which was in chaos, with interest. Speaking of which, during those lofty years, he had also once brought 3 disciples to each door to take revenge. Only in terms of efficiency, it wasn't as fast as Jiang Yuwei's. All 4 of them, master and disciple, had been lying in wait for many years before their wings were full and their strength had grown. But apparently Jiang Yuwei would be able to skip these tedious steps after this. With him, Jiang Yu, there would be no overnight enmity. Chapter 5 Bullying the Small with the Big. Jiang Lu's sudden and violent death had instantly thrown the entire Jiang mansion into chaos. A mist of blood filled the air and fear haunted every heart. How could the Grand Elder be directly? The guards, who had been so aggressive earlier, could only stand in place at this moment, their minds in a daze. That was a Grand Elder with 6 spirit wheels, and Jiang Yuwei, surprisingly, used only 1 sword to cut him down. Obviously, Jiang Yuwei's cultivation level was only the 1st grade of the spiritual martial realm, not even as good as them. The guards. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Jiang Yuwei also understood the power of the long greenish-white sword in her hand at this moment, and she stepped forward with the sword and walked straight towards the main hall of the government. Seeing this, the guards of the entire Jiang mansion could only cower and stand in place, not daring to stop. Jiang Xing, who was in the main hall of the prefecture, also detected a hint of something wrong at this moment. That spiritual power fluctuation just now was too terrifying, and as the commotion outside the Jiang mansion grew louder and louder, Jiang Xing slammed the desktop, and with a leap of his body, he came directly to the entrance of the main hall of the mansion. Seeing this, the left and right elders hurriedly followed Jiang Xing. Prefect, what happened? Why hasn't the Grand Elder returned? Elders were worried, his heart jittery. Jiang Xing's forehead was covered with black lines as he saw a familiar figure holding a sword and slowly coming to the entrance of the main hall of the residence. Jiang Yuwei, you're not even dead? The moment these words came out, the pupils of both the left and right elders shrank violently. Jiang Yuwei isn't dead? How is this possible? On her body, she was clearly hit by tarantula poison, which was capable of directly poisoning an old housemaster of the 8th level of the spirit wheel realm. And after Jiang Yuwei suffered a plunge in her cultivation, she failed to even step into the spiritual martial realm. By all rights, she should be certain death. What a pain in the ass. Jiang Xing gritted his teeth. He had a feeling of impending catastrophe. which made him regret that he had not dealt with the uncertainty that was Jiang Yuwei as soon as possible. The long sword in the other party's hand, at this moment, was displaying an extremely terrifying pressure. He vaguely felt that as long as Jiang Yuwei wielded this sword, then he would surely die. This sword, it's not a product that can be found in Xian Iron City. That old thing, he really did leave a lot of opportunities for you. Thinking of this, a touch of hatred rose under Jiang Xing's eyes. Since he was a child, he was taken in as an adopted son by the old housemaster, and although he also had a certain amount of power in this Jiangfu, he still had a sense of being a parasite in the end. Obviously, his own natural talent and cultivation was more powerful than Jiang Yuwei's, but that old thing was ultimately planning to pass the position of the housemaster to a young girl who was only 16 years old. Are they really blood relatives to be more precious than this wild seed he picked up on the side of the road? All these years, he was born to die for the Jiangfu, but in the end he could not sit on the position of the master of the house. If one day Jiang Yuwei get power, then himself, is not it again become a floating duckweed in this world that has no fixed place to live? The feeling of abandonment. Once is enough. Father treated you well in his lifetime, treating you like his own flesh and blood, and I, moreover, regard you as my own brother, but a heartless thing like you, to do such a treacherous thing. Jiang Yuwei's chest rose and fell violently, the tip of her sword pointing straight at Jiang Xing. The revenge of patricide. She was going to report it today. No wonder people like you were abandoned by your real parents. I'm afraid that the moment they gave birth to you, your parents sensed that you were born a bad seed. You're a bastard, and a bastard nobody wants. Jiang Yuwei coldly hummed. These two words, without a doubt, penetrated that weakest place in Jiang Xing's heart. He clenched his fists, his body trembled violently, and the 9 spirit wheels behind him vibrated out with a buzzing sound, his breath overwhelming. Jiang Xing's forehead was bruised. Jiang Yu, who had his feet in the void, raised his eyebrows slightly. TSK, this little guy, he is very eloquent. I'm afraid that this Jiang Xing will break the defense. He was jovial like he was watching a play. Although this Jiang Xing's cultivation was at the 9th rank of the spirit wheel realm, that green and white sword was a divine weapon that ranked high in the world. Beheading him could be said to be killing a chicken with a bull's knife. What? Did I tell you the truth and poke you where it hurts? Jiang Yuwei saw this and the corner of her mouth hooked up. Seeing Jiang Xing almost on the verge of going berserk put her in a good mood. Go to hell. In the next moment, the 9 spirit wheels behind Jiang Xing directly crumbled into 3. This fellow had actually chosen to blow up 3 spirit wheels of his own in exchange for the chance to kill Jiang Yuwei with a single blow, because he had already sensed that if Jiang Yuwei swung his sword, then he definitely had no chance of winning. As long as she wasn't allowed to wield her sword, then Jiang Yuwei was no different from a paper tiger, and Jiang Yuwei, who felt the crisis, was now covered in sweat. It's too fast. Jiang Xing's speed had already surpassed the limits of her dynamic vision capture. She didn't have a chance to swing her sword at all. That's a tough one. Jiang Yu, who was standing in mid-air, smiled, and then his gaze was like a torch, looking down at him, and in an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure was surging towards Jiang Xing like a mountain of mountains. In just a moment, he was subdued in place, unable to move. This is, what power? Jiang Xing's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle's eye, and his face turned even whiter. The moment he was locked by this power, he was actually unable to even raise the thought of resisting. At this moment, Jiang Yuwei also reacted to the fact that her master teacher was making a move in the dark. If there was no master tout, I'm afraid that even if she held such a divine weapon today, she would not be able to avenge her hatred and would still fold herself into it. After all, she had been a bit hasty. Jiang Yu slowly descended from the sky, controlling his body to a position 2 meters from the ground, looking down on everything from above. The left and right elders were also tense at the moment, instantly drawing the weapons at their waists and staring cautiously at Jiang Yu. Earlier, they thought that Jiang Xing was able to easily kill Jiang Yuwei, but they had never thought that Jiang Xing's body, unexpectedly, was suddenly fixed in place and unable to move. Moreover, the haunting pressure. I'm afraid it's coming from this mysterious man in front of me, stepping into the air. The cultivation of the other party was completely difficult to guess. Thinking of this, both of their hands simultaneously went limp, and their weapons fell to the ground with a clang. I don't know where our little Jiangfu has offended your excellency. Please enlighten us. The left and right elders hurriedly knelt down, their voices trembling as they said. Jiang Yu's gaze had not been cast on the 2 men throughout. With a wave of his sleeve robe, the left and right elders instantly turned into a streak of dust, silently dissipating in this world. Noisy, he pulled out his ears. If it wasn't for the sake of teaching Jiang Yuwei a lesson, he wouldn't have lowered himself to deal with this group of mole crickets. You can move, Jiang Yu faintly said. The words just fell. Jiang Xing is all out of energy. Legs and feet as soft, flopping kneeling on the ground. Cold sweat, like running water, fell from his forehead. The mysterious youth in front of him was simply too terrifying when it came to cultivation. This oppressive feeling was not like a huge mountain pressing down on his heart, but more like the entire heaven and earth suppressing him. Master. Seeing Jiang Yuwei hurriedly said in a respectful voice, when you do something in the future, be sure to make an effort and wait for an opportunity to move. Understand? The disciple is taught. Jiang Yu nodded. Jiang Yuwei was still young and uninitiated. Losing her mind in a situation like patricide was nothing to be ashamed of. Those 3 disciples would not have made such a mistake, because by that time when Jiang Yu had sought them out, these 3 had already suffered countless beatings and had become incomparably old. But Jiang Yuwei is still moldable talent overall. Kill him. Jiang Yu lightly exited. And then he looked at Jiang Xing, the corner of his mouth slightly rising, revealing a touch of teasing. You can resist. The look of despair on Jiang Xing's face became even more intense as he raised his head and looked at Jiang Yuwei with a deadpan expression. It all happened so fast. What's going on? He was obviously already firmly seated as the housemaster. Where on earth did this Jiang Yuwei find help from? Jiang Yuwei sniffed and nonchalantly stepped forward, taking Jiang Xing's life with a sword. The entire Jiang mansion was silenced by this. They were frightened, burying their heads and not daring to look directly at Jiang Yuwei. In the end, the death of the housemaster and the fact that Jiang Xing was able to sit in this position so smoothly, this group of wallflowers of theirs also contributed to it. If Jiang Yuwei wanted to liquidate them, are you still planning to stay in the Jiangfu? Jiang Yu swept around and casually said, disciple will follow master from now on. Jiang Yuwei cut off. So very good. But where are you trying to go as you originally intended? Join the Great Qing Dynasty's Extreme Martial Academy. Jiang Yu had naturally never heard of the name of this level of academy. With Jiang Yuwei's current qualifications, joining an academy under a dynastic power, it would bury her and prevent her from realizing her potential. He still planned to bring Jiang Yuwei back to the inner divine state. As for the academy, going to school was definitely going to school. So when the time came, let Yi Fan, who was now the noble head of the school union, make some arrangements. It just so happened that he himself hadn't seen this rebel in 2,000 years. At this moment, all the people in the Jiang mansion were trembling and kneeling on the ground. The pressure emanating from the other party was too terrifying, as if Jiang Yu was blowing on his breath. It could cause them to perish. That's the way it is in the world of metaphysics, where martial arts are honored. However, Jiang Yuwei was looking at everyone in the Jiang mansion with an indifferent expression. When Jiang Xing rebelled and seized power, this group of people did not care in the slightest, but even turned around and followed Jiang Xing to drive her out of the Jiang mansion, and even wanted to inflict harm on her. Her father was gone, and this Jiangfu was no longer a thought for her. Kill them now, or leave them alive for the time being, and wait for you to come back later to take care of it yourself? Jiang Yu slowly said. I'll deal with them personally. Jiang Yuwei said silently. These words caused everyone up and down the Jiang mansion to instantly turn pale. Understood. I won't let them leave the Jiang mansion. Ginger Elm nodded. After saying that, the two of them left the Jiang mansion with large strides. The Jiang mansion, which had once dominated Xiantai City, had completely collapsed tonight. The countless powerhouses of Xian Iron City were also authorized by Jiang Yu to carry out inhumane plundering of the Jiang mansion. Chapter 6. Lin Xiuya. Master, where are we going? Late at night, Jiang Yu brought Jiang Yuwei to a sparsely populated wilderness, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only the faint moonlight illuminating the surroundings a bit brighter. Naturally, I'm taking you to a new place to live, Jiang Yu said mysteriously. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and looked around. There was nothing in the neighborhood but barren mountains. A touch of eccentricity rose in her heart. Her brows furrowed slightly as she said, but there's clearly nothing here. However, after saying this, Jiang Yuwei was blacked out and directly fainted, and then collapsed on top of a soft golden light that looked like a cloud, which wrapped around her body and wrapped her up completely. Jiang Yu hooked his finger and the golden light flew behind him. Get some rest. Immediately, with a wave of his sleeve robe, the space in front of him was directly torn open with an extremely hideous crack. In the middle of the crack, it was like an abyss, but it was dotted with starlight, which was extremely gorgeous. With Jiang Yuwei's physical strength today, she couldn't stand this level of space travel. A random piece of debris from the spatial turbulence was enough to destroy her soul. The best way to do this is for Jiang Yu to shield her with his own means. And the reason why she had to let her pass out was also Jiang Yu's own little idea. Today's Jiang Yuwei was still young in the end. Her mind was not mature, and she had to be honed for at least a few months before she could thoroughly enjoy the world. Before that, naturally, it's time to knock some heads, but one size does not fit all. His other three disciples are all famous now. There are some things that should be given. What else would he need this holy lord for? Not necessarily starting one's new disciple from scratch? Apparently not. The heavenly treasures that Jiang Yuwei could casually obtain in the future were all things that the geniuses of this world would need to spend countless killings to obtain. However, if you want to step on the top in the road of Xianyi, in addition to the heavenly materials and treasures, the trials and tribulations of life, death and killing are indispensable. And he needed to pave the way. If the path of cultivation could be filled with the duck method, then Jiang Yu would not have gone through so much trouble. Thinking about this, Jiang Yu had already determined Jiang Yuwei's cultivation route. Either send her to the ancient school to kill her way up from the bottom step by step, or send her to the sacred sect to rise in the sect step by step. Immediately, he nodded with extreme satisfaction and took Jiang Yuwei, who was wrapped in golden light, one step into the spatial rift. At the top of King's Landing, the majestic Spirit Mountain towered like a giant pillar shaking the sky. The top of Spirit Mountain was almost level with the sky, and the Lin King's palace was located here. There was a plaque outside the splendid hall, and the 3 big words, Qi Tian Hall, shocked the hearts of the people. The 12 red pillars entwined with gilded divine dragons in the main hall were as high as 100 meters, like divine swords standing in heaven and earth, towering majestically. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. The ceiling was inlaid with countless gemstones, and under the illumination of the sunlight, it was flooded with brilliant light, just like the starry sky spilling down to the earth. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the immortal atmosphere is a bit of heaven and earth. This place, like the fairy palace, is even more of a mammoth in this world. The aura filled the hall, and the immortal aura surrounded it, as if it was in a heavenly realm on earth. The throne of King's Landing was like the throne of a god, glittering and glowing, right in the center towering above the rest, becoming the focus of countless gazes looking up. Lin Xiaoya sat on top of the throne, his black 9 dragons supreme robe on his body, his robe as deep as the night sky, his demeanor as if the entire heaven and earth were in his grasp. The master's father woke up and then suddenly disappeared. Really can't understand his old man. Their master and disciple hadn't seen each other for almost 1,000 years, and to say the least, they were extremely missed. Moreover, he had recently captured the origin chi of this heaven and earth himself, and although it was weak, this power might one day allow him to successfully step into a realm like that of his master. He wanted to go and ask for some advice, but his master was acting strangely, and he couldn't see the dragon. It was impossible to say where the other party was now pretending to be a pig in a poke, and these 4 words were also taught to him by his master during those heady days. But now the world has been settled, and there is no more worry. This trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger was played as a trick by the master. After all, he had just finished his cultivation when he realized that 2 billion spirit stones had inexplicably evaporated from his spirit card. Suddenly a violent spatial fluctuation trembled in Lin Xiaoya's great hall for a moment, and Lin Xiaoya, who was sitting on top of the throne, instantly sensed something. With such a terrifying power fluctuation, there was no one other than his old man. Master. He stepped forward quickly, half-kneeled, and said, with astonishment and joy, that, Master. Jiang Yu slowly stepped out from that spatial crack, and behind him was Jiang Yuwei, still wrapped in golden light and unconscious. With a thought of his mind, the golden light was dragging Jiang Yuwei's body and placing it securely on the armrest on the left side of the throne. Long time no see, Kobayashi. Jiang Yu smiled and went forward to help Lin Xiaoya up, patting the latter's shoulder. Ha ha, it's been a while since I've seen my master. Recently my disciple has gained a new realization in the origin chi. However, when Jiang Yu heard that, he directly stopped and interrupted him. Don't bother with this. Back then, in that battle with the same king, I had no choice but to drain the heavenly origin realm of its originating chi, sort of cutting off the path of all the living beings in the entire heavenly origin realm to advance to the Saint Lord realm. It can't be helped. You know, if I hadn't done that in the first place, the same king would have been able to wipe out the 4 of us masters and disciples with the flip of his hand. When Lin Xiaoya heard this, he spared a sigh and shook his head helplessly, thinking of that battle. It was indeed astonishing. If it wasn't for Master's promotion to the world unrivaled Holy Lord realm in his moment of crisis, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be any of them today. But there is another way, and that is to jump out of the Tian Yuan realm. Ginger Elm smiled. Jumping out of the Tian Yuan realm? It's impossible, isn't it? Lin Xiaoya's heart trembled. This kind of words could only be said so calmly by a master teacher. It was impossible before, but with your senior sister's help, anything is possible. After saying that, Jiang Yu pointed at Jiang Yuwei who was unconscious on the left side of the throne. It was also at this time that Lin Xiaoya reacted. Although Jiang Yu stepped out from the spatial crack, he was found the existence of this woman. But the master did not mention. He is not good to say more. Okay, was thinking wrong. So it's sister. And so on. Sister? Lin Xiaoya looked at Jiang Yu incredulously before glancing at the young girl on the left side of the throne. He stepped forward quickly and took a closer look. Nirvana sacred body? Exactly. Jiang Yu nodded. Then he added. You're a devouring saint body. Zhao Xianjun is an immortal saint body. Yi Fan is a supreme saint body. And with Jiang Yuwei's Nirvana saint body, we'll be able to have 4 top-tier Saint Pin celestial supreme beings in our division in the future. Do you remember the bronze door that appeared after we beheaded the Saint King at the edge of the Tian Yuan realm? Lin Xiaoya nodded. It's something that he certainly won't forget. It seemed that if you entered that bronze door, you would be able to go to the world beyond the Tian Yuan realm. But, at that time, even a master teacher of the Holy Lord realm would not be able to break it open with brute force. There were 5 handprints on the bronze door, and it seemed that you had to find all 5 people to open this door. In that case, it makes sense. This new sister, the 5th person. Soon, Lin Xiaoya was thinking of a peace with Jiang Yu. Nowadays, the 4 of them, master and disciple, could be said to be dominating the heavenly Yuan realm. And on the surface it was easy as pie to cultivate this new senior sister, but only he knew in his heart, without the refinement of life and death, only relying on the accumulation of heavenly materials and treasures. Even if you have unparalleled natural talent, the future achievements, but also hold up to the king power realm, trying to step into the level of the supreme realm was a fool's errand. Not to mention that in the supreme realm, there were also the upper, middle, and lower 3 grades of Earth Supreme and the mortal immortal sage 3 grades of Heaven Supreme. In the entire heavenly Yuan realms hundreds of millions of living beings, there would not be more than 50 sacred grade heavenly supreme beings. The 3 of them in their division were the ones who occupied the top 3 of the entire heavenly Yuan realm sacred product heavenly supreme warrior ranking. In the supreme realm, every realm breakthrough was extremely difficult, as he knew all too well. It seems that you are indeed the smartest disciple in our division, unlike the other 2 douchebags whose whereabouts are still unknown. Ginger Elm said. Lin Xiaoya smiled gloatingly. Who would have thought that the powerful Sacred Sect Patriarch and Scholarship Union Alliance head would only have 2 short words of evaluation in this old man's mouth? So master, your intention is to let this senior sister live a life of hardship? No matter how bitter it is, it's not as bitter as those lofty years. The main thing is to polish her heart a bit. This little one has a quick temperament and needs to be tempered. Jiang Yu looked towards the unconscious Jiang Yuwei and said, immediately call Yi Fan and Zhao Xianjun to me, and say that there's a big deal. Jiang Yu said indifferently, and then he was casually walking around the Qi Tian Hall. The ordered Lin Xiaoya answered, and immediately, a total of 10 golden lines that were long on both sides of his left and right eyes were all lit up in an instant, and his eyes, at this moment, were completely transformed into a golden color. After merely glancing towards the void, he withdrew his gaze. The news has arrived. Senior, eldest brother and second brother will be here soon. Lin Xiaoya said, little Lindsay, you've rebuilt this Qi Tian Hall, haven't you? If Master Teacher likes it, then give it to Master Teacher for his old age. Lin Xiaoya said indifferently. No, it's too big and spacey for me to live in at my age. Jiang Yu shook his head. Although he was now a 21-2-year-old youth in appearance, the truth was that at his level, appearance was all at his whim. After living too long, it's always a little boring, but the good thing was that in order to peek at the secrets behind the bronze door, he had, for now, found the right thing to do. These 2 douchebags are too abrasive. When Jiang Yu said that, he waved his sleeve robe, and the space behind him was directly twisted into pieces. 2 slightly wretched silhouettes suddenly flew out from it and landed heavily on the ground. Lin Xiaoya, who witnessed everything, could only suck in a breath of cool air. A sacred phenomenon heavenly supreme being was so weak that it was indistinguishable from a chicken in front of the master, who was revered as a sacred lord. Chapter 7 Fostering Programs. The 2 figures were in a trance, and then they realized that they were already in the Qi Tian Hall, and they reacted to the sight of Lin Xiaoya and Jiang Yu. Third senior brother, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, eldest brother, second eldest brother. The 3 men arched their arms at each other. Jiang Yu sniffed, as if looking at a little cutie, as if looking at the trio, then his face darkened and he said, don't ing lasso here, there's business. Master, you've gotten younger. A young man with a well-defined and angular face buried his head in surprise. The youth was dressed in a purple golden star robe, with an ancient-looking golden token hanging from his waist, engraved with the word saint. This person was the Sacred Sect Patriarch, Zhao Xianjun, Jiang Yu's second disciple. Master, Yi Fan arched his hand. The red and black battle armor on his body was still bloodstained. His appearance was a bit rushed. Obviously he had just experienced a big battle. This person was the head of the Alliance of Academies. Yi Fan, Jiang Yu's great disciple. What have you been doing? Jiang Yu frowned, puzzled. This world had become their division's world, and Yi Fan was now in a whole mess. Who else, in the end, dared to go against the 4 of them? Master and disciple? It's the divine beast domain sacred phenomenon heavenly supreme. Disciple just finished dealing with it. There were 3,000 states in the Tian Yuan realm's human emperor domain, and there was no doubt that the current human emperor domain was the leader of the Tian Yuan realm. How dare the divine beast domain go against them? I'm just afraid that the douchebags forgot that I even existed. Jiang Yuwei coldly grunted. It was normal for some people to get restless when they hadn't been out in the world for almost 2,000 years themselves. No harm done. I'll go sit with them sometime. Yi Fan sniffed and nodded. It would naturally be best if the master could personally step in. After all, if the two sacred grade heavenly supreme beings were on fire, there was no telling how many living beings would suffer the repercussions. The master, who was the Holy Lord, would not face this problem. And this is? When Yi Fan saw Jiang Yuwei who rolled down to the throne, he first glanced at Lin Xiaoya, and after the latter gave a mysterious smile, he looked at Jiang Yuwei in puzzlement. Introducing, your senior sister, Jiang Yuwei. Senior sister? The reaction of the two was exactly the same as Lin Xiaoya just now. Jiang Yuwei's existence isn't just related to the sect. To open the bronze gate, she is also an extremely important part. Disciple understands. The two were also not slow to react and instantly understood what Jiang Yuwei meant. Yi Fan, you're the alliance head of the Academy Union. Tell us about the Academy's cultivation system. Yi Fan nodded as he heard this. Then after pondering in his mind for a moment, he said, in the Inner Divine States Academy cultivation system, students would start their cultivation from the most elementary academy-level academies, such as the Sky Meditation Spirit Academy in the Qinglong Sacred Kingdom. The academy-level academy can accept students of the spirit martial realm. The age requirement is 14 years old, and they can graduate after 3 years and their cultivation has reached the heavenly extreme realm. Above the institutional level academies are the holy academies, such as the Tian Yuan 4 holy academies in the Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom, with a 10-year system, but any student who steps into the feudal marquis realm can choose to graduate or stay on to teach. The Inner Divine States Academy cultivation system stops at the feudal marquis realm. After all, this realm is already located among the world's strongest. After listening to Yi Fan's exposition, Jiang Yuwei was pondering. Academy training. Sounds good. I remember you used to follow that path? Yi Fan sniffed and grinned as he remembered the great days of several thousand years ago. Cultivation in the academy is nothing more than various competitions, various passes, and various experiences. But in hindsight, it was indeed a time worth remembering. Jiang Yuwei looked at Zhao Xianjun and asked, what about you? Tell me about the sect cultivation system. You're the one who took the path of the sect. Unexpectedly, when Zhao Xianjun heard this, he suddenly came to life and patted his chest, saying with certainty, Master, you can rest assured that you'll leave your senior sister in charge of me, and enter the sacred sect directly, free of the test. The might of the holy sect shakes the world. As soon as the senior sister enters the holy sect, she will be given the name of Chief Great Disciple, and with the power techniques and martial arts of her choice, divine weapons of her choice, spirit pools of her choice, and pills of her choice, the enlightenment peak will be her home. Douchebag. Ginger Elm bristled. How can we say that this second disciple is a second disciple? He's a real douchebag in the way he acts. No? Zhao Xianjun was a little confused for a moment. What master wants is to be steady and steady, one step at a time, just like we did back then. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoya stepped forward and explained. Then, he looked at Jiang Yuwei, scratched his head, and said, why didn't master ask me? You damn a loose cultivator. Say good point is loose cultivator. Say bad. Is that time you talent is not good? Both cannot enter the academy, also cannot enter the clan. With the sky as a quilt and the earth as a seat, if we let your senior sister live the kind of life you once did, our division is better off breaking up. Ginger Elm rubbed his brow. Currently, it seemed that it was still the eldest disciple, Yi Fan, who was the most stable. But master, you just said that you want to make your senior sister suffer. One size does not fit all. Don't eat hard if you don't have to. Jiang Yuwei waved his hand. What does senior sister mean? Yi Fan asked after a moment of contemplation. I'm afraid your senior sister's intention is still to enter the academy. Jiang Yuwei recalled what Jiang Yuwei had said earlier and added. Personally, I also feel that the academy is better, so that I can learn some culture and not be illiterate. In addition to practicing, the matter of going to school is indeed important. After much thought, he had made his decision. But all of the academies in the Inner Divine State ended this year's general enrollment 2 months ago. I think senior's intention is probably to hide the background of the division and let senior sister start cultivating from the academy with a more usual identity. If I let my senior sister enter directly into the academy, I will inevitably leave traces behind, and I'm afraid that those people will look for the traces and guess the background of my senior sister. Yi Fan's worries were not unreasonable. He's so powerful now that it's not very realistic for him to try to do things without a word. Jiang Yu didn't even think about it, and directly said, "Then, we'll run another unified enrollment, and recruit twice a year. Won't that be enough? Is this really okay?" Yi Fan is a little indecisive, although he is the alliance leader, but the character is more calm. Every aspect of doing things will think a lot. You are the Tianyuan State, the Academia Alliance, Alliance Master. You can run the unified recruitment twice this year if you want to, and 10 times if you want to. There's no reason, no need for a reason, and no one dares to ask you for a reason. Don't be so rigid in the future. Be flexible. You're not like the two of them. You've been to school. Jiang Yu clapped his hands, and the matter was settled. As you wish. Yi Fan led the way. However, right at this moment, Jiang Yuwei, who was sleeping on the throne, hazily opened her eyes, and the moment she regained consciousness, she heard it keep sleeping, and then she fell back to sleep. Lin Xiaoya and the others were dumbfounded by the situation. Then he asked, "Then Master intends to stay here in my Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom?" The Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy in the Qinglong Sacred Kingdom is the best primary academy in Tianyuan State, right? Jiang Yu looked at Yi Fan. Indeed. Yi Fan Kenji said, "Then we'll temporarily reside in the Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom." Lin Xiaoya, find me a large courtyard closer to the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. Don't be too flashy. Wrap it up on me. Lin Xiaoya nodded. Although this matter was small, it was imperative to accomplish it personally. But Master, although the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy is the best primary academy in the Tianyuan Prefecture, but now, it has become an aristocratic academy instead. I checked the table of students at the time once a few years ago, and it was filled with all the heirloom sons and daughters of the major powers. If senior sister joins with an ordinary background, I'm afraid she'll receive quite a few cold stares inside. Yi Fan worried. The survival of any nobility, any superpower, is just a matter of our division's words. This matter, you and Lin Xiaoya will do it together. Your senior sister can suffer from cultivation in the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, but she cannot suffer from others. And whoever makes your senior sister suffer, you will see for yourselves. Yes, sir. Yi Fan and Lin Xiaoya led the order together. Since there is nothing else, you will disperse. When the crowd heard this, they respectfully arched their hands at Jiang Yu and immediately retreated. It was only after Lin Xiaoya had taken a few steps that he realized something was wrong. So he turned back to look at Jiang Yu and said, "Master, I'll stay here." He. Chapter 8, Deterring the Divine Beast Region. Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom. Around the Tongtian River. Thousands of years ago, the Tongtian River was barren, with spiritual energy storming and raging in the area. But now with Lin Xiaoya's unification of the 4 sacred kingdoms, the surroundings of the Tongtian River, which was once regarded as a forbidden area of life, had become the main residence of the 10,000 races of the heavens. Various types of dynasty sects and forces were like an endless stream of people sprouting up. Apart from King's Landing City, the surrounding area of the Tongtian River, which spanned 1 billion miles, was the most prosperous realm of the 4 sacred kingdoms, and the renowned Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was also located here. Qi Tianfu. Jiang Yu arrived in front of the mansion Lin Xiaoya had prepared for him, and just the 3 words that shone in gold made his face darken. Who in the entire 4 sacred kingdom dares to use the word Qi Tian? Master, is this your residence? Jiang Yuwei looked at the imposing and majestic mansion in front of her in surprise and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The so-called Jiang mansion in this place completely belonged to the level of old and broken. Sort of. Jiang Yu rubbed his brow and responded, leading Jiang Yuwei to step into the mansion. The interior of the Qi Tian mansion even embodies the word luxury to the extreme, with all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures being born around it like planting flowers and trees. The air in the mansion was filled with a light fragrance. The degree of spiritual energy concentration was even more terrifying to the extreme. With such a large mansion, have you always lived alone, Master? Jiang Yuwei walked back and forth in the mansion excitedly, and then asked, No, you have 3 other untalented older brothers. Hearing the word senior brother, Jiang Yuwei became curious and asked after him, where are those 3 senior brothers now? You'll meet them someday, but not now, Jiang Yu slowly said, and then he was looking at Jiang Yuwei. Nowadays, Jiang Yuwei's cultivation was comparable to the first grade of the spiritual martial realm, and with this kind of cultivation, even if the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy opened the second round of the unified recruitment, it wouldn't be her turn. The enrollment criteria for the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy was 16 years old and below, with a cultivation level of the Spirit Wheel realm. Jiang Yuwei only fulfills the age condition. I will now impart a gong method to you. Make sure you comprehend it well. In a month's time there will be the unified recruitment for the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy. You need to step into the spirit wheel realm during this time. A month? Jiang Yuwei said incredulously. She had grown up in the outer divine prefecture, and stepping into the spirit wheel realm from the first rank of the spirit martial realm in a month was undoubtedly a fool's errand. Even in her heyday, her cultivation was only at the 8th rank of the spirit martial realm. The outer divine state's cultivation resources are barren, and your natural talent can't be fully displayed. But it's different here. After saying that, Jiang Yu waved his hand, and a golden gongfu appeared in his hand. This technique is called the chaotic divine demon scripture, and all of our division use this technique. Jiang Yuwei took the gongfu. With just one glance, she sank right in dash. The enlightenment of a saint-grade genius is truly extraordinary. Ginger Elm smiled. This gong method had once been taught by the system, and when they were faced with this gong method at that time, they all found it obscure and difficult to understand. And Jiang Yuwei was able to enter the state of epiphany with just one glance. Immediately, he casually constructed a supreme-grade spirit-gathering spell formation, mobilizing all the surrounding spiritual energy. All the heavenly treasures in the mansion were also uprooted along with Jiang Yu's movements, and then all of them were gathered in mid-air, and were instantly refined into golden-colored spiritual liquid by an extremely terrifying force, which slowly poured down on the top of Jiang Yuwei's head. With these heavenly treasures plus the aid of the supreme-level spirit-gathering spell formation, Jiang Yuwei's cultivation would increase at a rapid rate, and it doesn't destroy the foundation. Instead it makes her foundation more solid. With the roots consolidated, fighting across levels would not be difficult. But now there was another big problem, which was that Jiang Yuwei's nirvana sacred body needed a large amount of divine phoenix clan essence blood. Remembering that the divine beast domain side had been a bit agitated lately, it was better for him to make a trip in person. Shang, Dan, Jing, Zhou, and Chou. At Jiang Yu's command, 5 black-robed men suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. These 5 were the dead soldiers he had trained during those heady days. Nowadays, the cultivation of these 5 people had already reached the mortal kind heavenly supreme realm. It was reasonable to say that the supreme of the heavens would hardly obey anyone's orders, let alone willingly be someone's dead soldier. But this person, on the contrary, was Jiang Yu. Guard her until I return. Yes, sir. Shang, Dan, Pure, Last, and Clown said in unison. In this realm of Tongtian River, although it was under the iron rule of Lin Xiuya, the lord of the 4 sacred kingdoms, on the surface, there were still some small places in the shadows that were not quite peaceful. Outlaws also liked to come to the Tongtian River. Nowadays, Jiang Yuwei didn't have the ability to defend himself, and even though the Qi Tian mansion had a protective formation, it was only by having 5 mortal kind heavenly supreme beings guarding the place that gave him peace of mind. Jiang Yu stroked his chin and thought of something else, while leaving a shadow retaining stone in front of Jiang Yuwei. If I come back late, you guys will bring her to the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy's unified recruitment examination. Yes, sir. In addition, you take this item, Lin Xiuya's personal king's order. Seeing the order is like meeting the Lin King face to face. With this thing, it will save a lot of trouble. This little one is quick-tempered, so you guys do a good job of honing her. But pay attention to proportion. Jiang Yu pulled out a plain and simple ancient wooden token from his spatial ring, with a simple word Lin engraved on it. I'm afraid that the average person wouldn't be able to recognize this item, but any strong person with a bit of cultivation would be able to feel that holy grade heavenly supreme's aura on the token. Yes, sir. Ra took the token. The matter had been completed. Jiang Yu nodded his head in satisfaction, and then he directly tore through the space and stepped into it. Divine Beast Domain. Divine Phoenix Clan Boundary. The towering 100-mile Crimson Mountain range stretched on, and the sky took on an unavoidable rolling red color as the lava on the ground was reflected in it. There was an impassable barrier between the realm and the realm that could only be passed by reaching the supreme realm. To Jiang Yu of the Saint Lord realm, it was as easy as going through a blank sheet of paper. The Divine Beast Domain was similar to the Human Emperor Domain, with about 3,000 states. The true rulers of this place were 2 sacred-grade heavenly supreme beings, Divine Dragon Supreme and Divine Phoenix Supreme. And when Jiang Yu had just set foot on the Divine Phoenix clan's territory ruled by the Divine Phoenix Supreme, the space in front of him erupted into a ripple, and immediately, a woman clad in a blood-red battle armor slowly stepped out of the space. Who is trespassing on my Divine Phoenix clan? The woman bellowed, and the pressure that belonged uniquely to a saint-grade heavenly supreme pressed down towards Jiang Yu from the heavens. You see who I am. Jiang Yu hooked the corners of his mouth as his black and gold 9-dragon supreme robe moved without wind. He waved his hand lightly, and that pressure was lightly dissipated. The Divine Phoenix Supreme was startled in his heart and quickly reacted to who the person in front of him was. Holy Lord! Jiang Yu, you're alive! Divine Phoenix Supreme gritted his teeth as his face suddenly sank. Ever since the battle between Jiang Yuwei and the Sing King, this person was nowhere to be found. They had thought that Jiang Yuwei had fallen, and in the recent decades, they had already had crooked thoughts about the human emperor domain. You should be happy that I'm alive. And Jiang Yu's expression became cold. You, a mere Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme, dare to defy the Holy Lord's authority? Would he? As he let out a cold snort, the mountains surrounding the two of them, which spanned 100 miles and was almost impossible to see, exploded all around them. An invisible force destroyed and swept through this nearby realm, and wherever it passed, life was lost. Wild winds howled and earth-shattering vibrations resounded through the 9 heavens, causing almost the entire Divine Phoenix clan's realm to shake violently as countless clansmen fled in terror. However, in front of this power that could be called divine power, they could only wail and then die like ants. The earth cracked, and the lava that gushed out from the earth's mantle was like ocean waves surging and pouring in, engulfing a large area of land, with flames illuminating the entire heaven and earth, and the temperature soaring. In an instant, this place was transformed into a purgatory-like scene. Seeing this, a sense of powerless despair rose in the bottom of his heart, and he hastily fell to his knees. I also asked the Holy Lord to calm down. She was really scared now. 2,000 years had made her forget how terrifying the might of the Holy Lord was. The other party only needed to take a single breath to make her a sacred great heavenly supreme that stood proudly in the world go up in smoke. This, then, is the gap, a chasm that can never be crossed. As for wanting to see the true strength of a Holy Lord powerhouse, I'm afraid that no one else in this world could make Jiang Yuwei go all out. It was rumored that when the other party stepped into the supreme realm, he had comprehended 2 laws, the law of time and the law of space. With just a purely power-to-power blast, he would be able to destroy the divine beast domain all by himself. If the power of the law is utilized, I don't dare to imagine what kind of sight that would be. And Jiang Yuwei wasn't really trying to destroy the Divine Phoenix clan this time. He was just knocking and strengthening his rule in the process. His rule was not a rule of kings, but a dictatorship of absolute power. Your name is Fengyun, right? I even hugged you 2,000 years ago. At that time, your old clan leader was still alive, and he was considered to have made a great achievement when he fought with the same king. Ginger Elm smiled. My little daughter is not worthy of the Holy Lord's thoughts. Fengyun buried his head, not daring to look directly at Jiang Yuwei. His heart had been terrified. Where was the previous arrogant appearance? I'll lend you one thing. Divine Phoenix essence blood. I only need heart blood, and I want to take it from the clansmen of the Divine Phoenix clan with the highest natural talent. About the amount of 10 adult Divine Phoenixes. The elders borrowed something from you. Little Feng, you wouldn't be unhappy about it, would you? The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth lifted slightly. What did it matter to him how much the Divine Phoenix clan consumed in order to cultivate Jiang Yuwei? Knocking them out can't just be a forceful deterrent. Let them hemorrhage once to remember. Holy Lord Sama. This, heart's blood is the most precious treasure of the Divine Phoenix clan. Even a single drop would require 10 years of cultivation. This amount you speak of. Will you go fetch it yourself? Or will I help you? Jiang Yuwei stared at her coldly, as if he was about to make a move the next moment. Chapter 9 Jiang Yuwei's Tactics. Fengyun gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. The other party was a high and mighty Holy Lord, and on this trip, he was determined to make their Divine Phoenix clan hemorrhage money. If I had known, I shouldn't have listened to the Divine Dragon Supreme's slanderous words and fought with Yifan. Lord Holy Lord, it wasn't my intention to fight Yifan that day. It was the Divine Dragon Supreme that caused trouble. Fengyun had no choice but to give the truth. That's out of my hands. I'll collect interest from the Divine Dragon clan, but on your side, I'll have to collect interest as well. Daring to fight my disciples shows that you have a lot of confidence. I'm afraid you've forgotten how the 4 of us masters and disciples dominated the heavenly Yuan realm in the first place. Jiang Yuwei showed no mercy. If not for the fact that Jiang Yuwei and the Divine Phoenix clan had some connection, he would have let the entire Divine Phoenix clan go up in smoke today. Mentioning the names of the 4 masters and disciples, Fengyun was even sweating profusely. When these 4 people did not make a fortune, they were killing people everywhere. And after they made a fortune, they were even more remarkable, and they had the entire human emperor domain in their pockets. It was said that they were a black force, but these 4 masters and disciples had removed the great evil that was the sacred king for the entire heavenly Yuan realm. Saying that they were part of the righteous path, these 4 masters and disciples also killed countless people, stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood at the bottom of their feet, destroying the original rule of the 4 great saintly kingdoms, and all the great power was taken into their hands. After all, the 4 great saintly kingdoms once had a great connection with their divine beast domain, and now, the 4 great saintly kingdoms and their divine beast domain no longer had anything to do with each other. These 4 killed the 10,000 races of the heavens and had to bow down. I give. Fengyun eventually chose to compromise. Nowadays, she was not qualified to negotiate with the Holy Lord at all. Count on your honor. Jiang Yu smiled, while slowly flying down and standing in front of Fengyun. Do you know how the old patriarch of the Divine Phoenix clan died? Fengyun's heart trembled and she looked up in horror. She wanted to ask something, but her instincts told her not to. Back then, your old patriarch accompanied me on my campaign, and by all accounts, had great merit. That's why I'm leaving behind an elixir that can allow your Divine Phoenix clan to give birth to a second sacred grade Heavenly Supreme as a favor. But your old patriarch, to think that he wants to break through to the Saint Lord realm, a wolf's ambition. One must not be unguarded. When I broke through to the Saint Lord realm, I was cutting off the path of Saint Lords in the entire Heavenly Yuan realm. In the Heavenly Yuan realm, one Saint Lord is enough. Even if another Holy Lord can come out, it will be from those 4 disciples of mine. The rest, whoever dares, dies. Jiang Yu patted Fengyun's shoulder, who was on the verge of breaking down at the moment, because everything she was so proud of was just a casual gift and favor from the person in front of her. She had thought that she had accomplished the sacred product Heavenly Supreme in 2000 years, and that she was already unprecedented, and that she could even lead the Divine Phoenix clan, and lead the Divine Beast domain, to a new peak. But now, it seemed that what sacred phenomenon Heavenly Supreme, what Divine Phoenix clan, what Divine Beast domain, all of this was within the grasp of the person in front of him. Zhao Xianjun. Jiang Yu faintly voiced out. A ripple erupted in space once more, and Sacred Sect Patriarch Zhao Xianjun slowly stepped out from it. At this moment, he is not in the Qi Tian Hall, that unthinking appearance. Instead, is the Supreme Majesty, face hung with a solemn killing intent, almost the same as Jiang Yu. No one dares to look directly. Master, Zhao Xianjun respectfully said, and then looked at Fengyun as space violently erupted with a humming sound, and a blood-red lance suddenly appeared in his hand. The moment this lance appeared, the familiar aura coming from the head of the lance was what caused Fengyun to despair. At the tip of the gun, there was an extremely strong flavor of Divine Phoenix essence blood, exactly from the old patriarch. He killed your old patriarch. I made him kill him. Want revenge? You two fight now. My eldest disciple, Yi Fan, is so homely and compassionate that he didn't see eye to eye with you guys. In fact, he didn't want to spread innocence. As a result, you and Supreme Dragon together injured him. But this Sacred Sect Patriarch, my second disciple, doesn't care about that. Zhao Xuanjuan's face was solemn as he sniffed, and he directly used the tip of his spear to hold Fengyun's chin up. Fengyun's eyes were filled with awe. Not to mention that Jiang Yu was present now. Even if Jiang Yu wasn't present, she was no match for this Zhao Xianjun. This guy, pure murderous maniac, never does anything with a soft heart, ruthless and vicious. In order for the might of the Holy Sect to shake the world, Zhao Xianjun could be said to have done anything and everything, and in those years, he had exterminated quite a few sects and forces. This guy's tactics are as black as they come. If he went all out, there would no longer be a need for their Divine Phoenix clan to exist. I, the Divine Phoenix clan, have obeyed the orders of the Holy Lord for generations and generations, and I wish to live forever and ever. For slaves and servants, the contract has been finalized. Jiang Yu revealed a rare smile, and then strange energy fluctuations emanated from heaven and earth. The words of the Supreme Being of Heaven. Every word was a contract, and if one backed out of a contract, they would be obliterated by the backlash of the rules of heaven and earth. Master has spared your life by making you a slave, Zhao Xianjun faintly said. Although it was said that he killed without blinking an eye, only a few of them knew that their master was the real ruthless person. That's why the 3 of them were all surprised for a long time when they saw their master's rare benevolent appearance in the Qi Tian Hall that day. From this, it could be seen how much weight Jiang Yuwei, the new senior sister, carried in the heart of the master teacher. The might of my sacred sect shakes the world, but there was once no trace of the sacred sect in this divine beast domain. Zhao Xianjun looked at Jiang Yu, and after receiving the latter's acquiescence, he laughed and said, Patriarch Fengyun, you have to pick a good piece of land for me, so that the sacred sect can be built in the divine beast domain as well. As you wish, Fengyun said feebly. Right now, their divine phoenix clan was just a plaything in Jiang Yu's hands, establishing the holy sect in the divine beast domain, on the boundaries of the divine phoenix clan. With Zhao Xuanjuan's ruthless tactics, he was only afraid that blood would be shed again. Immediately, Fengyun was temporarily leaving the 2 of them and went forward to fetch the divine phoenix essence blood. The residence arranged by that Lin Xiaoya brat is still satisfactory to master teacher? Zhao Xianjun snickered. It's okay, it's just a little too flashy, but no one notices in the Tongtian River's kind of unregulated territory. Moreover, the raw Dan, Net, and an ugly are on my side, Jiang Yu said without haste. Where's the senior sister? Speaking of which, I, as a senior brother, have to send a gift, right? Zhao Xuanjuan's eyes turned round. Your senior sister's side won't be able to use you for the time being, so let's finish the matter at hand first. Jiang Yuwei waved his hand. It seemed that among these 3 disciples, only Yi Fan was a pragmatist. The remaining 2, both somewhat idle. But master, on the Divine Dragon clan side, what to do with it? Why don't you let me do it? Zhao Xianjun volunteered to help. They really haven't had any opponents over the years, and it's been a bit boring. You go and severely injure the Divine Dragon Supreme, so that his cultivation can't be perfected within 1,000 years, and don't come back if you can't do it. Master Teacher is joking. I'll simply kill him directly. Zhao Xianjun plucked the long spear in his hand. There's no need to kill. The group will be even more chaotic without a leader by then. Find a way to frame the Divine Phoenix clan. Let them fight internally, and we'll save ourselves the trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu came up with an idea. Alright, old tactics. I'll make both of their clans immortal. Zhao Xianjun revealed a hideous smile, and he was directly rushing in the direction of the Divine Dragon clan. Not long after, Fengyun also rushed over, holding a crimson spatial ring in his hand. Lord, holy Lord, everything you want is inside. Jiang Yu took the ring, satisfied. Well done, but now you'll have to be a tattletale. Zhao Xianjun has already gone to fight the Divine Dragon Supreme. You know best what to do next. Fengyun's face was ashen. This move almost pushed her into the abyss. If she really teamed up with Zhao Xianjun to defeat the Divine Dragon Supreme, then she would become the object of everyone's scorn throughout the Divine Phoenix region. The prestige of the Divine Phoenix clan would also be in tatters. At this moment, even though she was incredibly remorseful in her heart, it was of no use. The Holy Lord was going to sanction her, and she could only accept it, or else all of the Divine Phoenix clan might cease to exist. As you wish. By the way, I'll send you another job to find someone. I know that your Divine Phoenix clan still has bloodlines in the human emperor domain. Find me a woman from the bloodline clansmen of those branches of yours who used to live in exile in the divine state outside the Tian Yuan state, the Daqing dynasty, and gave birth to a daughter with a human, who may have been forcibly recaptured in the last few years. After hearing Jiang Yu's words, Fengyun was even more desperate. What's the difference between that and finding a needle in a haystack? I'm not here to trick you either. This person truly exists, but considering that this is not an easy matter, I'll give you 3 years. If you can't find it, or if you find it but the person is gone, all the bloodlines of your Divine Phoenix clan in the human imperial domain, I'll give them all to be refined into blood pills, all packed and sent back. Jiang Yu laughed. Indifferent. Fengyun could only kowtow again. At this moment, she was already a slave of the Holy Lord. Her master's orders, she naturally had to fulfill them, never having second thoughts. The hallowed Saint Grade Heavenly Supreme was a wild dog in front of Jiang Yu. After doing this, Jiang Yu was tearing through space to leave this place, but he didn't return to the human emperor domain. Instead, he headed towards the edge of the heavenly Yuan realm. After tearing through the space, the spatial turbulence in it was even more terrifying, and even a heaven supreme would have difficulty fighting it. But he's Ginger Elm. After a long time, he once again came before the bronze door at the edge of the heavenly Yuan realm. The bronze door stood at the edge of the Tian Yuan realm, almost encompassing everything. Jiang Yu in front of it, all feel themselves small. On the bronze door, there was a huge yin and yang symbol. Other than that, there were 5 palm prints. The passage of time here is getting confusing. Jiang Yu was proficient in the laws of time and keenly sensed that the speed of time passing in this place was almost 40,000 times that of the outside world. A minute in here and a month passes outside. Jiang Yu looked at the bronze door with fascination. One day, he would open this door. Chapter 10, the second unified enrollment of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. In the Tian Yuan Prefecture, a news that cheered everyone up came out from the Academy's union. Have you heard? All the academies as well as colleges in the Tian Yuan state are about to carry out a second general enrollment. What? There's such a thing? I'll have to quickly have my family's rebellious son try again. Countless people excitedly discussed this unprecedented novelty. However, no one would know that Tian Yuan State's second unified enrollment was only so that Jiang Yuwei alone could logically enter the Heavenly Underworld Academy. As for the benefits to others, it's just incidental. At this time, the Tongtian River realm was bustling with all sorts of forces, all of which were preparing to send their own geniuses into the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy's unified recruitment. And in the Qitian mansion, Jiang Yuwei also ended her first cultivation. Spirit Wheel Realm 6th grade? How is this possible? She was shocked as she felt the 6 spirit wheels behind her, her eyes full of incredulity. The gongfu that her master had sent her was more powerful than any gongfu she had ever seen. Unseen, it also raised her already terrifying natural talent by more than a notch. Where's master? Only when she looked up, she realized that there were only 5 black-robed men wearing different masks surrounding her in the mansion, with no master's figure in sight. Instantly, Jiang Yuwei tensed up. Those 5 black-robed men did not show the slightest bit of their cultivation, but they were just as unfathomable as their master. Saint, Your Excellency has something to go out, so for these few days, we will follow you. Shang, Dan, Pure, Last, and Cho respectfully. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and looked up to survey the 5 people in front of her. They did seem to be respectful. Perhaps they were the master's attendants? With his heavenly cultivation in such a huge mansion, it was reasonable for master to have a few powerful servants. She saw the stone on the ground, and the moment her fingers touched it, a projection of Jiang Yu appeared before her eyes. These 5 are my inner circle. They will protect you during my absence. So it is. With her master's words, Jiang Yuwei completely put her heart down, but she was still just a bit formal. After all, the cultivation of these 5 people must be too high for her. She didn't have the guts to make like a big lady. However, Shang could see Jiang Yuwei's dilemma at this moment, so he bowed and stepped forward, respectfully saying, "The lady may make use of it as she pleases, and I dare not disobey. Quickly rise." Jiang Yuwei hurriedly said, sweating a bit. How could she, a little girl at the 6th level of the spirit wheel realm, drive such 5 powerful people in a legitimate manner? Although he didn't know what the realm was, it was definitely at least stronger than the Xian Iron City Lord. The Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy will start the unified recruitment examination tomorrow. We will escort Miss there. Trouble, Jiang Yuwei said heavily. Immediately, Shang Dan, Jing, Zhou, and Cho were leading Jiang Yuwei, leaving the Qitian mansion and heading to the location of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. The Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was built right next to the Tongtian River, and the journey was incredibly perilous, so it was absolutely impossible to reach it with Jiang Yuwei alone. However, with the escort of the 5 mortal-grade Heavenly Supreme Beings, not to mention getting to the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, she could come and go as she pleased to whichever part of this Heavenly Yuan realm she wanted. Shang pulled out a spirit boat-like spirit treasure from his sleeve and threw it into midair, and the treasure instantly absorbed spirit energy. A spirit boat with a body length of 20 meters was suddenly hovering in midair. Get in the boat, Miss. Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy boundary. The surrounding cities had long been overcrowded, and all the inns were full. Countless people have traveled thousands of miles to come here just to join the Spirit Academy and leap the Dragon Gate. The spirit boat rolled over the mountain range, and all of the boundaries in the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy were displayed in front of Jiang Yuwei's eyes. The surrounding cities were as bright as stars. Jiang Yuwei stood on the deck of the spirit boat, her gaze piercing through the morning mist, and the sight before her caused her heart to pound. The river that was as vast as the heavenly river through the heavens, cutting across the entire realm of the earth. Right in the middle of it all, the tall figure of the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy stood, larger than any building she had seen in her 16 years. Even the entire Xian Iron City. I'm afraid it's inferior to this Heavenly Underworld Academy. No wonder Master wants me to come to the inner divine region. Compared to this place, the Daqing dynasty really isn't worth mentioning. Jiang Yuwei was thrilled in her heart. The prosperity and flourishing underneath made her eager to join in, and such an imposing spirit boat erupted into the air with a violent roar, naturally causing the people on this boundary to raise their heads and look around. Which power's handiwork is this again? This spirit boat is too grand. I'm afraid that only the strongest marquis can use it. Seal marquis powerhouses, TSK, but even a great power sitting on a feudal marquis powerhouse would have to be obedient when they come to this Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy's realm. I really don't know what kind of genius the children of such a great power would be. Sheng controlled the spirit boat to slowly descend, and when all the people left, the spirit boat was resized to the size of his palm, and was put into his ring. Sheng, is the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy up ahead? As Jiang Yuwei looked from afar, the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy stood quietly between the sky and the earth like a bright pearl. Its silhouette is flamboyant and elegant, and its lofty architecture incorporates an ancient and mysterious aura, creating an imposing picture. A day's time together had allowed her to learn the names of the 5, Shang Dan, Jing Dan, Jie Wei, and Cho, but when asked about their relationship with their master and how they knew each other, they were evasive and refused to give an account. But Jiang Yuwei didn't want to think about that aspect either. She only knew that her master had let her enter the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy because he wanted her to cultivate well, and the rest, don't care. Exactly. Shang nodded. That familiar spirit courtyard, causing him to be forced to remember those great years. As Jiang Yu's dead soldiers, when their group came to this inner divine state, Jiang Yu had just been crowned a marquis. As for those 3 disciples who were now famous in the heavens, they were only at the heavenly extreme realm at that time, and the 5 of them, it was at that time that they were taken in by Jiang Yu and willingly followed. The first disciple served by Shang Dan, Jing, Wan and Cho was the current head of the Alliance of Academies. Yi Fan. Back then, they had also escorted Yi Fan to the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy in the same manner. And the journey hadn't been as unimpeded as it was now. The Tongtian River realm a few thousand years ago was chaotic. Nowadays, the five of them also benefited from Jiang Yuwei, achieving the mortal grade Heavenly Supreme. Although they were the weakest class among the Heavenly Supreme, but even if they were weaker, they were only counted as weak in the ranking of the Heavenly Supreme. Under the Heaven Supreme, all are ants. Are you remembering something? Looking at Shang with this reminiscent look, Jiang Yuwei was also curious. Remembering one of the young lady's senior brothers. That year, he was also escorted by the five of us to the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy. Senior also told me before that I have 3 senior brothers, but I haven't seen them. Jiang Yuwei deflated. Ha, miss, don't worry. You'll see them, but not now. You all say that. Jiang Yuwei skimmed her lips. Sheng Dan Jiawei Cho looked at each other and smiled. This matter, the Holy Lord has greeted in advance. Immediately, the group walked in the direction of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. Chapter 11, Just Kill. Although the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was an academy-level power, as Yi Fan's former academy, the resources that the Academic Union had invested in it over the past 1,000 years could be described as astronomical. This also created the might of the Underworld Spirit Academy as it is today. Everyone in the Heavenly Yuan realm, squeezing their heads to get in. Everyone was clear that as long as they could enter the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, they would be considered to have one at the starting line. And by this point, the first task of the Shangdan, Jingdan, Jiawei and Cho was considered to be over. The rest was up to Jiang Yuwei herself. But they will still protect her in the shadows and make sure each other's lives are safe. Miss, His Excellency has ordered that when you arrive at this Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, everything will depend on you. Ra respectfully, you can accept this item as an old man's meeting gift. Sheng pulled out an empty spatial ring and handed it to Jiang Yuwei. Your Excellency has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so I'm afraid you've forgotten about such a trivial matter. Not having a space ring was more than inconvenient for cultivators. Giving Jiang Yuwei an empty spatial ring that wasn't of a high grade wasn't considered breaking the rules. Space ring? Jiang Yuwei gladly took it and put it on her index finger. When she was in the Jiang mansion, only Jiang Xing and those elders were able to qualify for a spatial ring, and she had never possessed such a strange object. Take care, Miss. Shang, Dan, Jing, Zhou and Shou at the same time respectfully said. Good. Jiang Yuwei nodded, and she greeted the 5 people as they retreated. And then, alone, she walked towards the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Courtyard. Looking at Jiang Yuwei's gradually fading back, Shang also couldn't help but feel emotional. The same tasks have changed over time and the mindset is very different. Miss is somewhat like the Yi Alliance Master back then. No, I think it's a little more like King Lin. I'm afraid it's still a bit more like Patriarch Zhao, isn't it? I do think she somewhat resembles the Holy Lord Sama. Forces at the feudal marquis level are ranked in the 2nd echelon. Forces below the feudal marquis level line up in the 3rd echelon. King level forces please enter directly. The Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy admission office elder nonchalantly stood at the door and yelled. Although he was only a 6th grade patriarch, he was able to sway the children of these great powers for no other reason than the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was the biggest card. In this world, martial arts are honored, and those who are strong naturally enjoy preferential treatment everywhere. As the enrollment elder gave his word, the strongest members of the many forces also carried their own children for orderly triage. The children of the Heavenly King level forces were the most arrogant, and they were almost the most dazzling existences when they walked in the crowd. The envious gazes of many people all hit their bodies, but that was a Heavenly King level power after all of them controlling at least hundreds of millions of kilometers of land. To be born into such a power, one could only count on the good fortune of these teenage girls. Although the feudal marquis level power was far inferior to the Heavenly King level, it was still the 2nd rank. At least in front of the people under the power of the feudal lords, they could be despised, and it was considered a godly thing to do. Below the feudal marquis level, it was a chaotic mess and could be described as a mixed bag. Damn it, in our Haiyu dynasty, the old man is a noble patriarchal powerhouse. Who would dare to disrespect him? Here, I'm actually in such a predicament. Shut up, old man. This is the inner divine state, not a barren land where even your clan masters can claim to be strong. Have you seen the river of heaven? At your level of cultivation, I'm sure you'll be tossed in there with no bones left. A 3rd grade sect master is also worthy of whining here? Get the hell behind me. I'm a 5th grade sect master. That old man's face turned red with shame, and he could only bring his own son with high hopes to the back of the line unwillingly, followed by a stern knock. You kid must cultivate properly in the future, and you're not allowed to come back until you've sealed the marquee. A wave of helplessness surfaced on that teenager's face, but he could only nod. It's not easy to be in the Marquis realm. His own old man was already over 100 years old, and he could only set foot in the clan. But at this moment, Jiang Yuwei, who had a slightly thin back, was following the next most first-rate stream. The people who come and go are all accompanied by relatives. She is a single figure. The other party just casually shove. She is a bit unable to resist. The position that was clearly lined up was suddenly snatched by a patriarch with ease. You guys. Jiang Yuwei had a lump in her throat, but the words didn't come out. The other party was a sect master powerhouse. How could she, a small spirit wheel realm, compete? That patriarchal powerhouse glanced at her casually. How can you reach the 6th grade of the spirit wheel realm at such a young age? This kind of talent is indeed good, but looking at you, your family doesn't have much of a background, right? Trunks snorted. Little doll. This is the inner divine prefecture. Geniuses are a dime a dozen, but only geniuses with a background can be considered the pride of heaven. See the heavenly king level forces over there? Maybe. Those sons aren't even as high as your cultivation level. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and didn't say anything, but clenched her fists. However, right at this moment, the Shangdan, Jing, Wu, and Jia, who was lurking in the middle of the void, had already quietly stood beside that patriarch. If the supreme being of heaven wanted to hide, almost no one in this world could detect it. That Jiang Yuwei has no background? A mocking expression couldn't help but appear on Sang's face. If they really wanted to bring out Jiang Yuwei's background, I'm afraid this group of people would be so scared that they would urinate on the spot. However, although the orders given by the Holy Lord were not to easily reveal her master's background and to pay attention to honing her heart, but it also emphasized emphatically not to let Jiang Yuwei suffer any wrongdoing. Thinking of this, Sheng directly transmitted a sentence to that patriarch, which was mixed with the absolute pressure of his heavens supreme. Get out of my way, or I'll kill your whole family. A simple sentence caused that patriarch, who had previously flaunted his power, to instantly break out in a cold sweat. He looked around in horror, his face white and extremely ugly. Who's talking? The patriarch trembled as he looked at the girl standing in front of him, his heart trembling before his attitude instantly shifted. Little auntie, you come forward, you go forward. He hurriedly pushed Jiang Yuwei to the front row, while he himself rolled and crawled away from this place, not daring to return his head. The sudden change made Jiang Yuwei frown. What's wrong with this guy? She queried, and at this moment, the people next to him couldn't help but measure Jiang Yuwei with a different gaze, and in those eyes, they were already filled with respect. Obviously, they had already acquiesced in their hearts that the young girl in front of them was feared to be an existence sent down by a certain superpower to experience alone. Can't afford to mess with it. We've made it this far. Why don't we just let her enter the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy directly? I see that the line for that Heavenly King level power is rather short, Ugly said slowly in the void. No, Ra shook his head. It was a special request from the Holy Lord, to sharpen her temperament. Compared to when we escorted Alliance Master Yi to the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy several thousand years ago, this bit of grinding now can be said to be much easier. After all, I'm afraid that the Holy Lord really can't afford to let this new disciple suffer. I reckon the only thing she's going to have to suffer is standing in line. Ra spread his hands and said helplessly. The other four could only shake their heads in mute disbelief at the words. What kind of a grind is a queue? But the Holy Lord has always acted in a way that is difficult to speculate on. Moreover, Jiang Yuwei would inevitably inherit the entire Heavenly Yuan realm in the future. Just like her three senior brothers, the Holy Lord should have other requirements for her. Time passes quickly and night falls. The gates of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy were already clear and unobstructed, with not much in the way of people. Jiang Yuwei came to the door and finally saw the enrollment elder. The enrollment elder merely swept her a faint glance and then slowly said, Bone Age qualified. Cultivation qualified. After saying that, he took out a wooden token from underneath and looked at Jiang Yuwei, and couldn't help but roll his eyes after realizing that the latter hadn't reacted in the slightest. Didn't your lord tell you that you need to pay a fee to come to this Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy to take the test? Pay your dues? Jiang Yuwei was puzzled. Master never mentioned it. If you don't pay the fee, you won't be able to get this token. The Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy is the strongest academy in Tianyuan State. We don't do charity. Without a token, you won't be able to participate in tomorrow's qualification verification. The enrollment elder coldly grunted. He had seen many such rash people, and he naturally wouldn't let them go without giving them some favors. With this background of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, he, as a small enrollment elder, was able to earn all the oil and water in a single day. But I don't have. Jiang Yuwei spread her empty palm in embarrassment. She has nothing. Even if you enter the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy with this poor appearance, you won't be able to make a fortune. The enrollment elder disdainfully said. If you can't pay the fee, turn around and leave. The Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy doesn't do charity. So what if you're a teenager at the 6th level of the spirit wheel realm? He won't get much benefit from these geniuses when they make their fortunes later on. If you don't make a buck now, you won't later. Jiang Yuwei sniffed. A wave of despondency flashed across her face and she clenched her fists. It was true that she had no money. Not even a single piece of valuable guy thing. Thinking about this, Jiang Yuwei could hardly hide her disappointment. In the dark place of the birth of the Dan, purity, end of the ugly, at this moment has been on the heart of anger. That was Holy Lord's personal disciple. And how dare a small sect master speak out of turn with his lordship's temper? This patriarch's death-defying behavior was undoubtedly a dance with the heads of his entire family attached to his pants belt. Killed? Dan whispered in the dark. Killing this tiny sect master was just a snap of the fingers. Even though the other party's background was the renowned Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy of the Tianyuan Prefecture. In Shang's hand, there was still a Forest King's order. With this order in place, first decapitation is not necessary, and the king's power is licensed. Not to mention, protecting Jiang Yuwei was a direct order from the Holy Lord. Kill. Ra faded. The enrollment elder standing at the entrance of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy suddenly shivered, his gaze looking ghostly into the darkness of the unseen night. It feels like someone's staring at me. Why do I feel a little scared inside? However, just as they were about to strike, an 8th grade Marquis directly greeted them. Chapter 12, The Thunder Lord. Please stay. Marquis Jianlei stopped Jiang Yuwei. The sudden appearance of the middle-aged man made Jiang Yu slightly froze, and she was certain that she had never seen this person before. Has the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy been corrupted to this extent? Marquis Jianlei marched to that enrollment elder in stride, his expression solemn and his tone icy cold. Without waiting for that enrollment elder to speak, Jianlei Ho continued. From the very beginning of the establishment of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, there has never been such a thing as paying a fee, and even going back thousands of years, such a rule has never existed. How dare you, a small admission elder, be so reckless and use this to amass wealth? Even a king-level powerhouse has been fooled by you. How majestic. Marquis Jianlei's words were so clear that the enrollment elder's face suddenly turned iron blue as he slammed the tabletop and yelled. How dare you? The Marquis of Jianlei sniffed, and the aura that belonged solely to an 8th grade Marquis suddenly burst out, and behind him, he instantly condensed a blue feudal Marquis silhouette that looked out of the corner of the world, with 8 blue thunderbolts that cut through the darkness and hung on both sides of the silhouette. A little sect master. How dare you speak out in front of my Marquis Jianlei? Looking at that seal Marquis void, the enrollment elder was like being placed in an ice cellar, relying on the background of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy to do wrong for many years. He had actually forgotten his own cultivation level, which was only that of his own sure. All a feudal Marquis powerhouse had to do to kill him was to press his finger. Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy. How can you allow an 8th grade Marquis to act recklessly? However, he was still undeterred, bracing himself against the pressure from this 8th grade Marquis and continued to chortle. I'm afraid that you, a roadside wild dog, can't represent the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy yet. If the lords above know that everyone underneath is as reckless as you are, you will also be dead. I, Marquis Jianlei, act in all righteous ways. Killing you is considered a rise in merit. The enrollment elder's face was like ashes. He knew that today's matter was feared to be big. He really didn't think that a poor little girl from the outer god state would be able to hitch a ride with such a relationship as the 8th grade Marquis. Immediately, he looked at Jiang Yuwei, gritted his teeth, and finally gave in and said, Big deal. I'll just let her in. Why make a big deal out of it here? However, Jianlei Ho did not buy it. As the Feng Ho shadow behind him became more and more solid, 1,000 feet of thunder light rushed to the sky, and the dark night was as bright as day in an instant. You wild dogs will only eat expensive rice even if you stay alive in the world. After saying that, 8 world-raising thunderbolts were imposingly cutting through the sky and rushing towards the admission elder. Seeing this, a smirk appeared on the face of the Shangdan, Jingdan, Jiawei, and Zhou in the shadows. It's true that the wicked will have their day. This Marquis of Jianlei is also a bold and righteous person. However, right at this moment, a few pillars of light erupted from the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Courtyard, and immediately, 3 figures came to the doorway like a shock, blocking the 8 shocking thunderbolts. Marquis Jianlei, don't be reckless. The old man at the head stroked his beard and said indifferently after he easily defused Marquis Jianlei's attack. This person is a 9th grade Marquis. The other two were 8th grade Marquis. My lord, you're finally here. The enrollment elder lost his soul in fear, his legs trembling as he said. Such a terrifying lineup caused Marquis Jianlei's face to sink. But a moment later, he said in a self-conscious manner, No wonder such a wild dog dares to act so recklessly. So it was authorized by the vice president of the renowned Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy. Made a lot of money over the years, didn't you? It's all just for the construction of the Spirit Academy. These money, not half of it has fallen into old man's pocket. The vice dean smiled unconcernedly. It's just that the devil wouldn't believe such words. Marquis Jianlei, why don't you quickly collect the seal, Marquis Void? Is it possible that you really want to go against the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy? I'm afraid you've forgotten who is truly in control of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. Not to mention you, a mere 8th ranked candidate, even a strong person of the King's power realm, even the Heaven's Supreme Being wouldn't dare to go against the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, the Vice Dean said slowly, his tone certain. When Marquis Jianlei heard this, he was a bit hesitant. He wasn't stupid and naturally knew that the real controller in this Vice Dean's mouth was Yi Fan, the alliance leader of the Academy Union and one of the 3 giants of the Heavenly Yuan realm. The sacred phenomenon Heavenly Supreme, and he was no match for this Vice Dean in the immediate situation alone. Each grade of the Seal Marquis realm was like a chasm in terms of its addition to battle power. Only that 1 in a million geniuses, I'm afraid, can manage to fight beyond their level. He, on the other hand, is not that kind of genius. Jiang Yuwei on the side silently watched all this. Her heart was not in a good mood. It was rare that a stranger stood up for her, but in the end, she was still defeated under such a strong power. There are millions of good things about the inner divine states, but they are also millions of times more complicated than the outer divine states. All sorts of great powers that she couldn't comprehend were intertwined with each other, forming an invisible power net, and everything in the inner divine state was shrouded in the gloom of this great net. The Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy has its own rules. If she can't get the token, she just can't. Even if you, Marquis Jianlei, make the decision, you still can't. The Vice Dean looked towards the faceless Jiang Yuwei and coldly snorted, as if he was setting an example. In the end you, a little girl from the outer divine prefecture, should honestly cultivate in the outer divine prefecture, this inner divine prefecture. It's not a place where anyone can come, being alone without a background. Such a situation is completely impossible to gain a foothold in the inner divine state. The Vice Dean's extremely caustic words pierced deeply into the most fragile part of Jiang Yuwei's heart. She left the Jiangfu and came to this unfamiliar inner divine state with her master, and apart from her master, she had no one else to rely on. Alone? I have a master. I'm not alone. She clenched her teeth and summoned up all her courage to shout at the towering 9th grade Marquis Vice President. When these words came out, not only the Vice Dean, but even the other 2 8th grade candidates from the Spirit Academy, along with the enrollment elders underneath, all roared with laughter. Master? Ha 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 ha. Saying that you're from the outer divine prefecture is already a euphemism. Do you deserve to be called a sect master when you're a dirt cheap dog from the outer divine prefecture? Could it be that a commodity like the patriarch is your master? The Vice Dean laughed, and the 2 Seal Marquis powerhouses on his side also laughed in unison. The enrollment elders at the bottom licked their faces and echoed the laughter even though they were also zongsure. Don't insult my master. These words completely touched Jiang Yuwei's scales. The master rescued her from the depths of the fire, and even unconditionally gave her weapons and techniques to help her cultivate. No one could insult Jiang Yu in front of her, even if you are some kind of feudal strongman. You can't. After saying that, Jiang Yuwei was directly pulling out her greenish-white longsword, the tip of the sword up to the Vice Dean. The moment this sword came out, even the heart of the Vice Dean, who was a noble 9th grade Marquis, trembled violently. It seems that this long sword, déjà vu, that the tip of the sword out of a little white mango, but also contains the energy of destroying the sky and the earth. Have a backbone. I'll help you. Seeing this, the Marquis of Jianlei also once again raised his Seal Marquis shadow and stood behind her without hesitation. This little girl's cultivation was comparable to the spirit wheel realm, yet she dared to draw her sword and point it straight at the 9th grade Marquis. This boldness is absolutely unprecedented. Thinking of the scene in which he had just given in, Jianlei Ho was ashamed of himself. In terms of courage, he was actually inferior to this plain little girl. If this cannot be done, then what righteousness is he talking about? What chivalry is hanging from his lips? You've got some nerve. The vice president gritted his teeth. He a 9th grade Marquis, an invincible existence under the king level, and according to the rules of the human emperor domain, he could control a 10 million mile fiefdom. Now, to be pointed at with a sword by a little girl of the spirit wheel realm? I'm afraid this will be laughed at when it gets out. Without a doubt, this was the greatest offense to a feudal Marquis powerhouse. Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson for that master of yours, you arrogant and cocky girl, the vice dean said angrily, not caring in the slightest to personally take a shot at a spirit wheel realm child. If you want to touch her, go through me first. Marquis Jianlei directly protected Jiang Yuwei behind him. his body shaking with thunderous light. In the shadows, the Shangdanjingdun Jojo, at this moment, had already known that the situation had changed. This unknowing ninth-grade marquis insulting the Holy Lord was one thing. Jiang Yuwei has been in a life-threatening situation. That's two. When the two sins were added, everything in this person's bloodline could be vaporized in the Tianyuan realm. Immediately, the five mortal grade heavenly supreme beings slowly rose into the air under the cover of the dark night, their black robes surging with an invisible pressure that was about to spread to the entire heavenly underworld spiritual academy's boundaries. Suddenly, they felt an even more terrifying power fluctuation coming from behind them. Looking back, his gaze pierced through the dome of the sky and extended to 100,000 meters into the starry sky, a distance that no one but the Supreme of Heaven could detect. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya was sitting on top of that lofty throne, and the 10 golden stripes on both sides of his eyes erupted with blinding light. The 9 dragons' supreme robe embroidered with gold trim on his body was even more majestic. He, who is the king of this heaven and earth. Stay put, Lin Xiaoya said without haste. Yes, sir. The Shangdan, pure, last, and clown only had to stabilize their forms and hide in the night sky. Lin Xiaoya looked towards Marquis Zhenlei who was fighting with the 9th grade Marquis and nodded in satisfaction before looking towards Zhang Yuxi who was dodging the energy fluctuations that were enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. With just a single glance, as a strange light lit up in Lin Xiaoya's eyes, an invisible energy barrier appeared on Jiang Yuwei's body, the power of the laws of heaven and earth. No one can detect it except the Supreme Being. Senior sister, don't blame senior brother for not helping you. If you want to blame it on the fact that senior father was confused and had to let you go to some academy. If you came to my four sacred kingdom, how could senior brother let you suffer such indignities? Girls don't want to be raised rich, they want to be raised poor. It's not like our division can't afford to raise you. Lin Xiaoya was a bit helpless, but with this hand of protection from him, he could at least keep his senior sister out of danger. But this little 9th grade marquis cursed his master twice. This king will execute all 4 of his clans. Shangdan Jingdan Shangdanjocho have a lot to worry about. Naturally they don't dare to act rashly. But he was Lin Xiaoya. He didn't need to ask anyone for permission to kill whoever he wanted. Chapter 13, The Eyes That Shattered the Vault of Heaven. The gap between an 8th grade marquis and a 9th grade marquis was indeed unbridgeable. After only a few minutes had passed, Zhenlei was fully suppressed by the vice dean and was covered in wounds. Even behind him the top of the feudal lord's shadow, at this moment is also 1,000 holes broken, become dull flickering up, at any time to dissipate like. Even if the vice dean stopped the other 2 8th grade marquis and chose to fight Zhenlei himself alone, Zhenlei wouldn't be able to hold his own. Little girl, you quickly leave this place, observing that you are not gifted. One day you will achieve the title of marquis, and then avenge today's humiliation. Marquis Zhenlei's body was on the verge of collapse, and his breath was even weaker. You worry too much. Kill you and I'll kill her, the vice dean said coldly. He hadn't thought that a tiny 8th grade marquis would be so resilient, and had originally thought that he would be able to obliterate him with a random strike. Still, the huge gap between the forces allowed the vice president to lock up the victory outright. In the ensuing interval, the vice dean took advantage of the gap between the Zhenlei's attacks and directly blasted out with a palm. The Zhenlei marquis let out a muffled grunt, like a kite with broken strings flying horizontally towards the distance. And the shadow of the feudal marquis that stood between heaven and earth was also instantly transformed into a diffuse point of light that dissipated in the sky. Immediately, the vice dean then turned his gaze to Jiang Yuwei with a scowl on his face. Today's incident was already enough to cause him to lose face, and the movement of a battle between 2 feudal marquis powerhouses was not small. But even so, this little girl who had offended him was the one who had to die here before she could do so. To die under my 9th grade marquis? You are considered blessed. When the vice dean said that, he blasted out a palm. The moment she was locked by this power, Jiang Yum's tiny face turned white. The hearts of the living and the dead were all in their throats at this moment. However, to everyone's surprise, this strike had failed to cause the slightest damage to Jiang Yuwei. The moment that power fluctuation from the 9th grade candidate touched the surface of her body, it was swallowed by something and disappeared without a trace. Who? The vice president's eyebrows rose, and he felt bad. Even if that palm just now was not an all-out strike, it was still not something that such a little guy at the spirit world realm could block. Not to mention that just now he clearly felt his power fluctuating, but he had actually disappeared between this heaven and earth without realizing it. He looked around, but found no sign of anyone. I wonder why your excellency is hiding in the shadows, cowering like a rat. Going against me is the same as going against the heavenly underworld spirit academy. I'm afraid your excellency can't afford to mess with it. If you don't show up within 3 breaths, the Shangdan, pure, and ugly in the darkness were already pressing their bodies at this moment, and even Lin Xiaoya, who was on top of the throne, had a rare flash of anger. Lin Xiaoya stood up and cast a gaze that carried a hint of divine might, a gaze that actually directly shattered the dome of the sky, and the stars that filled the sky were all dimmed and shaky at this moment, and the vice dean in the ground instantly sweated. An unspeakable sense of crisis and fear spread in his heart. His body's blood almost stopped flowing. Even the spiritual energy in his body was dissipated at this moment. The famous ninth-grade marquis was already like a deflated balloon just under Lin Xiaoya's gaze. The sudden change of events caused the few people around the vice dean to be a bit puzzled. Immediately, the vice dean fell directly from a high altitude and knelt down on the ground. As that invisible force gradually strengthened, the ground began to crumble inch by inch, and his body was rapidly sinking, eventually revealing only a head. His face showed horror, knowing that he was afraid that he had provoked some unimaginable existence. I am the vice dean appointed by the Alliance Master. My father was the Alliance Master's former mentor. No matter who you are, you cannot kill. The vice dean's voice was as thin as a mosquito, but Lin Xiaoya, who was 100,000 meters above the sky, heard it clearly. Can't even this king kill you? As soon as these words were uttered, the vice dean's divine sense was directly pulled into the middle of a space that was as deep as an abyss. This divine ability could only be achieved by at least an emperor-level powerhouse. But as a pair of golden-colored divine pupils appeared in that abyss, the left and right sides of the divine pupils lit up with 10 golden holy stripes. The vice dean was struck by lightning. His face was like ashes, frozen in place for a long time, did not dare to move. 10 Eyes Supreme, King of the Forest, Lin Xiaoya, King Lin. The vice president bent his head in a hurry, trembling. The forest king himself had come out, and no one in this world could protect him. The proud background he had just uttered was useless in front of King Lin, a maggot that dares to offend this king, as well as attempting to kill my senior sister, and even speaking out against my master. How many of your clans should this king execute? Lin Xiaoya asked as he stomped on the vice dean's head. Where was the vice dean's previous arrogance at this moment? Having provoked the Lin king, the best thing that could happen to him would be immediate death. The worst that can happen is that the 9 clans disappear with him. King Lin, please spare my people, spare my family. I really didn't know that person was your senior sister, much less. As Lin Xiaoya slammed his foot down, this 9th grade candidate's divine sense went up in smoke in an instant. Long-winded. He was in no mood to listen to the man beg for mercy. There was no point in dirtying his ears when he was destined to die. To be able to die at his feet was already a blessing that this 9th grade marquis had cultivated in several lifetimes. If it wasn't for the fact that this person had provoked Wan Wei and it was about his senior sister, he wouldn't have personally taken action. General Green Dragon, Lin Xiaoya slowly said. A green-colored figure suddenly appeared in front of him, arching his hand and respectfully saying, I am here, Vice President of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. Lin Xiaoya only faintly stated who the person to be dealt with was, and General Qinglong understood. As an immortal grade Heavenly Supreme, and one who had followed Lin Xiaoya for thousands of years, he was a beloved servant. King Lin's mind was best known to him. It's nothing more than chopping off the 9 clans, leaving no one behind. And all of this, without God's knowledge. In one night, he had his 9 clans vaporized. Help me clean up the mess down there. By the way, in addition, that 8th grade Marquis Zhenlei Marquis is very interesting. Have him make a trip to the Qi Tian Palace. This king can send him on an errand and incidentally give him another chance. After saying that, Lin Xiaoya waved his hand and his consciousness returned to the real world. He casually snapped his fingers, and his figure dissipated into this world. Sensing Lin Xiaoya's departure, Shang Dan, Jingwei, and Jiejuan also knew that it was time to wrap up this matter. That vice dean was now thrust into the ground like a mushroom, his eyes lightless. The divine sense was destroyed, and it was already too dead to die. Greetings to the 5 elders. General Qinglong's figure suddenly cut through space and arrived in front of Shangdan Jingdan Jiejiet, respectfully saying, even though he was an immortal grade Heavenly Supreme, in terms of battle power, the 5 old men in front of him combined were not his one-handed enemy. But when Shangdan, Jing, Zhouqiu followed the Holy Lord and their masters and disciples, there was no him yet. Moreover, a hallowed Holy Lord would definitely not have only 5 mortal grade Heaven Supreme beings at his disposal. Even if the ones he bumped into today were 5 Saint grade Heavenly Supreme beings, General Qinglong wouldn't find it strange. General Qinglong. The 5 of them also smiled and returned the greeting, and then Xing opened his mouth and said, I'm sure King Lin sent you here to settle things, right? Since that's the case, then we, the 5 old guys, will take our leave first. Having said that, the Shangdan, Jing, Zhou and Shou also temporarily disappeared into the heavens and earth. General Qinglong looked towards the ground, and with his status stepping forward, it would still cause quite a ripple. I'm afraid King Lin's meaning is still low-key, so the thing that was his turn to make a move was to bring back the Marquis of Zhenlei. The rest of it, We have to leave it to the head of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. That way it will be considered legitimate. Immediately, General Qinglong directly crushed the jade talisman in his hand while shouting into it. General Order of the Green Dragon's Sacred Kingdom. Informing the Alliance of Academies, have the Dean of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy return to the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy immediately to deal with the matter without fail. Chapter 14, Ji-Run. As soon as the General's order was issued, the headquarters of the Tianyuan State Academies Union received the news instantly, and in the land beyond the Tianyuan State, the jade pendant at Ji-Lan's waist suddenly became hot, and he had no choice but to stop the work in his hands and pick it up. By order of the General of the Green Dragon's Sacred Kingdom, recall the President of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, Ji-Lan, immediately. A simple line of words, but it made Ji-Lan's heart set off horrifying waves of shock. Although he was a King Power Realm King-level powerhouse, and even more so, he was the head of the prestigious Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, but with such an identity background, it was true that no matter what, he could not compare to the Sacred Kingdom. Although the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was affiliated with the Academies Union, it was still on the borders of the Green Dragon's Sacred Kingdom in the end. Without the Green Dragon's Sacred Kingdom's willingness to first plan out this boundary of the Tongtian River, even if the school union poured in countless resources, the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy wouldn't be able to develop so well. In the final analysis, whenever matters involving the Holy Kingdom are involved, they are vaguely involving the bigwigs at the top of the head, especially this general's order that came out of nowhere. What could be going on in the Heavenly Underworld Academy that could get General Qinglong's attention? It raised a sense of foreboding in his heart. Ji-Lan shook his head and stopped thinking about this. Speaking of himself, he had traveled outside for many years and indeed had not returned to the Spirit Academy for a long time. For one thing, there was nothing going on per se, and for another, no one dared to make a move against the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy. The League won't convict me of negligence this time when I go back, will they? Ji-Lan thought to himself, so he casually built a teleportation spell formation and left this place, outside the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. Everything that had happened earlier had happened so fast that it had ended abruptly before the crowd had even regained their senses. As the Jinleiho looked at the godless corpse of the Vice-Dean, his heart was thankful and at the same time, he was a little afraid. Who the hell killed him in secret? You killed the Vice-Dean. The two 8th grade Marquis were shocked and viciously stepped forward, about to have a seizure. Marquis Jinlei once again protected in front of Jiang Yuwei. Today's matter was completely big. Even though the Vice-Dean didn't die by his hand, he couldn't even get away with it. Now, it was considered that he had formed a bond with such a huge giant as the school union, and even if he fled to the ends of the earth, it would not be of any help. Seeing this, General Qinglong in the shadows casually pinched his hand, and the two 8th grade Marquis were killed in an instant. Marquis Jinlei, there's nothing more for you here. The Lord wants to see you. General Qinglong hid in the shadows and transmitted his voice. Looking at the two people who directly gagged in front of him, Marquis Jinlei looked around incredulously, but found nothing. In this neighborhood, there must be a strong person who was at least in the King Power realm hidden, and Jiang Yuwei was even more baffled by what was in front of her. Not to mention the fact that when that 9th grade Marquis had blasted himself with a palm earlier, he had been unharmed. Subsequently, these three people died one after another inexplicably. Could it be that it was the master who was secretly helping her? Or those 5? However, she had already learned from Marquis Jinlei's mouth that the power behind this Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was that huge Academy Alliance, and its controller was the legendary sacred phenomenon Heavenly Supreme, Yi Fan. Although the master was strong, how could he be a match for such a great power? He himself, today, must have dragged his master down with him. Not waiting for her to continue her rambling thoughts, a giant legendary phalanx appeared in the sky, so loud and powerful that it caused the spiritual energy around the entire Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy to surge up. An old man wearing a green star-colored robe slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of the crowd. Ji-Lan frowned when he saw the situation in front of him. A great battle had broken out in this place. Or two high-grade ho. The vice president's corpse was stuck in the ground like a wild dog. How could such a thing happen at the entrance of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy? Just as he was fuming, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ji-Lan, you've been negligent in your management all these years. The interior of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy has long since decayed, and these three have deceived their superiors and acted recklessly. This general will do the right thing for the students of Tianyuan Prefecture today and kill these three guys who don't know the height of heaven. Next time, I'll kill you. The school union won't be able to stop me. I'm telling you. Ji-Lan was old and adult. This voice, he didn't dare to forget it even if he was confused. But cold sweat, too, was sliding down this old face of his. Will, you know best what to say and what not to say, General Qinglong slowly said. Hearing this, Jirun was relieved. It seemed that it was just a knock, not so much that he really wanted to kill him. However, if this matter was not handled properly, then his life could be lost just by saying so. Immediately, his gaze locked onto the admissions elder who stood at the doorway dumbfounded, and he directly transmitted his voice. What just happened? You'd better say it word for word. When that admission elder told Jilan everything in detail, he let out a cold snort and casually ended the admission elder's rotten life. It's also finally removing these tumors. Ji-Run pretended. It seemed that the killing of the vice dean and those two 8th grade marquis just now were all done by his own hands after a long time of plotting. And then he looked towards the severely injured Marquis Lei and apologized. Thank you Marquis Lei for pulling out your sword to help me today. If you hadn't stepped forward, I really wouldn't have been able to catch their foxtails and strike. Marquis Lei froze for a long while before reacting, so he arched his hand repeatedly, stating that this matter was not enough. Little girl, I just made you suffer. After saying that, Ji Lan again turned his gaze to Jiang Yuwei, and with just a glance, his eyes were attracted by the longsword in Jiang Yuwei's hand. This sword, it wasn't a mortal item. At the very least, it was a top-grade king's artifact. What's this kid's story? Although he was also a king-level powerhouse, he could not afford to use a top-grade king weapon. But that group of douchebags dared to threaten such a king weapon-wielding child. They really didn't know the heights of heaven. However, if this sword was not a king-level powerhouse, it would be completely impossible to tell the grade. Lord Dean, just now I was just seeing the road and pulling out my sword to help. This child from the outer divine prefecture has an extraordinary heart and extremely strong talent. No matter what, he should enter the heavenly underworld spiritual academy to further his training. Seeing this, Marquis Lei stepped forward and added, Outer gods? Ji-Run frowned. I don't believe it. However, many of the students who entered the heavenly underworld spiritual academy came from superpowers from all sides, and it was uncommon to see children of king-level powers. But there were some. After all, some superpowers like to put their own heirs into the outside world to hone their skills, rather than being greenhouse flowers under the shelter of their powers, but generally above the king-level power. That is, the emperor level, the heir of the great emperor level power, that naturally will not choose to come to the primary academy to cultivate. At most, just hang a name, convenient to later ascend to the holy academy. As for the supreme of the earth above the great emperors, the supreme of the heavens, that was an existence that could solely govern a state continent, and the ones who chose to join the sacred academy were few and far between. I've let you see the joke today, but the heavenly underworld spirit academy is not as bad as you think. I know. Jiang Yuwei nodded. Joining the spirit academy was naturally her dream, and although today's matter had many twists and turns, fortunately, there was no danger. Well, since that's the case, then the old man will take you into the spirit academy, and as a token of apology, I can arrange good accommodations for you, but if you want to stay for a long time, but you have to pass tomorrow's examination before you can do so. Ji-Run smiled. I'll pass. For sure. Jiang Yuwei's fists clenched. Rather ambitious. Just that those who come here are all geniuses among geniuses. Don't talk big. Let's go. Follow the old man inside, so as not to delay the rest time. I'm also tired today, Ji-Run said slowly. Although only a few minutes had passed, just being threatened by General Qinglong was enough to exhaust him. Speaking of which, it's really strange. How could General Qinglong be in charge of this kind of small action of the Spirit Academy? In their eyes, there is no difference between this kind of thing and a chicken feather. Although Jilan had doubts in his mind, he couldn't figure it out. However, he didn't know that the fact of today's fact also made King Lin himself. If Jilan knew about this, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to sleep well for the next few decades. Chapter 15, Noble Academy? Although last night's storm had subsided, that night, when the two high-grade Ho were directly engaged in battle, it was watched by many. The famous vice president of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy even directly died and perished, and after the president returned, he casually cleared the other two high-grade candidate academy tutors. This Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, I'm afraid it's about to change. Early the next morning, almost all of the students in the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy were talking about this matter, and after a night's recuperation, Jiang Yuwei was now back in high spirits, ready to meet the next Spirit Academy examination. Although her thin body was skinny and weak, her small face, although not yet grown, even with a hint of childishness, was a kind of charming. The male trainees in the crowd all turned their blazing gazes towards her. Just from the cadets in this neighborhood alone, there are several whose cultivation has reached the 6th rank of the spirit wheel realm. She was surprised when she scoped it out. This Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy is really not small. This place gathered teenage girls, as the dean said, are from all sides of the power of the pride. Although this weapon bestowed upon her by her master was of an extraordinary grade, how could this heavenly pride from a great power not have a weapon to their liking? I'm not very talented. Could the girl do me the honor of getting to know me? Just as she was pondering, a teenager walked slowly over, his white robe fluttering in the wind, rather like a fluttering gentleman. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and frowned in her heart. What's all the gibberish about? Seeing that the other party did not respond, the teenager was not annoyed, but calmly reintroduced himself, only to see him clear his throat, as if he wanted to make it known to the world. He reiterated, "My name is Suan, an heir to the lineage of Heavenly King Su, and no one in this inner divine prefecture knows about my family's old ancestor." A hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Yuwei's eyes. However, the other trainees around them all turned their heads incredulously, before successively surrounding Suan. Heavenly King Su's lineage? Hiss. This is an heir to a king-level power. My god. No wonder they say that this inner divine prefecture has crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I really didn't expect that I would be able to meet an heir of a king-level power. Being in the outer god state, although my father is only a 7th grade marquis, he is also a party hegemon. But here, my family background is no different from that of a white man. The little woman is not talented, and would like to live with the gentleman for the rest of her life. Hearing the compliments of the people next to him, Suan enjoyed it. Wherever the heir of a king-level power went, no one dared to move, and even more so, no one dared to mess with them. Even if some vicious people wanted to kill him, they would have to weigh the retaliation that would follow. What's it got to do with me? Jiang Yuwei casually said, glancing at Suan, who was gloating, undoubtedly pouring a pot of cold water. Ha, didn't you hear me clearly? When I said, I'm the heir of the Heavenly King Su lineage, it means that in the future, I can take control of the Heavenly King Su lineage, and I might be able to become a king-level powerhouse as well. Suan's tone was a bit displeased when he saw this. Could there be anyone in this world who could refuse the goodwill of an heir to a king-level power? I said, what's it to me? Jiang Yuwei's tone became cold. She only came to the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy to cultivate properly and live up to her master's expectations. The rest of the chores had nothing to do with her, and she didn't want to cause more trouble. Yes, a girl with character, but I happen to like your kind. Although Suan didn't get any favors, a flash of excitement rose in his heart. Quiet, as a strange light blue point of light converged in the sky, and then the point of light coalesced into a humanoid shape. Jilan's figure suddenly appeared on top of the high platform. The 9 dazzling stars on the back of his green star-colored robe were all indicative of his status. Even at this moment, Jilan, as a king-level powerhouse, raised his hands and threw his feet with an unruffled aura that made the crowd at the bottom not help but sweat. The noisy crowd was also instantly silent. With their gazes, they all looked at Jilan adoringly. That was the famous dean of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, a genuine king-level powerhouse. It was hard to say if this group of people had ever seen a king-level powerhouse in their lives. Even Suan, who prided himself on being an heir to a king-level power, had never seen his own ancestors since he was a child. I will preside over the Spirit Academy examination, and by order of the Academy Union, the Spirit Academy examination shall be relatively fair. Therefore, after entering the secret realm of examination, the weapons that the trialists bring with them will be disabled, and all weapon grades will be replaced with Xian rank medium grade. In addition, no matter which superpower you come from, even if your family's old ancestor is a heavenly king, in this Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, you have to be honest with me. Here, you are the cadets of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, and you only have this one identity. If anyone wants to bully others with their power, get the hell out. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Worthy of being the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. This kind of words, only the dean dared to say. If there's any dude down here who finds the old man's words a bit offensive, either tell your family's old man to come find me, or tell your family's old man to go find Alliance Master Yi. Ji Run coldly grunted. With Alliance Master Yi backing him up, he wasn't afraid of offending this group of people. Last night, he had again received the number 1 document from the Academy Union, issued by Alliance Master Yi himself, specifically pointing to the phenomenon of bullying in the Academy. After reading the contents of the document, Jilan felt that everything between the lines was saying that the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was not. It was stressing him out. If he fails to do the things that Alliance Master Yi has explained, there is only one thing that awaits him: death. As long as he was still in the Tian Yuan realm, he could only wait for death. But what happened to the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy in the last 2 days was a little too much. First, the school union opened the second round of this year's unified recruitment, followed by General Qinglong's visit due to some insignificant matters, and then Alliance Master Ye's request for the entire school union to rectify the situation. Obviously the previous centuries were fine. Thinking of this, Jilan's gaze cast to the overwhelmed teenage girls below, and an unreal and absurd idea inexplicably rose from his mind. There wouldn't be any children of those three veteran players of the opening of the Heavenly Yuan realm in the group at the bottom, would there? The thought caused a cold breath to rise up Jiran's back, and the knot in his throat wriggled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some trepidation. If this was true, then if anything happened in the future, the responsibility was not something that he, a king-level player, could afford. Even the legendary supreme being of heaven couldn't afford it. I might as well quit in a couple months. He felt that the current Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was a hot potato, and he was afraid that if he was still serving here, he would inexplicably evaporate one day, although that thought is extremely unlikely. Fear not. Chapter 16, The Saint King's Remnant. All people will store their weapons in their space rings and may not use them. The secret realm has been forbidden by me personally, but anyone who uses a weapon of the middle Xian rank or higher grade in the secret realm will be considered eliminated. Jiran squared his shoulders, thinking that nothing should go wrong in this secret realm. Such a rule is a kind of rectification program. This secret trial examination is a point system. Killing magical beasts in the secret realm will earn you points, and defeating the trialist will earn you half of their points. Officially admitted according to points ranking. Good luck to you all. Have a safe journey. After Jilan finished saying this, he waved his sleeve robe, and a Qi Tian-like statue violently rose up, the huge thing standing proudly in this heaven and earth, and the entire Tongtian River realm could be seen. This statue is made of white jade casting. In the sunlight reflects the dazzling light, sacred and incomparable. The man in the statue, with sword brows and starry eyes, holding a long sword, standing on top of the sky, just by looking at it, in the hearts of all the people underneath, a sense of worship was invariably raised. This was a necessary process before every examination of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, worshipping the Alliance Master. Alliance Master Yi had come out of this Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy thousands of years ago, and then became one of the top powerhouses in this world, and now he was even more honored to be the Alliance Master of the Academy Union. They, as alma maters, had to make that faint relationship manifest. The meaning is naturally obvious. The outstanding alumnus of this Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy of mine is today's supreme and unrivaled Alliance Master Yi. Here, but Alliance Master Yi's alma mater, who dares to be disrespectful? And when the group of teenage girls underneath saw Yi Fan's Qitian statue, some of their hearts were puzzled, apparently unable to recognize it. However, the aura emanating from the statue's surroundings also made them very sensible and respectful. Bow to the allied lord. In the ensuing moments, Ji Lan roared out loud, and worshipped himself squarely on Yi Fan's statue, respectfully and reverently. The many trainees at the bottom, as well as the academy tutors, similarly bowed respectfully to the statue. That Suan, who was previously pretentious, was actually trembling with excitement when he saw Yi Fan's statue, and his eyes were filled with fervor. Alliance Master Yi. The many teenage girls around them who had grown up since they were young in the inner divine prefecture also had the same look on their faces. In this Tian Yuan state, who doesn't revere Alliance Master Yi? Killing his way out from the bottom step by step, and eventually becoming proud of the world. Who would dare to disrespect him? If I could meet Alliance Master Yi in this life, I would have no regrets in death. Suan pressed down the excitement in his heart and murmured, even though a king-level powerhouse was a giant on one side, compared to Alliance Master Yi, who was a sacred phenomenon heavenly supreme, it wasn't a bit different from a mole cricket. Looking at the fervor rising under the eyes of the surrounding trainees, Jiang Yuwei, who had completed her obeisance, was puzzled in her heart, but did not show it in her colors. One day, I'll become such a character and make my master proud of me. Jiang Yuwei clenched her fists and looked towards Yi Fan's statue, whispering. These words, in turn, made the people around them look at them as if they were little cuties, like glancing at Jiang Yuwei. After the salute, gentlemen, have a safe journey. Jilan raised his head and shouted once more, and then with a wave of his hand, a spell formation rose up into the sky, sending the tens of thousands of trialists present directly into the secret realm of the trial. Ji Lan, who had done all this, was finally relieved, and then he beckoned to the newly appointed vice dean beside him and said, bring me the list of this year's cadets with more notable family backgrounds. He must find out that prince among the cadets in this class. At this time, in King's Landing City, the Qi Tian Hall, Jiang Yu stepped out from the spatial crack and arrived in front of Lin Xiuya. Master! Lin Xiuya exulted, quickly stepping forward and arching his hand. The master is really a god who doesn't see the end. Just after settling down the matter of the senior sister, he disappeared for more than a month. Report on the latest situation. Where's Yi Fan? Have him come over. Jiang Yu waved his hand while casually sitting on Lin Xiuya's throne and said indifferently, Eldest senior brother is right here in my Chi Tian Hall. And today is the first day for senior sister to enter the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy trials. Lin Xiaoya smiled. And then he was telling Jiang Yu about the recent events one by one. Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully and praised. Well done. Protecting the path for senior sister. I should. Lin Xiaoya scratched his head. It's rare to hear a master praising someone. And at this time, Yi Fan also came above the main hall. Senior. Third senior. How is the matter explained to you done? Jiang Yu asked. Yi Fan naturally knew exactly what Jiang Yu wanted, so he said with a straight face, I have already issued new regulations overnight to be sent down to the school union to ensure fairness. Senior sister will never be wronged in the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Yu also nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Lin Xiaoya and handed him the crimson spatial ring in his hand. Aren't you clamoring to see your senior sister? Give this to her when you have time, so that she can cultivate in peace. And I have sent someone to look for her mother. Lin Xiaoya received the ring with delight. With the permission of the master, I can finally meet my sister in person. What should I send then? When the time comes, don't put on your stinking stand as the forest king and make the entire Tianyuan prefecture known. Keep a low profile. Jiang Yu blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger, Yes, master. Lin Xiaoya laughed. He had his own decision in mind on how to meet his senior sister. Master, recently there have been rumors in other states that Saint King bloodline still remains. Yi Fan said solemnly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu also stood up. His brows furrowed. Thousands of years ago, the Saint King's lineage was destroyed by him to the point that there was not even a crumb left. In order to put an end to the future trouble, at that time, any person in the Heavenly Yuan realm who was involved with the Sacred King's lineage, even if they had said a few words, was dealt with by the four of them, master and disciple, in a clean manner. You must pursue this matter to the end, and mobilize all the resources of the Sacred Sect, the Sacred Kingdom, and the Sacred Academy. After saying that, Jiang Yu looked into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the Saint King's blood, a divine charm flows, and I've been thinking that I'm afraid he's not from the Heavenly Yuan realm, but from a place of more accelerated terror. But this point is also cheap for me. But whenever those remnants mobilize the power of the Saint King's bloodline, I can instantly feel it. But these years have been peaceful. Those guys, I'm afraid they know how to lie in wait. Jiang Yu slowly said, his tone morose and chilling. But don't say it's a Saint King remnant. Even if a Saint King comes out again, I'll behead him all the same. Master's cultivation has improved again? Lin Xiaoya and Yi Fan were surprised. Just a little bit. To really go to the next level, we still need to wait for the day when your senior sister achieves Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme. Ginger Elm smiled. At this moment is the time of the senior sister's trial. Does master want to take a look? As Yi Fan said that, he took out a jade talisman and crushed it, projecting a blue screen on the main hall. The point rankings, and Jiang Yuwei's current situation, were clear as day. It's only been half an hour and senior sister has already rushed to third place. Seeing this, Jiang Yu inevitably hooked the corners of his mouth. Quite proud of himself. She doesn't know any martial arts, but the chaotic divine demon scripture has all the martial arts wrapped up in it. So I'm afraid that if we give her more time, she'll be able to comprehend it to that level. But with a holy genius coupled with a not-so-comprehensive nirvana body, it's only a matter of time before he takes first place. He muttered, then looked at Yi Fan and said, change the reward for the first place in this examination. With that, he pulled out a golden elixir. 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill, solidifying the foundation, breaking the boundary, quenching the bones, forging the veins, all in one breath. Yi Fan took it and glanced at it. Such a pill was nothing in their division. After all, they controlled almost the entire Tianyuan realm. However, when placed in the Tianyuan state, even a king-level power would be afraid that it would be difficult to get one. Any one of them would be able to set off a storm of bloodshed in the entire Tianyuan state, and there was no one who wouldn't covet such an elixir. Taking one would allow the foundation of cultivation to be solidified to a terrifying level, and even if you were a king-level powerhouse, you could use it to repair the once deficient foundation. I'm afraid master doesn't intend to give just one, right? Yi Fan played with the elixir in his hand. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose slightly as he raised his index finger and 100. Put 10 on the surface, and secretly make up a reason to send 90 more. Anyway, your senior sisters are short-sighted and won't think anything of it. As for second place and third place and all that, just give some of that away. Chapter 17, Jiang Yuwei first. After dealing with Jiang Yuwei's matter, Yi Fan was the first to leave, leaving Lin Xiaoya and Jiang Yu looking at each other in the Chi Tian Hall. Your eldest senior brother's side is estimated to be a load of crap. The head of the school union alliance is just a titular name. The burden on his shoulders is a bit heavier than yours. As for your second senior brother, I'm afraid that he's still busy with the might of the sacred sect shaking the universe in the divine beast domain at this moment, so naturally he can't spare any time. Thinking about it, you're the one with the most free time and the most suitable to take care of your senior sister, Jiang Yuwei said, naturally counting down Lin Xiaoya's idleness throughout the day. However, the four great saintly kingdoms were now calm and no one dared to make a move, and with Lin Xiaoya's intimidation, it was reasonable to be a shirker. Lin Xiaoya sardonically scratched his head and sort of answered. After all, it was also true that there was nothing more fun in his opinion than going to take care of his senior sister. That Marquis of Jianlei, what did you do with it? Thinking about this, Jiang Yuwei suddenly inquired. After all, this person was also considered to have helped Jiang Yuwei, pulling out his sword to save him at the sight of injustice. He was considered to be a chivalrous person, and deserved to be honored. It's kind of a nice personal creation for him. I rewarded him with a heavenly king's den and some heavenly materials and treasures, enough for this fellow to cross over into the king level, and at that time, it will be considered one more hand that can help his senior sister in an obedient manner. That kid is estimated to come out in half a year. When that time comes, I will place him under the Green Dragon Holy Guards as a centurion, Lin Xiaoya said. As you wish, but for the most part, it's better to let the raw talent handle it. Ginger Elm nodded. That Marquis of Jianlei was afraid that he would never have thought that his casual help would be able to return such a chance. Sometimes when you're on the right path, a step to the top isn't just talk. However, if you take the wrong path, you will end up like the vice president of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. Not only will you die, not to mention that the 9 clans will also be eliminated by Lin Xiaoya. In this spatial ring is the divine phoenix essence blood. After your senior sister completely refines it, her nirvana body will be directly consummated, and at that time, she will be considered the absolute top genius of this Tian Yuan state. During this period of time, my people are over at the Bronze Sect, and your senior sister, you'll be in full charge. After Jiang Yuwei said that, he stood up and tore a large hole in the space in front of him, and he directly left the Qi Tian Hall. Lin Xiaoya let out a sigh of relief after respectfully sending him off. In the ensuing period, he resumed his seat on the throne and looked at the point rankings in front of him. The current Jiang Yuwei had actually killed her way to second place. This senior sister is only stronger than even I was back then. Lin Xiaoya smacked his lips. 3 days later, the secret realm of trials at this time. Jiang Yuwei casually decapitated a magical beast and looked at the rising points, the corners of her mouth sketching out an elegant arc. She shook off the blood on top of her long sword, sheathed it, and continued to walk deeper into the secret realm. The difference between this first place's points and mine is only 400, or 40 magical beasts, so as long as I keep up this pace, overtaking him will be easy. Jiang Yuwei looked at the first place name, and a touch of displeasure couldn't help but appear in her eyes. This person was no other than Suan, who had spoken out against her earlier. The other party had always boasted of being the heir to a king-level power, and was godly. Fortunately, the dean came and issued new rules, and after that, in this heavenly underworld spirit academy, strength and natural talent were everything. When he decimated the first place, this guy couldn't make any noise later. Moreover, in these 3 days, her cultivation had once again refined, leaping from the 6th rank of the spirit will realm to the 8th rank of the spirit will realm. The boost surprised her beyond belief. At this moment, if she were to face Jiang Xing again, she would be able to kill him alone even without using the weapon bestowed by her master. However, just as she continued to search for the magical beasts, a few lingering figures violently swept past her. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuwei drew her long sword and pointed it straight at these people, her face solemn. When she took a good look at the appearance of the person in the lead, a look of disgust appeared on her face. It's really something. Suan surveyed Jiang Yuwei in a condescending manner. The prey he set his sights on never missed a beat. Jiang Yuwei, what a nice name. I didn't expect the strength to be this good as well. It's even vaguely showing signs of surpassing me, Suan slowly said, and the few people beside him moved closer together towards Jiang Yuwei as he approached. It's only the 8th rank of the spirit wheel realm. However, Jiang Yuwei's face did not change, but instead calmed down. The current her, if she mobilized the power of her nirvana sacred body, it would be easy to kill this guy back. Oh, you've stepped into the 8th rank as well? Suan raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth revealing some playfulness, and then between them, 8 spirit wheels, violently unfolded from behind him. Which one of these inner divine states isn't a genius? Which one can't fight across levels? Don't think too highly of yourself. He hooked up the corners of his mouth, and as he spoke, another spirit wheel actually appeared behind him. Spirit wheel realm 9th grade, as an heir of a king-level power. Do you think I'm the same as you people? I was born with a king-level bloodline. I stepped into the spirit martial realm when I was 6 years old, and I stepped into the spirit wheel realm when I was 12 years old, and now that 6 years have passed, How could I possibly still be stuck in the spirit wheel realm? Suan laughed, and the extremely strong pressure on his body made Jiang Yuwei feel a little bad. This man's strength was too terrifying. I'm afraid that it's really as he said. The other party's cultivation level has long since ceased to be at the spirit wheel realm, but rather the extreme realm above the spirit wheel realm. She was able to cross over to battle the 9th rank of the spirit wheel realm, but it was a bit of a struggle for her to face an extreme realm powerhouse, and she had more than one enemy to face, not to mention the fact that this guy, too, is at the genius level. If she could fight across levels, others naturally could as well. Now you always know how huge a king level power is, don't you? Suan said, but didn't intend to do anything, seemingly only intending to show off in front of Jiang Yuwei. If you want to fight, fight. Don't talk so much. Jiang Yuwei gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Master had said that her Nirvana's sacred body was one of the 10 great sacred bodies of the ancient world, and if this natural talent was at full strength, the other party would have to chip a few teeth if they wanted to eat her. How can I afford to fight a little beauty like you? If I were to get hurt, I would be heartbroken. What's more, if you were to be eliminated, then staying in this heavenly underworld spirit academy for 3 years in the future would really be no fun at all. I'm going to have to woo you, Suan taunted, flirting both inside and outside of his words, all as if Jiang Yuwei was in the palm of his hand. I actually really don't understand why you're rejecting my good intentions. I can give you everything in this world. I can afford to give you anything you want. Understand? You only have to ask. There's nothing an heir of a king-level power can't afford to give. However, Jiang Yuwei did not intend to continue listening to his nonsense here, and with a movement of her mind, the Nirvana sacred body exerted its strongest efficacy. In an instant, a crimson undead and indestructible fire ignited around her body, including the longsword, which had a layer of flame attached to it. The moment he saw the flame, Suan couldn't help but stare. Since you want to fight, then I'll have a good time with you, Suan said, slapping at the sheath on his waist, and the long sword came out of its sheath. In an instant, the two were fighting together. As for Lin Xiaoya, who was in the Qi Tian Hall, when he saw this scene, his face was already filled with black lines and his face was as ugly as it could be. How dare a ing king-level power molest my senior sister? He took a deep breath and began to think about it in his head. The kingly power of the Su surname. Not to mention king-level forces, even emperor-level forces didn't have the qualifications to reach him, even though those emperor-level powers were honored by the world with a mouthful of great emperors. In front of him, it was no different from a child playing house. In the end, it was still not the district king power realm, and only the Supreme of the Heavens had the qualifications to know him, not even the Earth Supreme. It's not easy to find. This heavenly yuan state within the divine state was so huge that finding such a king-level power was likewise no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Each of these powers had their own fiefdoms, and even if they were registered and stacked up, they were still heavenly books. Plus there is a strong possibility that there is such a thing as having the same name. Afterwards, Lin Xiaoya looked at the projection, and at this moment, the picture inside had changed. Jiang Yuwei had actually relied on the terrifying power of the immortal and undying flame, almost forcing the teenager named Suan into a desperate situation, and even, by the way, eliminated a few of the dog legs that followed beside this guy. Rankings, jumping straight to number 1. That strong? Lin Xiaoya was surprised. The starting point of the senior sister was really quite a bit higher than them, but this was good. Later on when the examination was over, he would take advantage of going to look for his senior sister to meet this king-level power heir. Chapter 18 109 Revolutions Heaven and Earth Pills. How can it be so strong? Suan looked unbelievably at the flames burning on Jiang Yuwei's longsword. This flame was extremely strange, almost immortal, as long as it was tainted. Then it could constantly burn with the spiritual energy in his body as fuel. The pain was excruciating. There is no doubt that this move has taken its toll on him. Moreover, in this secret realm, the cultivation of the trialist was forcibly suppressed below the extreme realm, and even if he used all his strength, he could only exert the strength of the 9th rank of the spirit wheel realm. Now that he was facing Jiang Yuwei, he could only retreat. It was really unexpected that he would be able to meet such an extraordinary character in this secret realm. Although this woman's cultivation was only at the 6th rank of the spirit wheel realm, in terms of battle power and the strange flame on her body, it was actually a bit too much for even him to handle. No more fighting. No more fighting. Suan's figure retreated violently in succession, pulling away from Jiang Yuwei at a safer distance. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei didn't go after them. The qi and blood in her body was churning. Her blood was almost flowing backwards, and the burning sensation in her flesh was even more intense. This was the backlash of using the Nirvana sacred body. With her current bloodline concentration, she was still unable to use the power of the Nirvana sacred body without cost. Only after her master had solved this problem for her could she be completely liberated and use the power of her sacred body with impunity. If I had the strength of the 9th rank of the spirit wheel realm, you would have been eliminated long ago, Jiang Yuwei said in a cold voice. She had no love for such a lustful man, and Suan's face was a bit unsettled. Earlier he had bragged about his bullishness, but now he had lost the battle. His ranking, too, was successfully overtaken by Jiang Yuwei. Hell, second is second. We'll get into the upper house anyway. Suan gritted his teeth. If he hadn't been so gullible this time around, his title of number 1 would have been secure. Jiang Yuwei, now we've made a connection. Equality is advocated in the spirit courtyard. I won't move you, but there's always a time to go out, right? Ha, when you get outside, you'd better be covered, he said in a cold voice. Earlier he had only treated the other party as a plaything, but now it seemed that this person was not something he could wield. The only way to get what he wanted was to rely on his kingly power to suppress it. Hearing this kind of threat, Jiang Yuwei wasn't afraid and blandly said, "Whatever you want." At this moment, she was also powerless to continue fighting Suan, and as for Suan's threat, she did not take it to heart. She wasn't intimidated either. What ing balls? Suan's face was ironic. In 18 years, this was the first time he had suffered a defeat. But, he'll give it back soon. This little girl, she won't be able to jump around for long. And at this moment, the secret realm also ended, and all the trialists were teleported out of the secret realm of the trial and returned to the heavenly underworld spiritual academy. Those cadets who had been miserably eliminated earlier naturally had no access to the heavenly underworld spiritual academy. The rest of the trainees were also categorized into 3, 6, 9 classes along with their rankings. The heavenly underworld spiritual academy's 1-star courtyard was divided into the upper, middle, and lower courtyards, so naturally, the upper courtyard was the best and the lower courtyard was the least. There is also a huge difference in the resources allocated to the different levels of the house, and as the first place winner of this examination, Jiang Yuwei deserves to enter the upper academy, equipped with the best tutors and enjoying the best cultivation resources. All she asked for was a place where she could cultivate in peace, sharpen herself and improve her strength. One day, one can just reach the heights of master teacher, not to say that she had to make her master proud of her, but at least she had to make sure that she couldn't always be under her master's protection. Jilan had also returned to the middle of the heavenly underworld spiritual academy's trial grounds at this moment and obtained the list of names this time. Jiang Yuwei. This person isn't the son of a king-level power, not even a marquis-level power. He frowned suspiciously. Instead, Suan, who was ranked behind Jiang Yuwei, was the heir to that old thing, Heavenly King Su. However, he was surprised when he summoned the top 3 to the Dean's Hall, because the young girl in front of him was the same young girl that he had taken care of at the entrance of the Spirit Academy a few days ago. "You're Jiang Yuwei." Jirun was surprised. Jiang Yuwei nodded her head. "Greetings, Lord Dean." She had some good feelings about Dean. At least, it didn't seem like he was some kind of bully. To be decent, Jirun looked at her quizzically. Last time, he had clearly seen a top-grade king's artifact on Jiang Yuwei. However, on the list of trainees, Jiang Yuwei's identity background was almost blank. Who believes it? But he calmed down instantly. It's better not to do anything rash until you know for sure. If the young girl in front of him was that crown prince, and he revealed the other party's identity, he would instead cause him to die immediately. Ah ha ha, I've had a chance to meet you before. I didn't expect you to be the number 1 in this examination. It's a surprise to me. Jirun stroked his beard and snorted past. He then looked over at Suan and, the son of Heavenly King Su, right? When you go back, entrust a message to your family's old ancestor for me, and tell him man I'm hanging on to him. Jirun calmly said something polite. Even though Alliance Master Yi wanted to eliminate the influence of the big powers in the spirit courtyard, he was just passing a few polite words in private and going through the motions, so it shouldn't be considered a violation, right? Suan's face was full of surprise when he heard this, and after giving Jiang Yuwei a godly glance, he hurriedly said, "By the Dean's command." Jilan looked at the third person again. This person was also a teenager, but he seemed to be quiet and not good at speaking. "Your name is Quan Yin? What a strange name. Not from Tianyuan State, right?" The young man named Quan Yin sniffed, nodded his head woodenly, and responded, "I come from the Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture. My father is a 9th grade marquis, and has now settled in the Tianyuan Prefecture." So it is. Jirun was thoughtful. The Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was renowned throughout the Tianyuan realm, and it wasn't surprising that it attracted people from other states. "You are the top 3 of this year's class, and according to the rules, rewards are to be distributed." Jilan laughed, and then he summoned the vice dean to come. The vice president was carrying a delicate and antique wooden box in his hand. How come it's not the same as what I saw before? Jilan frowned and looked at the vice dean in surprise. Seeing this, the vice dean also shook his head in disbelief before explaining. The Academia Alliance has temporarily changed the top 3 prizes for this examination of the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, and this was sent directly from the Academia Alliance. Temporary change? Jiran's face was odd. Why does this kind of thing seem like child's play? It's probably the Alliance Master's intention. I think that the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, as the Alliance Master's alma mater, the Alliance Master will naturally take more care of it, the Vice President said slowly. Fair enough, Jiran nodded, but he still thought, could this really be because there was a prince in this Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Courtyard? Or rather, Jiran looked at the 3 people in front of him. The so-called prince is among these 3? I'll see what it is. Jilan beckoned and took the wooden box, opening it up to see that there were 3 high-grade spatial rings quietly placed inside. Suan skimmed his lips at the moment, casually looking towards the wooden box. They had everything they wanted in their king-level power, and I'm afraid he had seen everything the Academy offered that was even more valuable. Even if he hadn't seen it before, it wasn't anywhere near as bad as the heavenly treasures he had once used himself. After all, he was clear in his heart about the rewards of each session of this Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. But when Jilan checked the reward for the first place, he was so shocked that his hands trembled and he almost dropped the box on the ground. How? He stared at his pupils, almost shouting out loud in a tone of disbelief. The spatial ring belonging to the first place reward actually contained 109 revolutions heaven and earth pills. This thing was something that he, an old man of the king power realm, coveted. If he was able to refine these 109 revolutions heaven and earth pills, his foundation would reach a terrifying level, and his own potential, too, would be restored quite a bit. In his lifetime, there was no chance that he would be able to step into the legendary emperor level. Immediately, he looked at Jiang Yuwei with a frenzied expression on his face. Mr. Xiao Jiang, how about making a deal with the dean? Chapter 19 1 billion. Deal? Hearing the dean's sudden words, Jiang Yuwei was a bit puzzled for a moment, and her face was puzzled. Even Suan, who was next to him, looked at the dean in confusion. That was a real king-level powerhouse. How could he make a deal with a little girl like Jiang Yuwei who had nothing? Even if you want to make some kind of deal, you have to do it with him, right? After all, he has king-level power behind him. Could it be that the reward for first place was enough to make a king-level powerhouse's heart flutter? Thinking of this, Suan's face suddenly sank. He desperately informed himself in his mind that this was not possible. The Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy. There was absolutely no way that it would give out heavenly treasures that even a king-level powerhouse would be moved by. It's not logical. The pills in here. Can you sell some to me? 10 is enough. Just name your price. Jilan said painfully. The spatial ring was held tightly in his hand, his face showing fervor. He needs these elixirs. 9 revolutions heaven and earth pills were able to allow his foundation to be replenished to a brand new level. There was a time when he didn't have the slightest chance of stepping into the imperial level, but with these pills, he saw the slightest possibility. Dean Sama, I don't understand what you're talking about. What's in here? Is it valuable? Jiang Yuwei said helplessly. How could she make an offer when she didn't even know what was actually inside the ring? Moreover, weren't these things from the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy? How could the dean of the house be swayed by the rewards he sent out to his own family? It's inexplicable. Jilan took a deep breath and slowly said, this is the 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill. 9 revolutions level pills are extremely precious in this world, and one must be at least a great emperor to be able to refine them. Jilan then took out one from his spatial ring and placed it in the palm of his hand. The moment that golden elixir appeared, a refreshing fragrance was emitted from the entire dean's office. The spiritual energy in the surroundings also surged over, attaching itself to the surface of the elixir. That elixir contained extremely pure energy fluctuations in it, and it seemed that just one of them could raise the power to an unimaginable level. 9 turns? The knowledgeable Suan's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle's eye as he stared dumbfoundedly at the elixir in the dean's hand. There was naturally no need to speak of the preciousness of the 9 revolutions pill, even among the king-level forces he was a member of. He had never obtained a treasure of this level. After all, how difficult it was to obtain a pill refined by a great emperor. It was no longer something that could be measured in spirit stones. Lord Dean, since there is a 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill in the reward for the first place, then for the second place, there is one as well, right? A flash of hope appeared in Suan's eyes, and he looked toward the second spatial ring in that wooden box with extreme eagerness. There has to be. It was because of his carelessness that he had missed out on the first ranking earlier, and if he lost the 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill for this, he would have to regret it for the rest of his life. Jilan sniffed and put his mind into the second spatial ring before shaking his head. There is no 9 turns heaven and earth pill in the second place reward, but there is a 7 turn level elixir. What? Suan was instantly shocked by lightning. His face turned pale, and his brain, even more so, went blank. He, surprisingly, missed such a great opportunity. That's the 9 revolutions of heaven and earth pill. Even if he was able to bring back a single one, his own old ancestors' cultivation might have a chance to advance even further. Their Heavenly King Su lineage might be able to surpass other Heavenly King level forces in the future. But he missed it. It wasn't hard to learn from the Dean that there was more than just one 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill in there. The Dean wants to buy 10 of them, so what is the number of them? Really? Looking at Suan's appearance, Jiang Yuwei hooked the corner of her mouth, a touch of pleasure rising in the bottom of her heart. The fact that the man was defeated made her heart incredibly smooth. Mr. Xiao Jiang, how about it? Can you make a deal with me? I only want 10 pieces, never more. The remaining amount is also definitely enough for you to cultivate, and there's definitely enough left, Jiran said, with a surprisingly pleading tone. I'll look first. Jiang Yuwei held out her hand. Seeing this, Jilan hurriedly handed the ring to Jiang Yuwei. If he wanted this 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill anymore, he had to take into account that it was something sent over by the school union, trying to make trouble out of it, unless he's tired of living. Jiang Yuwei took the spatial ring and her consciousness probed into it. The golden pills were as huge as 100. It left her unshocked for a moment. But although these pills were blown out of proportion by the Dean, she vaguely remembered that she seemed to have seen better ones somewhere. I just can't think of it all at once. But 100 of such pills was indeed too much for her, and selling 10 to the Dean was fine. And with the Dean's relationship, she wouldn't have to be afraid of that Suan being aggressive in the future. At least during the 3 years in the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, she didn't have to worry about such chores and only needed to meditate and cultivate. Could be. Afterward, Jiang Yuwei nodded gently. Seeing this, Jilan was finally relieved, and a rare look of joy rose on his old face. But I have conditions, Jiang Yuwei said. Fellow student Xiao Jiang, feel free to mention any conditions you have. As long as it's within my power, I will absolutely reach them, Jilan said fervently. He really wanted these 10 pills too much, even now acting a little out of character. First, I'm not clear about the price of these pills. I still hope that the Lord Dean will be fair. The price, Lord Dean set. Secondly, I come from the outer divine prefecture. I have no power or influence, and this heavenly underworld spiritual academy has hidden tigers and dragons, so I only wish to cultivate in peace, and I don't wish to be disturbed by anyone. How about just those 2 requests? Jiang Yu smiled. Jilan froze at his words, patted his chest, and said with certainty, no matter what, old man is also a king-level powerhouse. He won't fool the juniors. And these prizes, sent over from the Academia Alliance, are not the assets of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, and I will purchase these 10 pills at the fairest price. No, at a premium beyond your imagination. As for the second condition you mentioned, although wrapped up in the old man, if someone wants to secretly take a shot at you, as he spoke, Jilan's gaze was directed at Suan. Being gazed at by a king-level powerhouse with such a gaze, he was immediately drenched in sweat, and his knees went weak. No matter who he is, old husband will severely punish him. After this, the old me will personally teach you, and I, for one, will be your mentor. How about this, Mr. Koto? Jilan said, looking at Jiang Yuwei for the other party's opinion. Although this little girl came from the outer divine realm, she did know her place and knew how to advance and retreat. All sorts of requirements were not the slightest bit difficult for a king-level powerhouse like him. Even if Jiang Yuwei was the first-place winner of this examination, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he took her as a disciple. It would be a profit any way you counted it. This caused Jilan to not be able to help but appreciate this little girl in front of him a few more points in her heart. Deal. Jiang Yu smiled. She didn't want to cause trouble for her master, and if she had a king-level powerhouse like the Dean as her mentor in the academy, she wouldn't involve her master in all things in the future. In this way, Master Teacher can also do his own thing in peace. Mr. Xiao Jiang, for each of these 9 revolutions heaven and earth pills, I'll buy them for. How about acquiring them for 1 billion spirit stones? This is almost the old man's life savings, and if there's more, the old man can't get it out. Jiran laughed bitterly. Chapter 20, The Bloody Past. 1 billion each. That's a total of 10 billion spirit stones? This astronomical figure not only caused horrifying waves and shockwaves to rise in Jiang Yuwei's heart. Suan, who was on the side, was also breathing heavily. What is the concept of 10 billion spirit stones? Although their heavenly King Su's lineage was a king-level power, I'm afraid that the total output of spirit stones in their fiefdom every year would be exactly this number. But this is only gross output, not net income. Damn. Suan clenched his fists in death. His heart filled with remorse. A single slip of the tongue caused him to miss out on this huge sum of money. But it wasn't just the huge amount of money he had lost. The value of those pills was much more than $10 billion, which is more than $100 billion. Although he was the heir to the power, he had never made any outstanding contributions to his own power over the years. It would have been such an opportunity right in front of his eyes. All this was supposed to be his. However, at this moment, Jiang Yuwei didn't have the leisure to pay attention to Suan, whose emotions were already on the verge of going out of control. After she pondered for a moment, she nodded her head, and the deal, of sorts, was finalized straight away. That's 10 billion spirit stones. The amount was so large that she wasn't sure how much it was, but she knew that at that time, if Master Teacher saw so many spirit stones, he would definitely be proud of her, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei covered her mouth and snickered. I don't know when I'll be able to see my master again though, and her 3 unseen senior brothers. So very good. So very good. Ji-Run sniffed and couldn't have been happier. That 10 billion spirit stones was indeed all he had left, but to be able to exchange all of it for the opportunity to advance himself to the imperial level was worth every penny. Worth every penny. In all his life, he had never made such a good deal. Okay. Subsequently, Jiang Yuwei was also very quick to take out 10 9 revolutions heaven and earth pills and handed them over to the dean. The dean took it as carefully as if it were a treasure, the corners of his mouth happy. He was also taking out a spatial ring that contained all of his spirit stone reserves. There's no need for points. The old man won't fool the juniors yet, not to mention that you'll still be the old man's student in the future. Dean. Lord Tutor. I naturally trust it. Jiang Yu smiled and casually took the spatial ring. After Ji Lan obtained the treasure, he was eager to leave this place to refine these 10 pills, so he turned back to the other 2 and said, here's a reward for you too. Take it away. It's got some rare goodies in it too. I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Junior student Jiang, I'll teach you again when the old man returns, and in the meantime, the vice dean has made arrangements for you. After Ji Lan said that, she looked at the vice dean on the side and said seriously, Jiang Yuwei is my student. How she should be treated. You know it in your heart. Yes, sir, the vice dean said respectfully. Let's go. Seeing that all the matters were almost dealt with, Ji Lan left this place with great strides, fearing that he would be delayed. Remaining in the office, Quan Repeat Poor remained expressionless, and after taking his 3rd place reward from the vice dean, he turned to leave. Only Suan, as if awakening from a big dream, was left standing in place in a daze. That 2nd place reward, he really didn't want it. He looked at Jiang Yuwei, his eyes full of unwillingness, but what could be done about it? The other guy is now a student of the dean. Dean, his old man, was also a genuine king-level powerhouse, only stronger than their old ancestor. Moreover, he didn't have that ability to make his own old ancestor defend his path. But Jiang Yuwei can. The status and position of the 2 of them were now equal, and even Suan felt that the status and position of the other party was, I'm afraid, far superior to his. Duke Su was worthy of being the heir of a king-level power, and there are quite a few goodies in this 2nd place reward. Even I'm craving for them. Mr. Su is a man who has seen the world, and this kind of thing, he can't look at it anymore. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei didn't forget to add a knife to his wound. Suan, who heard this, was even more pale. Jiang Yuwei. Suan gritted his teeth and was about to have a seizure, but thinking of the other party's power nowadays, he could only break his teeth and swallow them in his stomach. What kind of thing is relying on your background to bully others? Your current cultivation is nothing more than the extreme realm, and in a few months, you won't even have the qualifications to fight me head-on. Jiang Yuwei coldly said. She had confidence in her talent, and with these 9 revolutions heaven and earth pills, her cultivation would skyrocket for some time to come. By then, she would also step into the extreme realm. Naturally, the Suan at that time was not even qualified to be her opponent. Suan sniffed, her nails driven by anger, piercing deep into her palms. He slammed the door without looking back. Duke! Jiang Yuwei snorted and looked at Suan's back. Although she was only 16, Suan's various words and actions were too childish. People like that, and cuties, there's no difference. With that, Jiang Yuwei followed the vice dean out of here and headed to her new residence. She was about to start a brand new life, and at this moment, in the boundaries of the Tongtian River, around the heavenly underworld spiritual academy, Lin Xiaoya was weaving in and out of the crowd. He didn't wear that black 9 Dragons Supreme robe today, but changed into a white robe. His tall body, coupled with his handsome face and the imperial aura that came with his body, quickly made him the most conspicuous presence in the neighborhood. With Lin Xiaoya's height, he was almost able to stand proudly in the wrong crowd. This stature naturally attracted quite a few people to cast their gazes at him. With only a mere glance, The hearts of those who looked at him began to tremble, vaguely feeling that this person was not an existence that they could look directly at. It's quite prosperous. After viewing it for half a day, Lin Xiaoya came to a conclusion. It's been a long time since I've come to a place like this to walk around, and the last time, it was with my master and brothers. Back then, the Tongtian River realm was much more chaotic than it is now. Lin Xiaoya looked around at the raging crowds coming and going and couldn't help but murmur nostalgically. It's easy to get nostalgic as you get older, especially now that you're carefree and have everything you want in your state. As mentioned last time, King Lin angrily beheaded Heba Tian, and the three brothers were defeated in the Tongtian River. Thousands of years ago this Tongtian River realm could be described as chaotic, dark and uninhabitable. King Lin drew his sword and angrily cut down injustice, a sword that cuts through the heavens and destroys the world, shocking the world and weeping the ghosts and gods. Hearing Mr. Storyteller's powerful words, Lin Xiaoya smiled in a rare moment and looked towards the spitting brown-clothed old man, as well as the surrounding listeners who shouted their approval in succession. Hey Ba Tian, that rings a bell with me. That guy is the commander of the Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom. After killing him, I also got into heavenly trouble for the sect. Even the master at that time was fleeing the four sacred kingdoms with us in the night and came to this Tongtian River realm. Thinking of the past, Lin Xiaoya smiled and shook his head. After losing the Tongtian River, their division had also risen completely since then, killing all the way back to the four sacred kingdoms, and their master had successfully pushed him onto the throne. Since then, the absolute domination of the sect of masters had begun to gradually envelop the Tian Yuan state from the four sacred kingdoms, and even spread to the entire human emperor domain. With the master's beheading of the Saint King, the master's sect had completely taken the entire four regions of the heavenly Yuan realm into their pockets. That was definitely an extremely bloody history of making a fortune. So bloody that the aborigines of the four sacred kingdoms completely died out during that time. The scenes of corpses all over the place, bloodshed, and thousands of miles of blood flow are vivid in my mind. Today's subjects and people who are rooted in the four sacred kingdoms are all moved there from behind. And thousands of years of recuperation and reproduction have resulted in the four sacred kingdoms of today. This is history that is not even recorded in history, because the witnesses of that history had long since become the stepping stones for the rise of the division, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood that knew no bounds. That memory. I'm here to see my senior sister today. Lin Xiaoya suddenly remembered the main event, patted his head, and stood up in a hurry. He then looked at the old storyteller and with a flick of his thumb, threw an extremely high-grade spirit stone over. Thanks to this gentleman. The old storyteller's eyes lit up and he clasped his fists. The corner of Lin Xiaoya's mouth gently lifted up as he turned around and left this place, walking slowly in the direction of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. Chapter 21, Suan's Letter of War. With the end of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy's freshman examination, everything had been settled. Jiang Yuwei had entered the upper courtyard as she had hoped, and had been awarded the purple gold level cadet token, which meant that she had become the leader of the freshmen in this class. Coupled with the fact that the dean had recruited her as his student. For a time Jiang Yuwei's name spread throughout half of the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy. No one in the entire Spirit Academy one-star courtyard was unknown. As for Suan, he had also entered the upper academy, gaining the appreciation of an 8th grade tutor in waiting, and was granted a gold-level cadet token. That Quan Washi, who had been silent and had a very low presence, was also gold-ranked. However, at this moment, Suan's face was not a good one. Mr. Su, anyway, you're only one place away from that woman. That name is all in vain. Besides, the tutor of this Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy is only a candidate-level powerhouse. And you are the heir to a king-level power. There were a number of lapdogs around him who counseled. But at this moment, when he heard the words king-level power heir again, Suan was furious and stared at that person with hatred. How could these fools know that by losing his number 1 ranking, he had actually lost a heavenly creation and chance? 9 revolutions of the heaven and earth pill. He didn't get a single one of these treasures. You guys go. I have to practice. Suan rubbed his brow in some pain, then waved his hand, and the surrounding lapdogs dispersed sagely. Seeing that no one was around, he took a deep breath before revealing his cultivation to the fullest. Early Earth Extreme Realm. Feeling the surging power within his body, Suan gritted his teeth. If he had been able to use his full strength that day in the secret realm, I'm afraid that Jiang Yuwei wouldn't have been his opponent no matter what. It's really a one-time thing. This is a major matter. No matter what, I must get a few of the 9 revolutions heaven and earth pills. If we can get some of them, then old ancestors' cultivation might be able to advance even further. Suan thought to himself. But nowadays Jiang Yuwei had power and influence, and it was obviously unrealistic for him to try to rely on his own background to bully others. Then there is only one chance at hand. The next war book. Nowadays, Jiang Yuwei was the #1 ranked existence of the One-Star Academy, and according to the rules of the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, the war letter was upwards and could not be refused. He was in a unique position to be second. As for the wager in the war book, it was naturally the 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill. He didn't ask for much, just 10. Even if people then said that he had no shame and was bullying the small with the big, it didn't matter. The 9 turns heaven and earth pill was what he wanted most. Moreover, he had reported the matter directly to his father since he had left the dean's office. Father is also in the inner divine state, and it won't take long to get here. The father was a 9th grade marquis, and in the absence of the dean, the two of them, father and son, were the strongest existence in this heavenly underworld spiritual academy. When the time came to take some pills from Jiang Yuwei, even though it left people with mouths to feed, the dean wouldn't really clash with their Su Tianwan lineage over it. The big deal is just a small punishment for him. Thinking of this, Suan did not hesitate to draw up a war letter and send it directly to Jiang Yuwei's residence. When Jiang Yuwei received the letter of war, her face sank directly. This guy. She gritted her teeth. It was clearly written on the battle book that 1 hour later, the battle will start at the martial arts arena, and the wager, surprisingly, was 10 revolutions heaven and earth pills. This bet she could naturally afford to give. But, why should she just cheapen that asshole? Suan was in such a hurry, and it seemed that he was also afraid that her strength would skyrocket after refining the 9 turns heaven and earth pill. And at that moment, the Vice Dean accompanied Jiang Yuwei. Vice Dean, must this war letter be accepted? She knew for herself that if Suan's battle power was at full strength and his realm was not restricted, she would not necessarily be able to take advantage of her opponent's hands. Although her master had left her with a weapon of unknown grade that she could use, that Suan, as an heir to a king-level power, was afraid that the grade of the weapon would be higher than hers. After all, no matter what, she hadn't compared her master-teacher to a king-level power. Seeing this, the vice president could only nod helplessly. You're high up. Suan is low down, and this is a battle you have to take. But if Suan loses, then he will pay 5 times the bet. Jiang Yuwei could only clench her fists as she sniffed. This is a battle that has to be fought. In that case, fight. Jiang Yuwei coldly said. This Suan had gone against her again and again. Do you really think she's a soft target to be pinched? Yuwei. Another piece of news is that Suan's father came to the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy in the name of visiting. The other party is a peak 9th grade candidate. And if the dean isn't here, that guy is the strongest existence in the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, the vice president said, some concern in his tone. Although this is the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, and Suan's father would definitely not dare to act out no matter what, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for me to stop him from inflicting some maneuvers on the way to the tournament. After all, that 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill is too great a temptation for a king-level power, and I'm afraid that they are running to be cheeky on this trip. Even if they win, what they want is just the 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill. Even if the dean is out of the gate, there's nothing that can be done about it. After all, the dean can't really start a conflict with a king-level power. The expression on Jiang Yuwei's face didn't change after hearing this. These superpowers are so deceitful. In this martial arts-oriented world, if one's own strength is insufficient, one will be toyed with. I'm not afraid, Jiang Yuwei calmly voiced out, picked up the greenish-white longsword, and headed to the martial arts field under the vice dean's leadership. The martial arts arena could be described as noisy at the moment, with most of the students of the First Star Academy gathered here, waiting to see the great battle between Jiang Yuwei and Suan. This kind of good show is a rare sight. That Suan is the heir of a king-level power, isn't he? I heard that this guy's true cultivation level is at the early stage of the Earth Extreme realm. I really don't know what happened in the secret realm that allowed that little girl Jiang Yuwei to take the first place title. I'm not sure, but I'm afraid that Duke Su is coming to place a battle cry to reclaim the name that belongs to him just because he can't get it off his face. No matter what, we're in for a good show. That Jiang Yuwei doesn't seem to be weak either. To be accepted as a disciple by the dean, this kind of thing is rare. So what? According to the current situation, how could Jiang Yuwei possibly be able to defeat Duke Su, who went all out? The people at the bottom were murmuring, and Suan stood on the martial arts stage, his face unperturbed. It was a winnable match, but right now, couldn't care less. As the vice dean entered the arena with Jiang Yuwei, the atmosphere in the martial arts stage was instantly lifted to a new climax. A few moments later, Jiang Yuwei leapt onto the martial arts stage in a dignified manner, her right hand gripping the hilt of her sword. What kind of weapon is that? A touch of eccentricity rose in Suan's heart. Somehow, he actually felt that this weapon in Jiang Yuwei's hands was of a ridiculously high grade. That's definitely not possible, and it's probably a case of looking the other way. Suan shook his head, then pulled out his own weapon, an inferior king's artifact. The moment this blade appeared, a dazzling golden light erupted, as if it was announcing to the world the appearance of the king's weapon. My god, is that a king's artifact? Shining with golden light and might. This is the king's weapon. Look at the weapon in Jiang Yuwei's hand. It looks mediocre. Even its light has been suppressed by Suan's king's weapon. This Suan person's cultivation is higher than hers, and his weapon grade is higher than hers. How can we fight this battle? When Jiang Yuwei saw this scene, she felt some pressure in her heart. The grade of the weapon given to her by her master was naturally not low, but compared to this Suan's weapon, I'm afraid there was a certain gap. Now, he was at a direct disadvantage, but one wave is not enough. Right at this moment, a palpitating fluctuation came from the heavens and earth, and a middle-aged man's feet stepped on the void as his majestic figure suddenly overrode the martial arts stage. Seeing this, the vice dean also directly greeted him, his face solemn as he said, Su-ho, please don't interfere with the juniors' competition. The cadets at the bottom were still confused as they didn't know what was happening, but they could also sense that the middle-aged man was strong as hell, or at least, stronger than the new vice dean of the 9th rank marquis. Holy, it's actually Su-an's father. That's a peak 9th grade candidate. My father once said that Su was the existence of their generation that had the most hope of stepping into the king level. What? Duke Su's father is here? I've always felt that this isn't simple. Chapter 22 9th grade peak candidate. 9th grade peak candidate. Jiang Yuwei looked toward the middle-aged man who was overriding the mid-air. The previous vice dean was a 9th grade marquis, and when he fought with that 8th grade marquis Zhen Lei Ho, it could be said that it was a shocking battle. A candidate-level powerhouse could destroy the heavens and the earth with a raise of his hand. That level of power was not something that she could get a glimpse of at her current realm. Su-ho's appearance was undoubtedly conveying a message to her. In this battle, she could only lose. Immediately, Jiang Yuwei turned back to look at the vice dean, and the other party's expression, too, was 10,000% grave, as if they were facing a great enemy. This Su-ho had borrowed the excuse of visiting to come to the heavenly underworld Spirit Academy, but it was nothing to be ashamed of, and the Spirit Academy did not have the power to expel him. Not to mention, the other party was also a peak 9th grade candidate, an unrivaled existence under the king level. Ha, what's the vice dean doing looking at me like that? Su-ho looked at the vice dean and laughed, a hint of faint disdain in that tone. This person is just the dean's newly promoted. In terms of seniority, naturally, it is not old enough. In terms of strength, it is also below him. It's just a casual sparring match between two juniors. Don't be nervous, Vice Dean. The Vice Dean sniffed, but only snorted coldly and did not say anything. Just a random tangent? Shall we see what the stakes are? If it's really a casual sparring session, what are you, a peak 9th grade candidate, doing here? But these, too, cannot be said outright. Immediately, the Vice Dean's slightly apologetic gaze met Jiang Yuwei's eyes. If Su-ho really wanted to pull a scam when the time came, she wouldn't necessarily be able to stop it. Begin. She had no choice but to be heavy. At these words, Suan on the martial arts stage twisted his neck a bit, his tendons crackling. In the ensuing moments, he drew his longsword and pointed it straight at Jiang Yuwei, slowly saying, "You can surrender in this battle, lest you say that I won." Jiang Yuwei sniffed, stifled her voice, and also drew her longsword. She's not intimidated to go down without a fight? Never. The value of 10-9 revolutions heaven and earth pills was an astronomical sum, and she would not let this precious wealth fall into the hands of someone like Suan. How about I let you have 3 moves? Suan raised an eyebrow when he saw this. It was just that this approach of his caused a flash of unhappiness to rise from the bottom of Su-ho's eyes in midair, so he transmitted his voice directly into Suan's ears. A quick battle before more trouble is caused. The purpose of this trip was clear, to obtain those 10-9 revolutions heaven and earth pills, and nothing else. After getting his hands on them, he would have to send these pills to his family's forces without stopping. So much for stability. By the time our own ancestor refined the elixir, even if this dean came to our door again, there was nothing to be done but to call it quits. Suan froze for a moment after hearing his father's words, but he quickly came back to his senses and gritted his teeth. You're going to go back on what you just said? How would this allow him to mix in the heavenly underworld spiritual academy in the future? However, Jiang Yuwei didn't care about that. Let me have 3 moves? You can. Immediately, Jiang Yuwei's aura was no longer concealed, and the crimson undead and indestructible fire once again wrapped around her body, along with the greenish-white longsword, which also had a layer of flame attached to it. Unlike the previous situation, the greenish-white longsword erupted with a deafening buzzing sound after it was stained by the immortal flame. Subsequently, the body of the longsword was directly transformed into the same reddish color. That dazzling light of fire actually had the momentum of overpowering the immortal and undying fire. The power of the flames has intensified. Jiang Yuwei was surprised. This level of reinforcement is not a doubling, but a resonance. It seemed that at this moment, the green and white sword in her, as well as the immortal flame within her, had completely become one, interconnected with each other. In such a state, she was able to burst out with an exceedingly terrifying power. The sword that master left me. What great is it? Jiang Yuwei was surprised in her heart, but then she violently stomped her body like a shooting star as she killed towards Su Anling. Suan didn't dare to be careless when he saw this. He had suffered the loss of this immortal flame, so naturally he would not suffer a second time. Nowadays, he was only more than 8 times higher than Jiang Yuwei when it came to the majesty of his spiritual energy. The other man's movement seemed to him to be nothing more than, just as he was thinking so, Jiang Yuwei's longsword had already cut out a residual shadow in the air. In the green-white sword, an extremely terrifying force erupted, spreading that immortal flame a full 10 times its size and blasting it out as much as it could. Suan's face sank in the face of the almost omnidirectional and deathless flame attack. It's too fast to dodge. When did this Jiang Yuwei know this trick? Damn! Suan gritted his teeth and his body shook with spiritual energy, forming a light blue spiritual barrier around himself. It was just that this barrier was as fragile as white paper in front of the immortal flame. Without even a single glance, Suan's spiritual barrier shattered, and the flames directly attached his entire body. That pain of devouring spiritual energy spread out from his limbs and bones. It hurts. Suan's face twisted before he barely managed to stabilize his stance and swung a sword directly at Jiang Yuwei. The sword chi converged in an instant, erupting with sonic booms as it attacked and killed towards Jiang Yuwei. Polar Rift Chop. Even if he was hit by this weird flame, but by virtue of his strong spiritual power, as long as he struck Jiang Yuwei once, this battle would end straight away. In the face of Suan's counterattack, Jiang Yuwei's face was not flustered. She was now clear on her strengths. That was the constant erosion of the immortal flame, and this greenish-white long sword in his hand. Suan's attack would naturally be impossible to defuse if she were to rely solely on her own skills. But with the green and white sword, immediately, Jiang Yuwei backhanded a sword chop. The green-colored sword chi met the white polar split chop, and in the blink of an eye, the power of the polar split chop was instantly annihilated. The green-colored chopping attack blasted madly towards Suan. How is this possible? Suan's pupils shrank. It's not right. The weapon in this fellow's hand seemed to be of a grade that far exceeded this inferior king's artifact of his. I'm afraid it's a top-grade king's weapon. It's amazing how deep the hiding is. This girl was clearly not an heir to a king-level power. So what made her possess a top-grade king artifact? Weapons of this level had never existed even for his family's oldest ancestor. How did it explode with such power? Suho's face in midair chilled as he coldly looked at Jiang Yuwei. What's this little girl's story? But it was done, and he had to step in. That 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill. Even if he had to carry his own reputation on his back, he still had to get it. Immediately, Suho stretched out his large hand and aimed a gentle pinch at the martial arts stage. That green-colored chop disappeared in an instant. Marquis Su, you're a bit too shameless. The juniors are sparring, and you're also secretly making trouble? The vice president saw this and became furious. This Suho's tactics were clearly known to everyone, and many of the trainees present had seen that earlier scene. Shameless? I don't understand what you're talking about, Suho said without a ripple on his face. And then, regardless of the clamor of the trainees underneath the martial arts stage, he looked towards Jiang Yuwei. It just wasn't enough to counteract the blow. He had to make this little girl get seriously injured straight away to do so. Immediately, his eyes became ruthless and biting, and an invisible force exploded towards Jiang Yuwei. Jiang Yuwei, standing on the martial arts stage, felt her body's hairs stand on end, and death, it seemed, completely enveloped her in an instant. But the feeling lasted only moments. Next moment, the midair Suho was suddenly completely locked in place by a palpitating force, and then erupted into a shrill scream as his body fell straight down. My eyes. He covered his bleeding eyes in pain and horror. Just now, he saw a pair of golden pupils, and with just one glance, his eyes were directly gouged out. A voice that contained a terrifying power came out from around the martial arts stage, and everyone heard it clearly. You try your hand at it? And then, Lin Xiaoya's arrogant figure stood behind Jiang Yuwei like a lofty mountain. He stepped on the void and looked contemptuously at Su Ho, who was wailing in pain on the ground, with no mercy in his eyes. And who is this man? Waves instantly rippled through the hearts of everyone present. This person had unexpectedly come to the martial arts arena without a word, and appeared to have seriously injured Su Ho. That was a peak 9th grade Ho. The vice president's heart was even more horrified by the shocking waves. If the other party was able to seriously injure Marquis Su, wouldn't that mean that the white-robed youth in front of him was at least above the peak of the 9th grade Marquis in terms of cultivation? Could it be that? King level? Jiang Yuwei turned her head in surprise. Lin Xiaoya's facial expression instantly switched and became a smile and warmth. The corner of his mouth curved out in an arc as he laughed and said, Sister. Chapter 23, Lin Xiaoya's arrival. Sister? Upon hearing this title, everyone turned their gazes to Jiang Yuwei, who was in the middle of the martial arts arena. How could this guy have such a senior brother? Surprisingly, he was able to instantly re-injure a peak 9th grade candidate. Then the strength of the other party. What kind of realm has it reached? They sucked in a mouthful of cool air, secretly saying that Jiang Yuwei was really a person with deep pockets. At this moment, Jiang Yuwei was also stunned. And only after a moment did she react to the fact that the handsome-looking youth with unfathomable cultivation in front of her was one of her own 3 senior brothers. Senior. Just the first time they met, a warmth rose in Jiang Yuwei's heart. With senior brother at the helm of this competition, that Suho will no longer be able to cause trouble. The vice dean's gaze instantly became respectful as he looked towards the youth who had his feet in the void. This person's cultivation. She couldn't see through it. It didn't look like a king level, but it didn't look like a 9th grade marquis either. However, the majesty emanating from this person was palpitating to the core, and it seemed that underneath that warm smile, there was an extreme danger hidden. Father! And when Suan on the field saw his father's eyes being gouged out in an instant, he hurriedly had to run towards the stage, his eyes wide open. Come back! Seeing this, Lin Xiaoya did not hesitate to extend his large hand and dragged him straight back, dropping him heavily in the center of the martial arts stage. You can't leave until after the fight. He trailed off, hooking the corners of his mouth. Faced with such a youth whose cultivation was stronger than even his own father's, Suan instantly came to his senses, but his legs were trembling between the moment. How could this happen? Father is a peak 9th grade candidate. It's highly likely that he will step into the king level in the future. Suan buried his head and mumbled, his body shaking from fear. 9th grade peak candidate. No enemy under the king level. Not to mention having your eyes gouged out. Even if your limbs were chopped off, you would be able to recover. But the look of his father wailing in agony on the ground at the moment made his heart sink. Who the hell are you? Suan looked at Jiang Yuwei in despair. The other party, who possessed a king's artifact of a higher grade than him, a higher cultivation talent than him, and even a background that was more terrifying than his, had not been displayed all along. It was only now that he realized that Jiang Yuwei's background was, I'm afraid, a completely unspeakable secret. Senior brother. He's in such a state. I'm afraid he has no intention of fighting any further. Seeing that the latter had gone crazy, Jiang Yuwei turned around and said. Lin Xiaoya shook his head as he sniffed. Elder brother teaches you a lesson, and that is don't be merciful to your enemies, and if you have a grudge, it's best to deal with it right away. So, either you kill him now, or you completely waste his cultivation now, or else in the future. This guy is a trouble. Looking at the cloaked Suan, Jiang Yuwei took a deep breath, then quickly stepped forward. A palm violently blasted out. The immortal and indestructible fire followed the palm, penetrating into Suan's 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and all the limbs and bones. The meridians and dantians in his body were completely destroyed. Suan, on the other hand, instantly fainted. Blame. There was no pity in Jiang Yuwei's eyes. From the beginning, this Suan was inexplicably rude to her, and at the back, it even developed into wanting to join forces with her father to frame herself, although she was not a ruthless person. But when she was pushed to this point, rabbits would bite when they were anxious. Not to mention that nowadays, he had his senior brother to back him up. The vice president on the sidelines was sweating like a pig. Suan was no longer a cadet of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, but he was also a gold-level cadet, and he was even the heir to a king-level power. Just like that it was scrapped. I'm afraid things are getting big. However, she didn't dare to speak out because the pressure emanating from Jiang Yuwei's senior brother was truly frightening. That sort of thing was better left to the dean. She, for one, couldn't handle it. The trainees at the bottom even turned from the initial clamor to silence. At this moment, their gazes were all looking at Jiang Yuwei with some trepidation. This person should never be messed with in the future. Suan, my son. Suho could not care about the pain at the moment, and with the visitation of his mind power he came to the martial arts stage, hugging Suan's cold body to stop his growling. If you have ruined my son, we, the Heavenly King Su lineage, will never let you go. In the face of such a threat, Lin Xiaoya didn't even raise his eyes. Take your son and get the hell back. Wait for me to come to your door and find you personally, he said coldly. Killing Suho here would have too much of an impact, and it would go against the rules set down by his master. But this Su Tianwan's lineage, he was set to eat. Choose a day and make a visit. After saying that, Lin Xiaoya was leading Jiang Yuwei towards the outside of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. Suho looked at the backs of the two as if nothing had happened, and those empty eyes were almost ready to burst into flames. This man, he was no match, but Lao Zu can definitely beat it. Now, we can only ask the old ancestor to come out. The land surrounding the heavenly underworld spiritual academy was a scene of traffic and prosperity. The shouts of the traders, the gurgling water on the side of the road, the intricate crowds, each of them opened Jiang Yuwei's eyes. Elder brother, is he okay? A moment later, Jiang Yuwei took the lead and asked. His old man is fine, you don't have to worry about him. Lin Xiaoya sniffed and laughed before saying. Immediately, he handed over the crimson ring to Jiang Yuwei and instructed. This is the phoenix essence blood that Master has gone to great lengths to find for you, so if you refine it early, it will allow your nirvana sacred body to be completely consummated. Jiang Yuwei froze for a moment and carefully took it. The golden red blood that was rolling and flowing in the ring made her heart surging, while at the same time, she had even more admiration and gratitude for her master. I didn't think that Master Teacher would actually do this for me. These things, they must be hard to get, right? Looking at his senior sister, whose eyes were bubbling with tears, Lin Xiaoya pulled out his ears and nodded with a leathery smile, saying, aha, actually, it's not hard? He just didn't know how his master had gotten it, but with his understanding of his master, he guessed that he had blackmailed the Divine Phoenix clan. I'll cultivate well and won't let my master down. Jiang Yuwei said excitedly, there's one more thing. Master has sent people to find your mother's whereabouts, but there's no rush on this. It'll take some time. Hearing this, Jiang Yuwei nodded and said, I'm not in a hurry, but mother is in the Phoenix clan. She should be safe. It wasn't very easy to find in the first place. As long as mother is safe, I don't care. Understood. Lin Xiaoya smiled and touched Jiang Yuwei's head. Elder brother, look at this. The next moment, Jiang Yuwei was pulling out the spatial ring that contained 10 billion spirit stones, and then excitedly said, guess how many spirit stones are in here? Looking at Jiang Yuwei's excitement, Lin Xiaoya's brows furrowed slightly. How could there be so many medium and top-grade spirit stones mixed together? The very high-grade spirit stones only took up 1% of the amount. Wait, where did this come from? So many? Lin Xiaoya asked rhetorically, but in order not to spoil his senior sister's fun, he could only feign surprise. In fact, he already had an answer in mind. Someone had bought away a certain amount of 9 revolutions heaven and earth pills from Jiang Yuwei, and, moreover, had fooled the uninitiated Jiang Yuwei. The inner divine state also used spirit stones as its base currency, but the spirit stones used were all extremely high-quality spirit stones. The upper, middle and lower grade spirit stones were not used as currency in the inner divine state. Chapter 24, Heavenly King Su. Jiang Yu gave a slight mysterious smile, and then he said, this can be a full 10 billion spirit stones. She didn't have much of an intuitive idea of the number, only that it was a lot, more than she could use in a lifetime. Looking at his forthright senior sister, Lin Xiaoya helplessly shook his head, feeling both good and funny, but after thinking about it for a long time, he complimented her. However, he really wanted to tell Jiang Yuwei that something like spirit stones were nothing more than a string of numbers to the division. The division has all the things that this world can have. Whenever Master Teacher was in the Four Sacred Kingdom to examine the situation of the people, billions of dollars were spent at every turn. Fortunately, one's black gold card had a frighteningly large amount of spirit stones on its account, so one didn't care about this 99-cent spending. That day I took first place among the freshmen of the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, and so I got a whole 109 revolutions heaven and earth pills. I felt that it was indeed too much, and sold 10 to the dean. That Suan, too, coveted this 9 turns heaven and earth pill before he wanted to duel with me, even going so far as to drag his own father over. Lin Xiaoya sniffed and asked, is the dean of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy? Yeah, why? Nothing. Lin Xiaoya shook his head. This Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was really full of talents. The last time he dealt with the former vice president himself. This time, the president popped up again. It was probably just bullying Jiang Yuwei for not being versed in the world and only bullying children. These 10 billion spirit stones, not to mention the quality, didn't even have the right quantity. It's clearly just over 8 billion points. Get back to him. And the dean even took me on as his student. Jiang Yuwei said proudly. That's good. Lin Xiaoya touched his forehead. In this case, this dean cannot be killed for the time being, but there should always be a small punishment. Dare to fool his senior sister. Wait for it. But senior brother, what cultivation level are you at, that you were able to heavily injure Su Ho? They said that Su Ho is a peak 9th grade candidate, an unrivaled existence under the king level. Jiang Yuwei was curious. He himself was not clear about his master's cultivation, and had only one notion that it was quite strong, but exactly how strong, she didn't know. The senior brother in front of her gave her the exact same feeling. Lin Xiaoya pondered for a moment before saying, I'm also a peak 9th grade candidate, but there's a difference between strong and weak within peak 9th grade candidates, so I can heavily damage him. 9th grade peak candidate. This realm has to go back thousands of years. But one shouldn't be considered breaking the rules by making up a realm of a peak ninth grade candidate, right? The seal marquee realm was already a shrimp among shrimps in his eyes. The kingship realm on top of the feudal marquee. No matter if it was the king level, the emperor level, or the group of great emperors who boasted of invincibility all day long. All of them were just ants that flew away with the snap of a finger. Only when he stepped into the supreme realm would he be able to look at him. And the supreme of heavens was the only one who was qualified to cross paths with him. The Lin King. What about Master? What realm is Master? This. Faced with Jiang Yuwei's continued questioning, Lin Xiaoya was truly stumped. Want him to say king level? Or the emperor? How about the great one? None of it seems to work. After stepping into the king power realm, one could be called a superpower. And in this Tian Yuan realm, one could be considered to truly have a presence. Master comes and goes without a trace. What realm he's in nowadays? I'm not sure yet. Lin Xiaoya could only snort and perfunctorily pass. This Phoenix Essence Blood and 9 Revolutions Heaven and Earth Pill. You refine them as early as possible. After these two things are refined, both your cultivation and natural talent will rise to brand new levels. This item is for you. After saying that, Lin Xiaoya handed her a jade talisman with nothing on it. Crush it and elder brother instantly appears before you. Jiang Yuwei took the jade talisman and carefully put it away, saying, senior brother is leaving? Elder brother still has some urgent matters. This trip, on the contrary, has accomplished the task given to me by my master. You can only cultivate at ease in the heavenly underworld spiritual academy. And as for that Su Tianwan's lineage, senior brother will deal with it himself. Moreover, senior brother has personally stood up for you this time. From now on, in this heavenly underworld spirit academy, there won't be any ungrateful existences that dare to mess with you. After saying that, Lin Xiaoya was smiling, and then he raised his head and left without looking back. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei could only shake her head helplessly. Elder brother is as mysterious as elder father. It seems like every day is a busy one. She sighed and whirled around to return to the heavenly underworld spirit academy alone. Tian Yuan Prefecture. Inner Divine Prefecture. Within the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. Su Tianwan's lineage. Been gouged out eyes of Su Ho kneeling in the heavenly king hall. Trembling. Aside Suan. Appearance is even more crazy. The heart of the Taoist broken. Has long been no previous noble son of the state. Please also ask the old ancestor to come out and save me. Su Hu trembled. No matter what methods were exhausted, even the most precious heavenly materials in this Su Tianwan's lineage could not make flesh and blood grow in his empty eyes. An extremely overbearing energy lingered in his eyes, and it was this power that made him only blind today. The guards outside the heavenly king's palace, one or two of them, were also pale. Who is Su Ho? That was a peak 9th grade Ho. Only went out for an hour, and came back in such a sorry state. What had happened to them? Who dares to touch Su Ho? Who dares to touch the air of a king-level power? In the center of the majestic hall, an ancient bell emitted a deafening buzz that resounded through the 9 heavens. Immediately, the spiritual energy around the great hall began to riot, surging into the hall in a brainwave. The golden light flickered and converged into a pale but eyes-gleaming silhouette. The moment this person appeared, Su Ho sensed something and hurriedly kowtowed heavily. Heavenly King Su looked at the miserable state of his juniors, and then glanced at the heir apparent that he had admired, who had now become insane, and a rage rose up in his heart. The wrath of a king is enough to shake the earth. Throughout the entire realm within Heavenly King Su's sphere of influence, the skies were instantly overcast with lightning and thunder, manifesting the anger of this king-level powerhouse. Whoever did this, who dares to make an enemy of my Su Tianwan lineage? Heavenly King Su roared angrily, his voice spreading throughout King Su City and across the entire realm of power. Within this range, beings were all kneeling down one after another because they couldn't carry its terrifying pressure. I don't know, but this person had threatened to come to the door personally. Thinking of that person's gaze, Su Hu could not help but shiver once again. Unbridled, Heavenly King Su stared with his eyes, his fury skyrocketing. He hadn't encountered anything like this in his 2,000 years of living. Do you really think that my Su Heavenly King lineage is a paper tiger if it hasn't been dormant for a long time? Heavenly King Su chided. Today, he would make that person pay a terrible price. A king-level powerhouse is not something that anyone can insult. Even though the other party was also at the king level, these years of seclusion had already allowed him to sense a hint of the power of the laws, and the door to stepping into the royal level was already within his reach. Just this little bit of enlightenment was enough to make him amongst the king level, with few enemies. Immediately, Su Heavenly King's dragon walking tiger steps, is to step outside the hall. Underneath, kneeling millions of soldiers. These soldiers were dressed in armor, holding sharp weapons and looking solemn. The cultivation levels, at least, were all at the level of the extreme realm. gathering together a million extreme realm cultivators, coupled with the synergistic grand formation that was unique to king-level forces. These million people were able to utilize the power of a half-step king level, and with such a million-strong army, the lineage of Heavenly King Su, there were two whole branches. These were all the soldiers of his Su Tian Wang lineage, and as long as he gave the order, they would be able to rush out of the fiefdom and flood into the inner divine state. Attention all generals! Today is the day of our humiliation. It is imperative to seek justice and execute that thief. Heavenly King Su roared. The crowd of generals and soldiers at the bottom had their blood churning in their bodies, and their hair was furious as they shouted in unison, "Kill!" However, right at this moment, there was actually a person in the sky who stepped on the void and came walking. Looking at that person's aura, there was an unrivaled imperial aura. Its face, moreover, is incomparably divine and martial. However, this person's body was barely showing a single fluctuation of spiritual energy. Your Heavenly King Su? Lin Xiaoya stood in the middle of the high sky, his hands clasping his chest as he snorted. Chapter 25, Absolute Kingship. Your Heavenly King Su? The words were small, but they reached the ears of the crowd with precision. When Su Ho heard this, his expression instantly became agitated, and a wave of fear spread from his heart. Seeing this, Heavenly King Su's expression was cloudy as he formed his hands into fists. If you don't kneel at the sight of the king, heaven and earth will punish you. Amidst the earth-shaking roar, Heavenly King Su's huge palm slammed down, pointing straight at Lin Xiaoya. Above the sky, the thick black clouds were hard blasted out of a huge palm print, hideous and horrifying, just like the door of hell opening. Invisible huge force, such as 10,000 pounds of thunder, with the power of extinction, towards Lin Xiaoya head down. Boom! A deafening and violent roar was like a heavenly collapse. Smoke and dust that covered the sky swept across the entire King Su city. The earth crumbled and was filled with holes. A bottomless crack spread like a spider web, and the ground was clearly left with a huge palm print 10 miles across. This is the power of a king-level powerhouse. When the generals and soldiers in King Su city saw this, their blood boiled. In their entire lives, none of them had ever seen a king-level powerhouse get angry, much less see a king-level powerhouse strike. The palm of Heavenly King Su just now had obviously not used its full strength, but the terrifying power that shook the earth and sky had left a deep imprint in their hearts. The wrath of a king results in blood flowing for thousands of miles. This thief is so arrogant that he dares to travel alone to the boundaries of Heavenly King Su's lineage. Death is not enough. I'm afraid that this person is also a king-level powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to die for nothing. So what if it's a king-level powerhouse? The old man has been in seclusion for several decades. His cultivation has long since improved, and an ordinary king level is simply no match for the old ancestor. That's right, and we have 2 million strong armies. So after using the synergistic formation, we can erupt with a power no less than 2 half-step king-level powerhouses. He won't be able to resist. The crowd at the bottom was furious and talking, all of them casting their gazes at the hideous ground, wanting to see how wretched the thief who had only come here would look after taking a solid slap from the old ancestor. But when the smoke cleared, their pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle's eye. This was because Lin Xiaoya's figure was still standing in the air, as motionless as a mountain. That palm of Heavenly King Su's just now seemed to have failed to injure a single strand of the other party's hair. Heavenly King Su, who was outside the Great Hall, also finally noticed that something was wrong at this moment. This person's cultivation was not simple. At the very least, it would be equal to what he is now. Immediately, he did not hesitate any longer, and shouted angrily at the millions of generals underneath him. Junction Synergy Formation. As soon as these words were uttered, the millions of people under the Great Hall simultaneously operated their synergistic feats, and the spiritual energy in the heavens and the earth was, at this moment, all resonating with them with an ineffable and subtle resonance. With the resonance of the spiritual energy within that first army of 1 million generals, the huge concentric circle-shaped spiritual will symbolizing the synergistic grand formation slowly rose from the ground, soaring high into the sky and enveloping the heads of those 1 million generals. At the same time, from the center of that synergistic array, a giant shadow that looked out of the corner of the world was condensed, gathering the faces of 1 million, bringing together the work of 1 million. This is a synergistic grand formation, and the cultivation level of this silhouette was clearly half-step king level. The battle situation at hand seemed to have been reversed in a mere flash of lightning. However, the Su Heavenly King's work did not leak in the slightest, and along with his other command, a million-strong army behind the Great Hall likewise began to form a coordinated grand formation. Soon, the second giant shadow also broke through the sky, proudly standing in the world. 2 half-step king levels and 1 peak king level. With such battle power added, Heavenly King Su's expression stabilized as he coldly looked towards the still self-contained figure high in the sky. However, in the face of such a formidable enemy, Lin Xiaoya only bashfully scratched his ears, turned his head sideways, and playfully asked, "Getting it right? Pretending?" Seeing this, Heavenly King Su couldn't help but snort coldly, and then directly leapt to high altitude, gazing at Lin Xiaoya along with those two giant shadows. "It's considered your good fortune to die under my King Su's hands today, and naturally, no one will laugh at you when you say it, but you're undoubtedly seeking your own death by barging into my Su Wang city alone." Lin Xiaoya keenly captured the two words spoken by Heavenly King Su. "King Su?" He then snorted a chilling laugh. "Heavenly King Su, you're too young. Have you forgotten any rules?" As soon as these words came out, Heavenly King Su burst into a rage again. The thief in front of him looked like he was the size of his children and grandchildren, and he dared to turn around and say that he was young? However, without waiting for the Su Heavenly King to take offense, Lin Xiaoya continued, "The land under your feet is not the land of your Su Heavenly King lineage, but rather it is just a fiefdom granted to you by the one in the city of King's Landing. In this four sacred kingdom, how should a king-level powerhouse refer to himself to avoid a taboo? Don't you know?" When Lin Xiaoya said that, he smiled and looked with interest at the extremely ugly-looking Heavenly King Su. Being reminded by the person in front of him like this, Heavenly King Su also remembered something as if he was waking up from a dream, and a cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, soaking through the robes he was wearing. In this four sacred kingdom, king can only be crowned by one person's head. That was the Lord of the four sacred kingdoms, located in Spirit Mountain, King's Landing City, the one in the Chi Tian Hall, King Lin. All the rest of the king-level powerhouses could only call themselves heavenly kings. Otherwise, it is a great disrespect, a treason, and a defiance of the king's authority. There is only one way to defy the king's authority, and that is to be annihilated, along with all of one's bloodline, and never to exist again. Thinking of this, Heavenly King Su sweated coldly, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, "If I kill you, no one will know what happened here. The sky is the limit. What can you do to me? When you get underground, it would also be good to claim that you were killed by the king, as a way to raise the price of your life." The killing intent in Heavenly King Su's language almost coalesced into shape. This man, he had to kill. Otherwise, if today's matter of him claiming to be king were to spread, the 9 clans would not be protected. The entire Su Tianwang lineage would be wiped out overnight. Looking at Heavenly King Su, who was almost at the same height as himself in the air, a rare flash of anger appeared on Lin Xiaoya's face. The situation now was no longer as simple as simply finding a way back for his senior sister. Originally, he had only wanted to slightly punish the Heavenly King Su's lineage, and it was only to kill Su Ho and Suan, and then let Heavenly King Su fall down to the king level in the process. But now it seemed that Heavenly King Su had flouted his kingship, and as a king, he could not tolerate it. Moreover, what he couldn't tolerate even more was that such a tiny king-level cultivator was claiming to be a king in his own fiefdom. It seemed like it had been a long time since these 4 sacred kingdoms, as well as this Tian Yuan state, had seen his wrath. The Su Heavenly King lineage, from the moment the word King Su was uttered, had already been sentenced to death. Immediately, Lin Xiaoya placed his palms flat at his eyebrows, his gaze like a blade, accurately measuring the height of Heavenly King Su, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile. Higher, before the words fell, an appalling chopping strike suddenly slashed out, as if the heavens and earth were trembling at that instant. Space was torn apart, and the invisible giant sword split the world into upper and lower parts, and violent spatial fragments surged out like a torrent, sweeping across the entire Su Wangqing city, causing the earth to tremble in a violent tremor. This chopping attack was as powerful as a bamboo. The power was so great that it almost tore through space, and the entire Tian Yuan state felt the pressure of destruction. At this point, Heavenly King Su was still at a loss, oblivious to the bad luck that was about to befall him. It wasn't until he felt a sharp pain hit him that he realized with a jolt, one's own heavenly aura had fallen decisively in that merciless chopping blow. Chapter 26 Exterminating Su Tianwan's Lineage. Fresh blood instantly drenched his face like a stream of water from above his head, and then it dripped down to his robes, covering his entire body. The intense pain caused Heavenly King Su to almost sheath his soul. The previously imposing appearance also instantly withered, and his figure began to fall towards the ground, like an eclipsed meteor streaking across the sky. Boom! The earth trembled, and Heavenly King Su's dull gaze looked vacantly at the sky. The vitality within his body was passing away at a speed visible to the naked eye. This earth-shattering chopping attack actually directly caused Heavenly King Su to die and perish. Everything had happened so quickly that the 2 giant half-step king-level silhouettes in King Su City hadn't even realized what had happened. Lin Xiaoya indifferently looked down on everything, towering above him, and that unrivaled kingly might spread from within him once again, sweeping and enveloping the entire King Su City. Under this uncontestable pressure, The two giant silhouettes directly transformed into points of light in the sky and dispersed, unable to even raise the slightest thought of resistance. The 2 million-strong armies looked at Lin Xiaoya in fascination. The other party had decapitated Heavenly King Su with just one move. However, just releasing the pressure caused the two half-step king-level avatar shadows to dissipate. Who is this man? Really? How could they, the Su Heavenly King's lineage, provoke such a powerful person? Could it be that this person is that emperor-level powerhouse? Or, is it the Great One? Further up, they wouldn't dare to speculate, because it was another world. In the Great Hall, Su Ho climbed out trembling. He had now felt the silence outside that was like stagnant water, which caused an ominous premonition to rise in his heart. Immediately, he hissed loudly, "Old ancestor." For a long time, no one responded, and even the 2 million-strong armies underneath were silenced. As Lin Xiaoya looked at Su Hu, his eyes chilled. Boom! Another chopping attack rose up from the ground, carrying a devastating destructive power that easily tore through the earth and the sky, cutting the entire King Su city into two distinct pieces in a matter of moments. On that ground, a hideous gully about 100 meters wide was left behind, and its depth, moreover, was like a bottomless abyss. Naturally, that great hall, under this force was completely annihilated. As for Su Ho and Suan inside, I'm afraid they were too dead to die. Only after doing this did Lin Xiaoya withdraw his gaze as he slowly said to the sky, "General Qinglong." As soon as the words fell, General Qinglong's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the high sky, but it was a great deal lower than Lin Xiaoya. Seeing this, General Qinglong stepped into the void and knelt down respectfully. "King Lin." The sound was not loud enough for only Lin Xiaoya to hear. "Su Tianwan's lineage defies the king's authority. You know in your heart what to do, but don't destroy all of the land that is close to 100 million miles. This great land, I'm going to leave it to Marquis Zhenlei, and when he steps into the king level, this fiefdom will be his," Lin Xiaoya slowly said, and between his words, he completely pronounced the death sentence of all the living beings underneath. "Yes, sir." General Qinglong's expression was solemn, and then he stood up to look at the 2 million-strong armies underneath, and he turned his gaze over the countless mountains and rivers to see all the people of this Su Tianwang lineage. After a few moments had passed, he had a plan. This Su Tianwan's lineage had a total of more than 800 dynasty forces, more than 1,000 sect forces, and larger cities that were about to go up to 4 digits. As for the population, that's hard to count. Execute all 9 clans, plus the army. The rest, exempt from death. Otherwise, if we completely hang a king-level power, it's inevitable that there will be unjust souls. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoya casually waved his hand, and then his figure disappeared into the heavens and earth. King Lin is holy. Seeing Lin Xiaoya leave, General Qinglong stood majestically high in the sky, looking at everyone below as if he was sweeping over the ants, and everyone in King Su City was similarly looking at the man high in the air, clad in green battle armor and holding a long spear. A sense of foreboding rose in all of their hearts. That feeling of death coming had never been so strong in their lives. General Qinglong whirled around and tore through space, pulling the holy decree out of space with his large hand. Seeing the holy decree that caused the entire heaven and earth to change color as soon as it appeared, leaving behind only the sacred golden light, the crowd in King Su City reacted to who that person was just now. The Lord of the 4 Holy Kingdoms, Lin Xiaoya, King of the Forest, the lineage of Heavenly King Su, who defied the king's authority, shall be executed to the 9 clans. General Qinglong's voice spread throughout the entire realm, like a palpitating life-suppressing talisman, causing everyone underneath to instantly have a look of trepidation welling up on their faces. His face, moreover, became pale and bloodless. Immediately, everyone in the entire Earth realm fled in panic. So great was the commotion that even the ground trembled. But after General Qinglong finished reading the imperial decree, he just raised his head faintly, without the slightest bit of mercy in his eyes. The only thing that was there was the solemn killing intent, which gradually solidified under his eyes. He pointed his lance straight at the ground, and then spat out his voice without haste, saying, "Kill." A simple word, but it was infused with countless spiritual energy. The surrounding space was directly destroyed by an invisible force, and countless green dragon saint guards rushed out from it and jumped into the ground. The cultivation level of these green dragon saint guards was not at all the same level of existence as the soldiers in King Su City. The Qinglong Holy Guards, an army that had gathered tens of thousands of seal marquee powerhouses, who could step on any part of the Tianyuan state. A massacre, and so it begins. And a few minutes after this massacre began, the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom received news. In that Xuanwu Sacred Temple, the country's master, Supreme Xuanwu, had an extremely ugly and worried face, and it was even harder to sit still. How could he explain to the Forest King that such a thing had happened in his own realm? For so many years it has been quiet. but today is the only day when there is a major incident of defiance of the king's authority. One must realize that what people in high positions hate most is contempt for their own power. I'm afraid that when the matter of Su Tianwang's lineage was taken care of, General Qinglong would soon be looking for him. Although he was the lord of the Xuanwu sacred kingdom and his cultivation was similarly a heavenly supreme, he was a mortal grade heavenly supreme. And in this life's cultivation, all of them absolutely cannot take another step forward. It's King Lin's deadly rule. The sacred kingdom lord's entry into the realm of the mortal kind heavenly supreme was the limit. To take it a step further would be treason. When the time comes, it will be branded as the same. What's more, he, the lord of this country, was still handpicked by the Lin king 1,000 years ago. No matter what, he didn't have the guts to have the heart to conspire against him. It can still be remedied. It can still be remedied. A flash of light flashed in Supreme Xuanwu's mind, and he suddenly thought of a saving measure. Pass on my order to declare all the great emperors of the Xuanwu sacred kingdom to enter the hall without fail. I don't think that will be necessary. Suddenly, General Qinglong's voice entered the great hall. He held a long spear and slowly stepped into it. Seeing this, Supreme Xuanwu quickly stepped down from his throne, along with all the courtiers in the hall, and knelt down to General Qinglong while respectfully saying, "General." General Qinglong remained expressionless. The Four Sacred Kingdoms' Kingdom Lord was nothing more than a puppet supported by King Lin to facilitate the conveyance of his will, and although he was only a general, he was King Lin's beloved, and he was even an immortal grade heavenly supreme, overriding the Four Sacred Kingdoms in both power and strength. It could be said that in this Four Sacred Kingdom realm, he was one man under another. Don't be nervous, King Lin just sent me to knock you around a bit. If this happens again in the future, you know the consequences. After saying that, General Qinglong left this place without looking back, leaving the people in the Xuanwu sacred temple trembling in fear. Chapter 27 Lin Xiuya's Arrangement. The matter of the demise of Heavenly King Su's lineage had quickly spread throughout the entire Tianyuan state, and as for the reason, most of them were already clear about it. That was when Heavenly King Su had claimed to be a king in his fiefdom and offended King Lin before ending up like this. Nowadays, everyone in the Tianyuan prefecture was in awe of the one in that Julin city. The Forest King hadn't shown his face for at least 1,000 years, and this time when he did, he directly destroyed a king-level power. The sword called kingship that hung over Tianyuan state was now profoundly branded into everyone's hearts. 1 month later, King's Landing City, on top of Spirit Mountain, the Marquis of Jianlei violently opened his eyes, and behind him, a huge purple silhouette suddenly appeared, carrying the might of a king, breaking through the sky and standing proudly on Spirit Mountain. However, this shadow only lasted for a second before it was subdued to ashes by the terrifying pressure held by the Spirit Mountain, and at the same time, Marquis Jianlei once again operated his spiritual energy, and above his head, a crown with purple lines appeared, with twisting and hideous thunder twining between them, extremely sacred, king level. Marquis Jianlei looked at his hands incredulously. In his life, he had actually had the opportunity to step into this realm. Although he was previously an 8th ranked marquis, at that time, his potential had long been exhausted, and it was hard to say whether he would be able to become a 9th ranked marquis. However, after experiencing that incident at the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, he had inexplicably gained the appreciation of King Lin. That elixir that the other party had bestowed upon him had allowed him to step into the king level with ease. This favor, Marquis Jianlei will never be able to repay in his life. However, right at this moment, Lin Xiuya's figure, too, slowly appeared between the heavens and the earth, arriving in front of Jianlei Ho. Seeing this, the Marquis of Jianlei's spiritual energy within his body collected as much as it could, and he directly knelt down at the Lin King with a respectful expression. King Lin, get up, there's no need to be polite, Lin Xiuya said indifferently. This Jianlei Ho has a good character, and although he had never met with his sister outside of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, he was still willing to help out. Being chivalrous is close to his heart. Because of this, he had brought Jianlei Ho directly to Spirit Mountain to cultivate, giving him the best cultivation environment and resources. Not only was it a commendation for his behavior, but more than that, he wanted to place such a king-ranked powerhouse by his senior sister's side. When the time comes, it's a lot easier. 2. Thank you, King Lin. Marquis Jianlei's face was solemn, not daring to be a little slow. After all, the person in front of him would be able to raise his hand and throw his foot in the Tianyuan state. No, it's the entire human emperor domain, calling the wind and the rain. For the first time in his life, he was facing such a big shot. Marquis Jianlei, I'll give you 2 errands. Are you willing? Lin Xiuya smiled and revealed his true intentions. When Marquis Jianlei heard this, he immediately knelt down on one knee, buried his head, and said, I dare not disobey King Lin's orders, even if it means going up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire. I'll do nothing. It's not that exaggerated, Lin Xiaoya said casually. I will order you to be the centurion of the Green Dragon Holy Guards today, and you can mobilize 100 Green Dragon Holy Guards. Marquis Zhenlei froze for a moment at his words. Green Dragon Holy Guard? At one time, his dream was to join it, but 10 years ago, he himself was but a small second-grade candidate, and he was eliminated in the first round. Now, it is actually able to become a centurion directly? Thank you, King Lin, for your grace, Marquis Zhenlei said excitedly. Don't be in a hurry to give thanks first. I'm afraid it's not an easy task to manage the Green Dragon Holy Guards, even if you're a king-level powerhouse and they're just high-grade candidates. I'm afraid that if you can't convince the public by doing your job, you'll only be a bare-knuckle commander. Lin Xiaoya knocked on the door and looked towards Marquis Zhenlei. He said this because every soldier in the Holy Guard of the Green Dragon's life was worth so much that even if you were a centurion, you couldn't execute them without authorization. If a mistake was made, only the king of the forest was qualified to decide the life and death of each soldier. It was because of this reason that the Green Dragon Holy Guards had become an invincible iron cavalry that was absolutely loyal to Lin Xiaoya, a supreme blade for him to suppress Tian Yuan state. As for Marquis Zhenlei, he was naturally clear about this rule, and immediately he said in a truncated manner, my subordinate will definitely do his best to fulfill King Lin's trust. So very good. Lin Xiaoya nodded with satisfaction before continuing. The second errand is for you to go and be the chief person in charge of the grand competition of the Tian Yuan State Academy. I'll assign you an adjutant general who will teach you what to do. That one is an old man in the Holy Guard of the Green Dragon. Tian Yuan State Academy competition? Marquis Zhenlei was filled with doubt. How did the job shift so quickly? 1 second it was the Green Dragon Holy Guard, and the next, it was involved with the school union. But doubtful as he was, King Lin's orders, he would willingly carry them out no matter what. I accept the order, Marquis Zhenlei respectfully said. Marquis Zhenlei, speaking of which, it's all thanks to your chivalrous behavior the day that you're where you are today. After talking for half a day, Lin Xiaoya had finally brought today's conversation to the point. I've been cynical since I was young, and when the vice president of the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy is so overbearing, he's undoubtedly wreaking havoc on the geniuses of the entire Tian Yuan state. I also failed to think that just a small matter at my fingertips could be bestowed by King Lin, who is so wise. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya skimmed his lips. Why did this person start kissing ass as soon as he became an official? However, he also knew in his heart that the only people in this Tian Yuan state who would not be afraid when facing him were those in the division. Someone like Marquis Zhenlei was already sweating profusely just from having a normal conversation with him. It's not too thick to say that the other person has done this, but it doesn't detract from the person's original character. This king remembers that day when you fought with the vice president simply for the sake of a little girl who was a complete stranger. Yes, no matter who she was, I would have come to the aid of the minister that day, just for the sake of the moral justice in my heart, Marquis Zhenlei said. Remember what she looked like? Lin Xiaoya laughed as he guided for half a day and finally threw out this topic. Appreciating you is one thing. The main reason is still for the sake of senior sister's cultivation. No matter what, you have to know what your senior sister looks like. Otherwise, how can you protect her? Hearing this, Marquis Zhenlei nodded after a moment of contemplation. Remember, speaking of which, that little girl, on the contrary, is considered to be my benefactor. If not for her, I would not have had the opportunity to serve King Lin. If I had met her in the Tian Yuan State Academy competition, I might have thanked her properly. Hearing these words of true love, Lin Xiaoya immediately said, good, wanted that from you. Go down, afterward I will send that deputy to you, and wait for my decree. Lin Xiaoya slowly said, yes, sir. Immediately, Marquis Zhenlei left first. After doing so, Lin Xiaoya directly summoned the vice-general he had mentioned earlier. This person, named Quan Jianxing, had followed him for a long time, but his cultivation qualifications were ridiculously poor. However, remembering that the other party was a contributor to those great years, he had kept this person by his side, and now that this person had stepped into the king level, he had given Quan Jianxing a position as a vice-general. King Lin. As soon as Quan Jianxing saw Lin Xiaoya, his expression was instantly respectful, and that expression was 100 times more exaggerated than Marquis Zhenlei. No, 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 you're also an old man following me. You don't need to salute when you see me in the future, Lin Xiaoya said helplessly. Thank you, King Lin. Quan Jianxing's heart was pounding. To be able to obtain these words from the Lin King, that was a chance that many people could not even beg for in several lifetimes. It was also his own luck a few thousand years ago, when he was but a brat, but resolutely chose to follow the forest king of that time to fight the world. The Lin King of those years was not as powerful as he is now. Fleeing around, And throughout the 4 sacred kingdoms, there were wanted notices for him. Good thing I insisted on following it. It is true that in one's life, choice is greater than effort. Although he was a cultivation scum, it was because he had faithfully followed Lin Xiaoya during those lofty years, and even though he hadn't contributed much, his loyalty was seen by the other party. Nowadays, he had also managed to mix up to the king level, although he had eaten all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures to forcefully pile up his cultivation level. But so what? He wasn't just any king-level powerhouse, but an old man who had followed King Lin for thousands of years, a relationship that was enough to allow him to walk sideways in Tianyuan state. Maybe the Supreme wouldn't give it about his shallow relationship, but below the Supreme, even those great emperors had to respect him when they saw him. You're not strong enough to convince the people, so you won't be able to sit in this centurion's position, but you are experienced, and this time, you are ordered to follow the Marquis of Jinlei, the new centurion. Make sure you assist him well in the Tianyuan State Academy competition. Don't cause any trouble. If this matter is messed up, the consequences will be clear to you, Lin Xiaoya slowly said. Although the person in front of him was an old man who had followed him for thousands of years, this person's character was far inferior to Marquis Jinlei. Privately, he even used his name to commit a lot of things, but none of them was a big deal. So he stopped, and in recent decades, he has been restrained. If it is not remembered that in those lofty years this person is loyal to himself, this Quan Jianqing would have died a million times. Also, this man seemed to be involved in something much more important, and it just wasn't time to spook him yet. He would not act rashly until the person behind the curtain had surfaced. Yes, sir, Quan Jianqing said in fear. He knew that this was King Lin hammering him. If this matter was not done properly, he was afraid that he would have to die. It wasn't that he didn't understand the truth that accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. Go down, Lin Xiaoya blandly said. After the spirit mountain had quieted down, he slowly exhaled a breath, his fists clenched, looking a little nervous. Not many things could make him nervous. Is this game a little too big? At the end of the sentence, Lin Xiaoya shook his head and thought no more. Chapter 28 Descendants of the Holy King. In the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy's one-star courtyard, in the top cultivation room, Jiang Yuwei sat cross-legged, and her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened and a golden light emerged, and up and down her circumference. She was also ablaze with blazing flames. Only nowadays, this immortal flame was no longer the reddish color it once was, but a golden color. That golden flame burning at the same time, even the nearby space, are burned by this intense high temperature to distort up, along with a loud and clear phoenix sound coming from within her body. The Nirvana sacred body had been completely consummated since this moment. A total of 10 revolutions heaven and earth pills have been refined, and the effect of refining them again is already minimal. Jiang Yuwei slowly said. In addition to this 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill, the phoenix essence blood given to her by her master, she had almost refined it. Now, her cultivation level had crossed over the spirit will realm and had directly arrived at the late earth extremity realm. This speed made Jiang Yuwei's heart a little unsettled. Moreover, during this recent period of time, in addition to refining these treasures, she was also continuing to comprehend the chaotic divine demon scripture that her master had given her long ago. What surprised her was that this chaotic divine demon scripture even contained a terrifying number of martial skills. The grades of each of these martial skills were frighteningly high. Naturally, it's hard to learn on the fly. The technique in these phoenix essence blood that master gave me is simply a heavenly creation. She couldn't help but mumble. I really don't know what kind of god the master is. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei could only shake her head before leaving the cultivation room. At this time the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy is also completely on track. This year's second unified enrollment was recruited into the students. According to the strength and weakness, was arranged into the major tutors under the door. As for those with slightly lesser aptitude in cultivation, they will form a class of 30 people, and will be taught by several tutors at the same time. But nowadays, Jiang Yuwei was the dean's student, so naturally she didn't have to worry about this aspect. But now, wherever she went, she was almost always the center of attention. She's Jiang Yuwei? My god! Looking at the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her, I'm afraid she's at the late stage of the Earth Extreme Realm. She's only 16 years old. I'm afraid that this kind of talent is enough to crush a bunch of heavenly prides on the Inner Divine Prefecture's heavenly pride ranking. Yes, but this person is introverted. If it wasn't for her duel with Suan the other day, I'm afraid no one would even know that she has a senior brother who is even more powerful than a peak 9th grade candidate. The crowd was talking. This kind of sound didn't have the slightest effect on Jiang Yuwei's ears. Still, she came here for the sake of cultivation and nothing else. Hello. But suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. This person was none other than the previous Quan Yin. Seeing that the other party was not malicious, Jiang Yuwei just nodded in response. The vice dean is my mentor. Now that the dean is still in seclusion, she entrusted me to tell you about the Tianyuan State Academy Grand Competition. Quan Yin looked courteous and had decent language. At least he didn't make Jiang Yuwei feel offended. The academy competition? She sniffed and came to her senses. Having just come out of the gate, it was indeed necessary to have countless trials and killings to consolidate the current cultivation level. This is an event for the entire Tianyuan prefecture. All the academies in Tianyuan prefecture will carry out a grand competition in the Tongtian River secret realm 7 days later. Even though we are cadets of the First Star Academy, we still have to participate in the battle yet. It's for the glory of the academy. And if one achieves a good ranking score, the reward, it's not ordinary. Quan Yin laughed. I see. Jiang Yuwei nodded. She naturally had to participate in such a matter. No matter what, she was a member of the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy. And, also, the leader of this freshman class. You stepped into the late stage of the Earth Extreme Realm? Quan Yin suddenly asked, some curiosity in his tone. Jiang Yuwei nodded casually and said modestly, it was just a fluke. Ha ha, this isn't a fluke, but your natural talent is extremely terrifying. A month ago, my cultivation was higher than yours. But now, it's far behind you. Quan replied in shame. Nowadays, he had also stepped into the Earth Extremity Realm, but it was only in the early stages. And compared to Jiang Yuwei, it was nothing compared to Jiang Yuwei. How did your personality change so quickly? Jiang Yuwei was puzzled. Her first impression of the man was one of silence. And that day in the dean's office, the man had stood as if he were a stake in the ground, not saying a word. Today, why so much talk? Ha ha, that day was just a physical ailment. Quan Yin laughed, and then continued, can you participate with me? If the two of us join forces, we will definitely be able to achieve good results among all the one-star courtyards. It's not impossible to even win the laurels. That's when he said what he really thought. Whatever, Jiang Yuwei said casually. At least now the man didn't seem to have any unacceptable purposefulness either. If it is only for the purpose of choosing a strong group, there is nothing wrong with this point. She also needed a powerful ally. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Quan Yin sniffed, and a touch of happiness surged on his face. Well, we'll just have to talk about it then. Jiang Yuwei pulled out a smile, and then he left the place. Quan Yin nodded and responded politely. As he looked at Jiang Yuwei's distant back, in his eyes, a touch of greed actually appeared, and then he licked his lips, as if he was savoring the scent left behind by the other party. It really is the Nirvana Saint body. 10,000 waves rose in Quan Yin's heart. It would not be an exaggeration to say that such a physique was rare in 10,000 years. Moreover, within Jiang Yuwei's body, she possessed an extremely pure phoenix bloodline, a purity that could barely be considered human. Even those geniuses of the divine phoenix clan, I'm afraid that they didn't have as high a bloodline purity as Jiang Yuwei. This man's identity is not simple, but he, likewise, is not simple. If we can completely deprive ourselves of the Nirvana sacred body, coupled with such a pure phoenix bloodline, the Saint King's bloodline in my body will be revitalized once again, and reviving the Saint King's might will be just around the corner then. Quan Yin's face suddenly became cloudy. He is none other than the descendant of the Holy King. Thousands of years ago, after that Saint Lord, who had almost been forgotten by the world, decimated the Saint King, he also destroyed all of the Saint King's bloodline in passing. But there is always a loose end to 100 secrets. Their lineage didn't die because, at that time, they were located on the same front as the Holy Lord's division. As a result, this vein has not been liquidated. Nowadays, Quan Jianqing has become a beloved member of King Lin's side, and has even been appointed as one of the people in charge of this great competition. With his help, seizing the Nirvana sacred body is as easy as a slap in the face. All of this is simply a heavenly opportunity. Heaven, do not destroy my Saint King bloodline. Quan Yin coldly said that no matter what, he must obtain the Nirvana sacred body. It's the only hope for a turnaround. Chapter 29, Good, Bad, Black and White. Time passes in an instant. The realm of the Tongtian River became even more prosperous than usual. It was because the other academies of the Tianyuan state had come to this place as much as they could, preparing to participate in the academy competition. As the head of the academies in the Tianyuan state, the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy had also drawn up its list of participants a long time ago. In one of the one-star courtyards, there was a combination of two people, Jiang Yuwei and Quan Fu. These two were the first and third in the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy's one-star courtyard, and were considered the most highly anticipated combination. And now, they had also left the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy and had come to the periphery of this Tongtian River Earth realm to prepare for the Academy Grand Competition. At that time, the so-called person in charge would rip open the secret passageway, allowing them to enter it to fight. This secret realm wasn't as simple as the secret realm during the test. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous inside, and it was not uncommon to fall in it. But all the same, the various heavenly treasures in the secret realm made up for the high casualty rate. The path of martial arts was to fight for every opportunity to improve one's cultivation. Death is just a ridiculous clown in front of the cultivator. And after a few days of getting along, the two, Jiang Yuwei and Quan Overlay, had temporarily become friends, or at least, could talk to each other. Kuan Yin's almost seamless worldly skills and verbal pandering tactics didn't make Jiang Yuwei think much about it, although she felt a little strange in her heart. See that river? Quan Wong pointed at the giant river that bisected the earth and said, "Ah, the river of Tongtian. Who doesn't know it?" Jiang Yuwei was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at him. "Do you know how the Tongtian River was formed?" Quan Yin suddenly said mysteriously. Seeing a look of incomprehension emerge on Jiang Yuwei's face, he slowly said, "This river, legend has it, was formed by a random chop from a Saint King." Saint King? Hearing that name, her face changed. Even if she was born in a barren land like the Outer Divine Prefecture, she had heard of the Saint King's name. His cultivation is heavenly, but he does no evil, enslaves all beings, and even treats human life like dirt. In short, a born bad seed. It's that Saint King you're thinking of. The power of a Saint King in his heyday is just so terrifying then. Quan replied with some infatuation. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and also sucked in a breath. A random strike could form such a river that split the Tianyuan state into 2 continents? That's really scary. But the Saint King was still destroyed. Kuan Yin's tone was tinged with regret, and such a tone naturally made Jiang Yuwei feel displeased. Shouldn't such bad people be exterminated? She asked rhetorically, frowning. Bad people? I don't think so. What do you think is a good guy and what is a bad guy? Is that Lord Saint Lord who beheaded the Saint King a good person? You may not know that this holy Lord, but he has 3 great disciples. Jiang Yuwei's eyes drifted for a moment, and her face was even more bewildered. Yi Fan, Zhao Xianjun, and Lin Xiuya. You're not sure about the other 2, but you've always seen Yi Fan, the head of the School Union Alliance, the same statue you worshipped when you first came to the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy. These words, on the contrary, made Jiang Yuwei remember. The statue of Yi Fan was indeed magnificent, making people unconsciously want to kneel and worship. I wonder how terrifying the cultivation of a powerhouse at that level is. These 3 people are now completely in control of the entire Tianyuan state. Oh no! It's not too much to say that they're in control of the entire world. Let me ask you first, do you think they're good people? Quan replied asking. Jiang Yuwei couldn't answer. She hadn't seen any of these 3 with her own eyes. At most she had only heard about them. So how could she judge? Take you somewhere and you'll see. Quan Tua smiled. And then he led Jiang Yuwei towards one of the most chaotic places in the Tongtian River realm. This place was located underground and was known as the City of Sin. Inside, there are all the worst sinners. They didn't dare to see the light of day, but if they appeared on the ground, they would be killed by the soldiers of the 4 holy kingdoms. But even so, the entrances to Sin City were known to everyone in almost all parts of the Tongtian River. Trying to get to Sin City is as easy as it gets. It's full of bad people who are unforgivable. So guess why the 4 sacred kingdoms didn't do anything about it even though they knew about it? The corner of Kuan Yin's mouth lifted. Jiang Yuwei looked at everything in front of her. Sin City. It really lives up to its name. The sounds of killing came from all sides. The streets were filthy, no different from the sewers. It was dark and damp, like the residence of rats. She couldn't take her eyes off everything around her. It's too messy. But just then, Kuan Yin quickly stepped forward and blocked her view. But even so, Jiang Yuwei still heard the sound of male and female love coming from that dark alley. This caused her face to suddenly blush, right up to her ears. You won't have to read these. Quan Wong led her straight to other places. With her ears much clearer, Jiang Yuwei was relieved, and at the same time, she was a little more trusting of Kuan Yu. So what's the answer to the question you were talking about earlier? She asked. Because that high and mighty Lin King needs a place like Sin City to exist. He's the noble lord of the 4 holy kingdoms. But secretly, he's a ruthless person. Such a big shot is practically using the most terrifying means to monitor everyone in the 4 sacred kingdoms. There are some big powers that he will naturally take action against personally. But, when it comes to ordinary people like you and me, the sinners in Sin City are the swords he uses to kill ordinary people. After all, that high and mighty King Lin won't let the blood of us lowly people dirty his hands. Kuan Yin coldly grunted, and between the lines, he was extremely dissatisfied and even hated that Lin King. I've never met the Forest King, and I don't care if what you say is true or not. You're getting off topic. We're talking about how to define good and bad, not about you not caring. Kuan Yin glanced at Jiang Yuwei and said, do you know how many people have been killed by Lord Holy Lord's division from the beginning to the end? Among them, How many innocent people were there? Do you know? You think that the Holy Lord regards human life as grass and dirt, enslaves all beings, and does no evil. But how is that Holy Lord not? Thousands of years ago, that Holy Lord united with 3 of his own disciples to kill the 4 sacred kingdoms and almost killed them all. Do you know what concept this is? They've killed more people than Saint Kings. In the last sentence, Kuan Yin almost used the faintest of voices to whisper in Jiang Yuwei's ear, but even though the voice was small, it made Jiang Yuwei's pupils shrink violently. Killed all the 4 sacred kingdoms? She could only be dumbfounded. Unfortunately, history is written by the victors, and no one will know about the things they did, knowing that they are all dead. People nowadays only know of the mighty Lin King who shakes the 4 seas, the mighty Zhao Patriarch who shakes the world, the Alliance Master Yi who runs across the 8 wildernesses, and that legendary Holy Lord. Speaking of which, they and the Holy King are one of a kind. Kuan Yin shook his head and let out a miserable laugh. Then he looked at Jiang Yuwei and said, "This world isn't as good as you think. A world that honors martial arts is morbid. The Holy King's ideal is to create a world of absolute equality. No cultivation, no disparity. It's always a tough road, but it's a shame that the Holy King, however, collapsed in the middle of the road. Look at the world now. Those who bully others are many. The poor are like wild dogs on the side of the road to be bullied, and those in high positions do not know anything about it, but only care about their own spending days and enjoying themselves. If the Holy King's grand plan had been fully implemented, this world would not be what it is now." When Quan Fu finished saying these words, an imperceptible ripple appeared in the surrounding space. 5 eerie gazes, cast out from that space, with murderous intent, stared at him in death. Chapter 30, Qi Dafu? Kuan Yin's words left Jiang Yuwei only dumbfounded. There seemed to be some truth in what he said about right and wrong, good and bad, or at least those words, which all but confirmed what she had seen and heard in the meantime. "That's just it. What's the point of talking to you so much?" Kuan Yin smiled when he saw Jiang Yuwei's contemplative look, and then walked forward, about to ruffle her hair. It was just such a move that caused Jiang Yuwei to suddenly take a few steps back, her brows furrowed. "Sorry, couldn't help it when I saw your hair messed up." Kuan Yin smiled indifferently. "This girl is quite guarded." Jiang Yuwei sniffed and gave him a strange look. It was clear that this man looked at most a year or 2 older than himself, but he was able to speak so much sense, which was extremely inconsistent with his appearance. And just now, Kuan Yin wanted to have intimate gestures with her, which made her heart develop some resentment and defensiveness. "Come on, go back. This place is a mess." After saying that, Quan Kai left the place with Jiang Yuwei. It was only what she had just seen along the way that had planted a seed in her mind. Those in high places do seem to have no regard for ordinary people like them. "Wait, don't rush back yet. I have one more place to go." Jiang Yuwei suddenly paused and thought of something. This place didn't seem to be far from the Qi Tian mansion, and it had been a while since he himself had seen his master. "Master, will you just stay in the Qi Tian mansion? Then let's go. I'll accompany you." It's always unsafe for a girl to be alone in this Tongtian River realm. Quan Tua laughed, and then joked, "Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, but if I really need danger, I can also stand in front of you." These words had amused Jiang Yuwei, so the 2 of them instantly left Sin City and headed in the direction of the Qi Tian mansion. Not long after the 2 of them had left, the figures of Shang Dan, Jingwei, and Jiejuan slowly surfaced in the midst of the crowd in Sin City. Shang frowned, looking at Kuan Yin's distant figure. An extremely ominous premonition vaguely rose in the bottom of his heart, a feeling that made his heart palpitate. But how could he, a heavens supreme, have such feelings for a brat at the early stage of the Earth Extremity realm? There was no doubt that this kid definitely had problems. And, not just any problems. The other party had said so many things to Jiang Yuwei today. How could he know all this at his age? This matter must be reported to Lord Saint Lord. I'm afraid that this brat, and the Saint King's remnant have an inseparable relationship. However, just as they were about to leave this place, General Qinglong unexpectedly appeared in the crowd as well. Only that he was not wearing that armor today, but rather, he was wearing idle clothes. "General, why are you here?" Ra puzzled. General Qinglong doesn't just show up for no reason. Every time he appeared, it was on Lin Xiuya's orders. "The Lin King sent me here to tell the several elders to stay put and just protect Jiang Yuwei in the shadows. By the order of King Lin." Although the Shang Dan, pure and final clowns were puzzled in their hearts, they still nodded their heads. However, he vaguely felt that in this world, he was afraid that something big was going to happen again. It seemed that the yin and yang poles, which had been calm for many years, had suddenly been broken by a mysterious force, and that balance had been lost and misplaced. Looking at the puzzled looks of Shang and the others, General Qinglong also shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly, saying, "Several elders, I am indeed not sure what exactly King Lin's intentions are with this move. and I am indeed only in charge of delivering a message this time. Seeing this, Shang clasped his fists and said, General Qinglong is joking. When King Lin acts, we only follow. As for why, that's not something we should worry about. So be it. General Qinglong nodded his head, and then he walked into the crowd, and his figure disappeared into the sky and earth. Let's go as well. Since King Lin wants us to protect the young lady, then we must be on our toes lately. Saying so, Shang Dan, Jing, Zhou and Zhou also left the place. Tongtian River Realm, Qitian Mansion. Looking at this huge, gigantic mansion in front of him, Quan Kai suddenly froze and looked at Jiang Yuwei incredulously, saying, This is your home? This mansion was simply frighteningly large when it came to size, and the surrounding decorations, but also extravagant incomparable. Just a glance, he is old-fashioned to see these decorations. I'm afraid that all from the royal family. Could it be that this guy is a royal child? Could it be a child of the royal family of one of the four holy kingdoms? Not waiting for him to continue to think, Quan Kai raised his head and was startled by the three big words Qi Tian Fu. He looked at Jiang Yuwei in surprise, then looked around and whispered, This mansion, who named it? Jiang Yuwei was unimpressed and casually said, Naturally, it's my master, Qi Tian. In the boundaries of this four sacred kingdom, someone dares to use the word Qi Tian. It's simply nonsense. Quan Yin was shocked beyond words. What kind of person is this Jiang Yuwei? As he thought of this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a terrifying thought suddenly rose in his mind. Could it be that she is Lin Xiuya's daughter? Soon, though, a gust of wind blew by. On the plaque of that Qi heavenly mansion, the horizontal one and the word heaven actually fell down with a clunk, turning it into Qi dimension. Seeing this scene, Quan Tuo's expression was stunned before he came to a realization and let go of his heart. What the? In the middle of the day, it turned out to be a fake. I guess it's just the owner of this mansion in order to pretend. Moreover, Lin Xiuya's last name was Lin and Jiang Yuwei's last name was Jiang. How could the two be father and daughter? What's more, in his intelligence, Lin Xiuya had never had a partner, and everyone in that Holy Lord's division had no partner. It seems he was overthinking it. Ah, why is the plaque broken? Jiang Yuwei hurriedly went forward to pick up that cross and was about to rehang it. However, Quan Fu was the one who stepped forward and stopped her. Right now, Jiang Yuwei couldn't die yet. If she added this cross up and was discovered by the soldiers inspecting the area, Jiang Yuwei would instantly die under King Lin's hands. In that case, his wish to seize the Nirvana's sacred body would be defeated. At least right now he wanted Jiang Yuwei to be safe and sound more than anyone else. What for? Jiang Yuwei was slightly displeased. I advise you to stay put. You add this cross up, things can get big. Remember what I told you about King Lin? In the center of the four sacred kingdoms, there is a King's Landing city, and within it is a mountain range that runs through the heavens, called Spirit Mountain, and on top of that Spirit Mountain is King Lin's palace, called the Hall of Qi Tian. I told you earlier that this person, King Lin, acts extremely overbearingly, and, what's more, all beings have to avoid him. Quan Yin patiently explained. Right now, every word he said was sincere and not half false. You still don't know about that incident with the Heavenly King Su's lineage, do you? Heavenly King Su? I remember. That person Suan was the one who said it every day before, and later on, he even joined his own father in a vain attempt to plot against me. Jiang Yuwei said, Su Tianwen these three words, she will not forget so easily. That day if it is not the senior brother out, I am afraid that the consequences are unimaginable. Heavenly King Su's lineage was destroyed by King Lin, executing all 9 clans. The dead could fill 100 of your Qi de Fu. Extinguished? Jiang Yuwei's heart trembled in surprise. How could so many people die? Earlier, this Suho also threatened that he would not let her and her senior brother go, but as a result, he turned his hand and was exterminated. So he was also to blame, and the evil people had their own heavenly harvest. But to be put to death? How many people have to die? Although it was true that these two, Suho and Suan, deserved to die, but after all, she didn't continue to think about it further. The entire reason why Heavenly King Su's lineage was destroyed was because Heavenly King Su said 2 words, and he even boasted that he was King Su. In this Tianyuan prefecture, no one dares to call themselves a king alone except for King Lin. A king-level powerhouse has to be called a heavenly king. Emperor-level powerhouses call themselves emperors. Emperor-level powerhouses called great emperors. But that King Lin doesn't know what kind of quirks he has, but he is loyal to this word king. Obviously his cultivation is as high as a Saint Pin Tian Supreme, and he doesn't call himself a supreme. He wants that king. But it was because of this one word difference that the Heavenly King Su lineage met its demise. Quan Yin said, and these words also made Jiang Yuwei react completely. In that case, then this Qi Tianfu of hers, isn't it also a taboo? since King Lin had the Qi Tian Hall. I'm afraid that the word Qi Tian couldn't appear anywhere else. Immediately, her heart palpitated as she pinched that horizontal directly to pieces, looking around with a somewhat panicked expression to make sure that no one had discovered the abnormality. Seeing her look, Kuan Yin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't report you. We are allies." Jiang Yuwei nodded. It was a matter of great importance, and she must tell her master. This kind of mistake could never be made, or else the consequences of angering that murderous Lin King would be simply terrifying. You must be extremely careful in this sacred kingdom in the future. And remember not to make the mistake today in the future. Or else. TSK. Kuan Yin raised an eyebrow and said in a threatening manner. After seeing Jiang Yuwei's little face turn white, he was as happy as if he had succeeded in his trick. This girl, although she possessed such a precious treasure as the Nirvana sacred body, she was uninitiated. It seemed that the Nirvana sacred body was truly something destined to be bestowed upon him by the heavens. Is that Lin King really that ruthless and overbearing? Jiang Yuwei asked. What did you think? That's a king. And besides, the other party is one of the top sacred phenomenon heavenly supreme beings in this world, so he can do whatever he wants. Quan replied in response, and in his words, he was extremely dissatisfied with that Lin King. It's better to inform master first. After saying that, Jiang Yuwei brought Kuan Yin and stepped into the Qi dimension. Chapter 31, Under Control. Why does it smell so good? Quan Kai just stepped into the front foot. Is to smell a refreshing fragrance. This flavor, only the kind of top-quality heavenly material treasure can emit. And then, he was a pupil earthquake. It was because those heavenly treasures that were enough to cause a sensation outside were actually growing randomly anywhere in this Qi dimension like wildflowers and weeds. Such bravado he had never seen or heard. Immediately, Quan Kai looked at Jiang Yuwei with a frown on his face and said in disbelief, "What is your master's cultivation level?" "I don't know. It should be pretty strong, right?" Jiang Yuwei was honest. "It's not right," Quan replied, rubbing his chin. "I know about your senior brother. That day he seriously injured Su Ho. Su Ho is a peak 9th grade candidate. No enemy under the king level. So your senior brother is also a king level?" "No," Jiang Yuwei simply said. "My senior brother isn't a king level powerhouse. He's only a 9th grade candidate, but he's highly gifted, so he can heavily injure Su Ho." "There is such a thing?" Quan replied, his mouth half open, speechless. How gifted did he have to be to casually hit a peak 9th grade candidate with the strength of a 9th grade candidate? But seeing Jiang Yuwei's certainty, Kuan Yin couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. This kind of thing. It cannot be said that there is absolutely nothing. The world is full of strange things. Perhaps Jiang Yuwei's senior brother, indeed, is just a frighteningly high natural talent. In that case, then, the heavenly treasures in this courtyard were not unexplainable. It barely makes sense. Such a genius. Finding some heavenly materials and treasures is not wrong. It's reasonable. Is your master in this Qi dimension? For such a large residence, is it just you and your master living here? There's a servant or something? Kuan Yin asked again. This Qi Dafu is too eccentric. Why do you have so many questions? Like a long-winded woman. Jiang Yuwei bristled. Disgruntled. Kuan Yin was dumbfounded by this dislike and could only concede. A long-winded woman? Endured. Master, are you there? Jiang Yuwei tentatively shouted from the mansion, but the only thing that responded to her was the empty echoes coming from this huge mansion. It looks like your master is not here. Originally I was thinking of meeting him, but this wish has fallen through. Quan replied regretfully. He did want to meet this mysterious master teacher that Jiang Yuwei spoke of. Not there. Jiang Yuwei buried her head in disappointment. It had been a long time since he had seen his master, and he missed it. After all, his master was considered to be his only family. Of course, he could count those 3 elder brothers now. However, right at this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly walked out from the mansion, holding a broom in his hand, looking as if he had just finished his work. On the body, just wearing the most simple coarse cloth clothes. To see its appearance, simply an ordinary person is no different. It's just blending in with the crowd and it's unmistakable. Master. As soon as Jiang Yuwei saw Jiang Yu, he ran forward with excitement, and the tremendous force that he felt actually knocked him over. Gu. You've gained so much strength in a while. Jiang Yu sat on the ground and laughed bitterly, looking towards Jiang Yuwei. What a while. It's obviously been almost 2 months. Jiang Yuwei gambled. Oh, master remembered wrongly. Jiang Yu scratched his head in embarrassment, then stood up and looked at Kuan Yu, saying, "And this is? Your friend?" Kuan Yin hurriedly recovered from his state of disorientation and quickly stepped forward, respectfully saying, "Senior, this person is also a student of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, called Quan Fu, from Fire Spirit Divine State." Kuan Yin snatched the answer. "Oh, so it's geniuses from other divine states. quickly take your seats. Let me make you two some tea. Jiang Yu sniffed and revealed a kind smile. No need. Senior, how dare I trouble you with such a thing? Quan Wong put on a look of trepidation, but in the back of his mind, it was a dark thought. This is Master Jiang Yuwei? Looks like a mere mortal. Even if a strong person hides his cultivation, his body will more or less carry some aura. This kind of aura, extremely difficult to hide. However, the person in front of him not only didn't have half a bit of spiritual power fluctuation on his body, but he had no aura to speak of. It's not even an exaggeration to say that he's a sharecropper on the ground. It was only this doubt that Kuan Yin did not speak out. A friend of Yuwei's is here, and I, as a master, naturally want to offer hospitality. After saying that, Jiang Yu warmly pressed Quan Kai and Jiang Yuwei onto the stone seat in the open-air compound, and then he himself turned around and twisted into the mansion, and in a short while, he came out with 3 cups of steaming tea on a tray. Taste? Jiang Yu brought the tea to the two men. The bowl of tea in front of Kuan Yin was too full to handle. He smiled awkwardly at the sight, before twisting his teacup and blowing on it gently. Just by blowing like that, the tea that was almost overflowing from the teacup spilled directly onto his hand. It's hot. The sudden sharp pain caused Kuan Yin's hand to let go, and the teacup fell to the ground in response, shattering. I'm sorry, senior. I lost my temper. Kuan Yin hurriedly said. Why is this tea so hot? Ha ha, no harm, no foul. There's still one more to go, Jiang Yu said indifferently, and then he sat down, scrutinizing the power overlay. Being gazed at like this, Kuan Yin looked a little uncomfortable before saying, why is senior looking at me like this? Do you like my apprentice? When these words came out, even Jiang Yuwei, who was drinking tea, suddenly sprayed Jiang Yu with tea. Ahem. Sorry, but what are you talking about, master? Jiang Yuwei looked at Jiang Yu with an odd expression. She always felt that there was something wrong with her master teacher today. Elder is overly concerned. Yuwei is so outstanding. I know I'm not good enough for her, so how can I say I like her? To be able to be friends with Yuwei, I'm all satisfied. Kuan Yin was also taken aback by the word tiger and wolf. A mortal is a mortal, and says things with no sense of humor and no brains. Oh, Jiang Yu casually answered. Then said, I'm kidding. Master, you shouldn't make such jokes next time. Jiang Yuwei muttered. This kind of joke was not funny at all. Ha ha ha. Well. Master teacher won't tell such jokes next time. Jiang Yu patted Jiang Yuwei's head and comforted her. I really didn't expect senior to be able to raise a disciple like Whispering Violet's senior brother. It's really impressive. Quan replied in admiration. When Jiang Yu heard this, he just laughed and said, perhaps it's because I have extraordinary eyes? Every disciple that I see can become a great talent. He looked at Jiang Yuwei, seemingly encouraging. In the future, you will also become a character like your senior brother. That's natural. With Yuwei's natural talent reaching the feudal marquis realm, it's simply as easy as a slap in the face. Even stepping into the king's power realm is a snap. And in the future, one might be able to achieve supremacy, perhaps, or the supremacy of the heavens, or that absolute pinnacle of the holy product, the heavenly supremacy. Kuan Yin followed Jiang Yu's words. You know a lot. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth lifted up as he laughed. Afterwards, Jiang Yuwei clattered to Jiang Yu about the things that had happened during this period of time. What with taking first place? What with the 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill? What with Suan and Su Ho? What with the Tian Yuan State Academy competition? Jiang Yujun listened patiently and attentively to all that this disciple had to say. Ah, it's getting late. Master, I have to return to the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy's garrison. Jiang Yuwei glanced at the sky and said. On the side, Kuan Yin also chimed in. Indeed, it's getting late. If we don't go back, Lord Vice President will be worried. Seeing this, Jiang Yu stood up and spoke in a soft tone. Then, you too, be careful along the way. I hope you can achieve good results in the academy competition. But of course, just do your best in everything. In this world, there are things that can be done and things that can't be done. But on the path of martial arts, as long as one is blameless, one day one will be able to rank at the top of the great world. The two men sniffed respectfully and, I honor the teachings of the master. I honor the teachings of my predecessor. Although Kuan Yin said this with his mouth, in his heart, he was somewhat contemptuous. You're a mortal, and you're still here threatening the top of some great world? Immediately, Jiang Yuwei and Kuan Yu left the Qi Grand Mansion. Jiang Yu stared at the shattered teacups on the ground, and then at the two men's distant backs. He sat down on a stone bench, his gaze suddenly becoming glittering, his tone chillingly cold and, finally found you, little bastard. As he spoke, Lin Xiuya, Yi Fan, and Zhao Xinjun also walked out from the back of the mansion. Master, it's him, isn't it? Well, I won't forget that flavor. even if this guy didn't display his Saint King bloodline. Jiang Yu coldly said. With that, Jiang Yu looked at Yi Fan and said, you secretly head to the Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture and find this guy's lair. Remember, just find it, don't move yet. I reckon that all the heavenly supreme beings in the Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture have rebelled. Mark them, and when the time comes to kill them, don't miss a single one. And then he looked at Zhao Xinjun and said, I don't care what method you use, block off the entire Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture for me. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave, and whoever trespasses, dies. What about me? Lin Xiaoya asked. You keep an eye on things in Tianyuan State. Quan Jianqing and Quan Yin are just thrown out goods. Not to mention that this Quan Jianqing is a douchebag who carries the bloodline of a Saint King but doesn't know it. As for Quan Yin, the Saint King bloodline in this guy's body is purer, as evidenced by the fact that the Saint Lord's tea can scald him. There are still quite a few Saint King remnants in the entire Tianyuan prefecture, so I guess this time, they'll reveal themselves. Jiang Yu said without haste. Some people who carry the bloodline of the Saint King have never stepped onto the path of cultivation, so I can't handle them well and it's hard to find this group of people. They are the last cards left behind by the Saint King. As long as this group of people show up, you quietly let the Green Dragon Holy Guards kill them cleanly. There are naturally ways to deal with mortals. This is something you know better than me. Lin Xiaoya scratched his head as he sniffed. Indeed, killing people is something he's good at. After explaining everything, Jiang Yu looked up to the sky and let out a long breath, closing his eyes and closing his 10 fingers together, clenching them into a fist that seemed to encompass the entire heaven and earth. Everything. It's under control. Chapter 32, No? Your master is such a weirdo. After returning to the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy's compound near the Tongtian River, Quan Yin couldn't help but say so. Having just paid a visit to the Qi Dimension, he hadn't found anything new, but it just felt odd as hell. Something about it didn't seem to make sense, but he couldn't figure out exactly what was wrong with it at the moment. My master comes and goes without a trace. It's normal that you don't understand, Jiang Yuwei said unhappily. She didn't like it when anyone put a negative spin on Master Chief. Ha ha, don't think too much about it. I just think your master is particularly interesting. Quan Yin sniffed and rounded it back in a hurry. He had to swindle Jiang Yuwei properly now, lest the other party did not team up with him to enter the secret realm in a fit of rage. In which case, his plan to seize the Nirvana sacred body, I'm afraid, would fall through. Wanting to completely strip the Nirvana sacred body, the effort involved was not a fraction of a second. Gaining Jiang Yuwei's trust was the most important part of the plan. He had already customized an absolutely insurmountable plan, and with Quan Jianqing's secret help, this matter could be accomplished. You two ancestors are finally back. Right at this moment, the Vice Dean's figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, looking anxious, and then she said worriedly, next time, don't wander around without authorization in this Tongtian River realm. Do you understand? The two men looked at each other while nodding. This realm was not as peaceful and prosperous as it appeared to be. Jiang Yuwei had already seen it. Later on, the two adults in charge will come to inspect our place. So remember not to say the wrong thing, the vice president said, looking to the two men that, those two adults can't even compare to the dean when it comes to power and position. One is a follower who has followed King Lin for many years, and the other is a centurion of the Qinglong Sacred Guards who has been rewarded by King Lin, and both of them can be king-level powerhouses. The reason why I came to inspect our Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy, the reason for this, I think you are all aware of. Jiang Yuwei nodded. This period of study had allowed her to completely understand how terrifying the position of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy was in the entire Tianyuan prefecture. Teacher, we'll be careful what we say. Quan Tua bowed his head respectfully. Only a touch of delight surfaced in his face. He knew it in his heart. One of those two big names was Quan Jianqing. All students of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, gather. With a loud roar from someone outside, all of the participants representing the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy in the compound hurriedly ran out before quickly forming a square formation. Their faces were solemn as they stared at the Green Dragon Holy Guards treading in the sky. That battle armor. It's the Green Dragon Holy Guard. Surprisingly, it's using the Green Dragon Saint Guard to open up the road. What a big show. The person in charge of the Academy competition this time has an unusual identity. The Green Dragon Holy Guards lined up in 2 rows in the air, their lances held tightly, divine and unparalleled. Then, 2 figures slowly appeared from the back. The first one to appear was Quan Jianqing. As a king-level powerhouse, the pressure emanating from his body naturally made the hearts of the people here jump. At the same time, it is even more awe-inspiring. Quan Yin looked at the radiant Quan Jianqing in the sky and couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth into a cold snort. Let's just say the old thing is a fool's errand. With his qualifications, It was appalling that he managed to mix to the king level. However, although his heart was unhappy, when he thought that he could borrow the power of Quan Jianqing to seize the Nirvana sacred body next, Quan Yin's heart was quickened. He looked at Jiang Yuwei, and a smug look appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now, your senior brother from the 9th grade marquis may not be able to protect you? However, Jiang Yuwei did not notice Quan Yin's gaze. She just stared tightly at the second silhouette that appeared in the sky. This person gave her the feeling that he actually looked somewhat familiar. As the Marquis of Jianlei appeared in this heaven and earth, almost everyone greeted the thunderous might that he carried with him and knelt down on the ground. Only Jiang Yuwei stood still, staring at him in surprise. Marquis Jianlei. Jiang Yuwei was surprised. Hey, what are you doing? Kneel. Seeing this, Quan Yin suddenly became anxious. What Marquis of Jianlei? This person is the newly promoted Heavenly King of Jianlei, and he's also the centurion of the Qinglong Sacred Guards handpicked by King Lin. With their status, when they met the Heavenly King of Jianlei, they had to kneel down to show their obedience to the king's authority. Otherwise, it's also a big disrespect. Jiang Yuwei reacted in a trance-like manner and was about to kneel down. The Shangdan, Jingdan, and Jejuan hidden in the shadows looked at the Marquis of Jianlei wistfully. If Jiang Yuwei really knelt down, Marquis Jianlei would pretty much be done for. In terms of status, Jiang Yuwei could only kneel to one person, and that was Jiang Yu. However, the current Marquis of Jianlei was useful to the Lin King, and they couldn't really kill him just because of that. It can only be done in secret. Just as Shang quietly raised his spiritual force to softly lift Jiang Yuwei's knees, the Jianlei Ho in the sky was the first to recognize Jiang Yuwei. He paused, then smiled. Little girl, long time no see. When these words came out, the whole room was silent. Jiang Yuwei froze, and her knees that had just bent straightened up as she looked at Marquis Jianlei. How did he suddenly become a king-level powerhouse? On that day, Marquis Jianlei was only an 8th grade marquis, and he fought the 9th grade Marquis Weisteen for her. But Jiang Yuwei's doubts were only minor. Everyone present looked at Jiang Yuwei incredulously, including the Weisteen. This person actually knew the Heavenly King of Jianlei. This Jiang Yuwei is also a bit too low-key. If it wasn't for the Suan incident, no one would have known that she had a senior brother who could casually and heavily injure a peak 9th grade Ho. And without today's incident, no one would have known that she actually knew the newly promoted Heavenly King of Jianlei. How many more secrets does this little girl have? But the one who had the hardest time was Quan Yin, whose expression was as ugly as if he had eaten. No, you know the Heavenly King of Subdued Thunder? He felt as if his carefully tailored plan was falling apart. Chapter 33, The Conspiracy. You know the Heavenly King of Subdued Thunder? Quan Wong didn't want to believe this. Before this he felt that if he wanted to pin down Jiang Yuwei, it was as simple as eating and drinking water. After all, although the other party had a 9th-ranked candidate senior brother, this relationship was nothing in front of Quan Jianqing, who was one of the people in charge of this grand competition. But now the situation has changed. Jiang Yuwei sniffed, just nodded blandly, and then said with a straight face, "Can't be considered to know each other? I can only say that I've had one side of the edge. Senior once helped me once. It's considered to be just a case of pulling out a sword to save me when I see the road." Quan Yin was relieved to hear this. Is that all? But a king-level powerhouse would actually take the initiative to greet an Earth Extreme Realm cultivator. I'm afraid that Jiang Yuwei's relationship with the Heavenly King of Jianlei was not that simple. And at that moment, in that high altitude, Heavenly King Jianlei, the Heavenly Yuan State Academy competition is a major event. I'm afraid it's unjust for you to act like this, Quan Jianqing said from the sidelines. With the identity of the main head of the academy competition, what did it mean to greet a junior in front of so many people? Not even he would do that. Is this Jianlei Tian Wang missing something in his brain? The Heavenly King of Jianlei also reacted all of a sudden, and then looked at Quan Jianqing with some apologies before saying, "It was me who lost my temper." The new officer, he is not clear about these explicit and implicit rules. After all, the first half of his life chivalrous and righteous, the character is a little blunt. However, this child Jiang Yuwei was indeed a valuable person to him. It seemed that it would have to be after the academy competition was over before he could properly meet up with this little girl. Thinking of this, Jin Thunder Heavenly King's face was solemn as he signaled Quan Jianqing to say a few polite words before leaving directly. This trip was meant to be a mere formality, with the purpose of highlighting the leading position of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy among all the academy forces. And as the Heavenly King of Jianlei left, the group from the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy underneath stood up and turned their gazes towards Jiang Yuwei, who was as if nothing had happened. Even though seniors and siblings of the 2-star and 3-star courtyards had some shock on their faces, but Jiang Yuwei was not a fan of this. She knew that this group of people in the inner divine state were all a bit snobbish, and she guessed that she would be the object of their discussion again. But let them talk. All she wanted was to practice well. That was all. After that, The team from the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy dispersed. Night fell, and all was silent in the boundaries of the Tongtian River. Quan Tua left the compound again without anyone's knowledge, and arrived in the middle of Sin City without anyone realizing it. He breezed through alley after alley laid out like a labyrinth before stopping in front of an old, dilapidated, small house and knocking on the door with regularity. After a few moments passed, the door opened, and Quan Tua plunged inside. Inside the room sat a few ordinary people, their faces haggard, their clothes even more tattered, their hair almost congealed into a ball. A looming stench spread through the area, causing Quan Tua to furrow his brow. You made it, bro! Quan Jianqing was also here, and the moment he saw Quan Yin, he was overjoyed. Quan Yin's face did not ripple as he looked around before saying, "Next time, don't pick this place. If they are discovered, we will be completely screwed." Quan Jianqing waved his hand with disinterest at his words. "Brother, you're always so timid. Aren't they just a few sinners? I'm the deputy centurion of the Qinglong Holy Guards. With this relationship, who would dare to touch them?" The corner of Quan Yin's mouth twitched. This Quan Jianqing is indeed a douchebag. He doesn't know anything. If not for this guy's luck, how could he have become a king-level powerhouse today? The people in this house were not sinners, but the clansmen of the Saint King, including Quan Jianqing, and within them, they could all have the Saint King's bloodline. However, after the Saint King was destroyed, they were the ones who no longer dared to step into the path of cultivation, lest they be found and liquidated. It was just that all of this was unknown to Quan Jianqing. It's better to be cautious, Quan Yin said coldly. How are the clansmen in the Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture? I really want to bring all the clansmen to the Tian Yuan state to live a good life. Quan Jianqing regretted. Nowadays, he was a king-level powerhouse, so naturally, in this Tian Yuan state, he had his own fiefdom. He had learned from Quan Fu that the clansmen of the Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture were still living in dire straits. However, all along, Quan Tua had refused to allow his clan to come to Tian Yuan state. Although he was puzzled, he could only stand by and watch because of the friendship between Quan Yin and him. The clansmen are all doing well, but thanks to your help all these years, without you, I wouldn't have awakened so quickly, much less had the chance to enter the Spirit Academy. Quan responded, bringing up old stories. Quan Jianqing shook his head full of concern. All buddy, even though you've lost all your cultivation and your mold has been locked into this size, in my heart, you're still my brother and that won't change. What do you need me to do for you in this academy competition? Quan Jianqing said. Hearing this, Quan Yin signaled the few commoners to go out, while closing the door tightly and cautiously said, "What can you do? That heavenly King Jinlei is your superior. You can't control things, and the person I'm going to move is somewhat related to this heavenly King of Jinlei. That person carries the Nirvana sacred body. If I can possess it, I will regain my cultivation in the future, and everything will be healed." Quan Yin longed for it. He really wanted Jiang Yuwei's Nirvana sacred body too much. I can't manage things? Have you forgotten that you followed King Lin to fight the world at the age of 12? This heavenly King of Jinlei is just more lucky. I've followed King Lin for thousands of years. Do you think King Lin values me more or him more? I reckon that King Lin brought up this heavenly King of Jin Thunder just to knock me around. After all, I've made mistakes before and caused some trouble. But after this knockout, the centurion is still mine. Quan Jianqing said confidently. He doesn't care about anything, but he only remembers one thing, and that's that he was 12 years old when he followed King Lin. Other than that, nothing else. Be careful of Lin Xiuya. That guy isn't that simple, including the division behind him. I feel that I'm afraid something big is going to happen recently. Quan Yin said coldly. Since you can do it, then help me this one last time. After I get my hands on the Nirvana sacred body, I will return directly to the Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture. When Quan Jianqing heard this, he stood up, nodded, and said, Brother, I will definitely help you. I only have you as a brother. Quan Yin went forward and patted his shoulder, firmly saying, You're the only brother I have too. Then tell me exactly what to do first, and when the time comes, I can secretly help you maneuver. Quan Jianqing pulled Quan Yin to his side and carefully said. So the two of them plotted aloud in this cramped room to seize the Nirvana sacred body. The plan was so well thought out that it was almost seamless. However, while they were plotting, Lin Xiuya was sitting on this roof, blandly holding a cup of tea. General Qinglong, who was on the side, also stood here, not moving an inch. After a long time, General Qinglong slowly spoke. King Lin, are we taking too much of a risk by using Lord Jiang Yuwei's Nirvana sacred body as bait? Lin Xiuya shook his head as he heard this, his expression uncertain. Without dealing with the Saint King bloodline completely, there will be a thorn in Master's heart, and in order to remove this thorn, Senior Sister will have to make some sacrifices. I just think that if Lord Jiang Yuwei learns of this matter in the future, I'm afraid that in my heart. After all, Lord Jiang Yuwei's cultivation level is only at the Earth Extreme realm today. It's too weak, General Qinglong explained. If you can think of it, it's only natural that Master's sister would think of it as well. Qinglongli, do you know how many heavenly supreme beings follow my senior sister when she goes out once? Lin Xiaoya smiled at General Qinglong and joked. After pondering for a moment, General Qinglong replied, 5. Shangdan, Jingdan, Jiawei, and Chou. Not right. Lin Xiaoya stood up, pointed to the sky, and said, look at the sky. Chapter 34, Absolute Protection. General Qinglong sniffed and looked up. His gaze, piercing through the ground that overpowered the city of Sin, pierced the vault of heaven and cast itself upon the starry world. Suddenly, General Qinglong seemed to finally see something. His pupils shrank and he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Lin Xiaoya gave a non-committal sideways glance. Ever since he found his senior sister, although he said on his lips that he wanted her to suffer, in reality, he had long ago assembled an army of 50 sacred grade heavenly supreme beings to secretly hide in the Wanwu, secretly hiding in space at all times. But they will only hide. They won't monitor the senior sister's every move. They will only come out when she is in danger. If it comes to a time when I happen to be away in the Shangdan, Jingdan, Jieje and Jeju can't solve the problem, these 50 people will go out. Do you still think my senior sister is bait now? Which fish in this world can eat her? Lin Xiaoya laughed. This was something that he still found out that day when he personally stood up for his senior sister. At that time, when he moved his throne to the Huanyu and sat down to prepare for a good show, he suddenly realized that there were actually 50 saint-grade heavenly supreme beings around, and it was so well hidden that only at the same level, their presence could be detected. There was only one person in this world who could manage to make 50 saint-pin heavenly supreme beings willingly serve as oxen. That would be Master Chief. So it was actually a bit embarrassing for him that day. Despite his prowess, General Qinglong was so shocked that he was unable to speak, and froze for a long time before saying, 50 saint-grade heavenly supreme beings. Lord Saint Lord's methods are truly terrifying. Senior Master is always like this, taking care of us disciples with almost everything he has. During that period of time, although second senior brother and I didn't have 50 saint-grade heavenly supreme beings following us around all day. But yeah, he would give us the best he could get out of it at the time. Lin Xiaoya said with some nostalgia. Now, although on the surface it appeared that Master Teacher spent the entire day focusing his mind on senior sister, the truth was that Master Teacher would often go to the Bronze Gate to capture Origin Chi for use in allowing the three of them to break through to the Saint Master realm as early as possible. He knew Ginger Elm best. Ginger Elm will level the playing field. Although the three of them originally wouldn't have thought about all those things in their hearts, they couldn't help that their master was such a person. His Holiness is indeed a very good man. General Qinglong said, let's go. Let the two of them continue to conspire here. It doesn't matter if we listen or not. Lin Xiaoya casually said, who, in the close escort of 5 mortal grade heavenly supreme beings, and under the gaze of 50 sacred grade heavenly supreme beings, could injure his senior sister's life? The answer is no one. Just let the two clowns, Quan Yin and Quan Jianqing, continue to conspire. After all, their purpose wasn't to kill these two people, but to truly take the Saint King's bloodline and wipe it out for good. The next day, the Tianyuan State Academy competition had officially begun. As the two of them, Jinlei Heavenly King and Quan Jianqing, opened the secret realm of trials in unison, geniuses from the tens of thousands of academies in the Tianyuan state swarmed up. Inside, naturally, the footage is to be broadcast in real time to the outside world as in previous years. For Quan Jianqing, he had seen this kind of academy competition too many times in his life and was already tired of it. It is nothing more than fighting and killing inside. And if you are lucky, you will find an ancient relic to go in and seek any chance, and then come out again to fight and kill. Killing for treasure. That sort of thing is not uncommon in there. Anyway, things like the Academy Grand Competition were something that only the participants or those involved would find interesting, and people like them would only find it aesthetically exhausting. Is it the first time that the Heavenly King of Jinlei has watched the Academy competition? However, the Heavenly King of Jinlei was interested in this, and Quan Jianqing couldn't help but ask. When the Jinlei Heavenly King heard this, he shook his head and said, the Tianyuan Prefecture holds this kind of grand competition every 5 years, and there are all sorts of competitions every year, so I've long since gotten tired of it. Previously, he was an 8th grade marquis and an existence that had lived for almost 200 years. So you're looking at that little girl from yesterday? Quan Jianqing laughed. After discussing with Quan Yin all night last night, it was also clear to him that the Nirvana sacred body that Quan Yin wanted was in that little girl. Ha ha, Heavenly King Quan truly has a pair of discerning eyes. The Jinlei Heavenly King hooked up the corners of his mouth. This secret realm is also considered to be swordless inside. If this little guy meets a life and death crisis inside, Will the Jin Thunder Heavenly King come to his aid? What do you mean? When the Jinlei Heavenly King heard this, his brows furrowed and his tone was displeased. Don't. I'm just speaking off the top of my head, Quan Jianqing hurriedly said. The Heavenly King of Jinlei snorted coldly. I'm the main person in charge handpicked by King Lin. I know the rules. No matter what happens inside, I won't break the rules. Otherwise I'll be disrespecting King Lin. As for that little girl, life and death have their destiny. Moreover, the other party is a fellow who was able to draw his sword and point it straight at the 9th grade candidate when he was at the spirit wheel realm. This kind of heart, it's definitely not possible for him to fall in a place like this. Then I'll have to keep an eye on this little girl as well. Quan Jianqing joked. The Heavenly King of Jinlei didn't continue to pay attention to him, but instead looked at Jiang Yuwei's figure in the giant crystal stone. At this moment, Jiang Yuwei was traveling with Quan Overlay. The two joining forces was indeed terrifying. Within a short period of 1 hour, the two of them were steadily ranked first and second on the list. Look at the momentum. It's almost impossible for anyone to top it. The late stage of the Earth Extremity realm is really powerful. The magical beasts in this secret realm are not at all a match for you with one hand. Quan Yin sat down on the ground, putting down the long sword in his hand and gasping for air. Jiang Yuwei was expressionless and casually gave a perfunctory. Not bad. Take a break. No one can catch up with us. Even if someone wants to intercept us, they can only be killed by us. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and looked around to make sure there was no danger before she sat down with a sense of relief. Although this Quan Overlay was only an early Earth Extreme Realm stage, she was unable to see through the other party's true strength. But fortunately, she had hidden something along the way. After all, there was no one who could force her to use her Nirvana sacred body. There seems to be a relic in this neighborhood. Should we go there? I've heard that there are countless opportunities inside, and treasures like the 9 Revolutions Heaven and Earth Pill could be inside. Quan Yin asked tentatively. Mentioning the 9 Revolutions Heaven and Earth Pill, Jiang Yuwei came to be interested. If it wasn't for this pill, she wouldn't have been able to step into the late stage of the Earth Extremity realm in such a short period of time. If she could obtain a similar treasure, she would be able to step into the Heavenly Extremity realm. Let's go. It's dangerous there, but the two of us are invincible when we join forces. Quan Yin smiled, stood up, and looked at Jiang Yuwei, seemingly asking for the other party's opinion. Go. Jiang Yuwei didn't hesitate for a single moment. Quan Yin turned around, and a wily smile appeared on his face. When you get to that place, isn't the Nirvana sacred body a handful? Coupled with Quan Jianqing's covert operations, he could return to the Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture unharmed and continue to accomplish the great cause of the rise of the sacred race. Chapter 35. Who the hell are you? Do you know how big the secret realm of this academy competition is? There were no words along the way, but Quan Yin was the first to open his mouth to break the silent atmosphere. I don't know, Jiang Yuwei said casually. I heard that this secret realm was opened up by that famous alliance Master Yi himself. That's a sacred product, Heavenly Supreme. Opening up a secret realm like this is as easy as a slap in the face. Probably this secret realm has to be 100 million miles across, the same size as a king-level powerhouse's fiefdom, Quan Yin said, looking at Jiang Yuwei with interest. But unfortunately the latter's face remained expressionless. Only after a long time did Jiang Yuwei respond. You seem to know these big shots like the back of your hand? The power-covered conversations, every time, involved those ding-dongs, which didn't seem to be something they should be talking about at their age. However, perhaps it was because the other party came from a ruling level power in the Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture. It was reasonable to have this kind of insight. However, she was not a fan of such a topic. Instead she would feel that Quan Yin had been selling something. Of course I know them like the back of my hand. Ask any question you want about the three of them and I can answer it. Quan Yin laughed. Jiang Yuwei swept a glance at him. In order to be able to shut this person up earlier, she spoke directly. Didn't you say that the three of them have a master? To him, you also know him like the back of your hand? These words, however, caused Quan Yin to freeze, and after a moment of contemplation, he scratched his head. The man, he knows very little. After all, when the Holy Lord and the Holy King fought that year, he was still just a nobody, not even qualified to enter the battlefield. The appearance of the Holy Lord was something he had certainly never seen before. Naturally, there's no such thing as knowing everything. Well, I'm not really sure about this one, but I know that all the powerful people in this heaven and earth honor him as the Holy Lord. Do you know why that is? Quan Yin felt that his face was not shining, but he threw out another question, intending to test Jiang Yuwei again. Jiang Yuwei took a deep breath. The man is always like that, saying off key things, asking inexplicable questions, being smug and arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy said that he would take himself to some relics to look for a chance, she would have given up her job long ago. I don't know. I knew you didn't know. That's because that Saint Lord, stepped into the realm above the Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme. That realm is called the Saint Lord Realm. Now you always know, right? However, speaking of which, that one is the true master of this world. I can't believe that if that one were to take on another disciple, how dashingly would that disciple live? Kuan Yin sighed, and he couldn't help but shake his head at the thought of such a thing. That position of power was too terrifying. Imagine if someone had a master like the Holy Lord. What else could they be afraid of in this life? What else can't be accomplished? However, when he sees this nirvana sacred body, there would be a day when he would also reach a realm like that of a sacred lord. At that time, everything in this world could be his. Is it here? Jiang Yuwei didn't pick up on his words, but suddenly stopped to ask. Kuan Yin sniffed and looked up. A pyramid covered with vines stood abruptly on the ground. A glance could not even see the edge. The mold was ancient, emitting an extremely old atmosphere. Yeah, that's it, Quan replied excitedly. This place has long been set up by Quan Jianqing as a dragnet. As long as Jiang Yuwei enters it, then his plotting and scheming, even if he succeeds, even if the other party hadn't been caught in a trap, he was still certain that he could subdue Jiang Yuwei here on his own. Even though his current cultivation was at the early stage and Jiang Yuwei's was at the late stage, his true battle power was far beyond the late stage of the Earth Extremity realm. After all, he was cultivating after a loss of cultivation. You go in first, Jiang Yuwei coldly said. Come on, still don't trust me. Kuan Yin spread his hands helplessly, and then coolly walked ahead of Jiang Yuwei, directly entering the interior of this pyramid. Inside are some intricate paths, winding, no different from a labyrinth. Moreover, the space was narrow, and the surrounding walls, again, were cast in an extremely hard material, so if one encountered any danger inside, it would be difficult to completely exert oneself. Don't worry, it's just a maze. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for me. Stay close. Kuan Yin patted his chest and breezed through the labyrinth. After walking for less than 2 minutes, Jiang Yuwei came to a sudden stop, realizing something, and then violently pulled out her greenish-white sword, pointing it at Kuan Yin. Is this your house? So skillful? Jiang Yuwei frowned. There's something wrong with this guy. Absolutely. Seeing this, Kuan Yin turned around without haste and licked his lips. Should I now let out a sinister laugh? Or trumpet the success of my ruse? All of this is too cliched, but this kind of cliched method is able to lure a fool like you to take the bait. This nirvana sacred body remaining within you is simply a waste. When Jiang Yuwei heard this, her face remained unruffled, and her bottom line looked very strong. Oh, since I dared to bring you here, I must be able to subdue you. What? Want to fight me? You don't really think that I'm only at the early stage of the Earth Extremity realm, do you? It can't be, can it? You're so adorably stupid. Kuan Yin spread out his palm and an extremely thick ball of spiritual energy floated on it. Even if you're in the heavenly extreme realm, you can't check me. Jiang Yuwei coldly snorted. Since she dared to follow Kuan Yin here, she was relying on the fact that she was more than halfway through her chaotic divine demon scripture comprehension. She was all too aware of her true strength. There would be no one in this secret realm who could be her one-handed enemy. The chaotic divine demon scripture was not an ordinary gongfu, and when Master Teacher had bestowed it upon her at that time, she had actually thought that this gongfu was simply capable of speeding up the speed of cultivation. But she was wrong. Dead wrong. The things taught inside this gongfu were frighteningly strong. Kuan Yin's face changed as he looked at the golden flames that suddenly spread out from Jiang Yuwei's body, and although his face was stung by this high temperature, in his heart, he was chilled. A golden flame? This was clearly a flame that could only be mobilized by the most talented existence in the ancient Phoenix clan. Even if you, Jiang Yuwei, have a nirvana sacred body, you're still a human after all. Even if she was a hybrid of the Phoenix clan and the human clan, it was impossible for her to possess a pure Phoenix bloodline. But the undying golden flame in front of him was invariably telling him, there wasn't a single drop of human blood in Jiang Yuwei's body. How could such a thing happen? Even if one were to refine the blood of the Phoenix clan, it would at most allow 1/10 of the bloodline in the body to be replaced. Unless, this blood was the heart blood of the Phoenix ancient clan. No, it was the heart blood of the divine Phoenix clan. The essence blood of the essence blood. What the hell are you? Kuan Yin gritted his teeth. What kind of plotting and scheming was a big joke in front of this kind of power? He was undoubtedly the biggest clown of the day. No, what exactly are you? A top-grade king artifact, a pure Phoenix bloodline, a senior brother who casually re-injured a peak 9th-grade candidate, and a mediocre master. His eyes narrowed slightly, and all these connections together made Jiang Yuwei's background seem even more confusing. With such a confusing background, it's clear that something is being hidden. So, from what power would someone hide their background? A king-level power? Imperial? Great Emperor? Or is it the Supreme of Heaven? No, it's not right. All of it. There was no need for these people to hide their backgrounds at all. Under the huge world system, they were undoubtedly mole-like existences, and there was no point at all in hiding or not hiding such backgrounds. So, Jiang Yuwei's background was above this world system. Then there is only one conclusion. You're the Holy Lord's fourth disciple. Kuan Yin gritted his teeth and said, his heart trembling with fear, his calves trembling. His guess was definitely correct. Jiang Yuwei joined the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, corresponding to Yi Fan's means. The Heavenly King of Zhenlei corresponded to Lin Xiuya's means. So, the mediocre man he saw that day was Holy Lord. Chapter 36, Killing Counterattack. I'm the fourth disciple of the Holy Lord? Jiang Yuwei sniffed, but she found it a bit comical. No, you don't know? Kuan Yin was surprised. Jiang Yuwei didn't even know about this? Then it must have been the Holy Lord's deliberate attempt to hide the background. Don't talk nonsense, although there are some things that are, indeed, coincidental. Jiang Yuwei slowly said. She also happened to be Master's fourth disciple. But based on this alone, how could one conclude that the Master was the Holy Lord? I know. Kuan Yin smiled grimly. The Holy Lord is also afraid that you know what the four of them once did, right? Before you kill me, let me spell out for you what they've done. A hint of madness passed through Quan Tuo's eyes. He's dead. Absolutely dead. But before he died, he had to do something. Breaking Jiang Yuwei's Dao heart was the last thing he could do. I swear to the heavens that all my words are true. I will die today. Even if you don't kill me, I will die because you are the disciple of the Holy Lord. I don't know how many saint-grade heavenly supreme beings are staring at me around here. I'll tell you, Jiang Yuwei. Kuan Yin dropped the weapon in his hand and sat down directly on the ground. Defenseless. I've lived for thousands of years, and that battle between the Holy Lord and the Holy King is fresh in my mind. That battle was known as the Battle of the Two Saints, and the Holy Lord won. But the first thing the Saint Lord did after winning the war was to remove all the existences in the Heavenly Yuan realm that had a chance of being able to step into the Saint Lord realm. They could all be credited for the Battle of the Two Saints. At that time, several of the topmost sacred product Heavenly Supreme Beings in the Human Emperor domain all died at the hands of the Sacred Lord. As for the other domains, the results were even worse. The Divine Beast domain was tightly controlled and became the backyard of the Sacred Lord's division. And for a single domain, there were only two sacred product Heavenly Supreme Beings, and moreover, they were all puppets but unaware of it, and were completely the Sacred Lord's playthings. The Devil Martial domain and Star domain were directly modified by the Holy Lord's laws, so that no one can reach the realm of a saintly Heavenly Supreme. Now that I think about it, there is no Saint Lord realm in the world at all, but rather the Domain Lord realm, and the Saint Lord's means have allowed the four domains of the Heavenly Yuan realm to have only one Domain Lord, and that's him. He didn't allow any geniuses from other domains to appear at all. He and those three disciples killed together, killing until the blood flowed, killing until the sky was dark, removing too many geniuses. Hearing these words, Jiang Yuwei's eyes quivered imperceptibly for an instant, but Quan continues to add that he's going to say everything about the bloody past that no one remembers. Do you know how many people Lin Xiuya has killed in order to become the lord of these four sacred kingdoms? At that time, their division overthrew the four sacred kingdoms and subverted the power. But the natives of the four sacred kingdoms didn't buy it. Lin Xiuya's approach was even more vicious. He simply didn't have the patience to wait for these aborigines to submit to him. He chose to kill all the aborigines of the four sacred kingdoms and replace them with a new batch to come in. I'm afraid you've never thought of this kind of practice in your life, right? I'm afraid you can't find a few people in this world who can do such a thing. That sacred sect patriarch Xiao Xinjun. His methods are just as black as Lin Xiuya's. This guy does everything in order to make the so-called sacred sects might shake the universe. As for Yi Fan, this guy is the sharpest spear in the Holy Lord's hands. On the surface he's the alliance leader of the Academy Union, but in reality, this one has killed many more people than those two combined. You're his fourth disciple. Looking at you, you're not as ruthless as those senior brothers of yours in general. You'll mind them, won't you? It's not just enemies they kill, ordinary people, they're on the list too. TSK. It's so dark, killing so many people. Can you sleep at night? After Kuan Yin finished speaking, he directly laid down on the ground and let out a maniacal laugh. This laughter made Jiang Yuwei's brain go blank. Don't want to believe it? Kuan Yin looked at the wall and said, I'll teach you how to tell if you're the Holy Lord's disciple or not. Next time you see your senior brother, ask him what the four holy kingdoms used to look like and look at his expression. Also, you can try to see if there is anyone in this world who can take your life, no matter how far away or dangerous you are. You try. It was only after a long time that Jiang Yuwei came back to her senses, gritted her teeth, and said, what does what the Holy Lord and his disciple did have to do with me? Don't even think about saying these words to mess up my Tao. What's your hurry? Do you already have a guess in your mind? I'm afraid some clues could make you react to how unreal what you have now is compared to your peers. It's also true that you're the Holy Lord's disciple, and you have a share of everything in this world. TSK, that's cool. Of course, you'll have to take a share of their killings, a fifth of the killings. How many people? How many innocent people is that? Kuan Yin calmly said. He felt like he had never been so calm in his entire life. Holy Lord, don't look, just kill me, he shouted into the empty space around him, but there was no response. However, right at this moment, the entire relic suddenly trembled violently, with a shaky, imminent collapse feeling. Behold, the Holy Lord has come to kill me. Quan Tuo looked at Jiang Yuwei with a look of death, saying, don't worry, you can't die if this place collapses. After all, you're the Holy Lord's disciple. Jiang Yuwei put away her long sword and said coldly, you've gone crazy. She then ran towards the exit. However, she didn't run a few steps before she was stopped back by a silhouette. And this person was none other than Quan Jianqing. At this moment, Quan Jianqing's eyes anxiously looked towards Kuan Yin as he grabbed Jiang Yuwei while shouting, can't you kill her? I'll kill her. After waiting for so long with no response, something did happen. Luckily I got here fast. Kuan Yin sniffed and suddenly looked at Quan Jianqing in horror as he gritted his teeth and said viciously, what the are you doing here? You told me to come. Look at this. Didn't you write it? Quan Jianqing took out a note that read, if I don't come out within 10 minutes, quickly enter the secret realm. Kuan Yin snatched the note with one hand, while his face turned ironic. It's not my ING font for a long time. How do I know what your font looks like? It was in my clothes last night after you left, and if you didn't give it to me, then who did? Quan Jianqing said in disbelief. Last night? Kuan Yin suddenly remembered something. His face, suddenly white. He had never been so terrified even before when he knew his certain death. Their conversation last night had accounted for the location of all the Sacred King bloodlines, including the Tian Yuan Prefecture and the Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture. It wasn't him that the Holy Lord had been trying to kill all along, but to get rid of the entire Holy King bloodline. Everything, all of it, is under the control of the Holy Lord. His self-righteous scheming turned out to be completely naked in the eyes of the Holy Lord. When he thought of this, he looked at Jiang Yuwei in anger. It's all you. It's all because of you. What the hell is going on? Quan Jianqing was still puzzled. And then, he also stared at Jiang Yuwei in anger. But at this moment, Jiang Yuwei had unexpectedly passed out. What happened? I didn't even exert any force. Why did she somehow pass out? Hearing these words and seeing the unconscious Jiang Yuwei, Kuan Yin smiled miserably. Because they're coming. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiaoya's figure appeared behind the two of them. Chapter 37 King of the Realm. Looking at Lin Xiaoya's appearance, Kuan Yin buried his head as if laughing at himself. With their strength in front of Lin Xiaoya, all resistance would be futile, except for death. But this time, it wasn't the two of them who died, but the entire Saint King bloodline along with them. He had lost through and through. The grandiose wish to make the Saint King's bloodline rise again was dashed cleanly. King Lin, how did you? When Quan Jianqing turned around, he saw Lin Xiaoya, and then his face was horrified as he said indistinctly. The corner of Lin Xiaoya's mouth lifted slightly as he stepped forward and patted Quan Jianqing's shoulder before looking at Kuan Yu and teasingly said, your Saint King clan likes to intermarry within the clan. Look, this Quan Jianqing's brain is just not good enough, and it is considered to be self-inflicted. You have one. Willing to bet, kill or die as you wish. Kuan Yin said coldly, it's a death after all. Might as well die hard. Oh, I know death is nothing to you, but I have a million ways to make your life worse than death. Master has gone to the Fire Spirit Divine State. Hiss. His old man chopped down. The Fire Spirit Divine State can be truncated into 2 Divine States. When the time comes, share half of your pipe? Hearing this, Kuan Yin clenched his fists tightly, his forehead veins bulging, but there was nothing he could do about it. Everything in this world is really under your control. After a moment, that was all he could say. Sort of, but after 1,000 calculations, I still didn't calculate that you would say something like this to my senior sister before you died, which gave us a bit of a headache. I did do what you say, but you're not describing me a little too blackly. You're being slanderous, but I don't care to explain it to you. You don't deserve to hear it. Lin Xiaoya scratched his ears and said in a cloudy manner, King Lin, I should never have broken the rules. I shouldn't have dared to get involved in the academy competition. Please spare my life. However, Quan Jianqing did make some untimely noises at this moment. Hearing this, a touch of despair even appeared on the face of Kuan Yin, who covered his face in pain and squatted on the ground, as if he was about to cry out. However, Lin Xiaoya laughed out loud at this, as he shook his head and continued to pat Quan Jianqing's shoulder, looking at the other party's terrified expression. So stupid I don't even want to kill you. Quan repeat, just tell your brother. Tell people what's going on here, so they don't die for no reason. Lin Xiaoya said. Quan reply. What the hell is going on here? Quan Jianqing asked epileptically, but when he saw the latter's silence, he could only look at Lin Xiaoya once again, almost pleading. King Lin, don't kill me. I've been following you since I was a child. Lin Xiaoya rubbed his brows and closed his eyes as he pressed down on Quan Jianqing's head, while his body shook with spiritual energy. Quan Jianqing's pupils shrank and he fell to the ground in response. A king-level powerhouse fell in this way. If you kill him and us, how will you explain to your senior sister when the time comes? I've already planted a seed in her mind anyway. Killing us will only continue to arouse her suspicion. Quan Yin said blandly. It was fine for him to die, but as long as he could discuss the Holy Lord's division, then his death would be worth it. As I said, everything was in our reckoning. The only thing we missed was those slanders of yours. I didn't kill you all. It was the heavenly king of Jinlei who did. Lin Xiaoya hooked up the corner of his mouth and mocked. The usefulness of the heavenly king of Jinlei was manifested at this moment. By attributing everything to the heavenly king of Jinlei, everything seemed to be in order and logical. I really can't play with you guys. Quan Yin smiled helplessly. His opponent had laid out too much too soon, and in that regard, he still had to practice, but there was no chance of that anymore. Counting the time, it should be almost time. The Academy Grand Competition will be terminated later on because Quan Jianqing abused his power and joined forces with you in a vain attempt to murder Jiang Yuwei. As for Saint King or not, they should be dead and clean by now. Lin Xiaoya walked towards Quan Yin and faintly said, the Saint King's bloodline had been completely eliminated, and it was considered to be a matter that had been cleared from the master's heart. Didn't you say that master teacher's methods are ruthless? I'll take you to see master teacher's true methods. Immediately, he was directly grabbing the power overlay, and then he tore through the space, bringing the other party to step into it. Quan Yin can't do anything about it. As the loser in this fight, he couldn't even beg for death, and even, he had to be carried around like a plaything by Lin Xiaoya. Under the rule of the Holy Lord's division, he wasn't even qualified to be a qualified villain. The fantasized battle scenes did not appear, and what was there was only the feeling of powerlessness that rose in his heart when facing the Holy Lord's division. Couldn't even rise to the thought of resisting. Heavenly Yuan Realm, Human Emperor Domain, Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture. Jiang Yu stood in the void, looking down indifferently at the living beings on the ground. His eyes narrowed slightly as he had gained insight into all the regions where the Saint King bloodline existed. The two of them, Zhao Xinjun and Yi Fan, stood right behind him. After a moment passed, Lin Xiaoya tore through space and lifted Quan Yin out from it like a chicken. Finished? Jiang Yu didn't turn around and asked faintly. General Qinglong just called back. The kills are done. Not a single one left. That's good. Jiang Yu nodded before turning around, towering over Quan Yin without the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes. Hello again. He smiled. Quan Yin looked at the faces of familiar people in front of him, but his heart unprecedentedly rose a wave of sadness. This is the Holy Lord, the most powerful being in this world. The great mountains and rivers of this Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture will be polluted by you. Power over? You've got a good name. You want to subvert my power, don't you? Ginger Elm asked. Quan replied without answering. The core of power is strength, and you wouldn't be able to become the Lord of the Four Sacred Kingdoms if I asked you to do so now. Jiang Yu slowly said, stepping forward and slapping Quan Yin's face with a snap. Having been so humiliated by the other party, Quan Tuo had been completely demoralized. Fight me. You're not worthy. Jiang Yu laughed coldly before taking a deep breath and looking towards this heaven and earth. I know that the Saint King's bloodline comes from the outside, and I'm afraid that outside that bronze door is another world. Quan Yin, you always say that you want to rule this world, but how would a rat-eyed person like you know how huge this world is? I'm not as bad as you think. What about not allowing others to break through to the Saint Great Heavenly Supreme? Those are all made up by you. Quan Yin sniffed and raised his head, saying, haven't you ever thought of doing so? With your Holy Lord's character? I'm afraid I've thought about it, right? Jiang Yu shook his head and looked at his three disciples, who were all looking at Quan Yin as if they were having fun. I didn't limit the number of Saint Great Heavenly Supreme Beasts in the Divine Beast domain, but rather, they really can't step into this realm. There's no way around it. Moreover, I also don't care at all about who becomes the Saint Great Heavenly Supreme and who is able to break through to the Saint Lord realm. After breaking through to the Saint Lord realm for so long, after several thousand years have passed, do you think my cultivation hasn't refined? You think that you can defeat me just because you let the Saint King clan rise? You think you can kill me one day when you reach the Saint King's realm at that time? For your information, I can kill 10,000 Saint Kings reincarnated cleanly. I'm scornful of the Saint King bloodline purely because this thing will affect the world's cultivation system. Earlier, you told Jiang Yuwei that the Sacred Lord realm is actually the Domain Lord realm. Then is there a possibility that I've long since stopped being at the domain lord realm and dash? Realm King Realm. Chapter 38, The Truth Comes Out. Realm King Realm. At this moment, despair truly appeared on Quan Tuo's face. A feeling as if a 3 or 4-year-old child was facing a heaven-destroying disaster. Domain Lord Realm could be in charge of a domain. Then the Realm King Realm. Wouldn't that mean that the entire Heavenly Yuan Realm would really be the world of his sacred lord alone? The king of the Tian Yuan Realm. Well deserved. Laughable. What grand plan to revitalize the Saint King's bloodline, in the eyes of the Holy Lord, was simply as childish as a child playing around. However, Lin Xiaoya and the others were not surprised by this news. The realm of their master's father had always been in their hearts. The sacred king came from outside the Heavenly Yuan Realm. How he did it is something I haven't figured out until now. But once you cross that door, the world outside will be within your grasp as well. Jiang Yu said without haste. Jiang Yuwei was the most important step in this plan, and everything would be revealed on the day she truly stepped into the sacred great Heavenly Supreme. But the words you said to Jiang Yuwei earlier, may not you really think that you can influence her? She's not as stupid as you think. There's no disciple of mine, Jiang Yu, who isn't ruthless. Even though she is not versed in the world, she is ultimately clear about one thing, and that is the law of this world. Martial arts is the honor. Big deal. I can just tell her the whole truth. It's not as complicated as you think. I purposely hid my background, but only so that she could focus on her cultivation. But now it seems that she is young, but still of good heart, and I will tell her that she is the 4th disciple of the Holy Lord. Only you will never see it again. Jiang Yu looked at Kuan Yin, wanting to give him one last fatal blow. Those words really made Kuan Yin bury his head again. Lost completely, died a clear, wimpy death. Yi Fan, go down and get rid of all those who carry the bloodline of a Saint King, including those few heavenly supreme beings who deceived their superiors, and kill them all together. Jiang Yu commanded. When Yi Fan heard this, he nodded and was carrying the blood-colored lance towards the ground at breakneck speed. After doing this, Jiang Yu was tearing open the space, preparing to return to the Tian Yuan realm to deal with Jiang Yuwei's matter. However, as he stepped into it, he suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoya. He said indifferently, give this guy an ungodly amount of acceleration and drop him. After saying that, Jiang Yu left this place without looking back. Lin Xiaoya sniffed and directly pinched Quan Tuo's neck, and then the terrifying power originating from the Saint Grade Heavenly Supreme converged from his right arm. Space was actually churned up by such a force at this moment, and Quan Tsoi, who had been choked, was on the verge of death at the moment. In the next moment, Lin Xiaoya exerted all his strength and threw the power cover towards the ground. At that instant, a shocking tremor almost resounded in the sky, and a circle of airwaves large enough for the entire Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture to see clearly erupted in the air. Kuan Yin's body crossed like a meteor and crashed to the ground, directly blowing up close to 1,000,000 miles of land. The flames were so intense that no creature could live under such power. Lin Xiaoya gazed at the ground indifferently, and then, he extended his finger and gently pressed it down against the place where the power cover had fallen. The land that spanned millions of miles was annihilated out of thin air, leaving behind only an abyss of 10,000 feet. The action in the Fire Spirit Divine State ended with all the Saint King bloodline holders being chopped up. Several heavenly supreme beings who ruled over the Divine State died under Yi Fan's gun, and all those involved were completely vaporized from this world. And in the Tian Yuan State, the Academy competition was also terminated. When the Heavenly King of Zhenlei received General Qinglong's order to enter the secret realm, he saw Jiang Yuwei, who was unconscious outside the ruins, and Quan Jianqing. Only at this moment, Quan Jianqing's eyes were blank, and he looked as if he didn't remember what he had done. Quan Jianqing, you actually secretly operated the Academy Grand Competition. Quan Jianqing? The Heavenly King of Zhenlei carefully placed Jiang Yuwei on the ground before walking towards Quan Jianqing. The moment he approached, his pupils shrank. Dead. How could a king-level powerhouse die so quietly? And right at this moment, Jiang Yuwei also awoke from her coma. She stood up with great effort and looked towards the Heavenly King of Zhenlei, looking around in a trance. What's happening here? Seeing this, the Heavenly King of Zhenlei eagerly said. Jiang Yuwei looked a bit overwhelmed, and her brain was even more blank. King Lin means for you to take the credit for this. General Qinglong's voice resounded in this heaven and earth, and then, it instantly appeared in front of the Heavenly King of Zhenlei. General Qinglong. Seeing this, the Heavenly King of Zhenlei directly half-kneeled and lowered his head respectfully. Jiang Yuwei looked at the man known as General Qinglong, and then at the Heavenly King of Zhenlei, and was about to kneel down. My lord may not, General Qinglong hurriedly said, then actually half-kneeled at Jiang Yuwei and arched his hand. My lord, King Lin has orders. He said it's time to tell you everything. Jiang Yuwei's head buzzed, and her body felt more like it had been struck by lightning as she stood still as if she were a wooden chicken. When the heavenly king of Jinlei saw the sight that appeared in front of him, it was even more unbelievable. What the hell is going on here? Your Honor? The one who can make General Qinglong kneel and bow down. What exactly is this little girl's identity? So, King Lin, is my senior brother, and the sacred lord they speak of is none other than my senior? Jiang Yuwei slowly said, taking a deep breath. The truth was so shocking that she needed to slow down. Exactly. General Qinglong stood up and nodded. Heavenly King Jinlei, you have been meritorious in escorting His Excellency, and King Lin promotes you to the position of commander of the Green Dragon's Sacred Guards. The Jinlei Heavenly King was bewildered by his words, but he still knelt down to thank him for his grace. Now, I'm afraid he knows the truth of it all. This little girl in front of her was no ordinary person, but the disciple of the Holy Lord, the sister of King Lin. It also explained why it had been smooth sailing all the way since he had helped the little girl in passing. What my lord and I said today? You'd better rot in your stomach. Subordinate understands. Jinlei Heavenly King said respectfully. My lord, come with me. General Qinglong looked towards Jiang Yuwei and casually tore the space apart. Where to? Go to the lord of the sacred host. Jiang Yuwei pondered for a moment. No matter what, there was no way for her to connect the sacred lord in the mouths of this group of top powerhouses with her own master now. But also she's stupid. How could a technique like the chaotic divine demon scripture be afforded by an unusual person? Go. She had previously hated to see her master every day, but now that she was going to meet the Holy Lord, there was actually a hint of confusion and uneasiness in her heart. Afterward, Jiang Yuwei shook his head and followed General Qinglong. Stepping into that spatial rift, the heavenly king of Jinlei stood in place, his eyes tightly closed as if he was still digesting everything that had just happened. Chapter 39 Meeting the Holy Lord. Before Sacred Kingdom's central realm, King's Landing City, the top of Spirit Mountain, Qi Tian Hall. In the middle of the Great Hall, Jiang Yu sat firmly on his throne. Lin Xiuya, Zhao Xianjun, and Yi Fan stood under the throne, their faces solemn as they quietly waited for Jiang Yuwei's arrival. The atmosphere in the entire hall actually seemed a bit oppressive and heavy. After a long time had passed, Lin Xiuya slowly spoke out. Master, do we really have to be this serious? The people who heard this looked at each other in disbelief. Then Jiang Yu coughed gently a few times. Don't put on airs. It's your senior sister who's here, not anyone else. The crowd sniffed, but they casually dispersed in all directions and wandered around the Great Hall. But Jiang Yu looked a little uncertain. If Jiang Yuwei knew about his background, then in the future, could this little guy really be quiet and cultivate? Although he felt that Jiang Yuwei wasn't that kind of dude, he was a holy lord after all, and the entire Tianyuan realm was their division's backyard. It's hard to say, after all, whether or not Jiang Yuwei could break through to a sacred grade heavenly supreme could be the most crucial aspect to his future plans. Speaking of which, eldest brother and I haven't met senior sister yet, Zhao Xianjun leisurely said. From the time his master father had recruited this new senior sister, he had been busy dealing with the affairs of the sacred sect, and with a trip to the divine beast domain to establish the sacred sect later on, he was even busier. And the master's father didn't allow them to see the senior sister in private at that time, but now it's better. Since the senior master intends to disclose everything to the senior sister, it'll be much better in the future. Yi Fan sniffed and nodded. Coming. Lin Xiuya looked at the space that was emitting ripples and was pleasantly surprised. That spatial rift was extremely smooth, safer than any ordinary teleportation spell formation, and Jiang Yuwei's figure, too, slowly stepped out from it. When she first saw the lofty hall, she couldn't help but have her pupils quake. The 9 towering red pillars are 100 meters high, and when you look up, you can barely see the murals of the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu carved on the top of the hall. She had never seen anything like it. In the middle of this great hall, her figure was as small as an insignificant speck of dust, and then, she was able to see above that throne, Jiang Yu looking at her blandly, as usual. But at this moment, Jiang Yuwei only felt that Jiang Yu was emanating a majesty that could not be looked at directly, a feeling as if she was not facing a person, but the entire heaven and earth. Seeing Jiang Yuwei froze in place, Lin Xiuya hurriedly stepped forward and patted her shoulder. Senior? She looked at the familiar face in front of her. Wasn't this the senior brother who had come to stand up for himself that day? He is the king of the forest? Call master first. Lin Xiuya urged, patting her head. It was only at this moment that Jiang Yuwei was able to react, looking at Jiang Yu once again with a respectful expression. Master. Only after hearing these 2 words did Jiang Yu's taut old face loosen up. In his heart, he couldn't help but be thankful that Jiang Yuwei didn't mind. You all come up and talk. Don't be so formal. Jiang Yu beckoned. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly walked up the steps to the throne. Senior sister, this Qi Tian hall of mine isn't bad, is it? Seeing this, Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but snicker. Jiang Yuwei nodded numbly. Indeed it wasn't bad. At least she had never seen such a large hall in her life. The cost of a 100-meter high picket fence is, well, astronomical. No wonder that day when she told her senior brother that she had earned 10 billion spirit stones, the other party didn't have much of a reaction. This is your second senior brother, Zhao Xianjun, the sacred sect patriarch. If you're tired of cultivating at the academy, you can find him. Lin Xiaoya pointed at Zhao Xianjun and carefully introduced him. Second brother. Jiang Yuwei hurriedly nodded and shouted at Zhao Xianjun. Hearing the word second senior brother, he felt comforted in his heart. Anyway, it was at least better than this guy Lin Xiaoya shouting. And then, Lin Xiaoya pointed at Yi Fan and said, this is the eldest senior brother, named Yi Fan, and other than the master, he is the strongest. Perhaps you've seen the statue of eldest senior brother before when you joined the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy? While Lin Xiaoya asked, Jiang Yuwei just nodded her head, because she knew in her heart that these three senior brothers in front of her could all be absolute top powerhouses standing in this world. They were able to call the wind and rain with their casual moves in this Tian Yuan state, and all forces had to stand at attention and rest a little in front of them. Come here. Seeing that the other party was surprisingly so formal nowadays, Jiang Yu directly greeted him. Jiang Yuwei walked slowly to Jiang Yu's side. I'm your senior. They're your senior brothers. In this Qi Tian Palace. From now on it'll be like being at home. You can do whatever you want. Is it possible that that kid Quan Soi is giving you nonsense and disturbing you? Ginger Elm asked. Without mentioning it, Jiang Yuwei hadn't remembered. In front of the master and elder brother, it seems that each of them is a ruthless and murderous person, and the bottom of their feet is even stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But, the world of metaphysics is honored by martial arts. She had experienced this truth in the Jiangfu. If she can't wait for her master on that day, and she survives, then one day when her cultivation is complete, she will just as easily kill her way back to the Jiangfu to avenge her blood. Ask her at that time if she would spare the others in the Jiang mansion? That day, with her master's backing, she wasn't at all afraid that the people of the Jiangfu would retaliate against her in the future. So cutting off the roots seemed unnecessary. But if she was alone, the result was obvious. She won't keep any of the Jiang family. The words of Quan Kai can't affect me. The metaphysical world honors martial arts. The weak are strong. If you don't get rid of the roots of the grass, the scourge of the coming day will be yourself. Jiang Yuwei slowly said. Yes. Jiang Yu stood up with an appreciative face. Worthy of being my Jiang Yu's disciple. He directly pulled Jiang Yuwei to the front of the throne before forcing her down on it. Instantly, Jiang Yuwei was like sitting on pins and needles, becoming even more uncomfortable. Master. This. She knew what the throne meant. The throne, which represents overriding everything. Earlier, third senior brother said that this Qi Tian Hall was his, but even so, it was still the master who sat on the throne, which was a manifestation of power. But now that she is sitting on this throne, how is she? However, when she looked around, she realized that whether it was her master or the three senior brothers, a smirk surfaced on their faces, as if this throne was just an ordinary seat to them, nothing more. Senior sister, if the master has asked you to take the seat, you can take it, and if you like it, you can take it every day. Our division is not one of those forces in the mundane world. Lin Xiaoya laughed. This world is our division's world, and naturally, there is a share for you as well. The fact that master likes to sit is also simply because his old man gets tired after standing for a long time. Jiang Yu, who heard this, gave him a blank look without a good reason, but he did not care about that. They were not just master and disciple, they were the only family in this world. Now, there is one more Jiang Yuwei in this family. How does it feel? Ginger Elm asked. Jiang Yuwei looked down from above the throne, and that did have a sense of looking down on the world. However, it was a pity that she was only a tiny Earth extreme realm now. And no matter what, she was only borrowing the momentum of this throne. Pretty good. In the middle of the day, Jiang Yuwei replied, if you like it, let Lin Xiaoya build you a new Qi Heavenly Hall out of it. He'll be happy to do so. After all, the Spirit Mountain is so big. 2 Qi Heavenly Halls. It's nothing. Jiang Yu laughed. Lin Xiaoya, who heard this, also nodded. This world is all our divisions. The entire Heavenly Yuan realm's 4 domains and tens of thousands of states. You go wherever you like. You can do whatever you want. The prerequisite is that you cultivate well and strive to break through to the sacred great heavenly supreme realm as soon as possible. That's the only thing that Master Teacher asks of you. Other than that, just like what Master Teacher said to you at the beginning, the entire heavenly Yuan realm is at your disposal. Chapter 40 Third Brother leads you. To this day, Jiang Yuwei realized that the Master's words that day were not false, but true. It is logical that you, as my disciple, should establish your own group and rule this world. But the current you is still weak. Even with us giving you a backstage? It seems a bit too childish. Jiang Yu looked at his three disciples and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, "Do you want these? If you want, you can withhold some from a couple of your senior brothers for now. Don't want to. Jiang Yuwei's head shook like a rattle. Is this a big gift? Don't forget that she could only be at the tiny Earth Extreme realm right now. Perhaps this cultivation level was among the top of the peer group of prides, but in the eyes of Master and the others, it was completely dispensable. After all, I'm afraid that those who can deal with the division are some of the supreme beings of the heavens. In the future, if you want, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Kingdom can give it to you." Lin Xiaoya laughed. Anyone else who said that out in the open would have died a million times over. I'm afraid, but in the division, everything could be taken from each other. After all, to be honest, they really didn't lack anything. Thank you, third senior brother, but I really can't have any of this. Or at least it's completely unworthy right now, Jiang Yuwei said with trepidation. Looking at Lin Xiaoya's expression, he was completely serious. What would it be like if they really gave her a whole holy country? She didn't dare think about it. They were too huge. After you step into the sacred grade Heavenly Supreme, this Tian Yuan realm can only be used as a base. I yearn for the outside world. Jiang Yu looked away from the great hall, looking out at the clouds of heaven and earth, sighing in his heart. By the way, Master, when did you step into the Realm King realm? Lin Xiaoya suddenly remembered this. Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously as he said, "That day, I stayed in front of the bronze door for just a minute or so before I gained some insights, and stepped into this realm like a waterfall, and it seems that quite a bit of origin chi is bubbling up there at the bronze gate right now. In time, I will gather enough origin chi for you to step into the Domain Lord realm." All of them were happy to hear this. Domain Master realm. This kind of realm, they had longed for many years. Ever since that battle between their master and the Saint King, the three of them had been stuck at the Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme realm. Above the Realm King. Is there more? Yi Fan asked. A question that seemed to have touched on the ultimate secret of this world. Yes. Jiang Yu nodded with little hesitation. But exactly what it is will have to be known after opening that bronze door. In this Heavenly Yuan realm, breaking through to the Realm King realm is already the limit of limits. Jiang Yu laughed bitterly. Now he was really unable to refine his strength by half anymore. The world rules of the Heavenly Yuan realm trapped him firmly, as if there were countless shackles binding him to his body. Jiang Yuwei listened to the conversation between her master and her senior brothers, only to be clouded. What Domain Lord realm? What Realm King realm? What Bronze Gate? Jiang Yuwei, you don't have to go to the Heavenly Underworld Spirit Academy to cultivate in the future. The speed there is really too slow, and I underestimated your natural talent. Even if you were placed in the holy school, you would be buried. In the future, you'll follow those three senior brothers of yours. They'll teach you everything about cultivation, and as I see it, let's start with Lin Xiaoya. Jiang Yu commanded. Nowadays, Jiang Yuwei, after the Nirvana sacred body had been perfected, was no longer a saint-level genius, but a god-level genius. This girl's qualification rating was stronger than those three senior brothers, and was on par with herself. Yes, sir. Lin Xiaoya and the others nodded as they heard this. This proposal wasn't too troublesome, and in this way, Senior would not be too worried about Senior Sister's well-being, with the three of them protecting them at all times. No one could hurt a hair on Jiang Yuwei's head. That's all for today. In the recent period of time, I have to go to the Bronze Gate. A month passes in the outside world if you stay there for a minute, and I'm afraid I won't be able to see me for at least a long time if I go to bring you the origin chi this time. You three, make sure you take care of your senior sister, and when I return, I'll help you step into the Domain Lord realm. Jiang Yu once again commanded. When the three of them heard this, their faces were solemn and they nodded respectfully. Gone. Jiang Yu tore open the space and was about to enter it when he stopped, and then turned his head with a smile and snickered. Jiang Yuwei, you're still underage and not allowed to fall in love. The three men who heard this burst out laughing. Only Jiang Yu's tiny face suddenly turned red. When Jiang Yu completely left this place, Lin Xiaoya patted Jiang Yuwei's shoulder and laughed. Speaking of which, our division is all about solitude. Master, your eldest brother, your second eldest brother, including me, have always been alone. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and said with some puzzlement. Why? It stands to reason that according to the power of the division, it should be very simple to find someone to spend your life with, right? You don't understand. Lin Xiaoya didn't say much. He just smiled and rubbed Jiang Yuwei's hair, but in his eyes, he was thinking a lot and inadvertently rubbed the other party's hair into a mess. After a moment had passed, Lin Xiaoya cupped his fists to both Yi Fan and Zhao Xinjun and said, Eldest brother, second eldest brother, senior sister will follow me first for the recent period of time. The two of them, Yi Fan, nodded and immediately left the Qi Tian Hall. Third senior brother, Both eldest brother and second senior brother seem to be bad with words. Jiang Yuwei said. The two of them are very busy. That's why master asked you to follow me first. I'm free. Lin Xiaoya waved his hand indifferently. Senior brother. You are the lord of the four holy kingdoms. How can you be idle? Because elder brother, I have been idle since I was a child. Let's go. I'll take you on a trip to the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. And by the way, take you for some cultivation. Looking at you, it seems like you're not far from the heavenly extremity realm, right? Jiang Yu slightly nodded. Nowadays, her cultivation had already come to the late stage of the earthly extreme realm, and she seemed to be only one step away from the heavenly extreme realm. But it's not that easy to take that step. Encountered a bottleneck? When you go to the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom, there will be no bottleneck. Lin Xiaoya smiled mysteriously, and then he added, is there anywhere else you want to go before going there? I'm afraid this trip will take quite a bit of time. Jiang Yuwei was silent for a moment. There was indeed one place she wanted to visit again, and that was the Jiang Mansion. I want to go back to the river house. That was the place where his father was buried, and under Jiang Xing's means, even his father's bones were destroyed to the bone. Graves, naturally, are not. Looking at the sadness that surfaced underneath Jiang Yuwei's eyes, Lin Xiaoya faintly said, I'll take you there. Chapter 41, Returning to Jiangfu, Tianyuan State, Outer Divine State, Daqing Dynasty, Extreme Martial County, Xian Iron City. Since Jiang Yuwei had beheaded Jiang Xing and the three elders of the house, the prestige of the Jiang house had fallen to pieces. From being the once-top family of Xian Tai City to the extremely downtrodden situation it was in today. Nowadays, in the Jiang Mansion, there are only a handful of Jiang clansmen left, and as for any slaves, they have long gone clean. The large mansion was empty, nothing was there. Jiang He was currently sitting on the table with a sad face, looking at the yellow-faced clan members in front of him. Logically speaking, as a spirit will realm third-grade cultivator, no matter what, it was absolutely impossible for him to end up in a situation where he couldn't eat. The reason why this is so is because the Jiangfu did not fall behind. The former enemies, is one after another to come to the door. What they want is for the people in Jiang's house to be starved to death alive. There was nothing Jiang He could do about it. If he were to abandon his clan alone, then for the rest of his life, I'm afraid he would live in guilt. It's like that guilt for your own niece. If the day Jiang Xing plotted to kill the housemaster, I was able to stand up for Yuwei, is it possible that the Jiang Mansion would not be in the same situation as it is today? Jiang He regretted. A phrase he had no idea how many times he had already repeated. But it's no use regretting what happened. The other party had already followed their master to a better life, leaving them behind, waiting to die in this Jiangfu. What's the point of talking about this now? This girl doesn't know where she recognized her master, but her cultivation is so terrifying. Jiang Shuwei said indignantly, his heart extremely unhappy. I really don't know where exactly Jiang Yuwei got her chance. Big brother, let's go. Staying here is a death. Jiang Shuwei was uneasy in his heart. He had long wanted to leave this hellhole. With their cultivation at the spirit wheel realm, although they couldn't be rich and famous in the future, they could at least make a living by joining a random force. I don't want to further my cultivation in this life, as long as I can live. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Jiang He said in a cold voice, and his face turned iron blue. Big brother, what are you pretending? You think that little girl will come back to save you if you abuse yourself here? Is it that you're waiting for the day when Jiang Yuwei comes back, sees you in this state, and will still feel sorry for you? By then, with the help of her master's relationship, you'll get a big chance as well, and fantasize about one man's success. You're sick in the head, aren't you? Didn't you not say a word that day when Jiang Xing plotted against the mansion master and framed Jiang Yuwei? Who are you pretending to be deeply righteous for now? Jiang Shuwei poured in and mercilessly tore away Jiang He's extremely hypocritical veil. Hearing this, Jiang He's face became even more ugly. Indeed, that's what he thought. But to be nakedly spoken by Jiang Shuwei like this made him lose some face. Anyway, I'm leaving. I won't be accompanying. The Jiang Mansion will be a downfall in the future. That is to completely die out. And I won't be surnamed Jiang in the future, lest I go out and be bullied. Jiang Shuwei stood up and walked towards the outside. The rest of the members of the Jiangfu in that surrounding area were all looking straight at Jiang Shuwei with a look tinged with hatred. You look at the chicken hair. A group of people didn't cultivation is not. Stay life in the world will only eat rice expensive rotten. If it weren't for the fact that we're related by blood, I'd gouge your eyes out. Jiang Shuwei cursed angrily and directly kicked open the door. Strutting out, waiting for the commotion outside to be completely small. The other members from the Jiangfu, at this moment, were as terrified as they could be and surrounded Jiang He. They asked eagerly, Jiang He, with Jiang Shuwei gone, how are you going to feed us alone? Yes, when Jiang Shuwei was around before, We all had trouble getting enough to eat, and now we're missing one person. How can this be? Couldn't you just go along with him a bit? This is great. We're all going to starve to death. Hearing these words, Jiang Yi's forehead was also bruised. It's really been giving these old things too many good looks for a while now. With no cultivation on a group of people, he relied on him alone to go out at night and quietly get some food back to feed this rotten group of people. Instead of remembering the good, this group is now trying to blame him. This Jiangfu is rotten to the core. Shut up! Jiang Yi slammed the desktop, and strong spiritual power fluctuations swept out, shocking those people into silence and trembling. Looking at their prostrate appearance, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. The reason why he kept this group of people alive, and even went out to get food in to feed them himself, was so that one day, if Jiang Yuwei found out what he had done, he might, perhaps, think highly of her. If she was happy, it was impossible to say what chance she would reward herself with. But now, he'd been pretending to be this nice guy for too long. Jiang Yuwei hasn't come back even to this day, and I'm afraid she won't come back in the future. Himself, he had to find a way to stay alive. You old things, just starve to death in there, and I won't be accompanying you. Jiang He snorted and waved his sleeve robe to leave this place. Jiang He, you can't leave. What will we do if you leave? We'll starve to death. Don't go. We'll just eat less. Don't go. Jiang He, I can't leave you at this age. You're the backbone of the entire Jiang mansion now. You're the current mansion master. Hearing the word prefect, Jiang He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Master of the house? The Jiang mansion's mansion masters are short-lived ghosts. First there was the old mansion master who was poisoned. Then there was Jiang Xing who was killed after being the mansion master for 2 days. And then there was me. It's my turn to be the master of this house. And instead of enjoying any benefits, I'm about to be starved to death. Whoever wants to be the master of this house, I won't do it. Jiang He cursed angrily and kicked the door open in anger. But just the moment the door opened, he was seeing Jiang Yuwei standing in the doorway, her face expressionless, and behind the other party, followed by a young man with an extraordinary demeanor. Jiang He instantly realized what was going on, and the expression on his face was faster than a face change. Yuwei, you're finally back. Look at our Jiang mansion. What has become of it now? Jiang He said with a snotty nose and a tearful voice. Looking sad, the old men in that mansion also rushed to gather around, and the moment they saw Jiang Yuwei, their faces were instantly covered in smiles and hope. Whispering, ha ha, I knew you couldn't let go of us. Yuwei must have learned a lot from following that master, right? Heck, I even hugged you when you were little. Hearing these words, Jiang Yuwei just felt sick. As for Lin Xiaoya behind him, he was even more upset. If he hadn't been mindful of the fact that this group of people and his senior sister had so much as a tiny bit of blood relationship with his nature, he would have already made his move. Do you want me to take care of it for you, sister? Lin Xiaoya calmly said. No need, senior brother. I'll do it myself. Jiang Yuwei coldly said, looking at Jiang He. Uncle Jiang, long time no see. Yuwei, you still recognize Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang is starving right now. Do you have any food? Jiang He sized up Jiang Yuwei and said eagerly. Yes, Yuwei, you have to bring some food on your trip back, right? That's right. Let's get a better view of the outside world. With Yuwei's current strength, how could she return empty-handed? Maybe she'll bring the Jiang mansion back to its former glory. The people around him kept chiming in, making a lot of noise. I've come for my father's relics. What does it matter to me if you are dead or alive? Jiang Yuwei tilted her head, coldly looking at Jiang He and the elders around her, and her tone was even laced with killing intent. It seemed that if they said one more word, Jiang Yuwei would unceremoniously decapitate their heads. This silenced Jiang He and the surrounding elders of the Jiang mansion for a moment. Chapter 42, Take a deep breath. It'll be okay for a while. Seeing Jiang Yuwei's appearance as well as such cold words, that Jiang He as well as the many clansmen around him, although they were indignant in their hearts, they could only suppress them. After all, the Jiang Yuwei of that time was able to effortlessly kill 3 elders, and the current her, I'm afraid her cultivation was even more terrifying. What's more, the young man following her didn't look like a lord to be messed with either. Yes, Yuwei is the most filial. Quick, go and fetch the old mansion master's relics. Jiang He hurriedly ordered. The clansmen at the bottom sniffed and looked at each other, not knowing what to do. The relics of the old master of the house? How can that kind of stuff still be around now? The Jiang family sold everything that was worth a little money. Seeing the clansmen in this state, Jiang He was also trembling in his heart. Then he looked at Jiang Yuwei with trepidation and said, Yuwei, our house has encountered some difficulties after you left. I'm afraid your father's relics. Jiang Yuwei's face did not change when she heard this. She wanted relics, and the group didn't know what they were. Immediately, She didn't care about Jiang He and the many clansmen, and walked into the main hall of the mansion on her own. The once prosperous and incomparable Great Hall was already sluggish in the present, and in her childhood impression, her father often talked about the great events of the Jiangfu with the elders at this place, and as she was still young, she could only stand outside the temple and listen. The memory of her father's face hadn't blurred, but she didn't want to think about it again. Jiang Yuwei let out a long breath and came to the front of that seat. She turned the seat with a special means and the secret door on the back wall suddenly made a click sound. From the mechanism of that dark door, a drawer was extended, with only a mediocre-looking jade talisman inside. People like Jiang Xing really don't know. Even up and down the Jiang mansion, no one knew this secret. Jiang He outside looked at the jade talisman and his throat quirked. That was clearly a token left by the old mansion master to Jiang Yuwei. If that day, Jiang Yuwei had been able to take out this token, things might not have developed to this situation today. But ask yourself, even if the Jiang Yuwei of that day took out this token, so what? All of them in the Jiang mansion had already submitted to Jiang Xing. Let's go, senior. Jiang Yuwei walked out of the great hall and faintly said, some sadness in her words. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoya naturally couldn't see his senior sister being aggrieved, so he buried his head and whispered in his ear, do you want senior brother to send the Green Dragon Holy Guards to help you step on this place? After saying that, Lin Xiaoya was about to call General Qinglong over. However, Jiang Yuwei stopped him from doing so and shook her head. The day my master took me away, I was no longer a member of the Jiangfu. They and I did not have the slightest relationship, and I didn't want to kill innocents indiscriminately. The Jiangfu's upper and lower ranks who heard this were even more disheartened. It looked like Jiang Yuwei already didn't want to care about their deaths at all. Once this Jiang Yuwei left, Jiang He, too, couldn't stay. The only thing that greeted them was starvation. Is this retribution? Jiang Yuwei didn't intend to inflict hatred on them. I'm afraid it was because the other party had long since ceased to exist in the same realm as them. Yuwei, you're leaving? Sit down and have a sip of tea before you go. It's a long way. Don't get exhausted. Jiang He saw this and hurriedly went forward, pleading. He hoped that Jiang Yuwei could stay for a day or not. In this way, those enemies outside also dare not plot against their Jiangfu people. Lin Xiaoya sniffed and blocked in front of Jiang Yuwei. He coldly looked at this middle-aged man in front of him and didn't say a word. Jiang Yuwei, the one who murdered your father was Jiang Xing. We are all innocent. If we didn't take Jiang Xing's side that day, we would all be dead. Can't you think differently? We're all your elders. Have you forgotten that? Blood is thicker than water. Yuwei, we're family. Then, since Jiang Xing is dead, can't our family put aside our grudges and live in peace? Jiang He's face was twisted. He really couldn't think of a way to retain Jiang Yuwei, and at this moment, he was actually a little crazy. When that group of Jiangfu clansmen heard this, they also responded instantly, speaking in a grandiose manner. However, these words had completely touched Jiang Yuwei's reverse scale. She looked towards Lin Xiaoya and just nodded, and the other party understood what she meant. You go out first and wait for elder brother for a while. Lin Xiaoya's face was calm. Jiang Yuwei nodded and walked out with large strides, bringing the Jiang mansion gate with her in the process. The moment this door was closed, the people in the mansion, the bottom of their hearts was rising in ominous premonition. What are you going to do? Jiang He looked at Lin Xiaoya and retreated towards the back with a panicked expression. Take a deep breath. It'll be fine in a while. Lin Xiaoya hooked up the corners of his mouth, and a flash of green light lit up on his palm. In the next moment, the sky suddenly changed color, and a stunningly huge thunderstorm violently struck down. With a rumble, everyone was annihilated into dust by this thunderous power in response. Lin Xiaoya, who had done all this, clapped his palms together and opened the gate with a calm demeanor, whereupon he looked at Jiang Yuwei again and said, elder brother is done with it. Not a single one is left behind. Thank you, elder brother. Jiang Yuwei nodded. You're just too merciful. Those who deserve to die always deserve to die. That's what elder brother wants to teach you. Lin Xiaoya gently stroked the top of Jiang Yuwei's head. Elder brother will take you on a trip to the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom, where it might make you happier. No, it will definitely make you happy. Good. The Sacred Kingdom of Xuanwu. At this moment, Supreme Xuanwu was pacing back and forth in the Great Hall, and the civil and military officials underneath were also showing fear. General Qinglong was standing in the hall with an indifferent expression, and the incomparably sharp lance in his hand shook everyone's soul. Why did King Lin suddenly come to the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom? Could it be that he really wants to liquidate me? Supreme Xuanwu was jittery in his heart. Damn that heavenly King Su. He now hated to kill the heavenly King Su's lineage cleanly as a way to vent his anger. It was because of this that King Lin was incurred. Who didn't know in this Tian Yuan state? But there was no matter where King Lin personally went out without seeing blood. Who's going to lose their head in this great hall of his later? Not necessarily the civil and military officials? No, they're not good enough. Therefore, there is only one person who will lose his head, and that is him. And at this moment, Lin Xiaoya had already brought Jiang Yuwei and arrived above the Xuanwu Sacred Temple silently. That's the Xuanwu Sacred Temple, and Supreme Xuanwu is inside. The most famous thing in this Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom is the Heavenly Spirit Pool, and every time the Heavenly Spirit Pool is opened, it has to cost the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom 100 years of accumulated spirit vein power. Cultivating in that Heavenly Spirit Pool for one session is the dream of countless geniuses in this Tianyuan state. Lin Xiaoya slowly said, looking at his senior sister thoughtfully. He thought for a moment and then asked, if you can make a trip into the Heavenly Spirit Pool, it would be beneficial to your cultivation, and even stepping into the Heavenly Extremity Realm in there would be a breeze. Jiang Yuwei was also a bit moved when she heard this. After all, such an opportunity was simply rare. The proud sons of heaven from the entire Tianyuan state looked openly at this great opportunity. If you nod your head, elder brother will take you there directly. Even though it's not yet time for the Heavenly Spirit Pool to open, you can go whenever you want. Lin Xiaoya smiled evilly. Jiang Yuwei looked at her senior brother in surprise. Perhaps it was because she had just learned how terrifying her division's background was. She actually didn't react and was a bit uncomfortable. In theory, such a once-in-a-century great opportunity. I'm afraid that it is necessary for the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom to carry out some kind of Heaven's Pride competition, and only those who come out on top at the end will have the opportunity to enter it. But in the case of elder brother, it seems to be a matter of words. Is this power? Looking at Jiang Yuwei's wavering appearance, Lin Xiaoya understood, knowing full well that this kind of heavenly opportunity was definitely attractive to cultivators. Elder brother has taken the liberty of making a decision for you. This Heavenly Spirit Pool, you have to go. Chapter 43, Heavenly Spirit Pool. Jiang Yuwei was a bit shocked when she heard this, but after thinking for a long time, she still nodded her head in a wooden manner. In that case, go ahead, she thought to herself. Seeing that his senior sister had nodded her head, Lin Xiaoya was also quite satisfied. Immediately, he was leading Jiang Yuwei, heading straight for that Xuanwu Sacred Temple. When the people in that Xuanwu Sacred Temple saw Lin Xiaoya's suddenly appearing figure, they all knelt down in terror, their faces showing fear. King Lin, the people hastened to say, bowing their heads to the ground, not daring to raise them. I'm afraid that King Lin is here to settle scores. Seeing them in this state, Lin Xiaoya knew some of the reasons in his heart. Then he waved his hand blandly and said, get up. When Supreme Xuanwu and the others heard this, they rose with trepidation and then stood respectfully on either side, waiting for Lin Xiaoya's next words. King Lin, General Qinglong stepped forward and said respectfully. He looked at Jiang Yuwei and then added, my lord. As soon as these words came out, the crowd noticed that behind Lin Xiaoya, followed by a young girl of about only 16 years old, this young girl's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Earth Extremity Realm, and she was ranked amongst the heavenly pride of this Tianyuan state. But just now, they clearly heard General Qinglong call this young girl Lord? I heard that you called all the emperor-level powerhouses in the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom to heckle them? Lin Xiaoya raised an eyebrow and said in passing as he led Jiang Yuwei towards the throne. The subordinate has gone AWOL. Also to cut off any recurrence of defiance of the king's authority. Supreme Xuanwu hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Well done. Lin Xiaoya smiled, his tone gentle. Such words sounded like a spring breeze to the Xuanwu Supreme Being and the others, and they breathed a sigh of relief. What is the situation of the Heavenly Spirit Pool now? The Heavenly Spirit Pool. It was opened once 30 years ago, and now the spirit veins are still recovering. The Xuanwu Supreme said, but was a bit puzzled. What is King Lin asking him this for? Although this Heavenly Spirit Pool was a rare cultivation site, and countless people in the Tianyuan state wanted to come and get a piece of it. For King Lin, he was already on top of the world, and he didn't need this stuff at all. Could it be that? Supreme Xuanwu shifted his gaze to the young girl behind King Lin. Who is this young girl? Couldn't it be King Lin's daughter? Thinking of this, Supreme Xuanwu knew that his chance to show it had come. King Lin had hinted to this extent, and even those who were no longer enlightened now understood. He immediately stepped forward quickly, half kneeling to face King Lin, and said resoundingly, the Heavenly Spirit Pool can still be opened. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoya smiled and glanced back at his senior sister before saying to Supreme Xuanwu, it's best if that's the case, but you also have to take into account the national strength of the Sacred Kingdom as well. Everything is under my subordinate's control, and my subordinate believes that the Heavenly Spirit Pool will be able to open again tomorrow. Not bad, this one's on the up and up. Lin Xiaoya was extremely satisfied, then nodded. You have this heart. This king has seen it all in his eyes. That matter of Heavenly King Su. Let's call it a day. Thank you, King Lin, Supreme Xuanwu said excitedly. In this way, This head on one's own head was considered truly saved. Senior brother, didn't he say that the heavenly spirit pool was only opened once 30 years ago? According to the once-in-a-century rule, shouldn't we wait until 70 years later to open it again? Jiang Yuwei said in disbelief. She just felt that opening the heavenly spirit pool just like this rashly. She was afraid that it would affect the spirit veins of the Xuanwu sacred kingdom. She was never quite comfortable with this laborious approach. Lin Xiaoya sniffed and instead explained to her without any haste. Rules are dead. People are alive. You can live in the heavenly spirit pool if you wish, even if you have to raise the entire nation of the Xuanwu sacred kingdom to cultivate for you alone. That's true. The 4 sacred kingdoms were originally his territory, and he could do whatever he wanted. Besides, he wasn't afraid of anything exhausting. As long as he could make Jiang Yuwei step into the realm of the Saint Grade Heavenly Supreme, then no matter what means were used, it would be worth it. The master only wants results, regardless of the process. That won't be necessary. Jiang Yuwei was flattered and said, lift up the nation to train her alone. This kind of thing was better left alone. Although by the look of elder brother, if she nodded her head, this would probably come true immediately. But thinking about it, the path of cultivation, it is better not to be too smooth sailing. Otherwise, how could she reach that Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme Realm? That heavenly spirit pool? I'm afraid it's a bit too much of a waste for me to be alone in it. So why don't? Jiang Yuwei had not finished speaking. Xuanwu Supreme heard that is instantly grabbed the answer. Lord's heart for the people of the dawn, compassionate and generous. I suggest that after the end of the Lord's cultivation, the remaining energy can be absorbed by other geniuses in Tianyuan state. Lord thinks. Slap. When Supreme Xuanwu finished speaking, he didn't receive a reply from Jiang Yuwei, but a slap from General Qinglong. This slap was obviously just a deterrent, or else with General Qinglong's immortal grade heavenly supreme cultivation, if he really moved, he would directly put him to death. But even so, he was still dazed and his head was buzzing in blank. General, he looked at General Qinglong in horror. The latter just looked at him indifferently, and then said angrily, His Excellency hasn't finished speaking, why are you interrupting? Realizing that he was a bit hasty, Supreme Xuanwu hurriedly kowtowed to Jiang Yuwei. My lord, I was wrong. His face instantly turned white. 1 second he had sworn in front of King Lin that defying the king's authority would never happen, and in the next second, he had actually made a mistake. I'm afraid this is completely over. This young girl was not an ordinary character. Her status should be on par with King Lin. She was King Lin's senior sister. Actually it's no big deal. You get up. Jiang Yuwei's expression was a bit constricted. How is it that a heaven supreme would kowtow to himself? And it didn't seem to her that the other person had done anything wrong, at least not in a big way. Lin Xiaoya took a deep breath, closed his eyes and opened them again. My senior sister has a kind heart, so I'll spare your life. Go and get the heavenly spirit pool done, or else, General Qinglong will treat you well. Thank King Lin for his grace. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your grace. My subordinate will do it now. Supreme Emperor Xuanwu stood up in a panic, and with the civil and military officials behind him, he ran towards the outside of the hall in a sorry state. After a few moments, there were only 3 people left in this Xuanwu holy temple. Let's go. I'll take you to Xuanwu City for a stroll. The celestial spirit pool will open tomorrow at the earliest. Chapter 44, Fireworks. The capital of the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. Xuanwu City, the most prosperous city in this realm. Jiang Yuwei had just stepped onto the land of this Xuanwu city and stopped to watch the bustling streets and the endless stream of pedestrians. On both sides of the main street, stores with different characteristics were lined up, and the hanging signs in front of the stores flashed with colorful light. A burst of clear fragrance originating from heavenly materials emanated from the high-class chamber of commerce, and many pedestrians surrounded the open-air weapon store. The racks of sharp weapons glittering with a chilling light were a delight to behold. These weapons of extraordinary grades were hard to find when placed in the outer divine realm. As she was unconsciously attracted to the street and delved deeper into it, the vendors in the stalls next to her were constantly hawking, their stalls filled with a wide variety of exotic treasures. Even some deeply girlish jewelry is among the list. Like these? Lin Xiaoya came behind her, looking at his senior sister whose eyes were glowing. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. All of it. Immediately, he was also dry, pointing at the peddler. When the peddler heard this, he was naturally overjoyed, and after nodding his head and bowing a few times, he carefully put all the exotic treasures into a spatial ring and handed it over to Jiang Yuwei. How many spirit stones? Lin Xiaoya asked, and just as he was about to pay, Jiang Yuwei stopped him. Senior brother, I have money. Have you forgotten that I still have 10 billion spirit stones here? Lin Xiaoya was dumbfounded, and then he could only nod his head and let her pay for herself. Although Jiang Yuwei's 10 billion spirit stones were quite full of fakes, it was still more than enough to pick out some top-quality spirit stones from them. Speaking of which, he hadn't yet gone to settle the score with the head of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. But now he remembered this. Does senior brother often come to the Xuanwu city? Jiang Yuwei put away her spatial ring and looked at him curiously, asking, occasionally, most recently, probably a couple hundred years ago. But coming to these streets is something that happened thousands of years ago, when my master and I killed our way in together, and I can't forget it. Lin Xiaoya couldn't help but smile as he once again remembered those heady days. Oh, Jiang Yuwei responded. On the road, the two walked side by side, through the crowds, through the streets, just walking aimlessly. Jiang Yuwei seemed to enjoy this feeling, or rather, she hadn't come to such a prosperous land before this. Compared to the Tongtian River realm and this place, that was simply another two concepts. What kind of person is master? Half-heartedly, she inquired. Master, his old man is very interesting. I remember when we first met, his mouth was yelling something. Ah, how did I cross over? Where did this come to me? Where's the system? Where's my system? No, system is not the end of the ball. Ha ha ha, the system in hand the world. I have such words. At that time, I thought master was crazy, Lin Xiaoya said with a smile. Hearing this description that was completely out of tune with the usual master teacher, Jiang Yuwei couldn't help but snort out a laugh as well. But what was even more hilarious was actually the way Lin Xiaoya's hands danced around as he mimicked what his master said. This appearance was also very different from the majestic forest king that people spoke of. Shifu was just talking nonsense all day then. And the first thing he said when he found me was, "Is there a mistake? Damn, can someone so frustrated be trained? Why don't we just get someone else?" At that time, I really didn't understand what master teacher was talking about. Although barring that, at that time, I was indeed frustrated and a waste, with all my meridians wasted, as well as no sacred body, and no natural talent. But in spite of this, the master finally accepted me as his disciple, and he said, "Lin Xiaoya, would you like to be my disciple? When you become my disciple, in the entire world, no one will dare to bully you and walk at your own will." Ah, Jiang Yuwei's mouth was half open. So that's what master teacher said to you, HM? Lin Xiaoya seemed to realize something. Then he laughed out loud and said, "Half the time, master has taken you as a disciple, and he's still using the same set of words and techniques. That's a phrase he also gave to your second brother. Almost word for word, isn't it?" "What the?" Jiang Yuwei muttered. Every time she thought of what her master said that day about any you can do, a sense of adoration could not help but rise in her heart. It turns out that the master is too lazy to change his lines. However, at that time, it was pure deception for the master to give us that, and we followed him and suffered almost all the way, either fleeing for our lives or on the way to fleeing for our lives every day. But how is that not a kind of anything goes? Now when the master gives you the word anywhere, it's really anywhere. Lin Xiaoya rubbed her head again and comforted her. But master and you guys ended up being proud of the world, Jiang Yuwei said. Indeed, Lin Xiaoya nodded. Whenever it comes to a matter of life and death, master teacher always has a solution. He can always come forward in desperate situations. This is master teacher's charm. It can be said that the reason why your two senior brothers and I are where we are today, the help of master teacher accounted for at least 60% of it. The two talked from about noon until late at night. When night falls, this Xuanwu city, surprisingly, seems to be more prosperous. 10,000 lights like stars flashing, bright dazzling. Clusters and clusters of fireflies appeared along the sides of the road as well, emitting a faint glow and bobbing in the bushes. Jiang Yuwei eyed what was in front of her. Outer gods, are there fireworks? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoya stopped and asked. At this moment, they were already standing on an arch bridge that stood on the river and was made of green bricks throughout. The babbling brook at the bottom flowed slowly, like quicksilver under the moonlight. Fireworks? Never heard of them. Jiang Yuwei shook her head and leaned her arms on the parapet, looking sideways at the flowing water underneath. It's beautiful. You'll see it soon. Lin Xiaoya smiled mysteriously, then looked at General Qinglong standing in the night sky and nodded. When General Qinglong received the order, he recruited hundreds of Qinglong holy guards and took advantage of the cover of the night to come to the direction directly facing Jiang Yuwei. Today their mission is not to kill, but fireworks. Boom! As hundreds of spiritual energy ascended into the air, Jiang Yuwei's gaze was instantly attracted to it. She looked high into the sky. The spiritual energy that rose to the night sky suddenly exploded, turning into countless bright points of light, like stars falling into the mortal world, blooming into colorful flowers in the night, red sunlight like fire, blue sea waves. Jiang Yuwei looked in fascination at the indescribable astonishment in front of her. Under the starry sky, the light from the fireworks shimmered, reflecting her face and revealing a brilliant sheen. as if she were part of this radiance. She will always remember this night and the fireworks. Chapter 45, 16-year-old Peak of the Heavenly Extreme Realm. The following day, Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom, Heavenly Spirit Pool. The Heavenly Spirit Pond was located on top of the Heavenly Spirit Peak, a mountain that wasn't as big as the Spirit Mountain, but was still a huge thing that stood between heaven and earth. This mountain was unusually flat at the peak, not steep, and the spiritual energy was even more abundant. And the Heavenly Spirit Pool, which was smoking softly with white smoke, had been completely exposed to the eyes of the crowd. This is the Heavenly Spirit Pool. Looking at the hot spring-like Heavenly Spirit Pool in front of her, Jiang Yuwei couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It wasn't because of how beautiful the scenery was, but due to the fact that the liquid in this Heavenly Spirit Pond wasn't water, but rather, it was the most refined and pure energy. This energy was not only spiritual power alone, but it was also a fusion of the countless heavenly treasures that grew in this Heavenly Spirit Peak. It was hard to imagine how much it would enhance one's own cultivation if one was able to take a dip in it. However, Jiang Yuwei was also able to imagine that this Heavenly Spirit Pool opening once would rather consume a great deal for the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. Senior Sister. This Heavenly Spirit Pool was created precisely for the geniuses of the Tianyuan Prefecture. Baptize in it once and you will be able to achieve at least a king-level powerhouse in the future. As for you, Senior Sister, laying a good foundation inside and becoming a saint-grade Heavenly Supreme is naturally nothing. Lin Xiaoya laughed. At one time, he had also been baptized in this Heavenly Spirit Pool, so this was true. Moreover, Jiang Yuwei was sitting on all the chances of this Heavenly Yuan realm, and as long as nothing unexpected happened, stepping into the sacred grade Heavenly Supreme in the future was a nail in the coffin. It's really a waste for me to be alone in there. It's better to call some geniuses to enjoy this chance together. Jiang Yuwei shook his head and slowly said, "That's a good point. When you finish your cultivation, Supreme Xuanwu will take care of this matter." Lin Xiaoya looked at the silent Supreme Xuanwu on the side and casually said. Supreme Xuanwu sniffed and nodded his head in a hurry. It was only then that Jiang Yuwei was relieved to enter the Heavenly Spirit Pool. Rolling tides of psychic energy came crashing down on her, and every second was as enlightening and penetrating. Immediately, she didn't hesitate to start operating the chaotic divine demon scripture. Jiang Yuwei felt that the little bit of impurities that remained in her body were all washed away by this tidal wave of spiritual energy and completely disappeared without a trace. And her cultivation level, too, began to climb. 1 month later, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Heavenly Spirit Pool had actually been depleted by an unprecedented 1/10. One must know that Jiang Yuwei could be the only one cultivating inside. The energy contained in this Heavenly Spirit Pool was so huge that 1/10 of this energy came from the 12 spirit veins of the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. If this energy was stuffed into a junior at the Earth Extreme Realm, the other party would be afraid that they would directly explode and die. King Lin's senior sister is truly terrifying. Supreme Xuanwu, who was ordered to guard this place, couldn't help but change his face. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about these energies, but that the other party was displaying a talent that was simply unheard of. This power fluctuation is the peak of the Heavenly Extreme Realm. After feeling Jiang Yuwei's current cultivation level, Supreme Xuanwu secretly smacked his lips. It was reasonable to say that after this energy was completely absorbed by Jiang Yuwei, it was impossible for the other party's cultivation to rise by only one major realm. However, it was obvious that the other party was suppressing their realm to ensure that they hadn't rushed and affected their roots. After all, King Lin's expectations of his senior sister were of a sacred Heavenly Supreme. That kind of realm, he could not step into it in his lifetime. Just a minute after Jiang Yuwei completed her breakthrough, Lin Xiaoya also arrived here. Seeing his senior sister's skyrocketing cultivation, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, knowing to suppress the realm. If Jiang Yuwei chose to allow her realm to skyrocket, then I'm afraid that the current version of her would be in the sovereign realm. But the trouble that comes with that is that the roots can go wrong. Supreme Xuanwu, this Heavenly Spirit Pond of yours is not bad. It's simply a project that benefits the people. Lin Xiaoya looked at Supreme Xuanwu with a smile and patted his shoulder, which caused Supreme Xuanwu to be somewhat flattered for a moment. If King Lin needs it, my subordinates will naturally not dare to disobey. However, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Kingdom also has a great opportunity yet. That place is called Nirvana Mountain. As well as the White Tiger Sacred Kingdom, there is a place called Thunder Purgatory. These, however, are great opportunities that start once in 100 years. Supreme Xuanwu said softly. Now that their Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom had suffered, he naturally couldn't forget the other two sacred kingdoms. As for the Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom, that place chance is even more countless. And in the Qinglong Sacred Kingdom, King Lin cannot arrange the position of the country's leader. The Qinglong General. Is the Qinglong Sacred Kingdom put on the surface to do the appearance of the country's leader? Lin Xiaoya glanced at him. He was naturally aware of this guy's small mind, but that reminded him, Although the Vermilion Bird Sacred Kingdom's Nirvana Mountain was a treasure, no matter what, it was not as good as the Divine Phoenix Clan's Nirvana Sacred Mountain. That place involved the oldest inheritance of the Divine Phoenix Clan, and even if the master was of heavenly strength, he couldn't strip that inheritance away. In his impression, the only fellow who had managed to obtain the Divine Phoenix inheritance throughout the ages was the old patriarch of the Divine Phoenix Clan who had followed his master's conquest that year. But sadly, this guy eventually tried to take that step and was directly killed by his second senior brother. Perhaps, Senior's sister will be able to take that inheritance? The perfected Nirvana sacred body coupled with the most ancient inheritance of the Divine Phoenix Clan. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoya's next plan had already appeared in his mind, and that was to take Jiang Yuwei on a trip to the Divine Beast Domain. And at this moment, Jiang Yuwei successfully came out of the gate, and with a long leap, she was directly in front of him. After stepping into the heavenly extremity realm, she could already step into the sky, although it wasn't as bad as Lin Xiaoya, who could step into the void at every turn, but it was enough to walk through the air. Senior, Jiang Yuwei was pleasantly surprised. This heavenly spirit pool was indeed a heavenly opportunity. No wonder all the geniuses were squeezing their heads to go in and baptize themselves. In just a month's time, she had crossed a large realm, and there was an even more terrifying ability contained within her body. As long as she wanted to, she could step into the sovereign realm with a single movement of her mind. However, in order to consolidate cultivation, this is not a good practice. Not bad. At the peak of the heavenly extremity realm at the age of 16, you are now proud of the entire young generation of the Tianyuan prefecture, and that Heaven's Pride list should have your name on it. Lin Xiaoya smiled in relief. At the age of 16 to have a cultivation at the peak of the heavenly extremity realm, this strength, spreading it out was enough to make people's jaws drop. Even the children of those supreme beings who had gone to great lengths to raise them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to catch up with Jiang Yuwei's progress today. Naturally, it was possible to stay on the Heaven's Pride list, the Heaven's remarkable ranking. It's better to forget about it. Jiang Yuwei swallowed. In her heart, she felt that the fact that she could raise her cultivation so quickly didn't really have much to do with herself. May I ask who in this world is able to use the heavenly spirit pool as freely as she does? No one. And Lin Xiaoya also saw what was in her mind, so he laughed indifferently. There is no need to mind in your heart, senior sister. All the opportunities in the world are obtained by those who have the ability to do so. Naturally, background is part of ability. Lin Xiaoya hooked up the corner of his mouth. Elder brother will take you to a better place. The chances there are greater than this Xuanwu sacred kingdom. Jiang Yuwei, who heard this, couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Why does it feel like elder brother is leading her around to rob homes? But it's better to hold off on the next chance. I just stepped into the peak of the heavenly extremity realm and my cultivation is still unstable. That's true. I was in a hurry, Lin Xiaoya said thoughtfully, then looked at Supreme Xuanwu. This heavenly spirit pool still has a whole 90% of energy left. You convened the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom Heaven's Pride competition, so that all the Heaven's Pride generation will come here to compete for the opportunity. By the way, let my senior sister practice. Supreme Xuanwu could only go down and do it immediately after hearing this. 16 years old at the peak of the heavenly extremity realm. Who in the entire younger generation of the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom could be Jiang Yuwei's opponent? Moreover, the other party was still the Lin King's senior sister, so who in this would dare to really fight with her? But even so, Supreme Xuanwu immediately spread the news. Although the incident was sudden and somewhat urgent, all the forces of the entire Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom heard the news and then rushed towards Xuanwu City with their own children without stopping. This was the chance of the heavenly spirit pool, which many people could not meet once in their lives. As for how exactly to compare and who to fight, then it doesn't matter. Chapter 46, King Lin's senior sister? After only 2 hours, Xuanwu City was overwhelmed by the influx of people. In the sky above the city, countless divine boats tore through the void and hovered high in the sky, like a dark cloud that obscured the sunlight. Each divine boat exuded a suffocating pressure, declaring the extraordinary status of their owners. Those top-tier powerhouses carried their own children and proudly stepped into the air, their pace steady and their aura like a rainbow as they pushed straight into the Xuanwu Sacred Hall. The Xuanwu City folk below the city looked at each other with shock and awe in their eyes. How did this Xuanwu City suddenly come with so many strong people, and all of them with their children? A young man muttered, his voice dripping with unease. I don't know. Last time, the country lord summoned the great emperors, and this time, he's summoning the heavenly pride of the entire Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. Another person responded, looking nervous. I heard that it's the heavenly spirit pool opening early. All these heavenly prides are here to compete for places. An old man whispered, excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Heavenly spirit pool? It can't be. There should still be 70 years left in the counting. The young man exclaimed, a hint of doubt rising in his mind. That I don't know. The old man shook his head. The air was filled with tension, as if the entire Xuanwu city was becoming smaller and smaller under the aura of this powerful man. And at this moment, outside the Xuanwu sacred temple, those powerful people were also slowly falling from the air and stepping on the ground. Xuanwu city was one thing, but this palace, another. Under the supreme, stepping into the air is forbidden. This is a rule that they, the kings, emperors, and great emperors, wouldn't dare to break. Qing Di, you've personally come out as well. A strong man who was also at the great emperor level laughed and looked at the man standing next to him. The man named Emperor Chang nodded, then said to the youngster at his side, "This is your uncle Zhao, the oldest great emperor of the Xuanwu sacred kingdom. In terms of seniority, he's older than your father." When the son of the Qing emperor heard this, he hurriedly and respectfully arched his hand at that man surnamed Zhao. "What about Bai Di? His son has been mighty these past 2 years, leaping to become the #1 existence on the heavens remarkable ranking, stepping into the heavenly extremity realm at the age of 18, and if he gets baptized by the heavenly spirit pool this time around, he'll enter the Zhongshu in one go, and it'll be a matter of time before it's over." Qing Di looked around and laughed. Emperor Zhao sniffed and smiled before saying, "That white emperor guy won't be coming out lately. It's rumored that he's already touched the level of a supreme being, so perhaps the next time we see each other again, we'll have to refer to him as White Zun." Hearing these words, the Qing emperor couldn't help but set off horrifying waves of shock in his heart. The supreme realm? As long as one stepped into the supreme realm, then in this heaven and earth, one would truly have a place, and even, the right to speak. Even an earth supreme was an unattainable existence for their group of great emperors. The earthly supreme being is called a supreme being, and the heavenly supreme being is called a supreme being. Just as the two of them, Emperor Chang and Emperor Zhao, were talking, a teenager, however, walked over from the crowd of king emperors behind him. Even though this teenager only had the cultivation of the early stage of the heavenly extremity realm, this group of kings and emperors were respectful to him. This person was no other than the son of the White Emperor, Bai Haochen, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Ching. As soon as Bai Haochen saw the two, he arched his hand and respectfully said. Seeing this, Emperor Zhao and Emperor Qing couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, and a few more points of pleasure came out of their hearts. This kid knows his manners. "Hojo, you came alone?" the Green Emperor asked. "Well, but father entrusted me to bring a message to the two elders. He said that the realm of the Supreme Being is within reach. We'll gather again in 3 years, Bai Haochen calmly said. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the White Emperor. I'm afraid that only he would dare to say such words like touching his hand. Emperor Zhao laughed. This time, the opening of the heavenly spirit pool is also a little too strange. Obviously there are still 70 years before the time comes. According to the rules of the Xuanwu Supreme Being, opening it early, rather abnormal. At the end of his words, the Qing Emperor was puzzled. Uncle Qing doesn't know. This time the heavenly spirit pool isn't meant to be opened by Supreme Xuanwu. It's meant to be opened by Lord Lin Wang. When these words came out, the entire room was appalled. King of the Woods? Is King Lin in the Xuanwu Sacred Hall? Bai Haochen sniffed and nodded. When the crowd heard this, they looked towards the Xuanwu Sacred Hall with very scornful gazes. And right at this moment, General Qinglong's figure appeared above the heads of the crowd. And after looking down indifferently, he said, "The heavenly pride enters the hall." When the many powerful people at the bottom heard this, they also hurriedly began to admonish their own children. Be sure to perform well when you enter the palace then. Do you hear me? If King Lin appreciates you, it will be of great benefit to our entire clan. When you enter the hall, don't be too ostentatious and keep your tail between your legs for me. Don't talk nonsense after you've been inside. If you say a wrong word inside, our whole clan's lives will be lost. A few moments later, many of the celestial pride from the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom stepped onto the ladder to the Holy Temple. Even Bai Haochen was a bit flustered in his heart at the moment, unable to calm down for a long time. So what if his dad is about to be promoted to Supreme? A Supreme Being couldn't even be considered an ant in that one's eyes. He could only be majestic in front of this group of great emperors. And, Bai Haochen looked around, next to the many geniuses, some of which he has not seen, the heavenly pride list, but also did not have those characters. But the cultivation displayed on the other party almost made his heart skip a beat. The early stage of the heavenly extreme realm was completely indistinguishable from ordinary people in front of this group of geniuses who had been stealthy all this time, unable to see the highlights. It was because this group of geniuses who had been invisible for many years all came from among the forces of the supreme realm. Why are there so many? Bai Haochen gritted his teeth. Originally, he still wanted to show off in this holy temple, but with this group of supreme second generation joining him, he, an emperor's second generation, simply couldn't make any waves. These are the children that the Supreme Being has raised. They never got involved in anything outside, and only focused on cultivating in their own divine states. However, this time, the opening of the heavenly spirit pool had the Lin King's intention in it, and that was why they had sent their own children. Taking the chance was one thing, but more than that, I'm afraid it was meeting the Forest King. In the middle of the day, when the crowd actually arrived outside the sanctuary, everyone's hearts were thumping, for they saw the figure on the throne in the temple. That man, the legendary king of the forest. Seeing this group of celestial pride, King Lin's face was calm as he turned his head and asked Supreme Xuanwu, about how many people came. 4,000 names. Those who stand in front are the sons of supreme beings, further back are the great emperors, and so on. Supreme Xuanwu respectfully said. Lin Xiaoya rubbed his chin and sized up the group of geniuses. Then he asked Jiang Yuwei, who was sitting behind the throne, and 4,000. What do you think? It's too much, senior brother. Jiang Yuwei said helplessly. She couldn't afford to consume 4,000 people in a wheel fight. Then senior brother will directly pick the strongest for you. After Lin Xiaoya said that, he stood up and looked at the heavenly pride outside. Those who cultivate in the heavenly extreme realm, enter the hall. At the end of his speech, only about 200 people walked into the hall with cautious steps, and the first thing they did when they stepped into it was to kneel down in unison. The King Lin, exempt, Lin Xiaoya said casually. He swept his gaze over the group. Sure enough, at least 90% of them were sons of the Supreme Being. There are a few familiar faces here and there. Lin Xiaoya slowly came to a teenager and after a long period of contemplation, he said, I remember you. Your old ancestor, Supreme Emperor Tianquwei was my subordinate for many years instead. Is your old ancestor's body alright? Can he step into the immortal grade? If you can't, you'll give him this, and maybe you'll be able to get him to burn again. A flash of delight flashed across the face of the teenager who was questioned, and then he carefully received the elixir under the envious gazes of the crowd. He hurriedly said, Thank you for thinking of King Lin. For generations, our Tianquwei clan has sworn to follow King Lin to the death. Don't say fewer compliments, and bring a good word to your old man for me. Lin Xiaoya waved his hand. This heavenly water supreme was indeed following him for many years at that time, and during those lofty years, heavenly water supreme was firmly on his side. When he was young, the other party was the second person to take care of him besides his master, and he even blocked the fatal blow for him when he attacked the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom, which led to the damage of his foundation. Now that he was successful, he naturally wanted to give these elders a generous gift. The surrounding people eyed the elixir in that teenager's hand. That was an elixir that could give birth to an immortal grade heaven supreme. How could they not salivate? I'm afraid that most of the old ancestors of your junior clans have fought with me in the war. So when it's over, go to General Qinglong's place to collect your reward. There's not much that this king can give, which is to allow your family to give birth to another heavenly supreme. Hearing these words, the faces of the many youngsters were delighted, and they bowed down in a hurry. Thank you for King Lin's grace. The family will never forget King Lin's favor, and is willing to go through fire and water for King Lin for generations. All right, Lin Xiaoya said helplessly. The rule for whether you can take the heavenly spirit pool quota this time is simple. Fight my senior sister. If she thinks it's okay, you're qualified. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yuwei walked out from behind the throne. The moment they saw Jiang Yuwei, the pupils of the many heavenly prides underneath shrank. King Lin's sister? One more chapter for the evening, at least 3 more a day. It's hard not to have 3 chapters all over the place. Chapter 47, Genius? Lining up for a beating. They all looked at Jiang Yuwei in horror. When did King Lin have an additional senior sister come out? And she was even younger than them. But her cultivation, peak of the heavenly extreme realm. This senior sister of mine is only 16 years old, and all of you are the pride of the heavens from the sacred kingdom. So when the time comes to fight, you must give way. Lin Xiaoya laughed. The heavenly prides at the bottom heard this, but a bitter smile appeared on their faces. A 16-year-old at the peak of the heavenly extremity realm. Was this the genius that a power at the master level had cultivated? They wanted to let it go, but the other party's cultivation was already at the peak of the heavenly extremity realm. The highest cultivation underneath this was only at the late stage of the heavenly extreme realm, and it's 20 years old. What's more, the other party was King Lin's senior sister, so how could she not have a few brushes on her? Competition and sparring, point by point, all of you are the top pillars of the young generation of the sacred kingdom. The future is all yours. For this match, let you guys play on your own. Old things like me can only watch you from the outside. Lin Xiaoya smiled, and then he left the sanctuary and stood outside. Supreme Xuanwu also hurriedly followed Lin Xiaoya and exited the holy hall. He pondered in his mind. No? Is he going to fight here in the Xuanwu temple? Don't. Although this group of people were only in the heavenly extreme realm, but the things inside the holy temple, The heavenly extreme realm's full strength to fight out to try to destroy it was also an easy task. When these 200 or so people fought, I'm afraid that this Xuanwu sanctuary of his would have to turn into the turtle sanctuary. However, despite the apprehension in his heart, Supreme Xuanwu didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction even if he had the greatest guts in the world. And at this moment, Jiang Yuwei had already arrived at the center of the main hall. Facing this group of geniuses from all over the sacred kingdom, she knew in her heart that these people were the sons and daughters in those truly superpowers. After all, their ancestors had once followed their senior brother. The many celestial pride at the bottom looked at each other. For the time being, no one was planning to be the first to step forward. They were all watching. In the middle of the day, Bai Haochen took the lead instead. He respectfully said, "Bai Haochen, the son of the White Emperor, would like to compete with your excellency." Jiang Yuwei sniffed and nodded with an embarrassed face. Due to the majesty of their senior brother, the group could only address themselves as adults. But in the end she was only a 16-year-old girl. And to be addressed like this all day long was not something she was particularly happy about in her heart. Good. Immediately, Jiang Yuwei was running the chaotic divine demon scripture, and then he suppressed his cultivation at the early stage of the heavenly extreme realm. A fair duel. I won't bully the small with my realm, Jiang Yuwei slowly said. She wanted to work on herself, not just defeat the group. Otherwise, wouldn't senior brother have called this group of human celestials over to train with her for nothing? Your honor is holy. Bai Haochen nodded, and then also unwillingly operated his gong method. His body's spiritual energy at this moment boomed and vibrated in all directions. Please, Jiang Yuwei said indifferently, and as soon as the words fell, Bai Haochen's figure rushed over like a ghost, instantly transforming into 3 blurred figures, making it difficult for Jiang Yuwei to recognize them for a while. Splitting? She said in her mind. Such a trick would not be of much use to her. When her eyes lit up with the flames of nirvana, the spiritual energy operating within Bai Haochen's body was instantly exposed to her eyes. In just an instant, she locked onto Bai Haochen's true body. In the next moment, Jiang Yuwei quickly stepped forward, and with a simple palm, he blasted Bai Haochen out sideways, and the other 2 shadows dissipated. Bai Haochen, who was struck by a palm, fell to the ground with a roar, his blood churning, and although his heart was unwilling, he had to admit, my skills are inferior to those of others. He was the existence of the number 1 in that heaven's remarkable ranking, not to mention in the Xuanwu sacred kingdom, even in the Tianyuan state. He was the top heavens remarkable in people's mouths. Countless academy competitions, countless heavens pride competitions, and countless secret realm trials, all of which he had emerged from. But now, he was defeated in the hands of a 16-year-old girl, and the other party only used 1 palm. It was even a deliberate attempt to suppress his cultivation. It was a bit too hasty of a loss. But he was indeed incapable of fighting again, and he would only lose even more face if he continued to fight. Thinking of this, Bai Haochen couldn't help but let out a miserable laugh. The quota for that heavenly spirit pool was only gone. However, just as he was despondent, Jiang Yuwei said directly, "You can enter the heavenly spirit pool." Bai Haochen stared at her with wide eyes before looking back at King Lin behind him. The other man just raised an eyebrow. Do we even have to ask why? Jiang Yuwei said, "You can go. You can go. There is no reason." She stood there. Is the reason for everything? And Bai Haochen was obviously aware of this, and after hastily thanking him, he left the sanctuary. It makes no sense to stay in this sanctuary, because there were more than enough heavenly pride inside that were stronger than him, and he was the weakest of the group. Next, Jiang Yuwei said, this Bai Haochen was completely out of her league, and couldn't enjoy the fight, let alone the workout. Mountain and Sea Supreme Lineage, Shen Yan, middle stage of the heavenly extremity realm, would like to compete with your excellency. Another person stepped forward. This person's level of root eloquence was indeed not comparable to Bai Haochen's. The other party, worthy of being the descendant of the supreme being. However, this Shen Yan also only passed 1 move in Jiang Yuwei's hands and flew out. Next, the thrilling Thunder Supreme Lineage, Thunder, would like to compete with your excellency. A few moments passed. Next, the lineage of Heavenly Martial Supreme, Wu Chang Sheng, would like to compete with your excellency. Next, in the Xuanwu Sacred Temple, Jiang Yuwei used the strength of 1 person to single-handedly challenge this group of heavenly prides that could be called the most demonic in the entire Tianyuan state. Even though it was a wheel battle, it was still no effort at all for Jiang Yuwei. The chaotic divine demon scripture provided her with an extremely terrifying battle power boost, and she was able to erupt 10 times her own spiritual impact even without using martial arts. What's more, she also held the Nirvana sacred body, but so far, no one had been able to force her to use her Nirvana sacred body. Since being baptized by the heavenly spirit pool, She was able to beat this group of heavenly pride into submission one by one just with her physical body. This scene also left the Xuanwu Supreme being watching the battle outside dumbfounded. He had never seen such a scene in his life. A group of demonic prides were actually unable to defeat one person. They could all be the children and grandchildren of the Heavens Supreme, the most precious existences in the clan. But now, it was lining up for a beating in the Xuanwu Holy Temple. How terrifying is King Lin's senior sister, Supreme Xuanwu, this senior sister of mine. What do you think? Lin Xiaoya flirted. Supreme Xuanwu sniffed and hurriedly said, absolute unparalleled. That's. Lin Xiaoya hooked up the corner of his mouth. A man could crush almost all of the heavenly Yuan state's heavenly prides. Such a battle record was unprecedented. After this battle, I'm afraid that Jiang Yuwei will be completely famous in this world. Moreover, they could not only admire the other party's background as a forest king, but also their natural talent that was rare to see in 10,000 years. When he took his senior sister to seize the divine beast domain's chance completely, at that time, to what extent would Jiang Yuwei have grown? Right now, countless geniuses continued to line up to be beaten. And although they knew in their hearts that none of them would be Jiang Yuwei's match, they had to try for the sake of a spot in the heavenly spirit pool. After all, in the past, the competition for places was all about this group of heavenly prides fighting each other. But now to get a spot, you had to get a nod from the 16-year-old girl in front of you. Although it sounded a bit dreamy, who made the other party King Lin's senior sister? A big official could scare people to death, but the power behind Jiang Yuwei could scare everyone to death. Chapter 48, The Whereabouts of the Mother. After the wheel battle in the Great Hall was completely over, this group of supreme sons, each one of them was completely convinced. Originally, they were still pondering in their hearts that the other party was after all the Lin King's senior sister, and if they injured Jiang Yuwei in the competition, they were afraid that something would go wrong. But I didn't realize it was the other way around. In every battle, it was almost always Jiang Yuwei who was letting off steam, but even so, they were still undefeated. Even if they used their watchful skills, all means would be defeated in the face of Jiang Yuwei's golden, immortal fire. But fortunately, Jiang Yuwei was a very good person to talk to, and this group of supreme sons, all of them were given the opportunity to enter the heavenly spirit pool. Well, any luck? As the challengers retreated, the great hall became quiet. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward and asked, not bad, Jiang Yuwei said casually after pondering for a moment. The pride of the same generation was simply no match for her. Do you want to get those people from the ancient academy to practice with you? No need, no need. Jiang Yuwei hastily shook her head. Elder brother's approach may not be a bit too foppish, and it's not necessary to let those pride of heaven run this trip just based on personal preference. Moreover, the heavenly spirit pool quota was also full, so they couldn't curry any favors if they came. Then I'll take you to the divine beast domain. There's a great chance about you in that place. After all, the Nirvana sacred body would logically be born to a clan member of the divine Phoenix clan. As a result, it ended up falling on you by mistake. And it's true when Master said that you were born with the luck of heaven and earth. Lin Xiaoya laughed. However, right at this moment, the space in the large hall was suddenly torn apart, and a strong force burst out from it in a violent manner. The person who stepped out from the spatial crack was none other than Zhao Xianjun. Seeing Zhao Xianjun inexplicably come to this place, Lin Xiaoya was also a bit puzzled. Immediately, after he and Jiang Yuwei went up and greeted each other, they asked, second senior brother, why are you here? Zhao Xianjun sniffed and looked at Jiang Yuwei before saying seriously, senior sister, your mother's whereabouts have been found. Jiang Yuwei's pupils shrunk when she heard this. The whereabouts of the mother. That year, her mother was forcibly taken away by the Phoenix clan, and she and her father were the only two people left in the large Jiang mansion. Now, it seems as if there are no relatives in the world except for the division. Second brother, where is my mother? Jiang Yuwei went up and asked, her tone anxious. Hold your horses, Zhao Xianjun exhorted. And when he said this, Lin Xiaoya's face suddenly changed. There's nothing the division wants that it can't get. With the meaning of second senior brother's words, it was obvious that there was something else going on here. Just now the Divine Phoenix Supreme sent me a message. She said that she had found a clan member that matches the description out of Shifu. Probably your mother. But right now, your mother is not in the Tian Yuan state, nor is she in the four domains. She is located in the Chaos Domain. Lin Xiaoya's pupils narrowed imperceptibly for an instant. Chaos Domain? Jiang Yu slightly frowned. She knew from her senior brother that there were a total of 4 domains in the heavenly Yuan realm. But this Chaos Domain, where did it come from? Zhao Xianjun could see her doubts, so he took a deep breath and patiently said, the Chaos Domain can be said to be another world. And that place? It was the ruins of the time when Master Teacher and the Saint King fought. At that time, the Master and the Saint King were both Domain Lord realm powerhouses, and when they went all out between them, It wasn't just as simple as tearing through space. Even if it's just a power blast against a power blast, it can directly annihilate a domain or create a domain. The master's weapon was a long and short sword, and your third brother may still have a vivid memory of that. On that day, when the master's laws of space and time were in full swing, after raising his power to the extreme, the rules of the world could be pried by him one way or the other. His long blade was attached to the laws of time, and one chop caused the Saint King to return to annihilation as a yuan point, and then the short blade was attached to the laws of space to chop back, and it was this short blade's chopping back that caused the collapse of spacetime in the heavenly yuan realm, forming the chaos domain. That place is extremely dangerous. The rules of space and time are incomparably chaotic in that place. A few thousand years have passed, and I'm afraid that millions of years have already been diffused within the chaotic domain. Jiang Yuwei, who had heard these words, was in a state of confusion and shock. She had never seen her master teacher go all out, but today, she heard her second senior brother's words that her master teacher was actually able to create a domain with a single slash. What a terrifying power this is. Why would my mother go to such a dangerous place? Jiang Yuwei hurriedly said. By the looks of it, even the two senior brothers were incredibly scared of that place. So would there really be a way for his own mother to live when she arrived at that kind of place? Your mother entered the chaos domain by mistake through the divine phoenix inheritance, and apparently, she failed in receiving the inheritance, Zhao Xianjun said, before stepping forward and patting Jiang Yuwei's shoulder solemnly. Don't worry, senior brother will definitely go to the chaos domain and bring your mother back unharmed. Lin Xiaoya nodded as he heard this. After all, this was something that the master had explained down long ago, and now that they had found someone, they had to make a trip no matter where the other party was. But, master had warned them many times not to venture into the chaos domain alone, due to the fact that his world-destroying chop that day was mixed with extremely violent temporal and spatial law forces, which were left in it and completely out of control. Even if you were a sacred grade heaven supreme, even if you had similarly comprehended the laws and delved deeper into the chaos domain, you would be bound by Jiang Yu's top-notch spacetime laws. Such a constraint would result in a complete disorganization of the spiritual energy in the body and the loss of most of the cultivation, at least, for 7 days. This was called the spiritual vacuum by the master, and it was also a type of master's law power. When master teacher achieved the sacred product heavenly supreme, he was able to cause the cultivation of opponents at the same level to collapse directly to the feudal marquis realm. It would be good if master teacher was there. Lin Xiaoya frowned, but the current situation was such that the master teacher would not be able to return for a while. There at the Bronze Gate, 1 second is equal to 1 month, and master teacher's trip was to collect a large amount of origin power. So even if he honored the boundary master to go all out, it would take at least an hour. That translates to the next time they see master at least 591 years have passed. Sifu's mother wouldn't last this long in a place like the chaos domain, and the worst part was that if they wanted to find someone in the chaos domain, they would have to bring Jiang Yuwei along. Almost all the magic weapons would be ineffective in there, and the only way to find someone would be by virtue of Jiang Yuwei's bloodline sensing. Now that's a headache. When Lin Xiaoya thought of this, a look of sadness appeared on his face. It was fine for him and Zhao Xianjun to go to the chaos domain, but if he brought along Jiang Yuwei, how should the other party's life be safeguarded? What about eldest brother? The senior master is in control of everything, so he should have left something behind, right? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoya asked with a flash of light in his mind. Let's go see eldest brother first and discuss this, Zhao Xianjun said, and then he looked at Jiang Yuwei. You also come along. When the time comes for the chaos domain trip, it should be necessary to bring you along. Jiang Yuwei nodded. She wasn't afraid to go to any chaos domain. She only wanted to find her mother quickly now. Speaking of which, where is eldest brother now? Is it the Academia Alliance? The one in the Academy Alliance is just a doppelganger of eldest senior brother. Zhao Xianjun casually tore through space and, he has always been under the orders of his master, guarding the border between the chaos domain and the 4 domains of the heavenly Yuan realm. Chapter 49, quickly going and returning. Junction. Dark and sunless. Only the profound abyss of the world shrouded in all directions. People's hearts vaguely bring a layer of uneasiness. When the 3 of them arrived at this place, even Lin Xiaoya was shocked at the sight before him. In the middle of this universe, even out of thin air stood a dark-colored city. Rather than a city, perhaps the word continent, more apt. Obviously such a handiwork, the eldest brother alone cannot build up. Must be the master's work. This is the city of chaos, built by the master himself. Zhao Xianjun looked towards that continent and slowly said, how come I don't know anything about any of this? Lin Xiaoya skimmed his mouth, somewhat dissatisfied. However, Zhao Xianjun didn't have too many words to explain, and casually said, why do you think the master picked you to take the senior sister? Lin Xiaoya, who heard this, could only show an embarrassed expression on his face. Do we need to go up? Jiang Yuwei asked. No need. Eldest brother knows we're here. As soon as Zhao Xuanzhuan's words fell, a figure instantly coalesced in the space in front of them, and it was none other than Yi Fan. Eldest brother. Seeing Yi Fan appear, in the hearts of the three of them, they finally had a landing point. After all, in the division, apart from the master teacher, it was the eldest senior brother who was the strongest. Although they were both Saint Pin heavenly supreme beings, the Saint Pin, the eldest senior brother. That was extraordinary. I know what you're here for. Yi Fan met the three and opened the door. His figure slowly dropped down and came to spread out his palm in front of them. 3 mediocre-looking pills resting in it. This is a precious elixir that was refined by Master using the laws of space and time. And after taking it, the spiritual power vacuum is instantly lifted. Be sure to put it away. There's no more. Such an elixir was refined by the Master creating a domain and personally collapsing it, just to deal with today's situation. The three of them were shocked at what they heard. An elixir is a domain? In order to undo the residual effects of the Master's laws, it was even necessary to use an entire domain to refine an elixir as an antidote. In Jiang Yuwei's mind, the power of the Master Teacher was once again described in concrete terms. In the chaos domain, even spatial rings would be ineffective. They can only store things in the most traditional way. Senior sister, your clothes need to be replaced. Both of their clothes can be indestructible, but the moment you enter the chaos domain, these clothes will be annihilated. By then this elixir, too, will be gone. Yi Fan glanced at Jiang Yuwei before handing the other party a spatial ring, which was clear of clothing. These costumes contained the temporal laws of the Master, and were able to effectively resist temporal turbulence. Immediately, Yi Fan waved his hand again, directly raising an independent space, and after Jiang Yuwei stepped into it with her spatial ring, within 3 minutes, she walked out. She changed into a new outfit, black and gold 9 Dragons Supreme Robe. A few people saw this and raised their eyebrows, shrugging helplessly. It seemed that the aesthetics of the entire division were more or less influenced by the Master. However, Jiang Yuwei's already handsome face wearing the black and gold 9 Dragons Supreme Robe had an indescribable feeling. This 9 Dragons Supreme Robe has a place for storage designed by the Master. You pills are stuffed into the hidden bag at the cuff of your left hand. It's foolproof, Yi Fan slowly said. Immediately, the three of them were each storing the pills to ensure safety. Eldest brother, are you with us? Zhao Xinjun asked. No, Yi Fan shook his head. The Tian Yuan realm needs someone to guard it. The passage of time in the chaos domain is equally chaotic, although it's not as bad as it is there at the Bronze Gate, but I'm afraid that if you go in this time and come out again, hundreds of years will have passed outside. As a senior brother I must warn you of one thing, and that is that you must take the elixir only after you have completely reached the chaos domain, otherwise it will be ineffective. Moreover, take the elixir immediately after arriving at that place. That spiritual vacuum will most likely reduce you to a completely mortal body in the chaos domain. Whether it's the two of you or your senior sister, all beings are equal before the power of the Master's laws. If we were in danger then, we would be in trouble. Yi Fan looked serious and admonished. Don't worry big brother. The crowd nodded. With this elixir, on this trip, there should be no flashbacks. Remember, there is only one way for you to come back from the chaos domain, and that is to forcefully tear through space by relying on the power of a Saint Pin Celestial Supreme. If you don't return in 100 years, I'll come looking for you. And a simple guess is that about 10 days will have passed in the chaos domain. Yi Fan had already paved the way for the crowd. Even if they encountered any danger, as long as they held out in the chaos domain for 10 days, eldest brother would come and rescue them out. There at the Bronze Gate, no one can reach it by their own power alone except for the Master, or else this could have been done directly by the Master, which would have saved so much trouble. He shook his head with some regret, wanting to use his Master's power this time. That was impossible. Originally, with the power of the three of them in the 4 domains of this heavenly Yuan realm, there was nothing that couldn't be settled. But this matter involved the chaos domain, which was incomparably tricky. Don't worry eldest senior brother. It's just a matter of entering the chaos domain and taking the pills, and then the two of us with our saint grade cultivation will be able to lead our senior sister in there and find someone unharmed. Lin Xiaoya consoled that eldest senior brother had explained a little too much today. I hope so. Yi Fan took a deep breath, wondering if he was overthinking things. Immediately, his spiritual power was fully activated, and the power of a top saint grade heavenly supreme was thoroughly condensed above his hands. And then Yi Fan unexpectedly grabbed a corner of space out of thin air, as if lifting a curtain, and tore straight through. That spatial crack took on an extremely strange color. It was different from the deep darkness that unfolded when tearing through space in the 4 domains of the heavenly Yuan realm. The spatial rift leading to the chaos domain was a dazzling light of 7 colors, magical beyond compare. Go and return quickly. And on second thought, if you are not back within 50 years, I will go and find you myself. Yi Fan changed his criteria. He felt that this was safer. Don't worry. Immediately, the three of them chose the safest way to enter the chaos domain, the two of them standing on the left and right sides, pulling Jiang Yuwei's arm together. This way, one does not get lost in the time-space turbulence. After all, the moment they entered this spatial rift, they would be bound by the power of the master's laws. Be sure to be careful. Yi Fan once again instructed. Understood. The three of them nodded and jumped directly into that spatial rift. In the next moment, Yi Fan withdrew his power and closed the crack, and this surrounding, once again, was quiet. With a saddened look on his face, he looked toward the place where his junior siblings had left just now and muttered, "If you don't come out in 30 years, I'll go in and get you." Chapter 50, Spiritual Vacuum. The moment the three of them entered the crack leading to the chaos domain, they felt that several invisible shackles tied them up, and the power in their bodies was rapidly disappearing. In just a few breaths, Jiang Yuwei had fallen from the peak of the heavenly extreme realm to a mortal through and through. Seeing this, the other two hurriedly coalesced a spiritual barrier to protect their bodies within it, resisting the time and space debris that came at them in the process. Why is it so long? The Lin Xiaoya duo was surprised. Ripping through space in a place outside the chaos domain was like opening a portal, stepping in with one foot and out with the other. But this passage to the chaos domain was surprisingly long. But that wasn't enough to upset either of them. What really disturbed them was the power that was draining out of their bodies at an extremely fast pace. The moment they stepped into the passageway, their realm fell from Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme to Mortal Pin. Such power was barely enough to deal with the turbulence in this time tunnel, but falling further down is dangerous. Damn it! The two had no choice but to protect Jiang Yuwei between them. After all, at this time, Jiang Yuwei had been completely reduced to a mortal, and as long as she was injured by the spatial turbulence, she would die in an instant. Senior brother, you protect your senior sister, come behind me. I'll protect you too. Suddenly, Zhao Xianjun changed his orientation and arrived in front of the two. At this moment, their cultivation had fallen to the supreme level and they had become emperor-level powerhouses. It was hard enough for this realm to want to withstand such terrifying spatial turbulence. Second senior brother, you, immortal saint body, open. Zhao Xianjun roared as the flesh and blood throughout his body began to reorganize. With his physical body, he faced the spatial turbulence head-on. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaoya remembered the matter of the sacred body. After many years of domination, the sacred body as a crushing means had long since been forgotten by him, but he was a devouring saint body, which was of no use here. And as for Jiang Yuwei's nirvana saint body, it was even less useful. Relying on Zhao Xianjun to open the way with his immortal saint body, they gradually saw a flash of light finally appear in front of the passageway. But at this moment, the three of them were already exhausted, and Zhao Xianjun, who was at the forefront, was almost hanging on by a thread. As the three men's bodies touched that white light, somewhere in the realm of the chaos domain, a world-renowned thunderbolt erupted, instantly flashing heaven and earth into pure white, destructively streaking across the dome of the sky, accompanied by a torrential downpour that fell with a roar. The heavens and the earth were darkened, and the rainstorm was like a torrent. Several aborigines dressed in strange decorations, holding staffs, cautiously looked at the three people who suddenly appeared on the bronze altar in front of them. The three were dressed in clothes that were out of character for them, but all were in a coma. Shaman of fire. Who are they? Someone at the bottom asked timidly. Just now, the shaman had led them to the bronze altar for a routine sacrifice, not thinking that three such strange people would suddenly appear. Could it be that they are gods from the heavens? The shaman of fire cautiously stepped forward, crouched in front of the three and poked them with his staff. And when he saw no reaction, his hanging heart finally fell. These guys aren't gods, they're just ordinary people. It was because he didn't feel the slightest power fluctuation in this group of people. However, the next moment, the shaman of fire was able to see clearly the black and gold nine dragon's supreme robe that the unconscious young girl was wearing. At the sight of the lifelike dragon, he clenched his teeth, and a fury strong enough to solidify rose under his eyes. They're from the royal family. Bind me to death and send me to the brig. Chaos domain. Desolate ancient continent. Woohoo clan boundary. Savagery is synonymous with this place. Those who live here do not cultivate spiritual power, but air. Introducing air into the body and allowing the flesh to be tempered to the extreme was the cultivation method of the chaos domain. At that moment, in the middle of the Turnip clan's dungeon, the shaman of fire was staring at the three people who were being held apart. The garments they were wearing had been replaced with prison uniforms. Why would the people of the royal clan suddenly come to my Woohoo clan's territory? Could it be that they really want to start a war? The shaman of fire said coldly. The Wang clan had bullied people too much in recent years, and although their Wu clan was a vassal power of the other party, They could no longer afford that huge amount of taxes. However, it was in their favor to capture 3 ordinary people from the royal family. If the royal family wanted to go to war, when the time came to directly use the lives of these 3 people as blackmail, I'm afraid that they would be able to buy some time. With that thought, he turned his head and left the dungeon. Not long after the shaman of fire left, Zhao Xianjun slowly opened his eyes, his body in excruciating pain. But at this moment, he was surprised to find himself imprisoned. He turned his head and saw Lin Xiaoya and Jiang Yuwei, who were also imprisoned. The worst part was that all 3 of them had their clothes changed. This meant that the elixir that could instantly lift the spiritual vacuum was temporarily unaccounted for. Lin Xiaoya, who was on the side, also woke up, and as he strained to open his eyes, he locked eyes with Zhao Xianjun for a moment, and realized their current situation. How can this spiritual vacuum block physical strength? Lin Xiaoya agonized. As a sacred grade heavenly supreme, even if he didn't use his spiritual power, he could still crush a heavenly supreme with the power of his physical body alone. However, limited by the spiritual vacuum, their physical bodies, surprisingly, were now all no different from mortals. Master's residual law power was too terrifying. Second senior brother, the power of the sacred body can be used, but my devouring of the sacred body relies on spiritual power and is too restricted to be useful. After Lin Xiaoya tried mobilizing the devouring saint body, he shook his head helplessly. My immortal sacred body as well. Zhao Xianjun clenched his fists. It's not a good look for their posture right now, being locked by 4 chains around each wrist and ankle. Both of their sacred body powers couldn't even play much of a role when they arrived at this place. Immediately, they turned their gazes to Jiang Yuwei, who was still unconscious. Perhaps Jiang Yuwei's nirvana sacred body could do it, because the nirvana sacred body was, more than anything else, considered a bloodline sacred body. Although there was the restriction of a spiritual vacuum, it couldn't restrict the pure divine phoenix bloodline in Jiang Yuwei's body. Sister! Lin Xiaoya twisted his body, trying to wake Jiang Yuwei up. He was the noble king of the forest, and it had been a long time since he had been in such an embarrassing position as a prisoner. After a few moments passed, Jiang Yuwei woke up. Immediately, Lin Xiaoya quickly told her about the current situation of the 3 of them. This can only be described as bad luck. Entering the chaos domain from that time tunnel, it was surprising to be sent to a place where there were people. The worst thing was that the 3 of them were stunned by that white light the moment they arrived here. When he woke up again, he was a prisoner. They never had the chance to take the elixir from the beginning. Senior sister, try your immortal flame, Lin Xiaoya slowly said. When Jiang Yuwei heard this, he directly mobilized his nirvana sacred body. The divine phoenix bloodline in her body began to work, and at her wrist, a golden flame instantly ignited, and in just a few short breaths passed, the shackle at her wrist burned a little red. Stow it, someone's coming. Suddenly, Zhao Xianjun just quietly said. An ethereal footstep came from the distance. Jiang Yuwei hastily withdrew the flame. The 3 of them looked at each other, but they were not afraid. It was imperative to figure out where they were, where their original clothes were, and what strength the group had. As long as they were clear, then the next step would be to kill out and seize the elixir with Jiang Yuwei's immortal flame. Be at ease. When the time comes, if there is a change, senior sister, you will directly use the flames to kill out. The immortal flame is the most terrifying existence in this heaven and earth. Even though you're in a mortal body now, you can still burn out extreme realm powerhouses, Zhao Xianjun said. Kneeling for more urges taught. More urges for 5 tomorrow. Chapter 51 Wuhu City. As those footsteps gradually approached, 4 soldier-looking men walked over, looking at the 3 with cold faces. By order of the shaman, take this royal female away. Immediately, they were stepping forward to quickly open the cell door. Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhao Xianjun immediately gave Jiang Yuwei a look. In the next moment, the undying fire in Jiang Yuwei's body suddenly rose, and in just an instant, the shackles on her wrists and ankles collapsed because they couldn't withstand such high temperatures. The sudden change froze the group of soldiers. Before they could react, Jiang Yuwei dodged forward, her hands igniting flames. Boom! The fire filled the air, and these 4 people couldn't even scream in time before they were completely engulfed by the flames. They're barely cultivated. After handling it, Jiang Yuwei slowly said. Spinning around, she came to the 2 men and used the flames to cut the shackles off. Returning to free agency, the 2 moved around a bit. Ordinary people? Lin Xiaoya looked at the body on the ground that had been burnt to ashes, pondering. Ever since he woke up, he has sensed the peculiarities of this world. No psychic powers. Nowadays, apart from senior sister, the 2 of us are also ordinary people. Only our combat experience is much better than this group. Zhao Xianjun mused. Although they were all equally ordinary people, even if they had lost their cultivation and the strength of flesh that a Saint Pin Heaven Supreme should have, However, their own physical bodies were transcendent in thousands of years of cultivation, and they were not at all existences that could be rivaled by truly ordinary people. But even so, the strongest combatant among the three of them right now was clearly still Jiang Yuwei. This also meant that for the next action, they needed to center around Jiang Yuwei. Let's leave the dungeon together first and wait for an opportunity after we get out, Zhao Xianjun said. Immediately, the three of them were walking in pairs, cautiously groping their way forward in this dungeon. Although the four soldiers just now were easily killed by Jiang Yuwei, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be other beings with stronger combat power here. It was always good to be cautious until you had regained your cultivation. After advancing forward for a few minutes, they saw another gate, through which they could apparently leave the dungeon. Jiang Yuwei stepped forward to hold the door lock, and in the blink of an eye, that door lock was directly burned into a puddle of iron. Senior sister, make a few weapons out of it. Zhao Xianjun looked towards the iron fence gate thoughtfully and said. When Jiang Yuwei heard this, she naturally understood her senior brother's meaning in an instant, so she once again used the immortal flame and ripped down 2 iron fences. These iron fences were solid, and under the melting of her immortal fire, Jiang Yuwei easily cast the tip of one side of the melted fence. The two took the weapons and flung them in the air. It's enough to deal with ordinary people. Lin Xiaoya laughed. With the added power of their weapons, their 2 senior brothers did not have to hide behind their senior sister all the time. With that done, the trio left the gate and made their way to the ground. They had just poked their heads out when they saw a dozen soldiers guarding the place outside. There were not so much buildings on all sides, but rather tents scattered sporadically about 5 or 6 meters long. The original clothes are probably in these tents. Kill them, Zhao Xianjun said. Trying to enter the tent from here without a word was obviously impossible. Either way, they're going to play this one, even if the clothes weren't in those tents. Leaving a few tongues out for questioning when the time came might yield some information. Go! With Zhao Xuanjuan's command, the three of them directly rushed out. With his years of combat experience, Lin Xiaoya put down a soldier almost instantly, the molten iron rod running through his neck before pulling it out violently. The prisoner ran out. Someone shouted. Now! All the soldiers were surrounding towards the three of them. Elder brother, you guys go to the tent. I'll break the back. Jiang Yuwei waved her hands, and the immortal flame flared up from her hands once again. Hearing this, the 2 men were first stunned, and then they shook their heads with bitter smiles. In the current situation, it was indeed only Jiang Yuwei who could face so many enemies. They, the 2 senior brothers, could only be under the shelter of their senior sister. You be careful, Lin Xiaoya instructed. Understood. Jiang Yuwei nodded. She was aware that there weren't many chances for her to be able to protect herself in front of her 2 senior brothers, as she was only at the heavenly extreme realm, while her 2 senior brothers were high up in the sacred product heavenly supreme. If it wasn't for this chaotic domain where they encountered the spiritual vacuum, I'm afraid that in this life, she would only be able to hide behind her senior brothers. She couldn't help but tickle the corners of her mouth at the thought. In the next moment, Jiang Yuwei's body was ablaze with flames as much as she could, charging towards the soldiers. Watch out, this guy can do fire magic too. Go inform Lord Shaman. However, before the words fell, a ball of immortal and undying flame landed viciously on his body, burning it to ashes in an instant. Seeing this, all the soldiers hurriedly turned their spearheads and killed towards Jiang Yuwei in unison. However, this kind of weapon made of unusual iron was completely inadequate in front of the immortal flame. The sharp spearhead didn't even touch her flesh, and was completely melted after only being scorched by the flames for an instant. What a strong flame! It feels like this guy is even more powerful than Lord Sarman. Some people are secretly alarmed, but Jiang Yuwei wasn't going to bother with them much. What character the shaman the group was talking about was not clear in her mind. The only thing she knew was that if she waited for that lord, she feared the current situation would change. Immediately, she did not hesitate to kill the crowd again, and at this time, the 2 of them, Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Xianjun, who had split up, had already sneaked into the tent. Lin Xiaoya frantically rummaged around inside, not seeing the original clothes at all. He then left the place and quickly made his way to the next tent. Just moments after entering it, he saw a soldier whose armor was out of place on the outside, resting his eyes on the carpet. It looked like this guy was kind of in charge of the group of soldiers. Immediately, he directly pressed the sharp end of the iron rod against the other party's throat while looking at him coldly. The man suddenly opened his eyes wide in a dream and looked at the prisoner in front of him. Keep your voice down and answer what I ask, Lin Xiaoya coldly said. The man felt the pain in his neck and nodded quickly. Where is this place? This is the turnip dungeon, where all criminals are held. Where are my original clothes? Taken by the shaman. It should be in the shaman's palace. What's a shaman? What can he do? What is the level of cultivation? The shaman is the high priest of the turnip clan. He can manipulate the flames of the world. and his flesh is adamantine. Where is the palace? Point the way. All the way east from here is Wuhu City, Lord Shaman's palace. In the middle of it. After listening to all of this, Lin Xiaoya already had a basic understanding of the world he was in. It looks like they have a lot more distance to cover, and at the same time, Zhao Xianjun quickly came to the tent he was in. With a glance at each other, the two men began to exchange the information each had gotten from the tongue. The information is all right and speaks the truth. Immediately, Lin Xiaoya directly stabbed the iron rod into the man's throat, and the other party directly swallowed his breath unwillingly. The two walked out of the tent. The battle outside had long since ended. The ground is littered with scorch marks. Senior sister, we have to rely on you more for the rest of the journey. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward and smiled bitterly. Now that the situation is reversed, their two senior brothers have become soft eaters. Chapter 52, Sudden Attack. Yellow sand flew in the sky, and the surrounding area was almost barren without an inch of grass. The three of them stepped on this yellow sand and walked slowly towards the east. It's a little too barren here. 2. Lin Xiaoya bristled. If his cultivation wasn't locked, all he needed to do to go to a place like that was rip. I really didn't think that he, the titular king of the forest, would have to make a difficult trek as well. What? King Lin is tired after a few steps? Zhao Xianjun, who was on the side, snickered. Second senior brother, don't talk about me? Now we're all backed by our senior sisters. Jiang Yuwei, who heard this, couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. But with senior sisters immortal and undying flame, we can also get to that so-called Wuhu City unharmed. And I reckon that the shaman in these people's mouths won't be a match for senior sister. Lin Xiaoya laughed. At least so far. Other than some minor situations that happened after the three of them descended into the chaos domain. The rest, it went smoothly and without much difficulty. It's better to be careful. Eldest brother has warned us many times. It's obvious that this place isn't that simple. Zhao Xianjun slowly said. No matter how much more. The chaos domain was a place formed through the interference of the master's laws. And they had to be cautious. Yellow sand filled the air and covered the sky. Elder brother, how much longer? Jiang Yuwei asked. This endless desert with no end in sight was indeed desperate on foot. She didn't know how much time had passed now, and how long they had been unconscious. But since eldest brother hadn't come yet, the 5-day deadline hadn't been reached. There's at least half a day's travel left. Zhao Xianjun replied. This was the information he had gotten from Tung. When we get to that so-called Wuhu City, we have to avoid it and continue to gather intelligence. Be careful with everything. You can't go wrong. Zhao Xianjun glanced at the two and said, understood. However, at this moment, they suddenly froze in place at the same time, looking at each other in dismay. And in their hearts, an extremely thick sense of uneasiness also rose. The ground was shaking rapidly at an exceptional frequency. Sand. On the fly. What is it? Lin Xiaoya frowned and looked into the distance. He suddenly saw the sand and dust in the distance rising as much as it could, like there was something huge under the ground that was rapidly coming towards them. Zhao Xianjun and Jiang Yuwei naturally saw this bizarre scene. Withdraw! Zhao Xianjun roared. Although they didn't know what that thing was, I'm afraid they couldn't handle it with the current ones alone. They lied. Lin Xiaoya gritted his teeth and quickly fled towards the back. The direction is right. The course is right. It's all impeccable. But, inside this desert leading to Wuhu City, there is a hidden crisis. Perhaps that group of people did not lie. In this world, perhaps not to set foot in the desert is just a common sense engraved in the hearts of the aborigines. But the three of them were not native to this world. It's catching up. Lin Xiaoya turned back to look at the black sand that was raised from the sky, almost closing in on them. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and directly turned her body around, her hands igniting the immortal flame. Whatever it was, right now, only she could fix it. Next moment, boom! The desert in front of him suddenly sank into a huge opening, and something unimaginable was drilling out of the ground. Immediately afterward, a worm's massive figure pierced through the yellow sand and was thoroughly displayed in front of the three. The worm's mouthparts were filled with dense growths of sharp teeth that spread throughout the entire mouth and into the deep, bottomless abdomen. In front of this worm, the three of them were as small as ants. Worms? Zhao Xuanjuan's face sank. Such creatures he knew. Of course, in the westernmost part of the human emperor domain, there was a place called the Great Desolate Divine Prefecture, which was also this yellow sand and this desolate. In that state, there are creatures like desert worms that dominate the desert all year round. But anyone who sets foot in the desert is devoured by desert worms. Senior brothers, you guys hide behind me. I'll take care of it. Jiang Yuwei took a step forward and protected the two senior brothers behind her. She looked to the worm. The worm, at this time, was also sensing the other party's gaze, and it became furious. Its body bent down violently, and its mouthparts were about to crash down aimed at Jiang Yuwei. Jiang Yuwei put her palms together, and a pillar of flame formed by the immortal flame killed towards the worm. Boom! In the instant the flame touched the worm was painfully retracted its body, and after swaying in the air for a few moments, all of its body was lit up with the fire of immortality. This was the terror of the immortal flame. It cannot be extinguished, and as long as it is tainted, unless the target is burned to the ground, it will not die. Even though the worm was so large, it was still directly repelled by the flames. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xianjun and Lin Xiaoya, who were behind them, were secretly relieved. This time, it was fortunate that he had brought his senior sister with him, or else with the two of them's current strength alone, they would only have died here. Senior brother, I'll take the lead from now on, Jiang Yuwei said. This is the case at the moment. Okay. The two looked at each other, and although they felt a little awkward, they had no choice but to nod. Their two scrappy senior brothers couldn't let their senior sister's distraction while fighting. I'm afraid that the only thing I can do nowadays is to stand at the back and cheer for Jiang Yuwei as a cheerleader. The crisis was temporarily lifted, and they continued in the direction they had set out to go. The sacred Sect patriarch, the king of the four sacred kingdoms, is now in such a state of decline. Lin Xiaoya shook his head in shame. Cut it out. Wait until you've recovered your cultivation before you hang on to the title of Forest King, Zhao Xianjun said helplessly. But as soon as the words fell, the ground shook again. This time, it was even stronger than the last. Apparently the worm went back over and moved in for help. It was something the three of them expected. Wanting to exit the desert was impossible in a short period of time, and the hope now rested entirely on Jiang Yuwei. This also caused Jiang Yuwei to be under a lot of pressure. But even so, she said once again, elder brother, be careful. Don't stray too far away from me, or I won't be able to protect you. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm sure I'll be close to you, Lin Xiaoya said. Perhaps he is the only one who is still this optimistic in this situation. There are a lot of them. This time it can be troublesome. Jiang Yuwei's face sank completely, her body tense. Don't be afraid, senior sister. Your immortal and undying flame kills with a single blow. Let's advance as we fight. It won't take dash. Before Lin Xiaoya finished speaking, a huge scorpion suddenly popped out from the yellow sand behind him. The scorpion barely gave anyone time to react. With a stinging sound, the spikes of the scorpion's tail directly penetrated Lin Xiaoya's entire body before lifting it into midair. Lin Xiaoya unbelievably half opened his mouth and let out a whimper, the intense pain causing his pupils to tremble. Senior. Chapter 53, Backwater. Blood continuously flowed out from that hideous penetrating mouth, and Lin Xiaoya's breath, in fact, instantly shriveled up, as that scorpion jerked out its sharp stinger. With a bang, he landed directly on the yellow sand, covering his wound with both hands and looking at the sky. Seeing this, Zhao Xianjun quickly stepped forward and shielded his side against the scorpion. He only had an iron rod in his hand, but he was still unafraid. Jiang Yuwei roared, and two balls of flame flew quickly towards the scorpion, and in an instant, it completely burned out the other party. But at the same time, a great number of scorpions were burrowing out in all directions, even as the ground was shaking as it had done before, and worms were coming again. Today's situation made both of their faces extremely ugly. Lin Xiaoya was seriously injured, and Zhao Xianjun had to guard his side, or else if he were to receive another blow, he would have simply breathed his last. And how could Jiang Yuwei, alone, withstand so many monsters? Second senior brother, take third senior brother and go first. I'll come and join you after I clear the monsters here. However, Jiang Yuwei was not in a hurry and said, she was confident in the immortal flame. One strike, as long as she wasn't seriously injured, then this group of monsters, no matter how numerous they were, wouldn't be a match for her. When Zhao Xianjun heard this, he only pondered for a moment before nodding his head and hurriedly supporting Lin Xiaoya, running towards the distance. Jiang Yuwei's body was ablaze with intense flames, and this not-so-small commotion naturally attracted the attention of all the monsters. There was only one thought in her mind right now, and that was to hurry up and destroy this group of monsters, and then instantly go to meet up with her senior brothers. Otherwise, with the current strength of the two senior brothers alone, they wouldn't be able to survive in this desert for long. But just then, in the distance, horses' hooves stepped on the flying yellow sand and came whistling towards them. The man at the head of the group was none other than the shaman. He was followed by a dense army, and with his order, all the troops instantly stopped marching and watched from afar. Zhao Xuanjuan's face instantly sank as he looked at the army in front of him. What the group was treading on was dirt. Apparently once you get there, you won't be attacked by this monster from the yellow sand. But the other party stood here in the crosshairs, and the meaning could not be clearer. If they are not allowed to pass, they will have to wait for death in this desert. The shaman looked indifferently at the three people in the desert. His gaze, staring straight at Jiang Yuwei, who was emanating golden flames all over her body. Surprisingly, he also knows fire magic. This royal clanspeople. This time, they've put in a lot of blood, he said coldly. Fortunately, he had received the news of the group's escape and rushed here instantly. If he had let them enter the city, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the pack, those who knew magic were a minority of a minority. But since this group of people stepped into the forbidden zone without knowing what to do, there's only one death. The shaman snorted. Whoever disturbs the peace of desert life has to pay with his life. It was a good thing that the commotion here wasn't too big. If it had been bigger and attracted the lord of the desert over, it would have been a good show. Zhao Xianjun gently placed Lin Xiaoya on the ground. The other party's wounds were bleeding profusely, and even purplish-black blood was coming out. At the same time, Lin Xiaoya's lips, too, turned purple and black. Apparently the scorpion stinger contained a strong poison. If they were still sacred heavenly supreme beings right now, where would they be injured by something like this? But this was a different time. They were now two ordinary people, and receiving such an injury was no different from stepping into a ghost skate. In front of them, there was this army blocking the way, and behind them, there were countless monsters that were engaging Jiang Yuwei. If they couldn't break out of the siege, then the three of them would end up dying here. Thinking of this, Zhao Xuanjuan's face became extremely ugly. He stepped slowly forward, approaching the shaman's army. When the soldiers saw him coming forward, they raised their bows and arrows and aimed them straight at him. Seeing this, the shaman waved his hand with interest, and the crowd lowered their bows and arrows, allowing him to approach. What? Is the royal family going to beg for mercy from us pariahs too? Moving closer, the shaman teased at the man in front of him. We are not the royal family you speak of, but merely existences from other worlds. So why do we have to go this far? Zhao Xianjun said. He has tried desperately to lower himself, something that hasn't been said in thousands of years. No? The shaman looked as if he had expected it, and then he clapped his hands, and the soldiers behind him presented a black and gold 9 dragons supreme robe. This dress, it was none other than Jiang Yuwei's. Inside, there was that one elixir that could instantly lift the restriction. The shaman pointed at the dragon pattern on that supreme robe and said coldly, who else would dare to embroider dragons except the royal family? This robe of yours is even more special. It even has 9 dragons. It's not just a symbol of the royal family. It's a symbol of the royal family's royal family. I was worried about how to kill you guys, but you ended up stepping into this desert forbidden area by yourselves, so that even if you die here, the royal clan won't be able to find us. The shaman tickled the corners of his mouth. However, Zhao Xuanjuan's eyes were staring straight at that 9 dragon supreme robe. As soon as it can be taken over, it will all be over. He surveyed the army in front of him carefully. There were at least 1,000 of them, but these were not the most difficult to solve. The man in front of him could look very different from an ordinary soldier. I'm afraid that this guy contained other powers within his body. Boom! Behind her, Jiang Yuwei was suddenly sent flying by a worm and crashed violently to the ground, raising a sky of sand and dust. Seeing this, Zhao Xianjun tightened his grip on the iron rod in his hand. When it comes down to it, there's nothing to do but rob hard. In the next moment, he stomped on the ground with his hind legs, and his body was as fast as lightning as he rushed towards the shaman. The shaman raised an eyebrow, but he did not expect the person in front of him to be able to burst out with such speed. But soon, he was waving his sleeve robe, and a wall of fire abruptly rose from the ground. But Zhao Xianjun didn't care about any of this at the moment, as he slammed straight towards that wall of fire. The moment he came into contact with the flames, he felt the pain that pierced his bones all over his body. The flames instantly set his clothes on fire, filling his entire body, and at this moment, he was a fireman, still charging towards the shaman in a desperate manner, completely disregarding the flames and pain all over his body. Crazy? The shaman's pupils shrank and he panicked. Where had he ever seen such a thing? Doesn't this man have a sense of pain? Obviously, as long as someone was tainted with his flames, they would be in pain and begging for death. But the person in front of him seemed to be unaffected in the slightest. One must know that although a high priest like him had all the magic power, if it came to close combat, I'm afraid that it would not be as good as that group of ordinary soldiers. If such a terrifyingly ruthless person were to get close to him, he would only be able to crush him to death with one hand. Seeing this, he couldn't help but panic. Guards! Guards! The soldiers behind him sniffed, raised their shields, and with their lances, they directly killed out. Zhao Xuanjuan's body was crackling with fire, and his eyes were scarlet and his face was completely disfigured. He brought that flame towards the defense line formed by this group of soldiers and killed fearlessly. Kill! He roared with a roar that shook the heavens. Chapter 54, Lord of the Desert. This roar actually caused the soldiers who formed the defense line in front of them to blank out their heads for an instant. They felt that the man in front of them seemed to be from under the 18 layers of hell. because only a Shura from hell would be so terrifying. Jabla. Zhao Xianjun took advantage of the fact that one of the people at the front was dazed, and the long stick had already pierced into the other person's right eye, directly penetrating the entire skull. He then quickly snatched away the opponent's lance and shield, stepped over the corpses, and continued to kill towards the depths. Stop him. Seeing this, the shaman was even more alarmed, and then fled towards the back in panic. Many of the soldiers couldn't help but grow bold as they heard the words. What about Shura? They have an army of 1,000 men here. Not necessarily. Can he kill them all alone? Thinking of this, countless lances stabbed towards Zhao Xianjun in a vain attempt to take his name in one go. Seeing the countless lances stabbing in front of him, Zhao Xuanjuan's gaze flinched. Although the flames on his body caused him some distraction from the pain, but he was able to sit in the position of the sacred Sect's patriarch. May not be all about relying on cultivation to crush? Those thousands of years of experience had long since made his state of mind and battle experience unrivaled. Tough, and really tough. Zhao Xianjun held his spear with both hands, and directly struck a brute force sweep, sending all the lances that were stabbing towards him flying, and the group of soldiers, too, were instantly crushed under this huge force. Taking advantage of this gap, he reversed his stance at an incredible speed, and then violently stabbed out. Boom! This shot actually directly emitted a sonic boom sound, skewering the 5 soldiers in front of him, all together. Spinning around, he didn't stop for a moment, because he had already felt the flames in his limbs spreading deeper, and his skin, which had been burned to a charcoal. If he allowed the flames to continue to burn deeper, then he would lose all his fighting power. When Zhao Xianjun thought of this, his eyes turned hard and he directly pulled out his longsword from the waist of the corpse on the ground. Next moment, he actually used his longsword directly, cutting away the skin that was burning on his arms and legs, revealing the red flesh and meridians. Zhao Xianjun clenched his teeth and trembled. To do so is undoubtedly to skin yourself. Kill! He roared again and pursued towards the shaman. No matter how many soldiers stood in his way, they were all instantly cut down. At this moment, Zhao Xianjun was completely the appearance of the purgatory Shura, and although the group of soldiers had palpitations, they continued to kill towards him. Without advancing a few steps, he saw that the shaman had already mounted a black horse and quickly fled in the direction of Wucheng, and the many soldiers had completely surrounded him. This guy is really Shura. He must be allowed to die here, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Brothers, let's go together. I don't believe he can have 3 heads and 6 arms. When the soldiers heard this, their guts instantly grew as they too hissed and came towards Zhao Xianjun to kill him. The sword light flashed. One man's throat was slit directly, bursting with blood and falling to the ground in response. Zhao Xianjun bared his teeth and a fierce light emerged from his eyes. You guys want to kill, so let's make it happen. One man, facing 1,000 armies, remains unafraid. At this time, Jiang Yuwei, who was in the desert restricted area, was also out of stamina. She saw Zhao Xuanjuan's miserable state in that army, but there was nothing she could do about it, because facing such a large number of monsters, she didn't dare to have the slightest distraction. But if she was distracted once, then she was afraid that she would directly fall on the spot. Once she died, then the 2 senior brothers, there would really be no way to live. However, without the addition of spiritual power, her physical strength was almost exhausted. And every time she released the immortal undying flame, she was burning the divine phoenix essence blood in her body. In other words, when it came to this situation, her fight was to lay down her life. When she released 2 more fireballs to kill 2 worms, more scorpions emerged from the sand. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yuwei couldn't help but feel despair. At this moment, the unconscious Lin Xiaoya also suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for air. He strained to stand up. Up ahead, Zhao Xianjun was killing his way through the army. In the back, Jiang Yuwei was facing uncountable monsters all by herself. He covered the hideous wound on his chest, and his body felt a bit paralyzed, a sign that he had been deeply poisoned. But in the situation at hand, it was no longer a matter of concern. He was Jiang Yu's 3rd disciple. He was Lin Xiaoya. He was the lord of the 4 sacred kingdoms, and he was also the king of the forest. Lin Xiaoya lifted up the iron rod, and he was limping towards Jiang Yuwei's direction. Senior sister, give me a ball of fire, he roared, ignoring the pain as he approached Jiang Yuwei. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and directly flung a ball of immortal flame, attaching it to the iron rod in Lin Xiaoya's hand. With this fire, he had at least 1 more ounce of fighting power. Lin Xiaoya held the burning iron rod and did not hesitate to kill towards the many scorpions on the ground. When those scorpions saw this, their 8 feet walked quickly, and the spikes on their tails aimed at Lin Xiaoya and stung him. Although his movements were slow, he dodged such attacks with ease. Just about every strenuous movement made the venom seep more into the limbs. Boom! A hit! Lin Xiaoya accurately stabbed the scorpion, and the immortal flame instantly burned. But with that, the flames on the iron rod in his hand would be weaker, but killing 4 or 5 of them was enough. Immediately, he directly killed the scorpion group. The figure of the giant desert worm did not appear, so Jiang Yuwei finally had a chance to catch her breath. She now only felt that she had reached her limit, and if she wanted to ignite the immortal flame again, she feared it would be life-threatening. No, I have to continue. Jiang Yuwei gritted her teeth and stood up, straining to gather a flame to cover Lin Xiuya. However, just at this moment, that shaman who had previously fled, actually rode his horse and turned back. He was holding a bizarre device in his hand. Zhao Xianjun stepped on the mountain of corpses, having long been drenched in blood, looking extremely terrifying. The shaman was emboldened in his mind for a moment, then quickly tossed the device in his hand towards the desert sanctuary, then rode off again without looking back. Wait for death, you guys. Wait for death. The Lord of the Desert will kill all of you. All of you. Sandy ground, muddy ground, can't stop it. Ha ha ha. The shaman hissed epileptically from his horse. He escaped even faster this time, as if something horrible was about to happen right away. The moment the soldiers saw the shaman throw out the device, they dispersed, no longer having the heart to fight with him for a long time, and directly threw down their weapons and ran towards the distance in a panic. An ominous feeling instantly rose in Zhao Xuanjuan's heart. The moment the device touched the sand, 4 pillars were born from the bottom, firmly inserted into the sand, and then, below, a scale-like object began to tap rhythmically on the sandy surface. Knock, knock, knock. The voice was dull, like a catalyst. Even the scorpions and a bunch of other monsters that were fighting with Jiang Yuwei and the two of them instantly let out chirping noises and disappeared into the sand when they heard the rhythmic knocking sound. The entire desert forbidden area suddenly became dead silent. Lin Xiuya gasped for air and looked around in bewilderment. Get over here, Zhao Xinjun roared, because at that moment, the ground was shaking even more horribly. At the very least, it was more than 10 times more commotion than when the previous worms had appeared. A terrifying roar came out from the bottom of that sandy ground. Jiang Yuwei clenched her teeth and stepped forward to carry Lin Xiuya, running in the direction of her second senior brother. Thud, thud. Something far more terrifying was coming at the three of them. Suddenly, a strong bass boom seemed to shake the entire desert, and a suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. Beneath the ground, huge shadows began to swim slowly, and the sand was pushed away with a steady hum, revealing a slender, terrifying figure. Its shape was blurred, but it kept twisting forward. Deep marks were made in the magnificent dunes, and swarms of sand and dust tumbled and spilled out to the sides as if they were waves sweeping in. It's already here, Lord of the Desert, Zhao Xinjun muttered. As the vibrations intensified, the sand cracked and spewed out occasional gusts of sand and dust, darkening the sky. The entire desert seemed to vibrate, and the air was swept with microscopic dust, creating a swirl of sand. Eventually, in the midst of the crowd's horrified gazes, a huge sandworm suddenly burrowed out of the sand, its body lone and tall, its skin glistening in the daylight with a luster unique to black metal. Its mouth was like a sweeping blade, sharp and tinged with indescribable horror, and a great deal of sand kept crawling away from its body. The three blanched. This thing, in terms of size, was almost 20 times the size of the worm that appeared earlier. Chapter 55, Restoring Cultivation. In the face of such a terrifyingly huge thing, a sense of powerlessness immediately rose in the hearts of the three people who were already exhausted. On Jiang Yuwei's face, the color of despair even emerged. The Lord of the Desert's hideous mouthparts exuded a palpitating scent of blood. It had no eyes but was able to sense that it was the three bugs in front of it that had disturbed its purity. It opened its large mouth and let out a silent hiss, an extremely terrifying pressure that instantly suppressed the three people to the ground. There's no escape. Lin Xiuya clenched his teeth. He had never imagined that he would have fallen to this day. Zhao Xinjun, who was on the side, was also upset, and without the cultivation boost, it was difficult to move an inch in this chaotic domain. Sorry, senior sister. Zhao Xinjun shook his head helplessly. There really wasn't anything that could be done when things had come to this. This Lord of the Desert, not only could he freely travel inside the sand, it seemed that in the mud, he was also walking as if he was walking on the ground. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and let out a long breath without saying anything. The Lord of the Desert wriggled his enormous body, his mouthpiece pressing down instantly towards the three. But at that moment, Jiang Yu, who was sitting cross-legged far away from the bronze door, his eyes snapped open. His right hand directly plugged into the space, from which he took out a long knife that was transparent and looked like it was cast from space debris, which was, in fact, close to his height. With a thought, Jiang Yu aimed at the void of space and chopped down suddenly. In a blink of an eye, everything in front of him crumbled layer by layer with the burst of the chop, a strike that transcended time and space. After that, Jiang Yu casually threw his right hand, and the long sword, which was nearly transparent, instantly dissipated. How did it get there? He rubbed his nose, a little suspicious in his mind. These 3 disciples, on the other hand, did not save him any trouble. However, his own cultivation had reached the Realm Lord realm, so as long as he wanted to, any windy movements in the 4 domains of this heavenly Yuan realm, including the Chaos domain, were all under his eyes. That's just it. It's a kind of experience. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei then redirected his gaze to the bronze door. At this moment, he had already collected quite a lot of origin chi. Recently, this bronze door had been getting weirder and weirder, and Jiang Yuwei was convinced that behind the door, there was another world, and it was even highly likely that it was the entrance to that so-called Great Thousand Worlds. The origin chi that escaped from it was the best proof, and it seemed like there was something outside the door that was dying to get in. At this time, in the Chaos domain, the 3 people who were preparing to meet their deaths suddenly felt an extremely terrifying spatial fluctuation raging past their heads. The dome of the sky and the earth were truncated into sharp pieces by this chopping strike that ran through the world. The so-called Lord of the Desert, after carrying down this chopping blow, his entire body instantly burst apart, completely destroying his soul from this heaven and earth. The 3 looked up with palpitating hearts and instantly realized something. Master? Jiang Yuwei was pleasantly surprised. Only a master teacher can have such a terrifying power. With the crisis lifted, Lin Xiaoya directly sat down on the ground, panting heavily. He looked towards the sky that had been chopped in 2 and smiled in a wooden smile. It was probably because they hadn't been sheltered by their master for thousands of years, and when they encountered danger, they had actually forgotten that they were actually the same as Jiang Yuwei, and that their biggest card would always be covered behind them. After the 3 of them paid their respects to the nothing sky, they rested in the same place for half a day, and then walked in the direction of Wuching. If we were able to use elixirs in this chaos domain, none of us would be in such a sorry state. On the way, Lin Xiaoya laughed. Although he was seriously injured and even quite poisoned, Jiang Yuwei's immortal flame seemed to have a purifying effect. This would not cause him to die of sudden poisoning. As for Zhao Xuanjuan's current appearance as a complete bloody man, but the immortal sacred body also ended up exerting its effects, allowing him to hang on to his breath. It can't be helped. Only things from the chaos domain proper can be used. Zhao Xianjun shook his head. Apparently the burden of battle was still entrusted to the elder sister nowadays. After half a day's rest, the divine phoenix essence blood in Jiang Yuwei's body had also recovered most of it. This was the terror of the nirvana sacred body and the phoenix. The so-called nirvana is to be broken and reborn after death. No matter how much of the divine phoenix essence blood in her body Jiang Yuwei consumed, as long as there was still 1 drop left, she would be able to recover all of it given time. Moreover, the regained divine phoenix essence blood became even purer. This battle had given her a lot of benefits. Only now did Jiang Yuwei understand why Master Teacher had wasted his turnaround to train her. If there were no such life and death fights, the nirvana sacred body would be wasted. In a short while, the 3 of them arrived a mile away from Wucheng, where the terrain was steep and a number of small earth bags had been piled up, which was enough to allow them to hide in this place. The towering walls were strewn with yellow sand, and a rusty odor carried on the wind. There was no sound on all sides except the whistling wind. A city this size and no one to guard it? Lin Xiaoya said suspiciously. However, Zhao Xianjun pointed to the sky behind him. This hideous appearance of being torn in 2 looks no different from a natural disaster, and I'm afraid that the natives of this barren city have already taken refuge in their homes. Thinking of this, the 3 of them exchanged glances and headed towards Wucheng. Just as they reached the city gates, they couldn't help but stare. There were only residents and no soldiers in here, but at the moment, this group of people were all doing weird slow movements. Even when they were walking, they had to stand on their tiptoes and step on the ground gently and slowly. No words were spoken and all was silent. When the residents of the city saw the trio's appearance, their pupils shrank, and then an old woman slightly sped up her movements and went forward to pull Zhao Xianjun up with a heartbroken look. Desert. Desert. The Lord. Over. Coming. Yes? She tried her best to lower her voice and moved towards Zhao Xuanjuan's ear, saying quietly. When Zhao Xianjun heard this, he probably knew what was going on. Immediately, he also followed the cat's example and approached the old woman's ear, saying, hurry, run, it's horses, come on, coming, up. The reason why this group of people were quiet was because they were afraid that it wasn't the royal family, but the Lord of the Desert. Earlier the shaman had used a strange device that summoned the Lord of the Desert by rhythmically tapping the ground. The old woman sniffed, a touch of despair showing on her face. The surrounding residents saw the old woman's expression and probably understood something. The Lord of the Desert is coming, and it will destroy the whole of Wucheng, bringing up sand and dust 10,000 feet high and devouring the lives of all. I, too, see, Sam, shaman, me, have, do, Method. Zhao Xinjun slowly spoke. The old woman sniffed, shook her head, and pointed to a side trail that the shaman ran away. He summoned the Lord of the Desert against the orders of the patriarch, and knowing that things were going badly, he ran away for fear of being split up by the clansmen in 10,000 pieces. He betrayed the Wuhu clan and, presumably, defected to the royal clan. Now that he had learned that the Lord of the Desert was coming, all the initiatives that followed were to no avail. Zhao Xinjun looked in the direction of the old woman's finger. Jiang Yuwei's black and gold 9 Dragons supreme robe was lying quietly on the ground. The three of them looked at each other, and then they quickly walked towards the robes. Zhao Xinjun picked up his robe and skillfully grasped his hand in the location where the elixir was stored, a pill that appeared in his palm. The trip to the Chaos Domain can end early. Zhao Xinjun hooked the corners of his mouth. The three of them nodded to each other, and Zhao Xinjun directly took the elixir in one gulp. A heaven-destroying power was reviving within him at great speed. Chapter 56, The Lord of the Desert Attacks. Zhao Xuanjuan's cultivation began to climb upwards, and the most subtle power in this heaven and earth surged into his body as much as it could to transform into the purest spiritual energy. Feudal state. Realm of kingship. Supreme realm. Immortal pin celestial supreme being. Sacred phenomenon heavenly supreme. Unparalleled pressure spread out from his body towards the entire heaven and earth. The originally shattered sky dome was even more shaky at this moment. In the middle of that distant death desert, countless worms fled in panic from the sand, and the ground shook violently, so that even the Lord of the Desert could only care about escaping at this moment. Zhao Xinjun, whose strength had returned completely, also began to nourish the flesh and blood on his body, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his usual appearance. He looked at Lin Xiaoya and with a slight finger, he healed the injuries on his body. Now that Zhao Xinjun had returned to being a Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme, the stone that had been hanging in their hearts had finally fallen. This chaos domain is rather huge and scary. It's not that easy to find senior sister's mother, but the shaman that got away, he should know something, right? Zhao Xinjun said thoughtfully. This shaman had heard that he was an expert at playing with fire, and the mention of flames was what forced him to think of the Phoenix clan's methods. As long as they contained the Phoenix bloodline, they were all masters at playing with fire. According to the information provided by Supreme Phoenix, Jiang Yuwei's mother had entered the Chaos Domain a month ago. That was a month in the Heavenly Yuan realm, and when converted to the time inside the Chaos Domain, it was just past 300 years. The Phoenix clan all had a relatively long lifespan. 300 years wasn't so much as to make her lifespan end, and if the other party's cultivation here had also been enhanced, then the lifespan would be even longer. Second senior brother. What do you mean? Jiang Yuwei frowned, an idea calling out from her mind. Could it be that the reason these shamans are able to play with fire? Could it be, is the power granted by your mother? Zhao Xinjun slowly said. Second senior brother has a point. Let's just make a direct trip to that so-called royal clan. Lin Xiaoya nodded. He couldn't wait to see that shaman again now. This guy almost got the three of them killed in the deadly desert. With his vindictive character, he would definitely not let this shaman live well, or at least, bring it back to the Tian Yuan realm to slowly torture it. There's no rush. There are 2 more pills in this barren city, Zhao Xinjun said, directly probing out his powerful divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire Wuhu city. In the next moment, with a grip in the air, he collected the other 2 pills back and handed them to the 2. After the 2 of them took the pills, their cultivation levels also returned to normal directly. At this moment, the residents of Wuhu city looked at the 3 people standing in the air in front of them in surprise, their mouths half open, unable to speak by surprise. Can you fly? This kind of mana is a skill that only that great shaman of the royal family has. Old man, please point out how to get to the royal family? Zhao Xinjun laughed. After the old woman froze halfway through earlier, she pointed him in the right direction. Thanks. Zhao Xinjun hooked the corners of his mouth, and then he immediately brought Jiang Yuwei with him, and together with Lin Xiaoya, they sped towards that side. Their silhouettes transformed into flickering streams of light in the sky. Wait, halfway through his journey, Lin Xiaoya suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Zhao Xinjun frowned and looked around. They had all regained their cultivation as sacred grade heavenly supreme beings now, and it was impossible for any beings that could harm them to appear in this chaos domain. Lin Xiaoya smiled evilly and looked towards the boundless desert. Doesn't that shaman like to play with big sandworms? I'll bring him a couple of them. At the end of his words, Lin Xiaoya aimed his large hand at the desert and moved his mind slightly. All that was heard was a rumble. A ponderous figure was instantly lifted directly out of the ground by an invisible force. This was clearly the Lord of the Desert who had previously caused the 3 to feel despair. But now, the Lord of the Desert, who was renowned throughout the desert, was as fragile as a bug in front of Lin Xiaoya. Its large figure twisted and struggled in midair. but there was nothing it could do. The power of a sacred grade heaven supreme was not something this creature with brute strength alone could break free from. Lin Xiuya let out a cold snort, and then he threw it heavily back into the desert. The three of them looked at each other and silently jumped to the head of the Lord of the Desert. Depart, kings. After Lin Xiuya said that, he used the vast and boundless spiritual energy in his body to drive this huge worm forward rapidly. The ground shook. The desolate ancient continent, the realm of the royal clan seat. The shaman of fire knelt in the middle of the great hall, his head buried. The king is happy that you are willing to join the royal family, but all of this is only possible with the approval of the Lord God Emperor. The desolate king indifferently said. This shaman of fire from the Wuhu clan was obviously a wolf, and since he could betray the Wuhu clan that gave birth to him, how could he possibly be loyal to the royal family? Keeping this guy is a curse sooner or later. However, the other party was a shaman of fire and had mastered the power of flames. Rather, there is some use for it. In future conquests, you can send him to fight in the front line. I'm abandoning my life, and the Lord God Emperor will surely be gracious enough to allow it. The shaman of fire spoke in a humble tone and kowtowed in a hurry. Well, I suppose so. The Lord God Emperor will surely agree to my king's request. The desolate king said contemptuously. The so-called divine messengers are the heavenly visitors who bring the power of fire to the desolate ancient continent. But anyone who drinks her blood can become a shaman and control the power of fire. It was a pity that this god's envoy had a soft heart and was now imprisoned underground after having half of his power taken away by his desolate king. Today's divine ambassadors are nothing more than a name to satisfy the reverence of the people underneath for divine power. It was also to ensure the uniqueness of his kingship. After all, he had known the God Emperor for hundreds of years, and it wasn't as if he didn't understand the reasoning behind the divine right of kings. This king will first appoint you as the vanguard leader of the Forbidden Guards. Well, you have to show your loyalty to this king, right? The desolate king laughed. The shaman of fire sniffed and grimaced, but bowed hopelessly. To put it nicely, it was the vanguard leader of the Praetorian Guard, but to put it badly, it was cannon fodder for fighting the war. Isn't it obvious that he's going to play him? But now that he had been abandoned by the Wuhu clan, if he didn't have a place to land, sooner or later he would die in the death desert. Your Majesty, the Lord of the Desert has revived and is heading towards the king's city. Suddenly, a soldier rushed up to the great hall in defiance, his face white with fear. The face of the desolate king who heard these words also suddenly changed. Just then, the entire hall, and even the entire ground, began to shake violently. Really? The Arakanese king's pupils shrunk. That was the Lord of the Desert. Even if he had stolen 0.5% of the god's envoy's power, he could only go 50-50 against the Lord of the Desert. Not to mention, if he were to engage one desert lord, it would be highly likely that he would attract more desert lords. Shaman of fire, the time has come for you to do your duty to the royal family. If you can repel the Lord of the Desert, this king will let you enter the royal family. The desolate king snapped. The shaman of fire gritted his teeth as he sniffed and, yes, sir, it had to be on when it came down to it. Either way, it was a death, and the temptation to enter the royal family was just a little too great. Immediately, the shaman of fire was leading the Forbidden Guards, running towards the outside of the royal city. Chapter 57. The shaman stood in the walkway on the wall, his face grim. The Forbidden Guards at the bottom looked as if they knew their fate. Not only was there fear flowing out from the bottom of their eyes, there was also a touch of despair. Everyone knew that human power alone could not resist the Lord of the Desert. Come on, a fast runner. The shaman, after much thought, shouted toward the bottom. The Forbidden Guards below looked at each other in dismay, and after a moment had passed, a young man walked up boldly. The shaman nodded in satisfaction before pulling out the device and handing it to him. Don't ask what it is. Run as far as you can from the king's city, then throw this on the ground, and if the plan succeeds, the entire royal family will thank you, and the rest of your family's lives will be spent enjoying glory and prosperity. The young man sniffed, nodded heavily, took the device and mounted a strong horse, and then galloped towards the distance. The shaman looked at the youth's distant figure. I hope this works. It was his last law. If this plan doesn't work, it's all over for everyone. Halftime. The shaking of the ground began to diminish until it was completely calm. A rare flash of elation appeared on the shaman's face. Success? He muttered, looking off into the windy distance and nothing. I didn't think this method would actually work. The shaman licked his lips and thought. He guessed that the Lord of the Desert this time, which he had summoned from over there, just didn't take it in. That was why he ran straight from the Wuhu clan to the Wine clan. But since such a method could be successful, wouldn't he, in the future, have another means? After all, he was the only one who would make such a device. The smile on the shaman's face grew even wider at the thought. The Forbidden Guards at the bottom couldn't help but chant. The Lord of the Desert hadn't come, which meant that they didn't have to die. Close ranks, the crisis is over. The shaman laughed, and just as he turned around, a huge shadow instantly enveloped the area. He looked up in a hurry, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The huge body of the Lord of the Desert was actually flying through the air and was falling towards them. The king's city. Run! The shaman yelled, but it was too late to do anything at the moment. The huge body of the Lord of the Desert crashed down violently, setting off sand and dust that covered the sky, and the powerful airwaves instantly shook all the forbidden guards, and even the impenetrable city walls. Cracks appeared. The shaman, standing on the wall, slumped to the ground for a long time. Damn! He gritted his teeth. How did the Lord of the Desert fly in the sky? Shaman, attack it, with the power of flame. A soldier at the bottom shouted helplessly. Whether it was a spear or a sword in their hands, it was impossible for them to do a single bit of damage in the middle of the desert, and the only ones who could do damage were the shamans who could utilize the power of fire. I attacked the hell out of it. The shaman jumped right off the wall. He's a shaman of fire, not a sky god of fire. Letting him attack the Lord of the Desert was not looking for death? Now that it has come to this, it would be a good idea not to run away again. The royal family is also going to be finished. He pondered in his mind what other clans were around. The Lord of the Desert is dead. Suddenly one of the soldiers shouted. The shaman who stood on the city wall stupidly. At this moment, his heart could not help but rejoice. Dead? That's great. The smile on his face grew even wider. What the hell? I was just scaring myself. What are you laughing at? What's so delightful to say? So we can all have fun together? Right at this moment, Zhao Xuanjuan's figure suddenly appeared on the city wall, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile as he said. The shaman jerked his head back as if he had seen a ghost. You're. In the next moment, Jiang Yuwei, Lin Xiaoya's figure similarly stood on the city wall. The shaman rubbed his eyes incredulously. It was because of these three that he had summoned the Lord of the Desert, and without them, he wouldn't have ended up in the situation he was in today. Wait, they're not dead? How is this possible? There was no one in this world who could escape from the mouth of the Lord of the Desert in death. By the way, these three are all from the royal family. If he let them meet the desolate king unharmed, then he would truly become an outlaw. Thinking of this, a flash of determination appeared in the bottom of the shaman's eyes, and his hands burst into flames, utilizing his strength to fly towards the city wall. He had to kill all three of them before that happened. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to enter the royal family in the future, but he would also be hunted to the ends of the earth by the royal family. Are you good with fire? Lin Xiaoya stepped on the void with his feet and coldly gazed at the shaman flying towards him. This guy, he's been putting up with this for a long time. Better than you can play. The shaman roared, and the flames in his hands suddenly coalesced into an axe, slashing towards the three. But right at this moment, Lin Xiaoya waved his big hand, and endless flames instantly rose from the ground, completely wrapping the entire heaven and earth. Space was distorting, and this place instantly turned into an inferno, and the shaman who was about to slash his axe had his body fixed in midair. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. What's going on? Why can't I move? Why are there flames around here? Who the hell are they? Even Lord God Ambassador in his heyday couldn't do this. Lin Xiaoya slowly stepped on the void and walked towards him. I'm going to take you back to the Hall of Qi Tian and play with you slowly. He directly tore through space with his bare hands and shouted into it. Li Qinglong, watch him for me. At the end of his sentence, Lin Xiaoya kicked him into the spatial rift, and then clapped his hands. Great job. The next step was to find Jiang Yuwei's mother. Senior brother. The flame that this shaman condensed just now is extremely similar to the immortal flame, and within his body, he also has a little bit of phoenix bloodline. Jiang Yuwei hurriedly said, I see. Zhao Xianjun nodded, his gaze locking onto the desolate king in the middle of the royal city hall. When he probed out his mind to scan, he realized that the concentration of phoenix bloodline in this person's body was surprisingly high. Immediately afterward, his large hand clenched in the air, and that desolate king was directly pulled over by a huge invisible force. You guys. The desolate king looked at the three people in front of him with a stunned expression. Zhao Xianjun didn't bother with him, directly pressing his hand on the other party's heavenly soul cap, forcibly searching for this guy's memories. A moment passed, and a thoughtful nod was given. True enough, as soon as the words left his mouth, he slowly raised his right hand, and the ground of the entire king city began to crumble as a prison slowly rose up from underneath. This prison, he said, held a middle-aged woman. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xianjun directly crushed and exploded the desolate king into a cloud of blood mist with his smooth hands. Go on, your mother is in there, Zhao Xianjun said. Jiang Yu slightly froze for a moment before flying towards that prison. When she saw the shackled woman, familiar memories flooded her mind, causing her nose to flare. Mother! The dying woman in her cell sniffed and looked up, her eyes vibrating. Chapter 58 Structural Formation of Spiritual Energy. Whisper, the woman in the cell's eyes, which had been dead and dull, suddenly lit up. Jiang Yuwei rushed forward, golden flames igniting in her hands, chopping all the shackles to pieces in an instant. The two then embraced each other tightly as the tears broke down completely. Zhao Xinjun and Lin Xiaoya, who saw the mother and daughter meeting from afar, also smiled in relief. Finally, I have helped my senior sister fulfill this wish. The two of them were on a mission, and it went off without a hitch. Going straight back to the Tian Yuan realm later, Lin Xiaoya sat down comfortably in the air and looked towards Zhao Xinjun. Let's stay here for some more time. There are remnants of Master's Law fluctuations here, so we can instead enlighten ourselves here. But if we can penetrate a little bit, it will be of heavenly benefit to us when we step into the Domain Lord realm in the future. Of course, and by the way, I'm also waiting for Master Teacher to finish dealing with the matters over at the Bronze Sect. If we were in the Tian Yuan realm, we'd have to wait for hundreds of years. That's true. Lin Xiaoya smiled. Everything is calm. But, at the moment, near the bronze door, Jiang Yu stopped collecting the origin qi, and to his surprise, it was getting thicker and thicker. The boundary of the bronze door seemed to be loosening, and he clearly sensed that behind this door, there was definitely someone. The other parties seemed to be desperately trying to enter the heavenly Yuan realm. To think that you can make the bronze gate's boundary loosen? Could it be that the other party is in existence above the Realm King realm? Jiang Yu said suspiciously. This idea, however, is not correct. The Realm King was definitely an extremely high existence in the Great Thousand Worlds. I'm afraid that the reason why the people behind the door were able to pry the boundary was because the world they were in was the upper realm, and the Tian Yuan realm belonged to the intersection world of the upper realm and the lower realm. Boom! The bronze door suddenly emitted a dull hum. Jiang Yu pressed his hands against the door and closed his eyes to carefully perceive it. His consciousness traveled through time and space, using the other party's subtle spiritual energy left on the boundary as a medium, and for the first time, he saw the outside world. Jiang Yu snapped his eyes open, somewhat shocked. Is it really so? He breathed heavily. It was a surprising world outside the bronze door, and I'm afraid that the person who is crashing into the boundary is a self-righteous intruder. Get thee in here. Immediately, his face crossed, and his majestic spiritual energy penetrated through with his consciousness as a medium, violently tearing a hideous spatial crack outside the door. That person didn't even have a chance to react, and was directly ripped in by Jiang Yu. The old man's hasty figure dodged in a hurry, but all of this, in front of Jiang Yu, was clearly superfluous. Don't move. Jiang Yu spoke out coldly. He looked down at the old man who was lying on the ground, unable to move, and hooked the corner of his mouth. Sacred phenomenon heavenly supreme. This kind of cultivation can also shake the boundary of the bronze gate? With a thought of his mind, the old man flew directly in front of him. What are you? How could you possibly be in the hub realm? Wait, you're the lord of the hub realm? King of the realm? No. No way. Don't. The old man's face was appalled. Jiang Yu ignored the old man's words. His consciousness had already scanned the person in front of him thoroughly. There is no difference between the flesh structure and him. Cultivation is also spiritual power. By the looks of it, it's human. There are cultivation techniques and martial arts. Comprehend the power of the law. So the question is, why can this guy shake the boundary? He was now a bit like a scientist caught up in madness, and was looking wildly at the old man in front of him, who was regarded as a guinea pig. Jiang Yu pressed one hand directly onto his opponent's ceiling. Show me what secrets you have. In the next moment, he directly searched his soul. Searching memories is inevitably incomplete, but searching the soul, even if you have been reincarnated and reborn, Jiang Yu can know everything. However, the price for this is that the old man will directly become demented. Jiang Yu, who had gathered a huge amount of information in his mind, closed his eyes and tried his best to digest all the information. After a few moments passed, the corners of his mouth quirked up in satisfaction. So that's it. I didn't realize that the knowledge I had before crossing over to the metaphysical world would come in handy. Ginger Elm shook her head and smiled brightly. The heavenly Yuan realm was the center of the Great Thousand Worlds, or the transit station. This place was known as the hub realm by the powerhouses of the Great Thousand Worlds. It was the most powerful springboard from which one could jump into the midst of any dimensional world, be it the upper or lower realms. However, now that he saw the world outside the bronze door, it was just a lower realm world, and there was nothing special about it other than that. But Jiang Yu knew very well that this was only due to the two worlds being temporarily connected together. But his consciousness had long since penetrated the connecting channel and arrived at the world transit station beyond the Tian Yuan realm, the true central realm in the mouths of the Great Thousand Worlds powerhouses. And the Tian Yuan realm that Jiang Yu had been in was just a world that had been generated to cover up the world transit station. Here, there are countless doors. Each door, connects to a dimensional world. The masters of the lower realm worlds were all sacred phenomenon heavenly supreme beings. The masters of the upper worlds are all realm kings. But the goal of all realm kings in this life is to find the central realm. This was because the king of worlds had an extremely terrifying ability, which was the ability to refine the world origin. By doing so, it was able to make the power of the realm king skyrocket exponentially. Imagine if a realm king found the central realm. He would get the entrance to all the worlds. It's like a starving person who comes to a cake house. I really didn't think that this Saint Pin Celestial Supreme had made me whole by mistake. Jiang Yuwei sneered. No wonder this old man had such an expression on his face after realizing that he was a realm king. Like digging for treasure and finding a bomb. Ginger Elm, that's the bomb. He looked to the already demented old man and ordered, show spiritual power. The old man sniffed, and sluggishly raised a ball of spiritual energy in his hand. This was what Jiang Yuwei had realized earlier. The reason why the old man was able to shake the boundary with his cultivation as a Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme was because his spiritual power structural style was different from Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yuwei stared carefully at the golden-colored spiritual energy. He also followed the pattern and raised a ball of psychic energy in his hand. His color, blue. But as Jiang Yuwei closed his eyes and mobilized the power of the laws to modify the structure of his spiritual energy, in the next moment, the spiritual energy transformed into a purple color. Apparently, that's not enough. The veins between Jiang Yu's forehead bulged. His brain raced, and a cold sweat began to break out on his face. Reconstructing the structure of spiritual energy was undoubtedly an extremely large project. But he's Ginger Elm. Boom! The spiritual energy in his hands suddenly turned a golden color. Jiang Yuwei looked at everything in front of him with satisfaction and let out a long breath. It's done. In just a few seconds, the spiritual energy in his body was reconstructed by him 10 billion times. However, without this old man personally displaying the answer in front of his eyes, he wouldn't have solved it so quickly. Who wouldn't be able to solve a problem by looking at the answer? Jiang Yuwei continued to watch the spiritual energy in his hand, and as he moved his mind, the golden color transformed into black. Luckily, before I traveled to this world, I was pretty good at chemistry, and the universal structural formula was constructed. Cultivation is about using your brain. He sneered. Nowadays, his spiritual power had already surpassed that of an upper leveler. Jiang Yuwei slowly walked to the bronze door and gently pushed it. The bronze door made a sound that had been silent for billions of years and was finally pushed open at the corner, begging to be hyped and rewarded. The author would like to wish you all a happy new year. Good health for the whole family. All the best for your heart and all the best for you. And earn a lot of money this year. Chapter 59 Prohibition. After the blinding white light disappeared, Jiang Yuwei completely stood in the world beyond the bronze door as he looked down on this lower realm. Turning his head, the bronze door stood abruptly in the middle of the high sky, like an object that shouldn't appear in this world. Now that the bronze gate is connected to this lower world, I can't get to the real center world. Jiang Yuwei pondered for a moment. However, several Heaven Supreme figures suddenly appeared around him, instantly surrounding him. They all completely revealed their cultivation, intending to deter this outsider with absolute power. Jiang Yuwei raised his eyelids and casually glanced around. 10 immortal products and 2 saint products. At this level, not to mention him, even a random one of the 3 great disciples would be able to solve it. But the group of people in front of them were clearly the rulers of this lower world. Who are you? The sacred phenomenon Heaven Supreme Sovereign in the lead frowned tightly and chided. This youth in front of him clearly didn't have half a bit of spiritual power fluctuation in his body. But it looked like it was strong as hell. When Jiang Yuwei glanced at the man, he casually said, I know you. You're that old man's disciple. He looked around the room and spoke in a chilling tone that, what? Are you trying to break through the boundary and enter the center realm? If you want to be an intruder, you have to weigh whether you are qualified or not. Jiang Yuwei sneered. What have you done with my master? The man pressed the question, and with those words, the atmosphere was instantly tense with swords. Kill. You are a bunch of warmongers. And now that the boundary of the central realm has been opened by me, but anyone who knows the secret must die. Ginger Elm licked his lips. The heavenly Yuan realm was his most important place, a base of sorts, and he would never allow any outsider to take a step into it. This lower world, he must erase. What do you want? Can't it be that you want to fight against us alone? The other sacred grade Heavenly Supreme Exalt angrily rebuked. Jiang Yuwei scratched his ears, not intending to bother with this group of people. As he raised his arm, the entire world began to crumble, and the power of the laws of space and time surged out from within him as much as it could. Stranded, his mouth moved slightly. In the next moment, all the surrounding supreme beings were dragged into the space that shattered into sharp blades, and were completely strangled cleanly. Not even their souls could remain. The great thousand worlds really live up to their name. A small lower realm world is much more massive than the heavenly Yuan realm. Ginger Elm hooked the corners of her mouth. However, no matter how huge it is, it's still just a world. The power of the Realm King realm was enough to handle it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei stretched his muscles. He hadn't gone all out in many years. His eyes transformed into a sacred golden color, and the 5 fingers of his right hand slowly spread out. The boundary of this lower world was directly captured by him and airtightly surrounded with laws. The whole world, now in its grasp. As his 5 fingers bent and gradually closed, the world began to collapse, and all the power of the laws all turned into points of light and surged towards him. The sky began to distort, the earth crumbled, and the edge of the world was shrinking. All the living beings in between were turned into pure spiritual energy and absorbed by him. Jiang Yuwei closed his eyes and felt the sudden surge of power. He will devour the world. As his right hand closed completely, everything around him collapsed into nothingness and was annihilated completely. The only thing that fluttered in front of Jiang Yu's eyes was a strange glow. World origin. He licked his lips and snatched it away, refining it in a moment. Now, he understood more and more about the laws that made this world work. A realm king like him had to keep his home well guarded, or else if other realm kings found out and he happened to be away, that heavenly origin realm would end badly. Moreover, the heavenly Yuan realm served as a transit point for the great thousand worlds and a jumping-off point for dimensional leaps. But whenever others were made aware of this place, the results would be obvious. However, the reason why I was able to ascend to Boundary King is still because I devoured the world origin of the heavenly Yuan realm. Now that I have reconstructed my spiritual power and taken that step completely, this bronze door is nothing more than a decoration. Jiang Yuwei glanced back at the bronze door that stood upright in the void. He had waited a long time for this day. Now, finally, this step has been taken. Jiang Yuwei casually waved his hand, and the bronze door collapsed into a metadot under the power of his terrifying laws being imprinted by him in the middle of the palm of his right hand. In this way, the heavenly Yuan realm is worry-free, and the ability of dimensional leaping is no longer available to anyone but me. At that, he looked into the nothingness before him and snapped his fingers. Everything blinked into pure white. The place where he was no longer a void, but a world of gates. Countless doors appeared in this pure white space, standing silently, waiting for him to open them. Here, it's the real center of the world. The controllers of the upper realms are all realm kings, but the good thing about it is that I can completely break them down one by one, and compared to the other realm kings, I have the power of one more realm than they do, and even though it's a lower realm, I'm the only one who has taken this step. Jiang Yuwei laughed softly. The world is at your fingertips, and that. What about Earth? Will he be able to tear through countless realms and descend to Earth one day? And what is above the king of the realm? The answer was right in front of him. Jiang Yuwei walked slowly to a plain iron door and twisted the door handle with his right hand, about to take a step inside. How many lower realm worlds there were? Since devouring one could not fulfill the promotion requirements, then devour 10, 100, 1,000. Prohibited. But just as he was about to enter the new lower world, the system, which had been silent, suddenly popped up with a blood-red warning. Forgot there was you. He hooked the corners of his mouth in a mocking smile. Prohibited? 2 simple words won't stop him. Is the system scared? Prohibited. Instead of a new interface, the system just popped up a warning. You are the one who gave me everything, and it is only right that I follow your orders. But now it seems that you've accomplished me. But you can't control me anymore. Can you? You are afraid. You have life. Who created you? The ultimate secret is right in front of me. You can't stop it. Jiang Yuwei coldly said. From the time he traveled to this metaphysical world, from the time he was chosen by the system, the gears of fate didn't turn, but gradually collapsed. What he wanted was not the heavenly Yuan realm or the great thousand worlds, but everything. He's got to figure everything out. Prohibited. Get lost. The blood-red tip in front of him made him a little impatient. However, when he was about to step behind the door, hundreds of spiritual power fluctuations of the Realm King realm came crashing down on him like a tsunami. Dimension 74, Ginger Elm, has transmitted. 144 Dimension Ginger Elm, transmitted. Dimension 87, Ginger Elm, has transmitted. Dimensional worlds? Looking at the hundreds of Jiang Yuwei figures, he didn't even have the slightest bit of panic on his face. Send a being from another dimension to kill me? Why can't you, as a system, even just erase me? Is it because you don't want to? The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose as he seemed to understand something. Hundreds of Jiang Yuwei walked towards him with indifferent expressions. System mission, kill Dimension 0 Jiang Yuwei. That makes sense then. I'm 0 and you're all inferior beings. No one can kill me. Not even the system. And the difference between me and you is dash. I do things by any means necessary. When Jiang Yuwei said that, the power of the peak of the Realm King realm was completely displayed, and all the gates were gathering towards him before transforming into the sharpest weapon in his hand. A door is a dimensional world. He first collapsed the 4 lower realm worlds with extremely fast means, compressing all the origin power in them and dividing it into 4 neat portions to send to the heavenly Yuan realm. And then, Jiang Yuwei released half of his law power, completely blocking off the Tian Yuan realm. As long as a realm lord dared to step into it, he would be directly obliterated by the world origin. In this way, the system could not threaten the lives of his 3 disciples. The passage of time in the hub realm is infinitely close to stagnation. The system was summoning an endless number of himself to obliterate him, and he couldn't take it alone for long. Those 4 disciples would also be promoted to the peak of the Realm King realm after refining the lower realm worlds. For Ginger Elm, maybe they would show up next, or maybe it would take a minute. But for Yi Fan, Lin Xiuya, Zhao Xianjun, and Jiang Yuwei, I'm afraid it will be a long millennium and 10,000 years. After doing so, he copied a door and slammed it directly at the group of ginger elves from another dimension. Tian Yuan Realm, Chaos Domain. The 4 orbs cut through space and landed straight in front of the 4. Yi Fan, who was guarding the Chaos City, picked up the orb and looked at the sky thoughtfully. Master, you took that step ahead of time. I will read everyone's comments, and I will change any shortcomings you point out. So I would like to thank you and wish all readers all the best. Peace and joy. Chapter 60, Lord of the Heavenly Yuan Realm. Heavenly Yuan Realm, Chaos Domain. This is my 2nd senior brother. And this is my 3rd senior brother. Jiang Yuwei enthusiastically introduced the 2 senior brothers to her mother in a gushing manner. After years of not seeing each other, although it seemed as if there were endless words, some things had already happened after all, and there was no point in saying them again. Jiang mother comfortably looked at the young girl in front of her who was already able to stand on her own. When she left the Jiang mansion, the helplessness in Jiang Yuwei's eyes broke her heart. But now, his own daughter, she has grown to such an extent. She, as a mother, had nothing but pride in her heart. Good day to you both. Jiang mother nodded slightly at both Lin Xiuya and Zhao Xianjun. She was well aware that the 2 youths in front of her were both Saint-grade heavenly supreme beings. What kind of concept is that? The Divine Phoenix clan's current clan chief was only in this realm. As for the master that Jiang Yuwei had mentioned to her, it seemed to be an even more formidable figure. But none of this, she had the heart to delve into. You're Yuwei's mother, so naturally your family doesn't have to be so formal. Lin Xiuya joked. Just call me Xiuya from now on. If this one, you can call him Xiao Zhao. It doesn't matter. Zhao Xianjun sniffed, but blanked him. There's no such thing as calling it that. Although the 2 of them were Jiang Yuwei's senior brothers, their age, however, was older than even Jiang Yuwei's ancestors. Of course it's a slightly more complicated relationship that they don't bother to calculate. Senior brother, when will we leave the Chaos Domain? Jiang Yuwei asked. Since his mother had been rescued, returning to the Tian Yuan realm was the proper thing to do. You can take your mother back first. We plan to wait for master here. In the Tian Yuan realm, it can take hundreds of years. Zhao Xianjun looked seriously at Jiang Yuwei. After you return to the Tian Yuan realm, make sure you cultivate well. Don't worry. Jiang Yuwei nodded in affirmation. Naturally, she would not forget the instructions given to her by her master. However, just as Zhao Xianjun was about to tear through space and send Jiang Yuwei back, in front of the 3 of them, an orb the color of chaos suddenly appeared out of thin air. What is it? Lin Xiuya frowned and looked around. This thing, it seemed, had always been at their feet, and no one knew when it had appeared. Zhao Xianjun walked over to the orb and directly picked it up, holding it in his hands. Instantly, Jiang Yu's voice appeared in his mind. Refine this object and achieve Realm King. Come help me quickly. 12 simple words, but they caused Zhao Xuanjuan's pupils to violently shrink to the size of a needle's eye. Seeing him in this state, Lin Xiuya and Jiang Yuwei also decisively held the orb in their hands, and soon, they also obtained Jiang Yu's secret order. The 3 men looked at each other. Master, is asking us for help? Jiang Yuwei said incredulously. In this world, there was a trouble that even the master could not solve. However, as she was stunned, the space in front of her was suddenly torn apart, and Yi Fan walked out from it with quick steps. Even they had never seen such an anxious expression appear on their senior brother's face. But upon seeing Yi Fan, the trio's somewhat flustered mood instantly calmed down. Master has taken that step ahead of time, and the plan has to be advanced as well. This object is a fusion of the lower worlds. In layman's terms, a world. Yi Fan opened the door. Time was urgent. He could only make a long story short. After all, this was the first time that Master had ever asked for their help, so one could imagine how tricky the trouble that Master was in right now was. It contains a large amount of origin chi, even world origin, and after thoroughly refining it, one will be able to achieve Boundary King. The trouble that Senior is in right now can only be solved by the Realm King realm. At the end of his words, Yi Fan looked at the bewildered Jiang Yuwei. The origin chi can only be refined by a saint great heaven supreme. Senior sister, I'm afraid you can't use it right now. The matter of aiding the master is temporarily in the hands of the three of us, but the next burden you will have to carry is also very heavy. Yi Fan and the other two glanced at each other, their hearts already clear. During this next period of time, the three of them would be in a deathly seclusion, breaking through the domain lord realm before breaking through the realm king realm. It's a race to the bottom, 100,000 times over. They had to achieve boundary king as soon as possible in order to help their master. Naturally, the heavenly Yuan realm would temporarily lose its master, but the new juggernaut, apparently, has been confirmed. This next period of time for you, not only do you need to speed up your cultivation, but you also need to take control of the entire Tian Yuan realm. These words made Jiang Yuwei, who was already bewildered, even more at a loss. Controlling the entire Tian Yuan realm? Is eldest brother joking? No matter how she was, her cultivation level was only at the heavenly extreme realm. The 4 regions of the heavenly Yuan realm were so huge, how could she control them alone? However, Yi Fan didn't give her detailed instructions, and only faintly said that, you are master's 4th disciple, the heavenly Yuan realm is yours, and all of my men will follow you to the death. Lin Xiaoya sniffed and walked towards Jiang Yuwei. He was clear about the current situation, so to make a long story short, the Lin King's order is with the Sangdan, Jie and Jie, and they'll hand it over to you when you return to the heavenly Yuan realm. In addition, I will pass an order to Li Qinglong, and he will assist you in controlling the heavenly Yuan realm. Although Qinglong Li is only an immortal grade heavenly supreme, master has long since left you a backhand, with at least 50 sacred grade heavenly supreme absolutely obeying your orders. Zhao Xinjun didn't say anything more, and simply spoke, the sacred sect will also be completely under your control after this, and I will arrange everything. Wait, Jiang Yuwei clasped her thumb around her index finger, her face even more confused. It happened so suddenly. The Scholastic Union, the Sacred Sect, and the 4 sacred kingdoms will all follow your orders alone from now on, and naturally, there are countless people below to assist you. From now on, you are the lord of the Tian Yuan realm, Yi Fan said seriously. Now that everything was accounted for, he and the other two exchanged glances, and then they tore through space, signaling Jiang Yuwei to return to the heavenly Yuan realm. Senior, Jiang Yuwei wanted to say something else, but the 3 senior brothers just shook their heads. You're the 4th disciple of the master. No one will disobey you, and the system of power operation in the heavenly Yuan realm is so smooth that nothing can go wrong. We gave you the power in order for you to mobilize all the resources that can be mobilized in the heavenly Yuan realm to assist you in your cultivation and reach the realm of a saint-grade heavenly supreme at an early date. Go back now. There's no time to lose. Yi Fan smoothly twisted the spatial crack into the shape of a door. Take care. At the end of the sentence, the 3 of them directly disappeared into the chaos domain, leaving behind only Jiang Yuwei, who was alone and messy. There didn't even seem to be time for a proper goodbye. After such a long time, it was the first time she had seen the 3 senior brothers so anxious and flustered. Master is bound to be in big trouble, controlling the entire Tian Yuan realm. Jiang Yuwei spoke in an uncertain tone as she looked toward the door. Then she closed her eyes and took a deep breath as she led her mother to step inside. Chapter 61 Death Lists. For Sacred Kingdoms Junlin City, Spirit Mountain Chi Tian Hall. Jiang Yuwei sat on top of the throne, looking down on the group of heaven's supreme beings below. This time, there was no elder brother or master by her side. It was just her. Thinking back to the day when her master had held herself down on the throne, she was dismayed in a million ways, and everything in front of her had a feeling of unreality. Your mother I have settled, my lord. General Qinglong came forward and respectfully said, he had already received Lin Xiaoya's secret order, and now the entire 4 sacred kingdom, no, the entire Tian Yuan realm, was in the hands of the young girl on top of the throne. Live and let live. It's all in the word. As King Lin's beloved, Li Qinglong would naturally swear to follow Jiang Yuwei, and this point was a nail in the coffin. Good. Jiang Yuwei nodded, then asked, School Union, have the people from the Sacred Sect come yet? The Scholarship Alliance has received notification from Alliance Master Yi that the entire alliance is at your command. The Sacred Sect Patriarch order. Patriarch Xiao didn't give it. He said he would forge a new one for you. Qinglong Li slowly said, informing her of everything. Good. Jiang Yuwei didn't say anything more, just nodded in response. But I have no idea how to manage such a huge world, and I can't even figure out what to do next. Her tone was sultry, but she wasn't really blaming her 3 senior brothers. Jiang Yuwei also knew in her heart that the 3 senior brothers had to be like this, so that they could better put their hearts down and make a breakthrough in seclusion. She just thought that such a burden should probably fall on someone else's shoulders, the Scholastic League and the Holy Sect. For example, should be in charge of the deputy next. As for the 4 sacred kingdoms, naturally, General Qinglong was in charge. However, General Qinglong did see the worry in Jiang Yuwei's heart. He stepped forward and buried his head and, "The heavenly Yuan realm is your lord's world. There's no doubt about that. I'm afraid that the reason why King Lin, Alliance Leader Yi, and Patriarch Xiao want to do this is that they still want you, my lord, to be able to mobilize the cultivation resources of the Tianyuan realm more easily. The adults expect you to be a sacred phenomenon heavenly supreme." Only when she heard this did Jiang Yuwei's face soften. It was also true that today's situation was 100,000 times more urgent, and she had to use the best cultivation resources in the heavenly Yuan realm to allow her cultivation to progress. It should neither be plucked up nor too slow. As a result, the resources consumed for each step of her cultivation next were an extremely terrifying astronomical sum. And being in charge of the 4 sacred nations, the sacred sect, and the union of schools, there's no doubt that the 3 senior brothers would be happy to pay for her. Only when she thought of this did Jiang Yuwei completely put her heart down. "Is there anything that senior brother Lin would like to entrust me with before he leaves?" she asked. "Yes." Li Qinglong sniffed and directly presented a letter. On the envelope it was written personally addressed by senior sister Jiang Yuwei. It's strange that elder brother prefers to write letters instead of sending messages. Jiang Yuwei suspiciously took the envelope and directly opened it. "The matter of the master is imminent and 100,000 times more urgent. So let's make it short. 1. You and Qinglong Li go to the treasury of the 4 sacred kingdoms and search for everything you want. 2. We won't be coming out of the gate for at least a few hundred years. Hearts are unpredictable. I have drawn up a list with my other 2 senior brothers, and the people in the list will most likely threaten you in the future. Most of them are the controllers of the various divine states in the heavenly Yuan realm, and most of their cultivation levels are immortal grade heavenly supreme, with a few sacred grade heavenly supreme. In our absence, you are bound to be unable to suppress them. You must bring your men early to purge everyone on the list, preferring to kill by mistake rather than letting them go. And if you don't leave a single one behind, the 9 clans will be executed. The list can only be made known to Qinglong Li, Shangdan, Jingwei, and the 50 sacred grade heavenly supreme beings who are escorting you. 3rd, you must, in the name of the sacred sect patriarch, the lord of the 4 sacred kingdoms, and the head of the alliance of schools, impose a ban on the heavenly Yuan realm, prohibiting the heavenly supremacy from advancing in the realm thereafter, and violators will be killed without mercy. You must also be very early in this matter. 4. Thereafter, you shall be the king of the entire heavenly Yuan realm, and under the name of the Holy Lord's 4th disciple, you shall call yourself the female emperor, and by the order of the Holy Lord, you shall be in charge of the heavenly Yuan realm. Be sure to act in a thunderous and decisive manner, and don't show mercy. If they really want to kill you, 50 saint-grade heavenly supreme beings may not necessarily be able to save you. May peace be with you. Signed by Lin Xiaoya, Zhao Xianjun, and Yi Fan. Jiang Yuwei froze in place, and in the envelope, there was indeed a list of names clipped in. Her hands trembled as she slowly unfolded the list. Divine Beast Domain, Divine Phoenix Clan, Divine Phoenix Supreme, Divine Dragon Clan, Divine Dragon Supreme. Kill only these 2, not more. Star Domain, all immortal grade heavenly supreme beings. Devil Martial Domain, all immortal grade heavenly supreme beings. Human Emperor Domain Xianling Divine State, Lu Yun, Purple Broken Cliff. Human Emperor Domain Spirit Cloud Divine State, Yang Tsong Shang, Lu Ding. For Holy Kingdoms Xuanwu Holy Kingdom, Xuanwu Supreme. Schoolhouse Alliance, Field Elder Shen Mo. Sacred Sect, Elders of the 4th, 7th, 11th, and 14th Sect. A single blood-red name, as if writing desperately on a list, struck the eye. How many is that? Jiang Yuwei's breathing became rapid. However, she was remembering her senior brother's last admonition at this moment. If this group of people were not dealt with, then after 100 years had passed, they found out that the 3 senior brothers had unexpectedly disappeared, and the entire heavenly Yuan realm was actually being run by a little girl like her. The Sacred Lord wasn't there, King Lin wasn't there, Alliance Leader Yi wasn't there, and Patriarch Xiao wasn't there. Ask if this group of people will unite against her rule. I'm afraid it's self-evident what will happen to you at that point. When she thought of this, a look of ruthlessness she had never seen before appeared in her eyes. This look, surprisingly, was the same as Lin Xiaoya's. Even when Li Qinglong at the bottom saw it, his heart trembled violently. Without senior brother, I can't suppress them, and what senior brother did was for my good. There's no way I'm going to drop the ball at a time like this. Jiang Yuwei muttered. General Qinglong. Jiang Yu's tone changed. That commanding tone was a far cry from earlier, causing Li Qinglong to walk forward with some trepidation. I am. She handed out the list and handed it to Qinglong Li. When Qinglong Li opened the list, His pupils shrank and his heart set off horrifying waves. He had killed many people for King Lin, but the list was almost all Heavens Supreme, and the high ones, even sacred Heavens Supreme. This was no mere killing, but a purge like no other. A complete purge launched for the sake of the young girl in front of her. A moment later, Qinglong Li was able to adjust his mood, bowed and asked, "Starting with whom?" Jiang Yuwei looked into the distance, and a name appeared in her mind. She said slowly, "Xuanwu Supreme." At the end of the sentence, Jiang Yuwei stood up and looked down at the 50 sacred grade heavenly supreme beings who were vastly underneath and ordered, "To the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom." Chapter 62 Changes in the Tian Yuan Realm. 1. When Qinglong Li heard this, he waved his big hand, and the green dragon lance was tearing through space and appeared in his hand. "All of you with me." He gave orders out of habit, but his mouth was instantly closed after this was only half uttered. Nowadays, in this Qi Tian Hall, there were 50 saint-grade heavenly supreme beings that he could not drive at all, even if he was a saint-grade. This army that could sweep across the Tian Yuan realm was uniquely Jiang Yuxi's, and they only followed the orders of one person. I'm afraid that King Lin is not even qualified to mobilize. This group of people, naturally, could not listen to his orders. Thinking about this, Li Qinglong's throat knotted and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The 50 sacred product heavenly supreme beings at the bottom were unmoved. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei stepped forward and said, "You take the green dragon holy guard with you." At the end of her speech, she looked at everyone underneath her and slowly spoke, "Follow me." As soon as the words fell, those 50 saint-grade heavenly supreme beings rose up in unison, and 50 spatial cracks tore through the Qi Tian Hall without a care in the world, and the entire hall trembled. This terrifying spatial fluctuation caused Li Qinglong to be shocked in his heart. The moment Jiang Yuwei took a step and stepped into the crack, 50 Saint Pin celestial supreme beings released an extremely large fluctuation of spiritual energy, shielding her all over. Subsequently, only Li Qinglong was left alone in the large hall. He once again picked up the list and glanced at it, making sure that there was no name of his own on it before he put his heart down and went forward to gather the Green Dragon Holy Guards. Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. Xuanwu Sacred Temple. Supreme Xuanwu sat on his throne, relaxed. More than 10 years of peace do not come often in the 4 sacred kingdoms. During these days, his cultivation had quietly refined quite a bit, and the chasm between mortal grade Heavenly Supreme and immortal grade Heavenly Supreme was already as fragile as a thin sheet of paper to him. Immortal products were clearly within reach, but due to the Forest King's commandment, he didn't dare to touch that red line. I wish I could take that step. Supreme Xuanwu shook his head helplessly and regretfully. The pursuit of power was the nature of every cultivator, and King Lin's commandment was undoubtedly rubbing out the cultivator's nature. But rivers and mountains are easy to change. The many ministers at the bottom heard the words, and for a moment their faces changed greatly, and then they hurriedly came forward and whispered, "The Supreme Being must not speak rashly." The Xuanwu Supreme Being who heard this face twitched. "Those in this hall, they're all your own people, right? Don't tell me you're involved with King Lin's spies?" As he spoke, his extremely venomous gaze swept over the faces of everyone underneath. "Don't dare." The ministers went straight to their knees in fear. "I know all about you guys. We're all on our own, and it's not a big deal to mess around a little bit in general," Supreme Xuanwu said indifferently. And then, he stood up and walked to the edge of the great hall, looking towards the sky. "I feel it. He is not there. There is no breath of him in this world. For a character like King Lin, every Heaven Supreme could capture his aura. As long as the other party was still within the Heavenly Yuan realm, then this feeling would loom over them. But now, that feeling was gone. Not only did King Lin's aura disappear, but the auras of both Alliance Leader Yi and Patriarch Zhao also disappeared. The Holy Lord hasn't shown his face for thousands of years, and now that these three have disappeared at almost the same time, it's hard not to let people think about it. Supreme Xuanwu pondered for a moment as countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but that thought is just a thought. The Holy Lord's division was in control of everything, and for him, a tiny Supreme of the heavens, to try to fight against it was undoubtedly a mayfly shaking a tree and not measuring himself. "Spirit Cloud Divine State, Eternal Tsong Sheng to meet you." Such a voice suddenly rang out from outside the temple. Supreme Xuanwu frowned. "Young Tsong Sheng? What's this guy doing here? Wants to die?" His complexion tensed up in the flesh. Yang Tsongxing was one of the controllers of the Spirit Cloud Divine Prefecture, a sacred grade Heavenly Supreme. According to the rules set by the Holy Lord, the controller of a divine state could not leave the divine state under his control in this life, unless summoned by the Holy Lord. Once you break this rule, you end up dead. Moreover, this fellow even came directly to the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom to meet with him, the Sacred Kingdom's Lord. Wasn't he aware of how sensitive the two of them were? This is the taboo of taboos. Wait. A look of suspicion flashed in Supreme Xuanwu's eyes. Yong Songqing came to his Xuanwu sacred kingdom alive? There was a special boundary between states and states, and the commotion made by a sacred great heavenly supreme wanting to cross states was not small. This kind of movement would be instantly captured by Alliance Master Yi. But Alliance Leader Yi is not here now. This guy really doesn't want to die. Supreme Xuanwu gritted his teeth. The absence of these three people is just temporary. Could this Yong Songqing not even think of such things? The Holy Lord's mighty hand had ruled the heavenly Yuan realm for thousands of years, and the only ones who had ever confronted the Holy Lord were the same kings and the same king's remnants. But their downfalls were clear. Dead as dead can be. Not to be seen. Tell him to go back to wherever he came from. Don't come to my Xuanwu sacred kingdom. Supreme Xuanwu angrily waved his sleeve robe and returned to his throne in anger, cursing angrily, trying to drag me down. No way. You want to rebel. I don't want to now. Don't spill blood on me. However, just at this moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared outside the Great Hall, and this person was none other than Yong Songqing. He was dressed in golden armor and was incredibly powerful, holding a huge sword that was the size of his body. Supreme Xuanwu, how have you been? Yong Songqing hooked up the corners of his mouth. Supreme Xuanwu's face instantly darkened. He didn't say a word, just staring at Yong Songqing in death. One nonsense word at a time like this and you could die. Xuanwu Supreme? Yong Songqing raised an eyebrow and asked in a snarky manner. Naturally, he knew exactly why the guy hadn't said a word. Ah, peak mortal grade. Surprisingly one step away from stepping into immortal grade. In the treasury of the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom, I remember there are a few Ling Xiandan, right? Older brother eat a lot? I do have a few of them in the Spirit Cloud Divine Prefecture, so I should be able to make up for this. Think about it, if General Qinglong has a whim one day and counts inside your treasury, what will happen to you? Yong Songshang laughed playfully. Every word, without a doubt, poked at the heart of the Xuanwu Supreme. I heard someone say that last time, also in this great hall. You interjected a word and received a slap from General Qinglong. That little girl is only 16 years old, and you've done a lot of work for King Lin, but just because of such a small matter, you were slapped in public. TSK? Ah, the Supreme of the Heavens, being slapped because of a little girl? TSK, is it that the sight of General Qinglong scares you to death? Yong Songqing's words paused at this moment as he stared tightly into the Xuanwu Supreme Being's eyes, his voice hoarse as he uttered the last sentence. If you take that step, Qinglong Li can't kill you. I'll help you kill Qinglong Li if you want. The three words Li Qinglong caused Supreme Xuanwu's fists to clench, and the veins on his forehead were even bulging. The humiliation of that day, he dared not forget. This scandal was a household name throughout the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom, known to women and children. The Supreme Being of Heaven was slapped. He gritted his teeth in hatred and tried his best to suppress his anger. Here's your chance to tell you something that only a holy product would know. All control of the heavenly Yuan realm has been handed over to that 16-year-old little girl. You know exactly what that means. A 16-year-old little girl holding the Alliance Master Order, the Holy Sect Order, and the Qi Tian Order. I bet this is definitely not part of her training. Yong Songqing hooked up the corners of his mouth, revealing an unfathomable smile as he licked his lips hideously. Something has happened to the Holy Lord. Hearing this, Supreme Xuanwu's pupils suddenly narrowed and his face changed drastically. Chapter 63, Changes in the Tian Yuan Realm, 2. Supreme Xuanwu didn't dare to make any noise as he looked at the solemn-faced Yong Songqing. The other party's appearance didn't look like he was joking. And that's not a joke. His brain raced and he rubbed his fingers back and forth. You don't believe me? Yong Songqing looked around and surveyed the ministers in the hall. Then, with a snap of his index finger, a lingering spiritual energy swept across the hall. Stop! Supreme Xuanwu rose to stop it, but it was already a step too late. When a Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme wanted to kill someone, it was the work of a single thought. Without even blinking, the ministers in the Xuanwu Sacred Temple were completely scattered in their souls. Yong Songqing hooked the corners of his mouth and walked towards Supreme Xuanwu. There's a lot of people. They are my people. Supreme Xuanwu gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. The other party was a Saint Pin Heavenly Supreme, while he, right now, hadn't even been promoted to Immortal Pin. The reason why Yong Songqing was willing to have a good talk with him was only in consideration of the fact that he was the lord of the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom, an entire identity that could provide a lot of convenience. What's the point of talking about this when you're dead? It's imperative to talk about business. Supreme Xuanwu sniffed and resumed his seat on the throne as he painfully rubbed his brow, trying his best to calm down. A few moments later, he stood up with a worried gaze and a frown on his face. Even if the Sacred Lord isn't here, and those three aren't here either, do you think that everything will be fine once you've settled Qinglong Li? You're underestimating Lin Xiuya too much. As the third disciple of the Holy Lord, It's impossible for him to have only an immortal grade heavenly supreme being in the Green Dragon Holy Guards by his side. Wing Cthulhu, don't treat them like cuties. Someone already tried that. Supreme Xuanwu sighed. You're wrong. Yang Songqing's expression didn't change in the slightest as he stepped forward and sat directly on the armrest on the left side of the throne, looking evilly at Supreme Xuanwu. Whether it's Lin Xiuya or Zhao Xinjun, or even in Yi Fan's hands, he only has the means to fight against immortal grade or below. Because of the Holy Lord, they never considered that the holy products would rebel. Yang Songqing's tone was flat, as if he had insight into everything. Supreme Xuanwu lowered his head and pondered for a long time. He had never made such a difficult choice in his life. After a long time, he spoke. Are you sure? Doesn't it make sense that I can stand here alive and talk to you about this? Those three don't have a backhand. But what about the Holy Lord? You can't play with his old man. He can decimate a state with a single thought. But I can play with Jiang Yuwei. Yang Songqing seemed to have been waiting for these words for a long time as he immediately responded. What do you mean? Li Qinglong sent Jiang Yuwei's mother to the outer divine state of Tianyuan Prefecture, and Shang Dan, Jing, Zhou, and Shou were in charge of escorting her. Yang Songqing licked the corners of his mouth hideously. I've dealt with it cleanly. You. Supreme Xuanwu looked incredulously at the harmless Yang Songqing with a human face. Is this the means of a holy product? Too decisive. He had originally thought that Yang Songqing had come here to just discuss with him, but he hadn't thought that this guy had already made his move. Now, he's going to have to fight back even if he doesn't. You used Jiang Yuwei's mother to blackmail her? Knowingly. Yang Songqing snorted. Jiang Yuwei was willing to take her two senior brothers with her deep into the chaos domain in order to save her mother. Love is so great. No matter how many backstops the Holy Lord has left for her, it's okay for me to use her mother as blackmail, right? Even if we can't win, it's okay to circle around for a while. All we need is time. There are so many hidden holy products in the Tianyuan realm. They are watching every day. They couldn't sit still once the news got out. Without the Holy Lord, we're sure to win. Yang Songqing epileptically said. He had waited for this day for far too long. Since when? As a teenager, he followed the Holy Lord to fight the world, who was ridiculously strong. He craved that power all the time. But when the Holy Lord sent Zhao Xinjun to behead the biggest contributor to the Battle of the Holy Kings, the old patriarch of the Divine Phoenix clan, Yang Songqing knew in his heart that such a reckoning would one day be his turn. It's just a matter of time. Because he, like the old patriarch of the Divine Phoenix clan, craved for power. The Holy Lord had been displeased when the old patriarch had stepped into the sacred grade with the most complete foundation, but this old thing still wanted to go further, and even had his roots laid thicker than the Holy Lord. So if he didn't die, who would? However, he, Yang Songshang, was also such a person before this. However, after seeing what happened to the old patriarch, he began to disregard his roots, pulling up seedlings to help them grow, stepping into the sacred grade in the shortest possible time, and directly asking the sacred Lord for the spirit cloud divine state. This approach looks incredibly stupid to outsiders, destroying their own roots and actively claiming, but the Holy Lord loves nothing more than a man like him. Originally, with my qualifications, one day I might be able to step into a realm like that of a Saint Lord, but now, it's hopeless. Yang Songshang sighed. There are 3 continents in the spirit cloud divine prefecture, countless secret relic spaces, countless dynasties, clans, academies, and holy places, and large and small countries like stars in the sky. The martial way flourished. The cultivation system was complete. The world system was huge. And the power system operated smoothly. It is 30 billion miles across, with hundreds of millions of children, and it is alive and well. Being in charge of such a side of the world was enough for the Holy Pin. He could be an even more exaggerated king than Lin Xiuya, and the people ruled by him were 1,000 times more than the 4 sacred kingdoms. But Yang Songqing had always been unwilling, because he knew that outside of the Spirit Cloud Divine Prefecture, there was clearly a bigger and more expansive world. The center of power in the Heavenly Yuan realm was at the Qi Tian Hall in Junlin City. The center of cultivation in the Heavenly Yuan realm was in the School Union. The center of power in the Tian Yuan realm was in the Sacred Sect. Everyone was a holy product, and just because those 3 had the Holy Lord behind them, their status was like a gap between heaven and earth. Now that the Holy Lord was gone, he, Yang Songqing, was going to take back everything a holy pin deserved. The Holy Lord can't stay away forever. Even if we can make it, what should we do if he comes back? Supreme Xuanwu pondered for a long time and said, we'll be dead when the Holy Lord returns. The 9 clans will be annihilated. What else can we do? Yang Songqing spread his hands, unconcerned. But don't you want to sit on the throne on the Qiqian temple while you're still alive? Or are you just willing to go through life muddled like this? Seeing that the last line of defense in Supreme Xuanwu's heart had been breached, Yang Sanxing took advantage of the heat and came to his side, patting his shoulder. Thousands of years ago when I followed the Holy Lord to fight the world, he said this to us, he said kings and queens would rather have a breed. As soon as those words came out, Supreme Xuanwu could no longer hold his tongue. Let's just die. He's really fed up with being such a loser. He wants to be the king too. The real king. A year or a second. The Xuanwu Supreme Being's knuckles pinched white, and his chest under the Xuanwu heavy armor rose and fell violently. I want Qinglong Li to die. With a dull shattering sound, he completely broke through that barrier within his body, his cultivation rapidly climbing, his aura becoming extremely terrifying. Ah. His eyes completely turned into pure ethereal blue, his eye sockets shattered, and he raised his head to the sky, as if he wanted to roar out all the humiliation he had suffered over the past 1,000 years. Blue spiritual energy erupted from his mouth into a pillar of sky-charging light, his entire body surface fragmenting before it buzzed into a roiling point of light surging towards the canopy. The stars and buckets in the sky above Xuanwu City suddenly began to flow backwards. The blue Xuanwu phantom completely condensed in a few breaths, revealing its violent and ferocious fangs under the night curtain. And the moment those claws that could cut through everything were swung, the space around them couldn't withstand it and twisted and shattered. This is the incarnation of the Supreme Being of Heaven. Xuanwu Supreme succeeded in advancing to the immortal level. Very good. Yang Sanxing clenched his fists. He had never been so excited in his life. How can there be so many holy products in this world? Since I am a holy product, I will step on King's Landing. When he spoke, his index finger lit up with a purple light, cutting a clean slit in the space in front of him. Since he was going to rise up, it was natural that he could not come alone. The Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom had already begun to rebel, and he was now going to summon all the powerful people of the Spirit Cloud Divine Kingdom. A feeling of blockage suddenly came from his fingertips. Yang Sanxing's face changed, and the space around him was instantly compressed by him. But right at this moment, an arm attached to the dragon scale battle armor reached out from the crack, shattering the compressed space as much as it could, and directly strangled his neck in death. A pair of pupils emanating the color of a greenish ghost suddenly lit up in that deep space. Chapter 64, Changes in the Tianyuan Realm, 3. Qinglong Li, you stepped into the sacred grade? Yang Songshang pressed down on that arm, his face reddening. Li Qinglong's figure, without any hurry, stepped out from that space, and the green dragon battle armor around him emitted a light that had never been visible before. You're nagging. You alone? Sorry, it's going to be very lively here today. Yang Songshang hooked up the corner of his mouth, his face calm, and then he directly chopped off Li Qinglong's arm. His figure explosively flashed to 10 miles away. Qinglong Li did not even frown, and with a thought, the severed arm flew straight up from the ground, instantly connecting with the severed area. The blood and flesh were nourished in a few moments. Born without end? You, a traitor of the Divine Dragon Clan, have obtained the highest inheritance. It really surprises me. That saying circulating in this heavenly Yuan realm is really true. The people around the Holy Lord can have whatever they want. I'm so damn envious. But I'm just not convinced of this either. The backhand Lin Xiaoya left behind. It couldn't be you, could it? Yang Sanxing stepped into the void and coldly grunted. At the end of his words, he waved his big hand, and the sky was shattered as much as it could be, falling slowly like a curtain. Thousands of armies and countless figures of powerful people appeared in the back of the broken sky dome as the curtain fell. Seal Marquee realm powerhouses were as numerous as the stars. There are countless realms of kingship. The Earth's Supreme Being has 1,000 armies. The Heavenly Supreme stood proudly. Good show. Yang Sanxing smiled evilly. Seeing this, Li Qinglong's face was unperturbed. The green dragon lance in his hand was already poised to fire as he faced off with Yang Sanxing from a distance. What are you waiting for? Scared? I know you can never be the last of the bottom. Let them out. My favorite thing in my life is the bottom card left behind by the Holy Lord. The cards are big as hell. But I'm tired of living and not afraid to die. If I can make it this far, I'm considered to have had an encounter with Lord Saint Lord, and when I get to the ground, I'm considered to be the second person after the Saint King. Words to go. The night curtain behind Qinglong Li was suddenly torn apart by purple-black lightning. 51 spatial cracks like giant mouths of the abyss roared at the same time. The heaven and earth as a furnace-like roar shook all the buildings within 1,000 miles to ashes and smoke. The Xuanwu sacred temple was reduced to pieces in the sound wave. The edges of those cracks burned with ghostly purple flames. And when the 50 sacred products stepped into this place from the spatial cracks, a terrifying pressure rumbled down, and the entire horizon of the Xuanwu sacred kingdom collapsed by 5 meters. The earth tore apart, and magma from the depths of the mantle poured toward the firmament. The golden aura that erupted from the holy pin's circumference scalded a hole in the blackness of the night, and the light of the sky tilted down from the broken hole, and for a time, the entire world was actually as bright as day. Jiang Yuwei's figure, too, walked out from that crack. Elder brother was right. She had only been sitting in this position for 2 days when this group of people started to make their move. Before coming here, there were some things that she already knew in her mind. Shang Dan, Jing, Zhou and Chou unexpectedly died violently in the Jiangfu. Her mother's whereabouts were unknown, and she was ultimately too late. In the current situation, what would he do if he were a senior brother? To this day, Jiang Yuwei was the one who completely understood why the 3 senior brothers, including the master, did not have any family members or loved ones around them. Now she realized the helplessness that flashed in the other party's eyes when she asked Lin Xiaoya. That look was clearly saying that it wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. They have severed all emotional ties, are unattached and fear nothing. Having no worries makes them stronger. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei's eyes unexpectedly began to blur, but it was only an instant before they were completely vaporized by the spiritual energy. She would never be weak again. She was no longer Jiang Yuwei, but the 4th disciple of the Holy Lord, the king of the Tian Yuan realm. Nothing can threaten her. She raised her arm, her expression so indifferent that it was the same as Lin Xiaoya's, her index finger pointing at Yang Tsongshang, her lips and teeth moving slightly, her tone as if she were a god. Exalted. Block off the space. Kill them, leave no one behind, and execute all 10 clans. The cold words were like a bone-piercing ice pick, ruthlessly piercing the hearts of Yang Tsongshang as well as all the rebels in the Spirit Cloud Divine Prefecture. 50 sacred pieces. The Holy Lord's means were truly terrifying. These 50 people, completely the war core created by the Holy Lord, was a sharp blade hanging over the heads of all the people in the Tianyuan realm, and was also the supreme authority held tightly in the hands of the 16-year-old Jiang Yuwei. They have no emotions, no thoughts, and I'm afraid they don't even feel pain. Only Jiang Yuwei is at the beck and call of one person. Such a legion was enough to subdue everything, and they had almost no chance of winning now. The only way was to let the other sacred products of the heavenly Yuan realm see hope, and at that time, by gathering the strength of all the sacred products of the heavenly Yuan realm, they feared that there would be room to fight against them. Yang Tsongshang knew it well in his heart. The Xuanwu sacred kingdom had erupted into such a great commotion, and the eyes of those sacred pens were always on the winds of this place. They all watched and waited for winged Cthulhu to hit the possibility of victory. But he, Yang Tsongshang, was not without his cards. Kill me, Yang Tsongshang roared, and behind him, a black pressurized entourage poured down like a waterfall. Thud, thud, thud. Synergistic bursts of long rumbling resounded continuously on the ground, and countless supreme laws stood soundly in the heavens and earth. Among them, there were quite a few supreme Dharma phantoms that had erupted with an aura that was already strong enough to resist a saint grade. The Xuanwu supreme warrior twisted his massive body and hissed as he recklessly charged forward. There were no emotional fluctuations in the double pupils of those 50 sacred pieces as they folded their hands together, and the golden scriptures spat out from their mouths quickly combined between heaven and earth, connecting together from top to bottom. As the 12 huge barriers finished coalescing individually, they instantly combined together. Boom! The entire heavenly Yuan realm trembled. A 12-sided golden cage composed of densely packed scriptures completely blocked off this heaven and earth. It's a fight of trapped animals. The 12 sides of the cage began to erupt with a light that scorched everything, and uncountable golden giant hands stretched out from each side, easily pinching the Xuanwu supreme being who had rushed forward in the palm of his hand and crushing him completely with a loud bang. Every time the golden giant hand grabbed a supreme phantom, it would completely destroy it, regardless of whether it was an earth supreme, a heaven supreme, or even a holy product. All of them were treated equally. Seeing this, Qinglongli stomped the ground and shot explosively towards the sky, and after letting out a dragon's roar that resounded through the 9 heavens, he directly transformed into a green dragon that covered the sky. He opened his dragon's mouth, and a destructive dragon breath exploded out from it, shattering space and instantly annihilating countless supreme phantoms. Your opponent is me. Yang Tsongshang's large hand gripped through the air, compressing space and causing Li Qinglong's spit to stagnate for a moment before it exploded. The impact of the violent explosion swept through everything, raising smoke and dust that covered the sky. Not waiting for Yang Tsongshang to rest for a moment, Li Qinglong's huge sharp claws were tearing through the mist and attacking him again. Jiang Yuwei looked at everything in front of her with a cold expression. Xuanwu City had been completely destroyed, and the 12-sided cage that blocked the entire Xuanwu sacred kingdom. Every time the golden hand swung, there was no telling how many innocent people would have to die underneath. She couldn't remember how many people had lived in the ruins beneath her feet. She only remembered that one day, Lin Xiaoya was the one who brought her to this place to see the first fireworks in her life. At that time her eyes were a mixture of light and dark. Chapter 65 All-Out War. Almost there. Jiang Yuwei swept a glance around before taking that lower dimension world fusion out from his spatial ring. Although she couldn't absorb it now, Her master had hidden a lot of things in it. The moment she pressed her palm onto the orb, a current swept through her body, and a huge amount of information poured into her mind. A flash of shock flashed across Jiang Yuwei's face. There were too many secrets in that huge message for her to take in for a moment. Immediately afterward, a strange energy emitting a golden glow drilled out from the orb. It was formless and faceless, and it floated in front of Jiang Yuwei's eyes. This is world origin? Jiang Yuwei spread out her palm in stagnation, and that world origin wriggled and fell smoothly onto her palm. Without waiting for her to take a closer look, it instantly turned into a ray of light and drilled into her brow, leaving behind an ancient symbol. She closed her eyes tightly as the world essence was merging with it. Jiang Yuwei clenched her fists, as if a strong ideological struggle was erupting in her mind. But after just a few breaths, she opened her eyes in relief. Clearly, she made a choice. In Jiang Yuwei's eyes, a light that had accompanied her for 16 years was fading, gradually transforming into a divine golden color. Her entire aura became extremely unfamiliar. The moment Yang Songqing's supreme dharma phase was crushed, his blood flowed upwards against his body, and his 7 orifices were all shaken and bled by the tremendous force of the backlash, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Peak Saint Grade. Li Qinglong, you are hiding deep enough. Yang Songqing extremely reluctantly stabilized his stance, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, clenching his teeth in death as he looked around at the heavenly dragnet. Not only could the spatial crack above the canopy not close, but it was also gradually expanding. Affected by the spatial blockade, they were already riding a tiger in this battle, and there was no way to retreat. If they lost, not only would they die, but I'm afraid the entire Spirit Cloud Divine Prefecture would be destroyed. When Yang Songqing thought of this, his eyes became shadowy, and his face was even more completely dark. The first thing Jiang Yuwei said when he came here earlier was that he wanted to exterminate all 10 of their clans. When King Lin was around, he only executed 9 clans. The 16-year-old was even more ruthless than Lin Xiaoya. Where on earth did the Holy Lord find a disciple from? He raised his head to look at Jiang Yuwei, who stood high in the sky with an indifferent expression. The other party's cultivation was only at the heavenly extremity realm, and as a sacred pin, he wanted to obliterate her with a mere thought. It wasn't as if he didn't know how to tackle a thief, but this little guy was surrounded by 50 Saint Grade guards, and he was afraid that he would be instantly obliterated if he raised this thought. The only reason why he could live until now was because Jiang Yuwei wanted him to live until now. That's all. Otherwise, if the 50 top saint products went all out, all the living beings in this 12-sided prison would be refined in an instant. The attendants brought from the Spirit Cloud Divine Prefecture had already died or been injured for the most part at this moment, and now even if they wanted to escape, it would be impossible. Countless golden giant hands spread relentlessly, destroying all life in between. Qinglong Li resumed his human form and coldly looked at Yang Songqing. You're not small in guts, daring to bet on the entire Spirit Cloud Divine Prefecture to rebel. Have you thought about such an end now? I wouldn't have come if I was afraid of dying. Yang Songqing scornfully said, I've at least lived a human life. Unlike you, who has been Lin Xiaoya's dog all his life, a pinnacle of Saint Grade, to condescend to a human being. Is Lin Xiaoya your opponent? You don't have to provoke me. Qinglong Li raised an eyebrow, and the green dragon lance swung out an arcing wave of air as he swung his arm. Earlier when you were Lin Xiaoya's dog, I could still understand, but now you're actually being a little kid's dog. Li Qinglong, when you were young you probably stood out to your fellow cultivators in the Tianyuan realm, a genius among geniuses. I never thought that you would have fallen to this now? Qinglong Li's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, but just at this moment, a voice rang out from above his head. Let him up. These words were Jiang Yuwei's orders. Qinglong Li froze for a moment and looked at Yang Songqing. Then he put away his spear and made a gesture of invitation. Yang Songqing looked suspiciously at Jiang Yuwei high in the air, but she just faintly turned her head and raised her eyelids to glance at him in such a way that it was as if she was looking at garbage. You'd better not regret it. Yang Songqing sneered. He still had the biggest bottom card in his hand that he hadn't used, and now was the perfect time to reveal it. Immediately, he stomped his legs and leapt high into the sky, confronting Jiang Yuwei across the sky. Those 50 holy products folded their hands, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally casting towards him. Under such a gaze, even if he was also a holy product, beads of sweat the size of peas could not help but appear on his forehead. Just as he was opening his mouth, Jiang Yuwei was directly interrupting his words. You killed Shang Dan, Jing, Ming, Zhou, and Chou, hijacked my mother, blocked her in a small world, and imposed a secret method, but whenever a holy item tore through that space, my mother would instantly die. How do you know? Yang Songqing's pupils suddenly shrunk, and as he looked at the emotionless eyes of the 16-year-old girl in front of him, an ominous premonition vaguely rose in his heart. But in a moment, He adjusted his mind and, Qinglongli is clearly a peak saint grade, yet he let me hijack your mother away under his nose. You don't suspect anything? Wing Cthulhu was certain that the man he had hijacked was correctly identified. What is this Holy Lord's division all about? Why? Did he feel like he was being used? Obviously. He was holding a trump card that could turn the situation around. But now, why did it look so much like a death wish? The reason why he was willing to fight until now was because of this bottom card he was pinching in his hand. If this object failed, then everything he had previously conceived in his mind would go up in smoke. If I can't suppress you, I can't suppress the heavenly Yuan realm. Do you want me to show my soft underbelly and then wait for the group of people watching the fire from the other side of the river to rise up in a flurry of activity? You're wrong. I don't have a soft spot, much less as weak as you think. It's you who are wrong. Eternal Sanxing hooked up the corner of his mouth as he pointed beyond the 12-sided cage. The densely packed spatial cracks caused the space around the Xuanwu sacred kingdom to nearly collapse, and the power of nothingness raged continuously from the cracks. Countless supreme beings of the heavens slowly stepped out from the cracks, their eyes radiating various colors of majestic light as they stood with their arms folded, proudly gazing at the situation in the 12-sided cage. In this case, there are immortal products and holy products. The number is unprecedented. They came from various divine states in the human emperor domain, and even the spiritual martial domain and the star domain. It seemed that nearly half of the heavenly supreme beings in the entire heavenly Yuan realm were standing at this place, and the purpose was simple, to send Jiang Yuwei to her death. This is an opportunity they will never have in their lives. A moment later, all of them operated their terrifying spiritual energy and blasted together towards the cage. The cage let out a silent wail, and the impenetrable structure seemed to be gradually loosening and collapsing. See? It's not a question of whether you're soft or not. The problem is that everyone wants to kill you, yet take your place. It is time for the curtain to fall on the reign of the Holy One. Yang Sanxing hooked up the corners of his mouth. Finally, he'd made the right bet. Great. Someone has come to help us. Kill all these people and step on King's Landing. Step on King's Landing. Seeing this, the powerhouses from the Spirit Cloud Divine Prefecture erupted into excited hisses. As the heaven's supreme beings outside exerted their power, the strength of the giant golden hand in this cage was instantly greatly reduced. Kill me dash. The heaven-shattering hissing roar was like a blade that cut through everything, breaking through all of the blood mist that permeated this place. Yang Sanxing looked down at the situation with satisfaction. You can kill us now, but how will you deal with the people outside? It may not be that you want to make an enemy of half of the heavenly Yuan realm? If your senior brother and the others learned that the heavenly origin realm was close to collapsing in just a few days in your hands, TSK, then you're not doing a very good job of being the one who speaks. And with so many holy products trying to kill you, they won't be able to protect you. Jiang Yuwei's face was still expressionless. You don't need to worry about things outside. What do you mean? Yang Sanxing frowned. Right at this moment, a huge holy word shattered the sky, intimidating all the heaven's supreme beings outside. Subsequently, countless sacred sect disciples jumped down from the sky dome. Who dares to touch my sacred sect patriarch? Chapter 66, Heavenly Yuan Ruling Blade. Who dares to touch my sacred sect patriarch? The first sect of the holy sect comes to meet the battle. The second sect of the holy sect comes forward to meet the battle. The 472nd gate of the holy sect comes forward to meet the battle. A deafening roar sounded outside. The appearance of the sacred sect's disciples instantly caused a look of scorn to flash across the faces of the heaven's supreme beings outside. The might of the holy sect is not a slogan that shakes the world. They are really that powerful. Not waiting for this group of supreme beasts of the heavens to react. In the middle of that heavenly dome, countless ancient divine beasts appeared. They stepped on the void, their huge bodies causing the entire space to crumble by inches and erupted into hissing roars that resounded through the 9 heavens. Divine dragon, phoenix, unicorn, sacred tiger, Xuanwu. The power of many of these divine beasts was of holy quality. Holy sect? Yang Sanxing gritted his teeth. Although he knew that the holy sect would definitely make a move, he didn't expect that the bottom card would be played. The holy sect was the center of power in the heavenly Yuan realm. This was not an existence that could only subdue the country like the Green Dragon Holy Guards. The holy sect existed in order to deter the entire heavenly Yuan realm with absolute force. This is just a lose-lose situation, Yang Sanxing said unwillingly, but without waiting for him to continue analyzing the situation on the field. Countless teleportation spell formations lit up in the sky above the Xuanwu sacred kingdom, and the entire world was almost illuminated by a light incandescent enough to burn the eyes. In that countless huge teleportation spell formations, countless figures dressed in star robes quickly fell. All of them were students of the ancient academy. This group of people had been exposed to an extremely formal cultivation system since they were young, and for cultivation, they were almost the peak of existence, especially the students of the ancient academy. Each of them could not be described as terrifying. Cultivators who hadn't received the Academy's cultivation system could only be mercilessly crushed against this group. The Tianyuan Ancient School has come to meet the battle. The Ancient Academy of Northern Underworld has come to meet the battle. The Tsangdome Ancient School has come to meet the battle. How come the school union is also? Yang Songsheng clenched his fists, now that the situation in front of him had changed. This group of guys who cultivated inside the Ancient Academy were all one in a million geniuses. The Heaven's Supreme Beings born from within the Ancient Academy had extremely terrifying fighting strengths, and fighting across levels was a common occurrence for animals like them. Earth Supreme beats Heaven Supreme. Mortal product s Immortal product. Immortal product kills Saint product. Such shocking things are made by this group of livestock inside the Ancient Academy. I really underestimated you. The appeal is surprisingly so great. Those three senior brothers of yours, they really love you. The anger in Yang Songsheng's eyes almost coalesced into shape. He couldn't wait to strike and kill Jiang Yuwei right now, but the situation outside had changed in an instant. With the entrance of the two top forces of the Sacred Sect and the Scholastic Union, the Heaven's Supreme Beings outside had no choice but to all free their hands to meet the battle. When these two top-tier forces joined forces, no one could resist. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei instantly ordered, "Go all out to suppress everyone." She had seen enough of this strife. It was time to end it. With the 50 saint-grade spiritual powers in full force, the countless golden giant hands instantly transformed into a purple gold color, and in just a few breaths, they killed half of the enemies once again. The battle outside those 12-sided cages was even more terrifying. The melee of millions of people started at the touch of a button, and the heavens and earth changed color. Under such a battle, Earth Supreme Beings were cannon fodder, and only Heaven Supreme Beings had the power to fight. Killing intent filled the air and condensed into substance. Such an all-out battle lasted a whole day. Stop! Don't kill them! Let them go! Yang Songsheng gasped for air. It's all over. It's all over. The followers from the Spirit Cloud Divine Prefecture inside the cage were already close to dying. The Supreme Lords of the Heavens outside who wanted to rebel were even more completely routed and were fleeing everywhere. But the Sacred Sect and the Alliance of Schools wouldn't let anyone off the hook. I still have your mother in my hand. He hissed at Jiang Yuwei, hysterical, no longer able to do anything. The 10 clans were all destroyed, which meant the entire Spirit Cloud Divine State was lost. He himself was not afraid of death, but this group of people were all brethren who had followed him for 100 years, and if they lost this battle, their bloodline would never appear in the Tianyuan realm again. Don't threaten me. A rare flash of anger appeared on Jiang Yuwei's face, and the golden aura in her pupils flourished. She opened her right hand, and an extremely ancient bronze hilt instantly appeared in her hand. As she raised the hilt of the sword high, above the sky, countless blood-red thin lines were suddenly cast intricately intertwined, eventually connecting with the hilt of the sword. The thin line ran through the world, spreading out and interlacing into the shape of a sky-high tree, making the entire heavenly Yuan realm clearly visible. What is this? Yang Songsheng sucked in a breath of cool air. Being a holy product, the power fluctuations coming out of those blood-red thin lines were the power of law. The power of so many laws was actually converging on a single blade. Thinking of this, Yang Songsheng closed his eyes in relief. This was the bottom card that the Holy Lord had left for Jiang Yuwei, a long blade that fused all the laws of the Tianyuan realm. And at the moment the battle, both inside and out, came to an instant standstill. All of them watched as the thin lines of laws in the sky dome rapidly converged, finally forming a red light that cut through the world and landed on the hilt of the sword in Jiang Yuwei's hand with a bang. The aura on Jiang Yuwei's body became as unfathomable as a god's as he held this long, almost formless and phantomless sword. Tianyuan ruling blade, she muttered as she looked at the long knife in her hand. This was the last card left to her by her master, a knife that fused the origin of the world, life and death, all at the drop of a hat. Yang Songsheng's body was cold and his hands and feet were weak at the moment. Looking at the knife, he was as if he was facing the Holy Lord directly, and he could not raise the slightest intention of resistance in his heart at all. If you wield this blade, your mother will follow us to the end of her soul. Yang Songsheng was extremely unwilling. He could only break the pot now. With this sword in place, even if all the holy products of the heavenly Yuan realm came, wouldn't they still end up in the same place? This power is no less than that of the Holy Lord. Even though he had previously blurted out that he wanted to see the true means of the Holy Lord, but now that he had completely seen it, it could only make him despair. Jiang Yuwei sniffed and didn't reply. She pulled her right arm quickly across. An extremely slight crack followed the arc of her arm's swing and gradually emerged at the end of the world. And then, the thin line was slowly torn apart, and countless blood-red lines surged out from it, instantly penetrating the heaven's supreme beings outside. The immortal and sacred products were as good as paper in front of the power of the world's origin. The blood-red lines shrouded the entire world, and under the red light, Everyone's hearts were covered with dark clouds. Bang! Countless lines easily penetrated through the 12-sided cage, penetrating towards the powerful person from the spirit cloud divine state inside. There were screams of terror, but no one escaped such a reckoning. After only a few breaths of time, as the 12-sided cage collapsed, all of the enemies inside it, also all of their godly forms, were destroyed. Yang Sanxing stared blankly at what was happening in front of him, and without waiting for him to turn his head, Jiang Yuwei swung the blade of judgment for the second time. This blade, piercing through space, landed in the spirit cloud divine state. Boom! The entire spirit cloud divine prefecture was instantly swept away by the extreme power that surpassed the saint grade, and was being completely destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye as it slowly sank. One blade, decimating a state. Even the powerful people from the sacred sect and the scholastic union outside had horrified waves welling up on their faces at this moment. This slash, and with it, completely annihilated Yang Sansheng, connecting everything about him. Jiang Yuwei was still indifferent, even countless times colder than before. She didn't have any soft spots anymore. Immediately, she tore through space with her ruling blade, and the names of several other states appeared in her mind. The next moment, Xianling Shenzhou, sinking, Wuji Shenzhou, sinking, the heavenly balance of God, sinking. Qinglongli stared blankly at the young girl in front of him. He is in shock today. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Her style of dealing with things is very different from Lin Xiuya. Even Zhao Xianjun and Yifan are not as ruthless as she is. In order to remove that 1 in a million possibility, she would rather just destroy an entire divine state. Acting like this made Qinglongli involuntarily think of someone. Holy Lord, Jiang Yu, I'm afraid that after this battle, no one would fail to submit to Jiang Yuwei, and in the face of absolute power, they would even be more loyal than before, because Jiang Yuwei did things without leaving a single chance for her enemies. As she put away the blade of judgment, there was even more silence around her. Regardless of whether they came from the sacred sect or the alliance of academies, they were all holding their breaths at the moment, waiting for Jiang Yuwei's next order to be issued. Qinglongli, find all the heavenly treasures in the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom's treasury. I want to retreat. Obey. Obey, Li Qinglong said in fear, then immediately ran in the direction of the treasury. And at the same time, he also received a transmission from Jiang Yuwei. Dispose of the members of the Holy Sect and the Scholastic League who are on the list. As you wish. One more chapter. Chapter 67, Moment of Purge, added for Sky High, Tian Yuan State, Green Dragon's Sacred Kingdom. It's over? When the many powerhouses of the Green Dragon's Sacred Kingdom saw the blood-red world tree in the sky disappear, they couldn't help but look at each other. This great battle could all be viewed by them. Even though there were quite a few Heaven's Supreme Beings in the Tian Yuan State as well, none of them were in a hurry to send out troops. However, they weren't just watching. As strong people born and raised in the Tian Yuan State, this group of people had seen the might of the Sacred Lord before. Loyalty, as heaven and earth can tell. They had pressed on just in case the rebels from the other divine states suddenly struck into King's Landing. The Green Dragon's sacred guards have always guarded this place. The Xinlei King looked into the distance, and that palpitating power was etched in his heart for all eternity. It's her. King Xinlei's brain went blank. He still remembered now that he had fought with the vice president of the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy in order to fight for Jiang Yuwei. But time had changed. And today's Jiang Yuwei had actually grown to this point, worthy of being the Holy Lord's disciple. King Xinlei, I heard that you know her? The commander from the Green Dragon Holy Guards walked over and curiously said, a powerhouse of this level. Meeting one would be a blessing for the ages. Sort of. King Xinlei sighed. He knew deep down that everything he had could be said to have been given to him by Jiang Yuwei. Immediately, King Xinlei looked at the children of the great powers that were rapidly shuttling around. All of them came from the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. And now that the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom had erupted in such a horrifying war, no matter if you were a royal family, or an emperor family, you had to flee for your life. After all, it was a battle of supreme beings, but among the fleeing crowd, Bai Haochen was gray and disheveled. Father, he looked away from the direction of the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom with reluctance. Father had stepped into the Supreme Realm 2 years ago, but he hadn't expected that today, 2 years later, the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom would erupt into such a shocking and unprecedented battle. As a supreme being, his father could only engage in battle and never retreat. However, in such a battle, even a supreme being could only be reduced to cannon fodder. That Xuanwu Supreme, who had started a wave of rebellion, was slapped to death just as the battle began. Father is now, more than likely, dead. Bai Haochen no longer fled. He felt a little tired while sitting casually on the side of the road. The smell of that terrifying chop was still permeating the space. The young girl who unleashed this chopping attack, he had seen it before. Jiang Yuwei, He even fought her more than 10 years ago. This person then disappeared from the Tianyuan realm for more than a decade. And when she returned again, she was able to dominate the fate of the entire Tianyuan realm. As for himself, in these 10 years or so, he had stepped all the way from the heavenly extreme realm into the Zongshi, and finally entered the ranks of the feudal lords, and was considered to be the leader of the young generation of Tianyuan state, the leading figure. However, this achievement was completely inadequate in front of Jiang Yuwei, who was the Holy Lord's fourth disciple. But at that moment, a large number of powerful people from the Sacred Sect and the Scholastic Union suddenly appeared in the sky, and they passed through the air like meteors, running towards the distance. The crowd at the bottom couldn't help but be in the middle of a panic. What are they going for? Bai Haochen said suspiciously. He Iacon got up and followed directly. Seeing this, the Xinlei king at the side also frowned. However, when he saw that General Qinglong's figure was also in the line, he didn't hesitate to bring along the Qinglong sacred guards along with the commander, turning into a green stream of light in the sky to follow. In less than a few breaths of time, the place known as the Central Center Courtyard of the Academia Alliance was completely surrounded. All of them ran out in terror. But what greeted them was a huge space-blocking spell formation. The powerhouses of the Sacred Sect and the Scholastic Union gazed indifferently at all the life in its midst. Xinglongli stepped on the void and took out the list and scanned it once again. Schoolhouse Alliance, Field Elder, Scholastic Union, Vice President of the Central Academy, Academia Alliance, Right Elder of the Central Academy, Scholastic Union, Deacon of the Central Academy. When he read it, he put away the list. Apparently none of the four were involved in the battle, and were presumably still in the center courtyard, continuing to plot. When assholes grow around, whether they become established or not, and no matter how big or small, as long as their stance becomes erratic, they will be among the list. By order of the Sacred Sect Patriarch, purge the Field Elders, the Vice President of the Central Academy, the Right Elder of the Central Academy, and the Deacons of the Central Academy. Xinglongli flashed the Sacred Sect Patriarch's token in his hand. On the front was engraved the word Saint and on the back the word River. Many members of the Holy Sect sniffed and directly killed their way in. The members of the Scholarship Union on the side watched in trepidation, but there was nothing they could do. For so many years, Alliance Master Yi had been negligent in his management of the Academia Alliance, and some people had long since become assholes. Now that there is a change of power, it is only natural that this group of people should be purged, and there is no room for reversal. If they didn't clean up now, then when Jiang Yuwei came in person, it would be with the verdict blade. It's even more unclear how many people will have to die by then. Xinglongli surveyed the expressions of the group of school union members outside. They did not show the appearance that everyone was in danger. If you walk right, your shadow will not be crooked. Murder. There's no more King's Law. This is the central courtyard of the Scholarship Alliance. It's Alliance Master Yi's territory. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came. Li Qinglong frowned and rushed down with his lance, pulling out the troublemaker with one hand and dropping him heavily on the ground. It's you? Xinglongli stretched his brows while putting away his spear. Jirun rolled on the ground in pain and staggered to his feet. General Qinglong? You have to do right by the central court. These people are on a killing spree here. I asked them to kill it. Xinglongli sidled his head and said coldly. Jilan sniffed and instantly shut up. Her face turned white, and then she immediately said, "Then I won't interfere with the general's official duties." After saying that, Jirun pulled his legs out and was about to slip away. Wait. Xinglongli directly called out to him with a chilling tone, then took out the list and scanned it from top to bottom. Jirun was sweating profusely, and in that instant, he thought of all the bad things he had done in his life. Yes, but not to death, right? At best, he loves a little cheapness, likes to touch fish at work, likes to travel around not doing his job. Death penalty? No way. The knot in Jilan's throat quirked, as if he had been frozen in place. Xinglongli put away the list. There was no Jilan's name on it. But a long time ago King Lin had told him that this guy had swindled Jiang Yuwei, and although his crime was not to death, he had to be hammered. Thinking of this, Xinglongli hooked up the corners of his mouth, came to Jilan's side and patted his shoulder. You're okay. Ah, General Xie. Thank you General. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Conscientious. Broke through to the Emperor level? Not bad. The flavor of the 9 revolutions heaven and earth pill still lingers on your body. Where did it come from? Xinglongli teased. Purchased it from a student. It cost me a whole 10 billion spirit stones. It's kind of like getting what you need? Jilan said sheepishly. Hearing this, Xinglongli wrapped his arms around his neck and made his body turn around, looking at the uncountable number of heaven's supreme beings outside. Jilan's face paled again. What's with all the supreme beings of heaven? King Lin is here? No, King Lin didn't even have such a big row. Count them? Qinglongli said. 1, 2, 3. Jilan didn't dare to retort and hurriedly counted. Know who they work for? Qinglongli patted the douchebag's head and asked. That, King Lin? Jiran replied tentatively. Jiang, language, micro. Qinglongli patted his face and then waved his hand. Everyone followed him and left the place directly to purge the next object. When Jilan remembered this name, her legs instantly weakened and she unconsciously collapsed to the ground. Jilan didn't dare to imagine what had happened outside during the time he was in seclusion and rushing to the imperial level. After all, he had just gotten out of the gate, but his extremely sharp sense of smell told him that he must now return to the heavenly underworld spiritual academy as fast as he could, and then build a statue for Jiang Yuwei that was as tall as that of Alliance Master Yi. Chapter 68, The Treasure of the Heavenly Element. Add all to my body. Chapter 68, The Treasure of the Heavenly Yuan. Add all to my body. Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. Heavenly Spirit Pool. Even though it had gone through a great war, this treasure land was preserved intact, including most of the spirit veins of the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. Jiang Yuwei stepped into it, and the 50 holy products instantly blocked off the space to protect her. 9 Revolutions Creation Pill. She took out from her spatial ring the heavenly treasures that Qinglongli had collected up from the treasury of the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. There were countless 9th turn level pills. All kinds of heavenly treasures that are rare to see in 100 years and 1,000 years are in your hands. Soon, countless treasures were piling up the heavenly spirit pool. Such a huge amount was enough to feed a new heavens supreme. But Jiang Yuwei obviously wouldn't do that. The reason she collected heavenly materials was simply to be able to make it easier for her to refine the heavenly origin of the heavenly origin realm given to her by her master. Immediately, she gathered all the heavenly materials together. Seeing this, the surrounding 50 sacred products instantly understood the situation and released their majestic spiritual energy, directly using the heavens and earth as a cauldron, quickly refining these treasures into liquid and pouring them into the heavenly spirit pool. The fluctuation of spiritual energy stirring in the heavenly spirit pool at this moment was enough to frighten the hearts of anyone in this world. It is so consuming that it has never been done before. This time, it's really a matter of raising the country to train her alone. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei closed her eyes and sat cross-legged. That world origin was being slowly quenched by the immortal flame in her body, completely fusing with her body and consciousness. In just a single breath, her cultivation surpassed the heavenly extremity realm and was directly ranked as a patriarch. A 16-year-old at the sovereign realm. How appalling was this? And as the immeasurable amount of energy from the heavenly spirit pool surged towards her, Jiang Yuwei quickly revolved the chaotic god-demon scripture. In this way, she would be able to cultivate in a dual-threaded manner, fusing the world essence while rapidly raising her cultivation level without the slightest side effect. The 50 holy products on the side once again folded their hands and silently chanted the scriptures with their mouths. Buzzing sounds rang out in the heavens and earth, and countless scriptures drilled into Jiang Yuwei's body, causing the fusion of the world essence to speed up. Her strength, which was skyrocketing at an unimaginable speed, had never been seen before or since. And Li Qinglong, who had launched a purge in Tianyuan Prefecture, had also returned in time, with the 2 groups of people from the Holy Sect and the School Union. The purge was extremely efficient, and now the guys on the list located in the Tianyuan state had been cleaned out. The next step is to travel to other states to clean up, and after that, the other 3 domains. But the reason he had to make the trip back first was something more pressing. Vice Patriarch, the Taishu Spirit Pagoda has been brought? He looked at the current sacred sect Vice Patriarch and inquired. Vice Patriarch Timothy Thunder nodded, and then with a wave of his sleeve robe, a huge tower that stood atop the sky appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Li Qinglong's expression was stunned as he looked towards the giant tower. This was the sacred sect's sacred treasure, the Taishu Spirit Pagoda that ranked 3rd in the heavenly Yuan realm's sacred treasures. This tower had benefited countless disciples of the sacred sect and was a key factor in the sacred sect's ability to grow to this day. But now, Ting Lei had brought this tower out in person just for one person, and that was Jiang Yuwei, who was cultivating cross-legged in the heavenly spirit pool. Now that the patriarch is holding the blade of judgment, but his cultivation is still weak. With the help of this tower, the patriarch's cultivation will grow by leaps and bounds in a day. No problem, Timothy said cheerfully. Before Zhao Xianjun left, he was to ask him to take out all the treasures of the sacred sect to take care of his senior sister. Even if it was the Taishu Spirit Pagoda, he had to move it over for her. As Zhao Xuanjuan's beloved, he would naturally carry this decree through to the end. You and the others back off a bit. This Taishu Spirit Tower can suppress holy products, Timing Thunder said with a straight face, and then he clenched his hand with a seal, and that Taishu Spirit Pagoda instantly enveloped the entire heavenly spirit pool. The Spirit Pagoda began to emit an intense light around its circumference. Inside, extremely unthinkable changes seemed to be taking place. After living for so long, This is the first time that old me has seen so many resources used for the sake of one person. Timothy Ray couldn't help but smack his lips. She should have enjoyed these from the time she became the Holy Lord's fourth disciple. Xinglong Li rubbed his nose. But it's not too late now. You don't have any treasures to bring out? Timothy Thunder queried. I'm the bottom card that King Lin left for her. Xinglong Li didn't say anything more and just said lightly. Timothy Thunder sniffed and gazed at Xinglong Li dead on, wanting to see something unusual in him. There is something truly remarkable about this guy. He was a late-stage Saint grade, but Xinglong Li was a peak Saint grade, and this fighting strength could call the shots in the entire Tian Yuan realm, and was considered the fifth person in the Tian Yuan realm. Not to mention that Xinglong Li had also completely obtained the divine dragon inheritance and mastered the art of unending life. At full strength, in a state of immortality, one of his Saint pins could be worth 10 Saint pins. Who's the vice alliance leader of the school union again? Tian Lai? Xinglong Li looked around and did not find this person's figure. He frowned oddly. Why isn't this guy around for an occasion like this? He's not on the list. He's gone to fetch that heavenly Yuan Qiankuan disc. It's an existence that ranks second in the heavenly Yuan realm's sacred treasures. Not only is it able to allow cultivators to reach the limit of their cultivation speed, with this item, even comprehending the laws will be a breeze. Not to mention Alliance Master Yi. Even the Holy Lord at the time used it to ascend to supremacy. Timothy Lay's tone was excited. This thing is a treasure that the school union is unwilling to move out even if they are killed. Today, they can finally see it. It's coming. Xinglong Li looked towards the sky. A huge black and golden disc was gradually covering the sky, slowly facing the heavenly spirit pool. The old man named Tian Lai leapt down from the heavenly Yuan Qiankuan disc and came in front of the crowd. There was not the slightest expression on his wrinkle-like old face. He just faintly pinched his seal to activate the heavenly Yuan Qiankuan disc. The huge Qiankuan disc slowly rotated, casting a golden light that completely illuminated the Taishu spirit tower underneath. Two of the three major Dharma treasures of the heavenly Yuan realm are now here. I've never seen such a sight before. Timothy Ray marveled again. Xinglong Li looked towards the Taishu spirit tower thoughtfully. This time, I'm afraid she won't give up until she directly ascends to Great Emperor. Is it just the Great Emperor? Two supreme magical treasures aided by an uncountable number of heavenly materials. It's more than enough to raise a holy product. Xinglong Li sniffed and shook his head. When she steps into the King Power Deng Di realm, you may not be her opponent. Some geniuses from the ancient academy can battle a heavenly supreme with an earth supreme. But as the fourth disciple of the sacred lord, it's easy for her to battle a sacred pin with a King Power realm emperor. She has the heavenly Yuan ruling blade in her hand, which is the number one existence of the heavenly Yuan realm's sacred treasures and the weapon of the sacred lord. With this sword, who would be an opponent? One sword to sink a state. Can you do it? Timothy Thunder laughed. Li Qinglong heard the words, but did not rush to refute. He pondered for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth and said, You've been with Patriarch Zhao for so many years, and I've been with King Lin for so many years. You've seen both of their natural abilities, but this one's natural talent can far exceed those two, or else the Holy Lord wouldn't have valued it so highly. When she emerges from the gate, she will be completely seated as the king of the heavenly Yuan realm, and no one will dare to disobey her anymore. Xinglong Li's words silenced Timothy Thunder. He had lived for so long, and Jiang Yuwei's appearance had caused his entire worldview to be refreshed. Cultivation was indeed the easiest thing for Jiang Yuwei, as the resources of the entire Tian Yuan realm would gravitate towards her unconditionally. Plus this person's natural talent is also horrifyingly high. The two add up. Dare not imagine. If there's nothing else, you can disperse. There are 50 holy guards here. I have to go to the divine beast domain to purge those two. And by the way, I'll bring all the inheritance of the divine phoenix clan and the divine dragon clan. At that time, your excellency will be holding the power of the two divine beasts in your hands. Xinglong Li licked his lips. Such a thing could only have appeared in talking books and novels, but now it's literally playing out in front of us. The divine dragon inheritance plus the divine phoenix inheritance. From ancient times, only the Holy Lord alone possessed it. Now, Jiang Yuwei would soon become the second existence to obtain the dual god inheritance. Chapter 69, No Going and No Going. The pivotal sector. Not a chance in hell. Jiang Yu clutched the upper dimension gate in his hands with a death grip and fled in all directions. He desperately needed time right now, and given a little bit of time, he would be able to devour the upper dimensional world in his hands. Such a huge infusion of energy might be able to allow him to step into the realm above Boundary King, but the group of replicants didn't give him the slightest chance at all. Why is this so familiar? As he fled, Jiang Yu felt the scent coming from inside the door. Such a scent that he could never forget. It's too familiar. That was the flavor of the Saint King's bloodline. Realizing what was going on, Jiang Yu smoothly cut down most of the replicants chasing him, and although he was aware that the group of replicants was alive and well, He just needed a split second of thinking time right now. Saint King, from the upper world. How did he do it? Jiang Yuwei frowned. Before this, he only knew that the Sacred King was not native to the heavenly Yuan realm, but the fact that the other party was actually from the upper realm. This information, too, really shocked him a bit. Since it was a visitor from the upper realms, how could it be easily erased by him? It doesn't make sense. An extremely rare flash of doubt appeared on Jiang Yu's face. He prided himself on having everything under control, but today's news made it clear that there were some things he feared had deviated from his predictions. One more thing. The passage of time in this centralized realm was infinitely close to stopping, meaning that an instant spent in it was most likely 1,000 years spent in the outside world. It can be said that this space can only be described in one sentence. That is, there is no way forward and no way forward. There is no future. There is no past. There is only the actual present. And if he made any choices in the central sector, the results of those choices would unfold before him almost instantly. The future will, here, take the form of the present. The outcome of one thing was now clear to him. That is, Lin Xiuya, Zhao Xianjun, Yi Fan, and even Jiang Yuwei will not be able to go to the central realm in the future without accomplishing the tasks he entrusted to them. Otherwise at this moment, these four should be here fighting alongside themselves. What happened to them in the future? What's going on? He himself had given them 4 fusions of the lower realm worlds, so even if they were to fill in the ducks, they would be able to fill in the Realm King realm. Not to mention that he had also given Jiang Yuwei, who had been entrusted with the world origin of the Tian Yuan realm. How did they fail? It makes absolutely no sense. An ominous premonition rose in Jiang Yu's heart. He vaguely felt as if he had made a big mistake earlier, a mistake that was closely related to the Holy King. He began to think about the appearance of the Saint King and how he had beheaded him. No, it's not something that's gone wrong in the meantime. Jiang Yu shook his head to himself before casually wiping out the replicants in front of him. He continued to think about everything about the Saint King's bloodline. The figure of a man appeared in the middle of his mind. Right to reply. When he thought of the name, Jiang Yu was jolted. There's something very wrong with this guy. He had to make a trip back to the Tian Yuan realm. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and waved his big hand, and the bronze door suddenly appeared in front of him, standing for all eternity. But just as he was about to push the door in, he realized that the bronze door, which had obviously been completely taken in by him, was now unable to be shaken in the slightest. How is this possible? Jiang Yu said incredulously. The bronze door has failed? Could it be that in the future, someone beat him to the punch and stole the bronze door one step ahead of him, causing his own control over the bronze door to fail in the hub realm, which only projected the present? Damn it! He clenched his fists and said with some reluctance, who's going to take the bronze door? Lin Xiuya, Zhao Xianjun, Yi Fan, or Jiang Yuwei? It wasn't in his instructions. If the 4 of them were able to make it to the point of seizing the bronze gate in the future, then why didn't they come to the central hub realm to help him? No, it wasn't them. Someone else captured the bronze gate. Countless people flashed through Jiang Yu's mind, but almost none of them fit the bill. In that case, it would only be himself who would seize the bronze gate in a future he didn't know. But the question is, why did he do it? Why is he blocking his own path? Jiang Yu closed his eyes as the vast information in his mind was rapidly combining. He may have made some kind of choice seconds later, minutes later, hours later. It's a choice that affects him now. What choices can I make? Jiang Yu's brain spun rapidly. Spinning around, he again eliminated a large portion of the replicants in front of him. If he couldn't leave this place, then he could only spend the rest of his life here. The Holy King is definitely the key to everything. He had to make choices around the Holy King. However, just as he ventured this thought, a tremor suddenly emanated from the entire center realm. All the doors collapsed as much as they could. All the replicants also stood frozen in place, unable to move. Jiang Yu's pupils shrunk. It works. He's got the right idea so far. The mere thought that sprang to mind had affected the centralized world. And next, he had a choice to make. Since the Sacred King was the key to everything, he would have to resurrect the Sacred King in the heavenly Yuan realm and ask for clarification. After all, the other party was an ascendant and knew more than he did. At that time, both sides were at war and were still mortal enemies. So it was naturally impossible for the Saint King to open his mouth and tell him everything. Perhaps by resurrecting the Holy King, things will take a turn for the better. The entire hub realm trembled once again. Ginger Elm clearly realized that he was beyond right. Immediately, he decisively split the laws of space and time within his body completely, turning it into 2 parts, time and space. The main body exclusively possessed the laws of space, while the laws of time, which were in the form of a split body, penetrated the long river of time and entered the heavenly Yuan realm to be reincarnated and reborn. The instant he made this choice, a magnificent figure cut through the river of time and stood before him. He made it. The theory that there is no way forward is also completely correct. He only needs to make a choice in the central sector, and the corresponding result will be instantly shown to him. Not caring about the joy in his heart, Jiang Yuwei leapt forward, his fingertips touching the figure in the river of time. One word rose instantly in his mind. All of it, in its entirety. His consciousness penetrated the central sector and dispersed into countless branches running through all the gates, greedily devouring everything in them. The heavenly Yuan realm. Above the fire spirit divine prefecture, the four of them, Sacred Lord Jiang Yuwei, Lin Xiuya, Zhao Xianjun, and Yi Fan, stood in the air. Lin Xiuya is choking Quan Yin. Give this guy an ungodly amount of acceleration and drop him. Holy Lord Jiang Yuwei looked indifferent, then he left the place without looking back. Lin Xiuya sniffed and viciously picked up the power overlay, and then the terrifying power originating from the sacred grade Heavenly Supreme gathered from his right arm. Space was actually stirred to pieces at this moment, and the power over that was swept away by such a force was already completely dead. In the next moment, Lin Xiuya exerted all his strength and threw the power cover towards the ground. Boom! Quan Yin's body crossed the sky like a meteor, but just then, time was imperceptibly suspended for a moment. The already dead Quan Yin suddenly opened his eyes at this instant. Chapter 70, One Step to the Sacred Products. Chapter 70. The moment Quan Fu opened his eyes, his consciousness had been completely replaced by Jiang Yuwei. Today, he was the embodiment of Jiang Yu's law of time. Jiang Yuwei felt his body on the verge of collapse and stared dead at the rapidly approaching continent. At the same time, an even more terrifying force erupted from the sky. He knew in his heart that it was Lin Xiuya who had struck. Above the dome of the sky, a golden-colored finger slowly descended, carrying a destructive and destructive power, suppressing towards the entire fire spirit divine prefecture. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei couldn't help but clench his teeth as he moved his mind, and the power of the laws of time was pushed to the extreme by him. Although this body couldn't allow the laws of time to be cast in a state of great perfection, it should have no problem being used to deal with this finger of Lin Xiuya's. The moment his body crashed down on a mountain, the 10,000 hectares of land around him collapsed and flames shot up to the sky, and a clock that was green in color wrapped Jiang Yu's body completely against all the power fluctuations that swept towards him. As Lin Xiuya's extremely terrifying finger was pressed down, the land surrounding Jiang Yuwei that spanned millions of miles was annihilated out of thin air, leaving behind only an abyss of 10,000 feet. Lin Xiuya, who was high in the air, was expressionless as he popped out his divine sense and finally confirmed that Quan Kai had completely gone up in smoke before tearing through space and leaving this place with his senior brothers. Not long after he left, beside the abyssal cliff where no bottom could be seen, a hand suddenly reached up and grabbed the cliff in a death grip. Jiang Yuwei drew all his strength and climbed up, lying on the edge of the cliff with palpitations, his chest heaving violently. The boy strikes as black as ever. He turned his body around and sat on the ground, looking away from the abyss that spanned millions of miles in the fire spirit divine prefecture. That's why he was so relieved that Lin Xiuya was doing something, and under such an absolute obliteration, no one would survive, except for him who carries the laws of time. Luckily, I completely stripped out the laws of time instead of just bringing half of it with me. Otherwise, with the power of this body, it would be impossible to block this kid's black hand, Jiang Yuwei said resentfully. However, although he had survived Lin Xiuya's black hands, he was also exhausted at this moment, and this fleshly body's tolerance for the power of the laws had reached its limit. For a long time, he would not be able to use the power of the laws so recklessly again. After all, the power of the laws was originally unique to the Supreme of the Heavens, and with this body, it was just too much of a stretch. He then looked to the sky. Did the pivotal realm's own succeed? His consciousness carried the laws of time to reincarnate, and his memory only stayed in the moment when his body made a choice, and nothing after that. So what exactly happened in the future? He needed to walk through it himself. There are still remnants of the Saint King's bloodline in this body, but it requires Jiang Yuwei's Nirvana Saint body. No, since I brought the laws of time down with me, I'm afraid that I only need some of Jiang Yuwei's essence blood to be enough. Jiang Yuwei pondered, his thumb constantly rubbing his index finger. Jiang Yuwei's blood was mixed with a trace of Nirvana power, but as far as he knew, this little girl hadn't obtained the final inheritance of the Divine Phoenix clan as of yet. Therefore this power could only be completely catalyzed by using the laws of time, at which time he would be able to bring the Saint King back to life. But a new problem is at hand. Jiang Yuwei spread out his palms, and between the opening and closing of his palms, he could no longer feel that power of controlling heaven and earth. This body's cultivation level is only at the heavenly extreme realm. How can I find Jiang Yuwei? His eyes narrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, he would confess everything to Jiang Yuwei after the matter of the fire spirit divine state. At that time, Jiang Yuwei's status would be rapidly pulled up, and the number of people who could see her would be only a handful. The identity of this body of his own was the power over the remnants of the Holy King. It was undoubtedly a fool's errand to want to find Jiang Yuwei and have the other party give him some essence blood. Lin Xiaoya would protect him at all times, as well as the 50 holy products he had equipped for him. To add insult to injury, one's true identity can only be concealed. Because the current Holy Lord Jiang Yu was in the heavenly Yuan realm, he absolutely couldn't see his current self. Otherwise something will go wrong then. Something strange will happen. And whether it will affect the future trend, he can't tell. It's hard to do. Jiang Yu thought hard. Since Jiang Yuwei couldn't be seen by unusual means, he could only use some underhanded tricks. He remembered that when he was at the Bronze Gate, didn't Jiang Yuwei take Lin Xiaoya and Zhao Xianjun to the Chaos Domain? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu hooked up the corners of his mouth with a feeling of enlightenment. Only now did he understand how these three people ran to the Chaos Domain. So everything in the underworld was fueled by himself. Closing the loop. But what exactly did he use to coax Jiang Yuwei to the Chaos Domain? After thinking for a long time, something suddenly came to Jiang Yu's mind. Jiang Yuwei's mother. It was clear what he was going to do next. He was going to hold Jiang Yuwei's mother hostage in the Chaos Domain. That place was completely restricted by its own spacetime laws, whereas he would not be restricted if he arrived at the Chaos Domain. This is his best chance. As for how to do it, Jiang Yu had a proposition in mind. He had to quickly get Jiang Yuwei's mother's whereabouts from the Divine Phoenix Supreme before anything else. However, one had to reach the Supreme of the Heavens to cross the domain. Then he will cultivate to the Supreme of Heaven. Reconstruction. He spread out his palm and raised a ball of spiritual energy, which then began to change rapidly at a frequency of hundreds of millions of times per second, eventually becoming a ball of golden-colored spiritual energy. As all the spiritual energy in his body transformed into the unique spiritual energy of the upper plane, Jiang Yu keenly felt that the Saint King bloodline in his body was resonating with it. The unique spiritual energy of the upper realm, coupled with the unique bloodline of the upper realm. All of this complemented each other. The spiritual energy of the entire Fire Spirit Divine Prefecture began to rapidly surge towards his body. Satisfied, Jiang Yu opened his mouth wide, devouring the spiritual energy of this place with impunity. His cultivation climbed at a bizarre speed. This was the effect of the descent of the upper dimensioners into the middle dimension or the lower dimension. They were able to quickly suck out all the energy of this place without paying any price. And while Jiang Yu was absorbing it, he had already constructed the most suitable technique for this body. Every time he broke through a large realm, he replaced the current most suitable technique. Spiritual energy flowed through his body in extremely delicate routes, not a single bit of it wasted. At the moment, it was as if he was a being that existed for the sake of breaking the boundaries, and every time he broke the boundaries, it was described as perfect art. After all, he was the strongest existence in the entire Tian Yuan realm. When it came to the cultivation system of the Yuan realm today, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had constructed it. No one knows more about cultivation than he does. Jiang Yu easily stepped into the realm of the sovereign master, and immediately, he was sealed as a marquis. Immediately afterward, he quickly opened up a separate space within his body to use as a cornerstone for stepping into the king power realm. When he stepped into the king level, he opened up a second space, and the two separate spaces merged, and he was directly promoted to the emperor level. The next person would need countless heavenly materials and treasures to assist him in advancing from the king level to the emperor level, plus an incalculable cost of time, but he only needed an instant, because he's only in it for the broken mirror and nothing else. Cultivation is like a test paper. Jiang Yu as the questioner. He doesn't have the time to analyze each question in detail right now, but it's not impossible to write down the answers directly. Not a perfect score, but a pass. More separate spaces began to spawn within him, which split into two into four. With all the space merging together again, he had directly advanced from the emperor level to the imperial level. But that's not all. The laws of time. When Jiang Yu moved the laws of time out, the majestic power of the laws allowed him to advance to supreme in an instant, and then to supreme of the heavens in the blink of an eye. One step up, the Holy Grail is reached. Jiang Yu pinched his hands together and blocked the agitated Saint King bloodline in his body. He could feel the power of his bloodline boiling inside his body. 10 minutes of stepping into a holy product. I'm afraid there's no more existence like mine in this world. Ginger Elm smiled, but it wasn't without a price for him to do so. This realm could only be considered a void Saint Pin, and the conditions for reaching this step are extremely difficult. First of all, you had to have insights into cultivation like Jiang Yu's, who knew it like the back of his hand, but you also had to have the bloodline of the upper planes as well as the spiritual structure of the upper planes, and you also had to have countless complementary feats to go along with it, as well as all of the energies of a divine state completely available for you to absorb. One of these conditions is missing. Although he was only a void Saint Pin now, it was enough. The Divine Phoenix clan had signed a slave contract with him. and although he himself was not himself, he was still considered half of Jiang Yu, and the contract was still in effect. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu skillfully tore through space and stepped directly into the Divine Beast domain, the realm of the Divine Phoenix clan. Chapter 71, Feng Yanran, Divine Beast Domain, Divine Phoenix clan boundary. When Jiang Yu had just stepped into this world, a strong smell of blood was wrapped around the tip of his nose. Extremely fierce fighting is breaking out here. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered what he had done here in the first place. At that time, he had allowed Zhao Xianjun to severely injure the Divine Dragon Supreme, and then framed the Divine Phoenix clan for the incident. The two clans are now completely immortal. Divine Phoenix Supreme. Immediately, he spoke out faintly to the space in front of him. Within a few moments, space sent out a ripple and was instantly torn through hideous cracks. The Divine Phoenix Supreme suddenly rushed out from it, but right behind it was a fiery flame that made space unable to withstand it and gradually collapsed. Jiang Yu's eyes chilled as he hastily urged the spiritual energy in his body to meet the battle. The golden-colored spiritual energy directly hardened against the monstrous flames. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang that resonated through the sky. The two forces exploded at the same time, setting off 10,000 feet high pillars of fire that swept through everything in the surroundings. Jiang Yu captured the gap between the explosions, and then with a flash of his body, he stepped forward with an unfathomable and bizarre speed to strangle the Divine Phoenix Supreme's neck in death. When the other party wanted to resist again, a constraint originating from heaven and earth caused Supreme Phoenix's furious face to instantly become confused. The slave contract is in effect. Get off! Like carrying a small chicken, Jiang Yu directly threw the Divine Phoenix Supreme hard to the ground. Only after doing this did he slowly fly down from the air, standing with his arms folded in front of Divine Phoenix Supreme. Feng Yun, don't you recognize me? I even hugged you when you were little. He teased with the corners of his mouth hooked up. The pupils of the Divine Phoenix Supreme who heard these words suddenly shrunk. Holy Lord? Feng Yun's face changed. The looks of the person in front of him was clearly not a holy lord, and his cultivation, too, was not completely impenetrable as it was earlier. All she could perceive was that this person's cultivation was considered to be a holy product, but it appeared to be vapid. But, since it could make her feel an unconscious urge to submit, it was a slave contract in effect. And it was the Holy Lord who made a slave contract with her. But the Holy Lord had obviously only left here a short time ago, so why was he here again? Now that war had broken out between the Divine Phoenix clan and the Divine Dragon clan, she had already paid an extremely painful price. Not to mention that previously, in order to fetch the essence blood for the Holy Lord, their Divine Phoenix clan, for this reason, had also prematurely lost several geniuses who could potentially set foot on the immortal grade in the future. Couldn't that quell his anger? Lord Sacred Lord, calm your anger. I thought you were from the Divine Dragon clan. Feng Yun buried his head and said resentfully. She had just unexpectedly struck out at the Holy Lord, and it was the second time. It made her panic inside. Jiang Yu glanced at her lightly and casually said, no harm done. Did you accomplish what I asked you to do last time? Hearing this, Feng Yun's face was a bit embarrassed as he said, recently, there has been a lot of fighting. She didn't finish her sentence, but she shook her head in a hurry. No. I found out something about the whereabouts. The person you asked me to find is still within the Tian Yuan state, and I presume it's the ancient Phoenix clan located in the inner divine state. Recently the war is tight. I really can't spare the time, but I have sent people forward to find. Just, those who went have no news, but if I personally leave and no longer sit in the Divine Phoenix clan, then the Divine Dragon clan's counterattack will destroy us completely. Feng Yun said helplessly, and a touch of pain even surfaced on his face. In front of him was the Divine Phoenix clan, and behind him was the Holy Lord's pressure. It was indeed not good for her to be caught between the two. When Jiang Yu heard this, he was not angry, and he was not here to teach Supreme Phoenix another lesson this time. You go tell the Divine Dragon Supreme to stop fighting, I said. He waved his hand in the clouds. Thank you, Holy Lord. Thank you, Holy Lord. Feng Yun knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude. This was undoubtedly a heavenly favor. Even if the war between the two clans was originally instigated by the Holy Lord himself, but the other party was noble as the Holy Lord, and the fact that they were willing to forgive them now was already a boon. The ancient Phoenix clan of the inner divine state. Jiang Yu rubbed his chin, truly surprised that the person he was looking for was right next to him. But, there was one more thing he needed to take care of right now. In the future, all four of his own disciples seemed to be in some kind of big trouble. Could it be that the manpower he had planted wasn't enough? 50 saints aren't enough? Ginger Elm buried his head in deep thought. In the end, all 50 of those holy products could only be counted as replicas. Their individual combat power was not outstanding, and only when 50 people formed a formation together could they explode with the most powerful force. He needed to personally create a true sacred pin, and a peak sacred pin, who, in terms of strength, would be able to rank at least 5th in the heavenly Yuan realm. Such a strong candidate would be enough to rival those 4 disciples of his own in the future. At least when those 3 great disciples refined the lower realm fusions, they were able to give Jiang Yuwei help. Numerous candidates flashed through Jiang Yu's mind, and in the end, he thought of one person, Lin Xiaoya's beloved, Li Qinglong. You tell the Divine Dragon Supreme to have Qinglong Li accept the Divine Dragon inheritance, and make sure he succeeds. I know that Supreme Dragon has some grudges against Qinglong Li, but he is, after all, my disciple's beloved. Tell him that for my sake. If he doesn't give it, I'll destroy the Divine Dragon inheritance and exterminate the Divine Dragon clan. Ginger Elm said. The inheritances of the Divine Phoenix clan and the Divine Dragon clan were both extremely mysterious, and he had never completely understood the nature of these 2 inheritances. Now that I think about it, perhaps these 2 passages of inheritance came from the upper planes. If the current matriarch does not do a willing job with the recipient of the inheritance cannot take place. Because of this, he said so much. Yes, sir, Feng Yun hurriedly said, and you'd better rot in your stomach about my visit today, or you'll know my methods best. Jiang Yu's tone suddenly became chilly. When Feng Yun heard this, his expression was instantly terrified and he hurriedly assured himself, with the slave contract in place, she couldn't say anything about today no matter what. So very good. Jiang Yu was satisfied, and immediately left this place directly. Only the Divine Phoenix Supreme, who was alone and messy, was left behind. She felt that she was not like the high and mighty Supreme of Heaven in the mouths of the onlookers, but was just in existence to be deliberately toyed with by the Holy Director. The divine state within the heavenly Yuan realm, where the ancient Phoenix clan was located. Jiang Yu roughly tore through space, and then directly blocked the entire ancient Phoenix clan's boundary completely. His goal was extremely clear, heading straight into the Great Hall. At this moment, the senior members of the ancient Phoenix clan were still discussing the candidates to receive the inheritance this year. With Jiang Yu's sudden appearance, everyone in the Great Hall froze in place. Who are you? Feng Hichu, the elder of the ancient Phoenix clan, stood up and burst into a rage, about to seize. Don't get excited. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's index finger gently pointed at Feng Hichu, and the other party was obediently sitting down directly. This one sent chills down Gu Hichu's back. What the hell? He was an emperor-level powerhouse. How is it that in front of this person, not even the intention to resist could rise? Everyone in the Great Hall sensed that something was wrong and were silenced for a moment. I've come to find someone. This person is a member of the clan recently brought back by you from the Outer Gods. Be specific. She came from Daqing Dynasty, Extreme Martial County, Xiantai City, married a human, and had a daughter. When Jiang Yu said that, he was staring at Feng Hichu and slowly said, You had better turn your head fast and tell me where this man is and bring him here at once. Feng Hichu was sweating profusely. His brain was spinning rapidly at this moment. It could be said that from the time he was born until now, his head had never been as clear as it was now. Feng Yanran, my daughter. Chapter 72. She didn't suffer with me. Your daughter? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and pointed at Feng Hichu. The other party was a king power realm emperor level, and within this heavenly Yuan realm, he was also considered a powerful party. What's more, this person was also the ancient Phoenix clan's clan chief. Interesting. It seemed that even if he didn't accept Jiang Yuwei as his disciple, the future Jiang Yuwei would still be considered powerful as long as she returned to the ancient Phoenix clan. With a great emperor grandfather, it's possible to make a living. Ever since he separated from his main body and reincarnated and possessed it, this doppelganger, which held the laws of space and time alone, always remembered more about Earth's past. Jiang Yu's mind involuntarily floated back to his previous life of cool writing. If he hadn't taken Jiang Yuwei as his disciple, the other party's experience could have been completely written in a metaphysical cool article, such as what the opening was swept away by the family, and 3 years later the great-grandfather picked me up and returned me to the family. Your own granddaughter is still out in the divine kingdom. Don't you want to go fetch her back? Ginger Elm flirted. Feng Hichu clenched his fists as he sniffed. She privately intermarried with a human and gave birth to something with an impure bloodline. The ancient Phoenix clan's ability to stand in the world relies on a pure bloodline. You have a point. Jiang Yu nodded. This was why he had gone to the Divine Phoenix Supreme to get his essence blood. What does Senior want? Just open your mouth. My ancient Phoenix clan will give it to Senior as long as I can afford to give it. Please spare the ancient Phoenix clan. Feng Hichu continued. It was now clear to him that the person in front of him seemed to be a temperamental person, and he was also a supreme being. With this kind of battle power, if they didn't turn to the Divine Phoenix clan in the Divine Beast domain for help, it was impossible for them to solve the trouble in front of them on their own. As I said, I'm going to borrow your daughter for a while, and I'll just return it to you when it's done. Guaranteed unharmed. Jiang Yu said. spinning around and walking over to Feng Yichu. Hurry up. And don't even think about letting her run. I've blocked off all the space around us. No one can leave. However, at this moment, he was keenly aware that the veins on Feng Yichu's forehead were throbbing. Around them, there was also a strange fluctuation of spiritual energy. Your ing transmitting? Jiang Yu stepped forward and directly choked Feng Yichu's neck. Immediately, he turned back violently, and a flame shot up into the sky as an intense spatial force swept through this place. A loud and clear phoenix song rang out. This was the sign of the opening of the divine phoenix inheritance. Jiang Yu instantly understood everything. This group of people were afraid of plotting against Feng Yanyan themselves. So in a panic, Feng Yanyan chose to enter the divine phoenix inheritance to escape his spatial blockade. But the consequences of this were clear to Jiang Yu, because he had also received the divine phoenix inheritance. And accepting the divine phoenix inheritance in such a hurry, it was completely impossible to have a probability of success. If he failed, the broken spacetime turbulence might get Feng Yanyan somewhere, and by then, it would be troublesome for him to find this person again. But it was reasonable to think that, after all, in the eyes of the group, one was either here to cause trouble or to kill. Immediately, Jiang Yu put down the Wind River diagram and tore through space with his bare hands, directly arriving at the place where the ancient Phoenix clan received the divine Phoenix inheritance. At this moment, the inheritance had already been activated, and Feng Yanyan's figure had long since disappeared. Damn it! Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and once again tore through space, forcing his way into the inheritance passage. Immortal flames enveloped his body. This body had not received the divine Phoenix inheritance, and the immortal flame was extremely deadly to him, especially in the legacy channel. Sorry. Jiang Yu's expression twisted as he was scorched by the undead fire. He made a seal with both hands and directly tore the space at the end of the inheritance passage, which was a spatial rift leading to the chaos domain. In the entire Tian Yuan realm, only the two of them, him and Yi Fan, could tear open the entrance to the chaos domain in the Tian Yuan realm. And at this moment, Feng Yanyan, who was rapidly running through the inheritance passageway, also sensed a hint of something wrong. She never had a grudge against any of them. This person, how could he suddenly come to the ancient Phoenix clan and ask for her by name? Could it be that Whisperer's Nirvana sacred body I was exposed? Thinking of this, a flash of determination appeared in Feng Yanran's eyes. The Nirvana sacred body was a matter of great importance, and even the topmost powerhouses in this world would covet it. However, since the other party had come after her, then I'm afraid that they didn't know where Whispering Weaver was yet. Don't run! I'm not here to kill you. I'm Yushi's master. I'm her master. We're considered family. Ginger Elm yelled from behind. If Feng Yanyan entered the chaos domain like this, then he would have to go through a lot of trouble again later. Whisper's master? Feng Yanran couldn't help but let out a cold laugh at his words. This group of shameless powerhouses, in order to seize their daughter's Nirvana sacred body, they could tell any outrageous lie. Whirling around, she thought no more about it. At the end of the passage, a spatial crack appeared, and she dove in without hesitation. But at that instant, Jiang Yu finally arrived and touched the latter's hand at the last moment. In an instant, both of them were swept into the chaos domain at the same time. The moment he entered the chaos domain, Jiang Yu mobilized all his spiritual power to protect Feng Yanran, and together they fell straight into the ground from a height of 10,000 miles. Boom! As the roiling sand and dust dispersed, Jiang Yu stood up and looked at Feng Yanran, who was bewildered at the sight. He moved his muscles and twisted his head. Finally, Ginger Elm sighed in relief. Feng Yanran's consciousness instantly returned to its place. She looked at Jiang Yu next to her in horror, and instantly she was about to detonate all of her own spiritual energy. However, she suddenly realized that her cultivation had all but disappeared into thin air. If she couldn't blow herself up, then if the powerful person in front of her conducted a soul search on her, the other party would know everything about the whereabouts of Yuwei. And you want to blow yourself up? Come on, do I look like a bad guy? If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you long ago. Why wait until now? Jiang Yu skimmed his mouth and said helplessly. It was indeed a struggle to communicate with her. However, he soon took a deep breath to calm down and squatted down, his tone easing. I'm really Jiang Yuwei's master. Doesn't she just have the Nirvana sacred body? I don't covet her sacred body, so put your heart at ease. Feng Yanran didn't say anything. She was afraid that the other party would use deceit. Seeing that this person still didn't believe him, Jiang Yu simply told everything he knew about Jiang Yuwei. After a long time, Feng Yanran frowned and looked Jiang Yu up and down. Are you really the master of Yuwei? 1,000 times over. And, I will have her meet you. Instantly. Ginger Elm said. Instantly? Feng Yanran said in disbelief. What does instant mean? Could it be that she was going to meet her daughter next? Jiang Yu counted the time in his mind. 1 minute passed here, and 2 months passed in the Tian Yuan realm. From the time they arrived at the chaos domain until now, it had only been a dozen seconds. But, just fine. Not waiting for Feng Yanran to continue to ask questions, Jiang Yu looked up and saw the sky changed color. There are 3 spatial tunnels straight through the sky and earth. Go! After saying that, Jiang Yu lifted Feng Yanran up with his spiritual energy and quickly rushed towards the direction of the spatial tunnel. When he was only a mile away from the space tunnel, Jiang Yu opened his large hand and squeezed. A blinding white light suddenly exploded. The whole world is eclipsed. When the white light dispersed, Jiang Yu slowly walked towards the 3 people who had fallen to the ground and fallen into a long coma. It would be really bad if you guys saw me. He hooked up the corner of his mouth, and then he looked at Feng Yanran, pointing at the unconscious Jiang Yuwei on the ground. See, your daughter came to you. Feng Yanran walked forward incredulously. She quickly came in front of Jiang Yuwei and reached out to touch her daughter's face with a trembling hand. After so many years, Jiang Yuwei's face was still that childlike in her mind. But today, she saw that her daughter was almost a grown woman. As a mother, the thing she wished for most in this life was to see Jiang Yuwei thrive and be on her own someday. Even if she couldn't make any progress on the cultivation path in the future, she would be satisfied to live a peaceful life. Feng Yanran's eyes blurred. The thing she was most afraid of was leaving Jiang Yuwei alone in the Jiang mansion, and that she would be subjected to quite a bit of aggravation. But now it seemed that not only was her daughter's nirvana sacred body completely consummated, but she was already able to stand on her own. Elder, thank you for taking such good care of Yuwei. Feng Yanran was already sobbing uncontrollably. Don't worry, she hasn't suffered a bit of aggravation with me. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose with pride. Chapter 73, The Story of the Chaos Domain. Chapter 73. Feng Yanran wiped away her tears and looked solemnly at Jiang Yu. She knew clearly that since this profound senior in front of her had brought her here, there must be some trust. Immediately, she asked softly, Senior has taken in Yuwei. He is my benefactor. What does Senior need me to do next? Just ask. Jiang Yu waved his hand with disinterest and stepped forward without haste, his index finger crossing the skin of Jiang Yuwei's arm. The red with gold blood slowly flowed out, and with a wave of his hand, he had taken enough essence blood. Only after doing this did Jiang Yu use his spiritual power to repair the wound on Jiang Yuwei's arm, leaving no scar at all. Come on, it's done. Jiang Yu looked at Feng Yanran and laughed. Just like that? Feng Yanran was a bit surprised. This senior went to all the trouble of making this trip just to take away some of Yuwei's blood? This way, it was supposed to be just a way to use you as bait to trick Whisperer into coming here. Now that I've got what I want, it's good to leave them to keep grinding. Feng Yanran nodded thoughtfully. Immediately afterward, her eyes fluttered as she looked toward Jiang Yu, holding her breath for a long time before spitting out a few words, saying with embarrassment, Senior, I have a favor to ask. Ginger Elm looked at her casually for a bit and nodded her head. Speak. Elder helped Whispering Micro cast a perfect Nirvana sacred body? Just a show of hands. Jiang Yu said indifferently. Afterward, Feng Yanyan took a deep breath and her tone became heavy as she seemed to have made a great determination before saying these words. In that case, then Senior will let Whispering Micro kill me. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's brows furrowed, and for an instant, he thought he had heard something wrong. But looking at Feng Yanran's expression of looking death in the eye, Jiang Yu began to rub his chin. Why? It took him a long time to finally reunite this mother and daughter. And now that it's only been a few minutes, this is what he wants. If you have any difficulties, you may feel free to tell me. There are few things in this world that I cannot solve. Ginger Elm said. Elder's heart. Yenyu is here to thank you, but if I don't die, the curse of the Nirvana sacred body will remain attached to Yuwei. Feng Yanran looked at Jiang Yuwei reluctantly, and with a wooden smile, she continued. Yuwei's Nirvana sacred body wasn't born, but I used a secret method to strip the sacred body from myself and inherit it to Yuwei. She narrowly escaped death at birth, and I could only use this method to bring Yuwei back to Nirvana and save her life. Jiang Yu buried his head in deep thought for a moment. Indeed, the first time he met Jiang Yuwei, although he felt the Nirvana sacred body in the other party's body, the Jiang Yuwei of that time was completely unable to use the power of the sacred body completely. The bloodline is too low and too weak. Only now did he finally understand why. Jiang Yuwei was born as someone who was going to die, but Feng Yanran divested her of her holy body for her to inherit, thus saving her life. This, rather, is something that goes against the grain? Elder's cultivation is unfathomable, so I'm sure you already know why I'm going to let Yuwei kill me with her own hands. Jiang Yu sniffed and nodded. A holy body could only serve one master, and Feng Yanran, as the original master, if she wanted Jiang Yuwei, who was the current master, to live, then she had to make sure that both of them would never see each other again in this life. As soon as we see each other again, the curse of the Eucharist will be fulfilled. The effects of the curse would increase as Jiang Yuwei's bloodline increased. and now that Jiang Yuwei's entire body had been replaced with blood, the purity of her bloodline was so high that it had never been seen before. Thus this meeting between their mother and daughter in the chaos domain went completely awry. When the curse broke out at that time, I'm afraid it was hard to say what Jiang Yuwei's end would be. Even if his realm king realm body was deployed, it would be difficult to preserve the other party. After all, the origin of the holy body was also closely related to the upper realms, and as Jiang Yuwei was the most important part of his plan, there was absolutely no way he would let anything happen to her. So in the end, it's me who dragged you mother and daughter down, Jiang Yu said helplessly. He didn't think that he would ever have a day where he did something wrong with good intentions. In that case, this Feng Yanyan was not taken back by the ancient Phoenix clan, but rather, she had sensed that the power of the curse was growing at that time, and chose to leave Jiang Yuwei on her own. Senior needn't blame yourself. If it wasn't for Senior, I wouldn't have been able to see another side of Yuwei in this life. What's the difference between living and dying for me like this? Plus now that Yuwei has you, Senior, to take care of her, even if I die, there's nothing to worry about. Feng Yanran once again looked at the unconscious Jiang Yuwei, revealing a loving smile. I know. Jiang Yu nodded, and immediately imposed the law of time on the two of them, which could delay the outbreak of the curse. And it was also considered to allow the mother and daughter to have more time to stay for a while. It was the only thing he could do. Since the power of the curse came from the holy body, it was also something from the higher realms that he couldn't figure out. It's a bit embarrassing to let Yumi kill you herself in person, but it's fine to kill you indirectly. Jiang Yu rubbed his chin. It was a bit strange to say that, but it was indeed something he should be pondering right now. After a moment had passed, he said, earnestly, I've probably arranged it. At that time, you will naturally be indirectly killed by Jiang Yushi, but not now. Now I need you to put on a show. Don't let them know I was here and forget I ever existed here. Jiang Yu looked at Feng Yanran and slowly said, in the future, he had stepped in to help these three people decimate a large sandworm. Therefore, he absolutely could not collide with them here. Or else nothing would make sense. If they were suspicious, then the current realm king Jiang Yu would 100% find him instantly. At that point, I'm afraid the future he wants will be compromised. And it would be a little hard to justify if Feng Yanyan just stood here inexplicably. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu waved his hand, and 2 races, 2 cities, were constructed by him. This chaos domain was originally a world he created, so it was no excuse to say that it was his small world. He can have whatever he wants here. With the creation of 2 very different races, Jiang Yu also instantly constructed more people as well as weaving a memory in the minds of this group of people. Where it goes next is all under his control. Rather, we must condemn you to suffer for a day or 2, and then when your daughter finds you, you too, mother and daughter, will have a good time catching up. Feng Yanran sniffed and nodded without hesitation. Being able to spend more time with Whisper was a gift she couldn't have asked for. Immediately, with a wave of Jiang Yu's hand, Feng Yanyan was imprisoned by an invisible force into the prison in the underground of the so-called King City. After doing this, Jiang Yu came to the 3. He first went up and searched them, and after confirming that the pills the 3 were carrying were not lost, he instantly sent them to the Wuhu clan's altar. Next to the altar, the shaman of fire and a group of attendants were sacrificing, but at the moment they were all staring blankly, as if time had been suspended. It all makes extraordinarily good sense to start the Chaos Domain story here. When he spoke, Jiang Yu snapped his fingers. The heavens and the earth were darkened, and the rain came down in torrents. Time suddenly contact stops. At the side of the altar, the clansmen of the Wuhu clan looked incredulously at the 3 strangely dressed outsiders that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Shaman of Fire. Who are they? Chapter 74, The Plan of Ascension. Chaos Domain. Jiang Yu was in the deepest layer of the Chaos Domain, a place where almost no one could come. He cautiously forced out a drop of blood from his body, which contained the slightest trace of the Saint King's bloodline, and then, he summoned the blood he had obtained from Jiang Yuwei's body. Waving his right hand, the 2 distinct bloods gradually converged in the air and fused together in an unprecedented manner. The golden flooded divine phoenix essence blood began to burn along with the Saint King's bloodline. That blood, which was originally only a drop of blood that was mixed with the Saint King's bloodline, not only did it not decrease, but it was spreading at a terrifying speed. Seeing this, Jiang Yu used his spiritual power to cast a physical body, and then filled it with as much of the Saint King's blood that was spreading. If I had known that I could use you today, I wouldn't have bothered to kill you in the first place, causing me to go through so much trouble, Jiang Yu said helplessly. With the fusion of blood and flesh, coupled with Jiang Yu's use of the laws of time to dramatically catalyze it, the Saint King began to gradually awaken. But he was clear that without the presence of consciousness, this physical body that had awakened was nothing more than a puppet. It wasn't the power of the Holy King that he wanted, but the memory of the Holy King. However, In this chaos domain, there was indeed a remnant of the Saint King's consciousness, and at that time, he had accidentally created the chaos domain when he decimated the Saint King, so it made sense that some Saint King's consciousness remained inside. Such a realization is not even remotely threatening to speak of. Immediately, Jiang Yuwei closed his eyes and quickly collected some of the remaining consciousness of the Saint King at that time when he was being ground down within the entire chaos domain, and then he struck it into that physical body. But the Holy King was a stubborn bastard, and even if he brought the guy back to life, the other guy wouldn't necessarily tell him what he wanted. Therefore, Jiang Yuwei smoothly branded an imprint in his mind to ensure that this Saint King would know everything later. After doing this, the true Saint King opened his eyes. He looked around in surprise, confusion flowing from his eyes before he looked back at Jiang Yuwei, looking up and down. "Sit down," Jiang Yuwei ordered. The Holy King sniffed and sat down obediently. "This means that the imprint is valid. Who are you? Where are you from and what do you want?" Ginger Elm asked. The Holy King was silent for a moment, and the confusion in his eyes disappeared. "I am Shuichi Nagasawa, from the Sacred Origin Realm. I'm going to devour the world essence of the Hub Realm and condense the Godhead in preparation for one day ascending to godhood." Hearing the word God, Jiang Yu's heart trembled. Could it be that above the Realm King is God? Above the Domain Lords are the Realm Kings, and above the Realm Kings are the gods. Right? Right. Why is it possible to condense a godhead by devouring the world essence of the center realm? Tell me how to condense a godhead? After controlling the central realm, one can wantonly devour the lower plane worlds, and condensing a godhead requires immeasurable amounts of energy. The cultivation system of the upper plane contains condensing godheads. Ginger Elm hissed. The cultivation system included the item of condensing the godhead. So was his previous information incorrect? In the upper realm, I'm afraid there are not only realm kings, but also gods. There are gods in the upper planes? There is no god in the upper planes. God is in the divine realm. And what is the divine realm? When you ascend to God, you can ascend to the divine realm. Ginger Elm was silent. In addition to the great thousand worlds, there was actually a place like the divine realm? The problem before him, however, was that condensing the godhead was something that was contained in the cultivation system of the upper plane? Something that was almost impossible to learn. But now Jiang Yuwei understood where the mistake he had realized had occurred when he was in the Hub Realm. His mistake was that he shouldn't have killed Quan Tua too soon. Quan Tua wanted to resurrect the Saint King in order to follow the Saint King's will and subvert the cultivation system of the Heavenly Yuan Realm. The reason why the Saint King wanted to subvert the cultivation system of the Heavenly Yuan Realm was to seize the world's origin, so that he could condense the Godhead and one day ascend to godhood. How am I going to be able to replicate the cultivation system of the upper realm to the Tian Yuan Realm? Ginger Elm asked. Just let the Sacred Yuan Realm completely occupy the Tian Yuan Realm. The Sacred King replied as if it were mechanical. Jiang Yuwei couldn't help but snort coldly at his words. If that's the case, then what the hell kind of god is he? At that time, if the Sacred King's plan was executed successfully and the Sacred Origin Realm struck at that time, then I'm afraid that he would not be able to escape either. Therefore, he was not wrong by much. However, the Saint King wanted to change the cultivation system of the entire Heavenly Yuan Realm just to seize the world origin, and he could have ignored that step, because the world origin was Jiang Yuwei's in the future. As an ascendant, your body naturally contains an entire cultivation system, and with all of your bloodline integrated into someone from the Heavenly Yuan Realm, you should be able to inherit such a cultivation system, right? Jiang Yuwei hooked up the corner of his mouth. He already had a new plan in his mind. Yes, but it requires a living bloodline and the same psychic structure as the higher planes. A living bloodline. Jiang Yuwei frowned. Honestly, that's something he really can't do nowadays. Although he had borrowed Jiang Yuwei's Divine Phoenix Essence blood to resurrect the Saint King, it was only temporary. Divine Phoenix Essence blood was expendable without the Nirvana Sacred Body's boost. Having the Nirvana Sacred Body is the one thing that can never be consumed. That result is obvious. He had to let Jiang Yuwei ascend to God first. The moment this thought rose, Jiang Yuwei understood everything. How to change the future. He already knows. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei stood up and completely obliterated the Saint King with one hand. He looked at his own body, and nowadays, only Power Over had the most Saint King bloodline in it. The one who could help him in the future was not himself, but Jiang Yuwei. Jiang Yuwei looked towards the sky of the Chaos Domain as he began to waiting for his own self in the center realm to cast that lower dimensional fusion belonging to Jiang Yuwei. The laws of time carried by this doppelganger had a greater use. He wanted to alter the lower dimension fusion that he had bestowed on Jiang Yuwei in the central realm, adding the full Saint King bloodline and his own time laws to it. If he did so, then the independent mission of this alter ego of his would be at an end, because by stripping away the laws of time, this bilocation was no longer alive. Jiang Yuwei paced back and forth in place, and in his mind, He continued to push the feasibility of this plan. Time passes unnoticed. That moment finally came. 3 rays of light suddenly descended from the sky, shooting in the direction of the royal city. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei rushed towards one of the rays without the slightest hesitation. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and as he approached the glow, he saw Jiang Yuwei on the ground. At this moment, Jiang Yuwei had already finished the story he had set up in the chaos domain and saved Feng Yanran. Jiang Yu's body began to melt, and the bloodline entrapped in it merged with the laws of time, entering the lower dimension fusion object, and as the laws of time were stripped away, his consciousness began to dissipate rapidly. I believe in you, Jiang Yuwei. The second before Jiang Yu's physical body as well as his consciousness completely dissipated in this world, Jiang Yu revealed a pleased smile. He seemed to see the future. In the future, Jiang Yuwei would kill into the central realm with an even stronger stance than him and free him. At the last moment of his life, Jiang Yu cast a secret order that only holy products could receive towards a certain divine state in the human emperor domain of the heavenly Yuan realm. Jiang Yuwei was too important to his future plans. Therefore, Feng Yanran's request was something he had to fulfill as early as possible. And in order for her to grow quickly, Jiang Yu already had an idea. Yang Songsheng, who was cultivating far away in the spirit cloud divine prefecture, suddenly opened his eyes and looked around in shock. His consciousness quickly swept across the entire heavenly Yuan realm. That person's aura, without a trace. Even the law of time that had been weighing on his heart had unexpectedly disappeared. Something has happened to the Holy Lord, Yang Songsheng said hideously, but the veracity of this news remains to be seen. And the voice had incidentally told him that the mother of the Holy Lord's 4th disciple would be sent to some small place in the Tian Yuan state, the location of which he even knew exactly. Who is your excellency? Since you want to start a rebellion, why don't you show your face and work together? Yang Songsheng shouted to the empty surroundings, to unite the great divine states, launch the change in the heavenly Yuan realm, and things can come to fruition. The mysterious voice didn't say much, but only said these words faintly. Yang Songsheng was even more certain that the mysterious person behind this voice was most likely a peak saint great existence. Before that, he needed to determine if the heavenly Yuan realm was unguarded as the voice had said. And so, the winged Cthulhu tore through space, which was the interstate rift. If Yifan was there, then it would be a death for him to cross over. I'm not willing to spend my life as a loser. Yang Songsheng gritted his teeth and took a big step across. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared for Yifan's decapitation, he was surprised to find that nothing happened. They really aren't. The voice that said it was true. Yang Songsheng clenched his fists, his eyes scarlet. Since that's the case, let's start the Tian Yuan realm change. Tian Yuan realm. Human emperor domain. Tian Yuan state. Xuanwu sacred kingdom. The battle of the sacred kingdom of Xuanwu is underway. Almost. Jiang Yuwei swept the surrounding area, and then took out the fusion of that lower realm world from his spatial ring. Master had hidden quite a few things inside that could be refined by her now. The moment she pressed her palm onto the orb, a current swept through her body, and a huge amount of information poured into her mind. Jiang Yuwei, when you hear this, I am in the center realm and have made a choice about the future. The heavenly Yuan realm world origin is given to you. You must thoroughly refine it. There is also the Saint King's bloodline in this. You must also combine it with the divine phoenix essence blood and steal everything in the Saint King's bloodline. In addition, I have melted the laws of time into it as well, so you refine them together. The most important thing is still the new structural formula of spiritual energy, which you need to experience thoroughly. The laws of time plus the world origin both fused together can summon the blade of heavenly elemental verdict to subdue all existences below the realm king. And with the addition of the Saint King's bloodline and the spiritual structure style all 4 in 1, you have a chance of seeing that path to ascend to God. The path to God is a confusing one, and you can only walk it yourself. I will wait for you for 1,000 years. The sound fades in the moment. Master. Jiang Yuwei released his eyes and opened them, making his choice. In her eyes, a light that had been with her for 16 years was fading, gradually transforming into the golden color of God. P.S. The author's guide passed out today, so I'm sorry for the late post. 75 2 years to ascend to the throne. Jiang Yuwei came out of the gate. Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. Heavenly Spirit Pool. Dense golden scriptures shrouded the surroundings, and the majestic Taishu spiritual pagoda towered into the clouds with a strange light. The giant black and gold disk in the sky slowly rotated, roaring the entire heaven and earth. The only people left guarding this place were the 50 sacred spirits and Li Qinglong, Tian Lai, and Tinglei. 2 years were insignificant in the long river of cultivation, like the transit of a white horse, passing in an instant. Feel that? The Taishu spirit tower is vibrating. Timothy Thunder looked towards the Taishu spirit pagoda with excitement, his tone trembling. This meant that the one in the heavenly spirit pool was about to come out. Xinglongli was also unable to hide his excitement as he stared at the Taishu spirit pagoda while saying, "This power fluctuation is at least at the great emperor level. Leaping from the heavenly extremity realm to the king's power realm emperor level in 2 years is simply unprecedented." He didn't just guard Jiang Yuwei during these 2 years either. Most of the people on the list have been purged by him. There were still a few obstinate divine states left, and they had actually joined forces to resist. He couldn't take the liberty of deciding to kill anyone outside of the list until he had Jiang Yuwei's authorization. Therefore, the only way to do the purge was to wait for Jiang Yuwei to exit the gate. Anyway, those several divine states have been blocked by the whole territory, and they can't become a climate. Hearing this, Tianlai nodded his head, stroked his beard, and smacked his lips. An 18-year-old great emperor, truly terrifying. And this great emperor is not an ordinary existence yet. If she completely emerges, I'm afraid that an ordinary Saint Pin wouldn't be her opponent. As soon as the words fell, the space around the heavenly spirit pool began to rapidly compress, and a wave of energy that caused the surrounding people's hearts to palpitate slowly spread from it until it spread throughout the entire Xuanwu sacred kingdom. As a red dot appeared in the Taishu spiritual pagoda, without waiting for the surrounding people to realize it, this starfire was instantly burning up with the momentum of a prairie fire. The flames instantly transformed into a sacred golden color, igniting the entire heavenly spirit pool and attaching to the entire Taishu spirit pagoda. Under this extremely terrifying flame power, the Taishu spirit pagoda even let out a somewhat agonizing sounding pity. On the tower, spider web-like cracks spread rapidly. What a terrifying power. It can't even suppress the Taishu spirit tower. Timothy Thunder's mind was shaken and he sucked in a breath of cold air. The Taishu spirit pagoda was easy to suppress even a saint grade. But now, it couldn't even suppress a great emperor. Although he knew in his heart that Jiang Yuwei wasn't an ordinary emperor-level powerhouse, directly shattering the Taishu spirit pagoda with brute force was truly a bit appalling. What? Heartbroken? Tianlai raised his eyebrows and teased. This Taishu spiritual pagoda is the sacred Sect's treasure, and without it, it is estimated that Nicholas Lei will have to suffer from flesh pains for quite a while. I'm not heartbroken. The belonging of the Taishu spirit pagoda is, in the end, Lord Sovereign's. Timothy Lai respectfully arched his hand in the direction of the heavenly spirit pool. Since it's the sovereign's personal belongings, whether it's good or bad, it's not something for old man to worry about. Your brain is quick to turn around. Tianlai sniffed and shook his head with a smile. Then he looked towards the Qian Koan disk in the sky. It's a good thing that His Excellency has just stepped into the emperor level and hasn't yet comprehended the power of the laws, or else this Qian Koan disk would have to suffer. He secretly sighed inwardly in relief. Although this Qian Koan disk was also Jiang Yuwei's thing in the end, but yeah, if he could keep it for a few years, he would be able to cultivate a few more top geniuses for the academic union. Can't stay. However, Xinglongli suddenly spoke out at this moment. What does General Qinglong mean by that? Tianlai said in disbelief. Although she hasn't comprehended the laws, she already holds the power of the perfect laws, and by the time this power erupts, 10 Qiankuan discs will have to be destroyed, Xinglongli slowly said. And when Timothy Thunder, who was on the side, heard this, he gloated and came to Tianlai's front, clasping his hands on his chest as he looked at the Qiankuan disc in the sky. Since General Qinglong has said so, then I guess this Qiankuan disc, indeed, cannot be kept. But, 2 years of time, plus the Taishu spirit pagoda and the Qiankuan disc, plus the fact that we mobilized the entire heavenly Yuan realm's heavenly treasures to aid in our cultivation, plus 50 sacred grade helpers, it's reasonable to say that your lordship was able to step into the emperor level, but all it takes to comprehend the laws is time, and even if one's natural talent is high, it still requires a large amount of time cost. Where did she get the law of consummation from? Timothy was puzzled. He and Tianlai were both late saint grade existences, and the laws they comprehended were now barely reaching the grand completion realm, with a good while to go before they were complete. From the beginning of comprehending the laws to the peak of law power, both of them had spent thousands of years. This is one of the 2 strongest laws of the Holy Lord, the law of time, which has now been passed down to her as much as possible. Xinglongli explained. Being at the peak of the saint grade, he had similarly comprehended the law of the perfection level born to last. This was a common law of the Divine Dragon clan, but only after thoroughly accepting the Divine Dragon inheritance and completing trials that could be described as hellish. Would it be possible to raise it to the perfect realm? However, the time he had spent comprehending the laws was only a short 1,000 years. Years ago he received the Divine Dragon inheritance with the help of the Holy Lord, and his strength skyrocketed, stepping directly into the peak of the Holy Grade from the Immortal Grade. According to his current strength, he could already fight against the Lin King before his seclusion for a moment or two. But if he wanted to defeat the Lin King, he was still quite a bit short. King Lin's law was 10 eyes annihilation, and when he opened his 10th eye, no holy item could stand against it. However, today's Qinglong Li was considered to be able to reach the level of 6 eyes. Thinking of this, Li Qinglong looked meaningfully towards the rolling flames of the heavenly spirit pool. He already had a guess about Jiang Yuwei's strength, probably at the level of 6 purposes as well, but she was, after all, only a king power realm emperor level. If one day she stepped into the realm of supremacy, even if it was only an earth supreme, I'm afraid that she would directly surpass the might of the forest king's 10 eyes in full bloom, and at that moment, the monstrous flames began to gradually converge from its original state of diffusion until it gathered into a golden lotus flower. Call everyone from the sacred sect and the scholastic union. Your excellency has come out of seclusion and is now the veritable and deserved king of the Tian Yuan realm. Seeing this scene, Qinglong Li instantly said. So he hastily summoned the Qinglong holy guards, as well as the powerhouses of the 4 sacred kings' realm of power and above, and the heaven supreme beings of the other divine states of the heavenly Yuan realm to speedily come to this place. Tian Lion Thunderbolt naturally knew what Qinglong Li meant. The name of the king of the heavenly Yuan realm couldn't be shed without a word. It had to be sensational and known by all. Subsequently, countless teleportation passages appeared in this place, and people from all parties stood underneath the heavenly spirit peak in an endless stream. The heavenly supreme beings who were in charge of the major divine states leaned forward and stood in line, looking respectfully at the giant golden fire lotus in the heavenly spirit pond. Towards the back, there were the earth supreme beings from the Tian Yuan state, who looked in awe, looking through the dense sea of people. Behind them stood many great emperors, and kings. Even though this group of people were already considered to be giants in the cultivator world, their presence here was no different from that of a mole cricket. The powerhouses of the king power realm were tense, not daring to look directly at the heavenly spirit peak. As a crisp phoenix chirp sounded, the entire fire lotus began to collapse, and the gravity around it was actually reversing. A figure stepped out slowly from the fire lotus with its feet in the void, leaving a fire whirl in the middle of the void. The sacred golden color of her eyes was barely laced with any extra emotion. Her porcelain-like face was exquisite enough to pour out the world, and her long hair poured down to her waist, swaying in the wind. Jiang Yuwei was above all living beings, indifferently looking down on all the beings under the heavenly spirit peak. Seeing this, Qinglong Li hurriedly led the way and knelt down and bowed his head. At the same time, the many powerful people behind them also knelt down like a wave. The scene was extremely shocking. Greetings to the Empress. Chapter 76, The Path to Godhood. Looking at the crowd in front of him that looked like stars bending down, Jiang Yuwei's angular chin slowly lifted up, her gaze laced with a hint of indescribable complexity as she gazed distantly at the distant dome of the sky. She buried her head and surveyed her slender fingers. The 2 years of seclusion had caused her body to grow quite a bit, not to mention that nowadays, his cultivation had skyrocketed and he had directly become an emperor-level powerhouse. One step further and one could step into the realm of the Supreme Being, the laws of time inherited to her by her master. She had refined it to a point where she was afraid that when she completely refined it, it would be the time when she stepped into the Supreme Being, and the Saint King bloodline had been completely fused, and that cultivation system that belonged exclusively to the upper plane had been acquired by her. As for the new spiritual power structural formula, she also thoroughly grasped it. The heavenly Yuan realm world origin had likewise become a part of her. All of these things added together. Even if she didn't mobilize the heavenly Yuan ruling blade, I'm afraid that in this heavenly Yuan realm, there would be few opponents. Qinglong Li, how's the purge going? Jiang Yuwei raised her head and asked after a moment of contemplation. In the face of the sudden questioning, Qinglong Li was prepared and said with a clear mind, there are still 3 left. Lu Ding from the Northern Underworld Divine Prefecture, Wang Kan from the Western Twilight Divine Prefecture, and Yun Qing from the Kanglan Divine Prefecture, and all 3 of them have early-stage saint cultivation. The reason why my subordinates didn't purge in time is because the hundreds of millions of people within these 3 divine states have united and rebelled together. Without your authorization, my subordinates would not dare to kill more than 1 person. Jiang Yuwei sniffed, her thumb rubbing the knuckles of her index finger, and after thinking for a while, they don't obey me. Hearing this, Li Qinglong, Tianlai and Tinglai kneeled down in fear. Destroy all 3 of these divine states, leaving no one behind. She pointed at Tianlai and Timothy Thunder, her tone cold and without the slightest bit of temperature. Originally, she was wondering if she should do it herself, but after thinking about it, she realized it wasn't necessary. She had long since ceased to be the Jiang Yuwei whose cultivation was only at the heavenly extreme realm 2 years ago, and she didn't need to be sheltered by anyone. Now that she had enough strength to suppress the entire Tian Yuan realm by herself without borrowing external objects, why did she need to prove it to anyone? Since they're still not convinced, they're even presuming to drag more people with them to their deaths, thinking that I'll let them off the hook just like that. I've always disliked whoever threatens me. Let them all die. Not one of them can be spared. Jiang Yuwei said coldly. The world has rumored that the Sacred Lord's division is ruthless, stepping on mountains of corpses and seas of blood to rise to the top, killing countless people and countless wronged souls. They might have thought that Jiang Yuwei, being a woman, would not be so decisive and venomous in heart and means, but at least there was room for maneuvering, and perhaps they could escape from death by beating their lips. But it turns out they were dead wrong. Although Jiang Yuwei was a woman, she was also the fourth disciple of the Holy Lord, especially after fusing the Saint King's bloodline and learning about the cultivation system of the upper plane and a great deal of information. She had completely metamorphosed. In terms of ruthlessness, she doesn't lose to those three senior brothers. Yes, sir, Timothy Thunder and Tian Lai respectfully said. And then they led the Sacred Sect and Scholars Union to tear through space and head directly to one of those three divine states. As they left, Jiang Yuwei also waved her hand faintly, allowing the many powerhouses below the heavenly spirit peak to leave along with the 50 holy products. In the middle of the day, only she and Qinglongli were left in this place. You received the Divine Dragon inheritance. The Divine Dragon trial. How far have you come? Jiang Yuwei asked directly. After pondering for a moment, Qinglongli said, the 99th floor trial. In the Divine Dragon inheritance, that tower only had 99 floors, and he had done the best he could. Thus, he was able to attain the perfect law of birth. What level did my master walk to back then? Lord Holy Lord is also at the 99 levels, but he had said that there are higher levels of the trial grounds, but doesn't know how to get there. Qinglongli said in a matter of detail. Indeed, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Since completely fusing the Saint King bloodline and stripping everything about the upper dimension world inside, her worldview had changed. In this heavenly Yuan realm, the bronze gate that Master Teacher had once said was not the only way to reach other dimensional worlds was the most extreme method. Through the Divine Phoenix inheritance and the Divine Dragon inheritance, it was just as possible to reach the upper plane world. She, on the other hand, has mastered this method. My subordinate has long since arranged for the inheritance. Your Excellency only needs to travel to the Divine Beast domain. Qinglongli hurriedly said. Jiang Yuwei nodded as she placed her index finger in the space in front of her, and then a golden immortal fire began to converge at her fingertip. The next moment, space was neatly cut apart by her. Nowadays, Jiang Yuwei was also able to follow the example of her master and elder brother, tearing through space at will and traveling directly. Immediately, she stepped into it with great strides and arrived at the Divine Beast domain, the realm of the Divine Phoenix clan. Qinglongli followed closely behind. At this moment, the Divine Beast domain was peaceful and no great war had broken out. But when Li Qinglong's figure appeared in this part of the heaven and earth, the Divine Phoenix Supreme also rushed to welcome him. Although Fengyun was also a saint grade, he was at most a mid-saint grade existence, and he was simply not in the same class compared to Qinglongli. General Qinglong. Fengyun stepped forward and respectfully said, after which, her gaze moved to Jiang Yuwei on the side. With just a glance, Fengyun's heart instantly set off 10,000 waves of shock. She had never seen an heir to the Divine Phoenix clan with such a pure bloodline before. And there was a power within the other party that made her want to submit. It was the Nirvana sacred body. Fengyun had realized who the person in front of him was. This person was none other than the Holy Lord's fourth disciple. And when the Holy Lord came to ask for a large amount of Divine Phoenix essence blood, it was to pave the way for her. Thinking of this, Fengyun hurriedly knelt down and bowed down. Get up, Jiang Yuwei faintly said. Fengyun sniffed and rose with some embarrassment, standing coyly to the side, not daring to make a sound. According to common sense, she was the ancestor of the person in front of her, but now she, the ancestors, was kneeling down for the junior. However, the other party could not be counted as a clan member of the Divine Phoenix clan. As she held the Nirvana sacred body, the purity of her bloodline then surpassed that of the Divine Phoenix clan, and was considered to be an alternative among alternatives. Where is the legacy? After Jiang Yuwei said that, Fengyun was hurriedly leading her towards the Divine Phoenix Holy Land. On the way, they encountered quite a few clansmen of the Divine Phoenix clan, who looked curiously at Jiang Yuwei, who was treading in the sky, with eyes full of admiration. Within a few moments, Jiang Yuwei stood at the center of the Divine Phoenix Holy Land, looking at the stone tower that ran through the sky and into the ground. The upper end of the stone tower plunges straight into the thick swirling clouds, leading nowhere. Jiang Yuwei reached out to touch this stone tower, and memories from the upper plane quickly sprang up in her mind. Through this object, one can reach the upper world. The world she could reach was the sacred Yuan realm, a place far too vast than the heavenly Yuan realm. Sacred products still had an extraordinary status in the sacred elemental realm, but none of them reached the point of ruling everything. It was the domain lords that were the dominant level powerhouses of the sacred elemental realm. Nowadays, I can only contend against holy products, and if the celestial Yuan ruling blade leaves the celestial Yuan realm, its power will be greatly reduced, and at most, it can only heavily injure domain lords, not reach the point of decapitating them. Jiang Yuwei pondered. She could choose to advance her realm peacefully in the heavenly Yuan realm, or she could even choose to go to the chaos domain and use the unique passage of time there to advance. However, Master left her with more information, the source of which all pointed to the sacred origin realm. The path she was going to take was not the path of the realm king, but the path of ascending to God, a path that was only possible when she reached the sacred origin realm. Only by ascending to the gods could the master be freed. When she thought about it, she had already made up her mind. After thoroughly accepting the divine phoenix inheritance and divine dragon inheritance, she would break through to the supreme realm, and her battle power would be comparable to that of a domain lord. At that time, she would personally travel to the sacred origin realm and take that path to God ascension. Chapter 77. Who? Jiang Yuwei already had a decision in her heart. Since her master had entrusted such an important task to her, she would definitely not fail her master. And for that, no matter what it took, she was willing. Qinglongli, first take me to the Divine Dragon clan. I want to receive the Divine Dragon inheritance. Jiang Yuwei commanded, and behind him, Li Qinglong looked like he had just come back to his senses as he hurriedly nodded his head in response. However, right at this moment, Jiang Yuwei's brows suddenly furrowed as a flash of suspicion flashed across her face. Turning her head to look intently at the kneeling Divine Phoenix Supreme on the side, she seems to have neglected something. On that list of deaths, the Divine Phoenix Supreme's name was clearly placed in the first position, and the other person is alive and well right in front of him at the moment. Jiang Yuwei re-examined the Li Qinglong in front of her. Do you need my authorization to kill her? You couldn't kill her? Or did she use the entire Divine Phoenix clan to blackmail you? When Qinglong Li heard this, his expression was a bit wooden and his eyes were confused for a moment. However, it was in this instant that the green dragon lance suddenly appeared in his hand, and then a lingering force quickly converged, and a dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens, as a huge green dragon silhouette swiftly sprang up in the sky. Green dragon spectral break. The green dragon silhouette whistled from the sky. The huge mouth that could annihilate everything opened, twisted its body, ripped through space like a bamboo, and in the blink of an eye, it killed in front of Jiang Yuwei, facing a peak saint-grade powerhouse going all out. Jiang Yuwei's face didn't even change as countless golden flames surged out from her fingers, strangely wrapping that green dragon silhouette completely. Under the terrifying pressure of the immortal flame, the dragon scales on the green dragon silhouette curled and whitened in the high temperatures, and even the surrounding spiritual energy was ignited together into a sky of sparks. As the flames completely closed, the shadow couldn't even make a wailing sound, and it instantly collapsed. You're not Qinglongli. Jiang Yuwei's eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness, tearing through space as her figure stormed back to 10 miles away. She spread out her palm, and a golden flame that made the surrounding space unable to withstand it slowly rose, erupting like the sun with a grand and intense incandescent light. The temperature between the sky and the earth rose abruptly, and the earth cracked and fragmented. However, Qinglongli did not say much about this, and his originally confused pupils turned into a pale white color, as he placed his palms against each other and moved them to the center of his brow. The entire heavens and earth seemed to be engulfed in fluid like darkness, from the bottom to the top, flooding all directions, so that even the light was hard to pierce. Live and let live. The field unfolds. As soon as the ancient and long-lasting tone fell, Qinglongli's figure dissipated in this space. Jiang Yuwei looked around. The darkness like paint and ink completely shrouded the world, and the golden fire lotus in her palm could only barely illuminate her surroundings. After fusing the information from the upper plane, she was clear that this was the most powerful means of the peak of the sacred grade, and that the only way to cast a domain was after utilizing the power of the laws to the extreme. In the world of domains, domain unfolders are almost invincible. There are only 2 ways it can be cracked. One is that the realm is far higher than the realm unfurler, and forcibly tearing through the opponent's realm with power. The second was to cast the same domains, and the 2 domains would hedge against each other, with the strongest winning. However, today's Jiang Yuwei was sky far away in terms of realm. Her strength was on par with Li Qinglong's, and she herself was not yet at the point where she could cast a domain. Just as she was thinking so, a deafening dragon's roar came from the black as ink world. A pair of pupils that were verdant enough to shatter the entire universe tore through the darkness and suddenly opened. Under these huge eyes, Jiang Yuwei's figure was as small as dust, insignificant. The massive oppression felt like the sky and the earth were merging at this moment. Li Qinglong was his senior brother's most trusted confidant, ordered to assist him in controlling the heavenly Yuan realm, and when he ordered him to die, he wouldn't even blink. So who the hell is this guy in front of me? This person actually had the exact same power as Qinglongli, a power that was the 5th most powerful existence in the Tian Yuan realm besides his senior brother and senior father. But this fake Qinglongli seemed to be missing a memory. That is, As long as she was in this place in the heavenly Yuan realm, no one under the Realm King could kill her. Thinking of this, the bronze hilt of the blade appeared once again in Jiang Yuwei's hand, and as she moved her mind, countless blood-red lines spread out, covering the entire domain world. They quickly and intricately converged to meet the hilt of the blade. The heavenly Yuan ruling blade hummed as it was held tightly by Jiang Yuwei. At the same time, the verdant pupils in the born unlimited domain seemed to have sensed the danger. The double pupils began to shatter, transforming into uncountable green dragons, like a torrential downpour that poured towards Jiang Yuwei. Each giant dragon carried the might of a holy product. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei directly waved his arm, and the heavenly Yuan ruler's man instantly chopped a thin line horizontally through this space. A sound as crisp as shattering glass resounded in the domain world. The bodies of the green-colored dragons that rushed up also burst apart one after another. In the infinite darkness of the realm world, cracks like spider webs spread rapidly, and the entire world began to fragment until it collapsed. Bang! The darkness rushes in like a tidal wave. At this moment, that fake Li Qinglong's body was likewise on the verge of shattering, and a random strike from the heavenly Yuan ruling blade was able to cut through the domain world. Even the remaining aftershocks were enough to easily destroy a peak saint grade. Jiang Yuwei gazed at Li Qinglong in front of her, and without waiting for her to ask, the other party's body suddenly exploded. What the hell is that? Her brows knitted slightly as she turned to look at the terrified-faced Divine Phoenix Supreme on the side. Feng Yun's body trembled due to great fear. His pupils shrunk as small as pinholes, and his mouth said something intermittently. What are you muttering? Jiang Yuwei took a step forward, her long knife pointing straight at her opponent's throat. Behind! Behind! Feng Yun's eyes completely turned a shade of muddy white as he raised his arm to point behind Jiang Yuwei. She sniffed and turned her head suspiciously. A green-colored wall of people that covered the sky and consisted of countless people was slowly moving towards her. That's Li Qinglong. Countless Li Qinglongs. How could there be so many? Jiang Yuwei gritted her teeth as an ominous premonition rose in her heart. But when she stepped back, she was surprised to find that Divine Phoenix Supreme's body was on the verge of collapsing. Countless Divine Phoenix Supreme beings split out from within her. The amount of this holy product is a bit too much. Even I'm afraid that Master Teacher can't do this. Jiang Yuwei hurriedly picked up the heavenly Yuan ruling blade and was about to chop out. However, this locust-like density of Li Qinglong and Feng Yun, their mouths suddenly began to mutter obscure and incomprehensible ancient words. A concentric circle of green and red made of spiritual energy vibrated out from those two walls of people in turn. Bang! 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 Jiang Yuwei's face instantly sank. This was the first time she felt danger. That was the incantation of the synergistic grand formation, and moreover, this synergistic grand formation could be very different from the version in the Tian Yuan realm. This was a synergistic grand formation from the upper dimension world. Thousands and thousands of sacred pins forming a synergistic grand formation. Their power. To what level would they explode? Green Dragon, Spectre, Underworld, Break. Thousands of voices mingled and rang out, intermittently, piercing her eardrums. Jiang Yuwei put her full strength into it and chopped out a blow against the wall of green-colored people. At the same time, all of the Li Qinglongs began to knit together like building blocks, forming an incomparable dragon. This huge dragon, composed purely of people, swept through the void as it circled under the aegis of the synergistic grand formation, stiffly resisting the chopping blows of the heavenly Yuan ruling blade. How? Jiang Yuwei's pupils shook. It was absolutely impossible to carry the heavenly Yuan ruling blade underneath a realm king, and although these guys were terrifying, their strength was estimated to be only that of a mid-stage realm lord. The power of the heavenly Yuan ruling blade has weakened. She suddenly realized this. The surrounding space was shattered like glass by the touch of these two forces. Gravity all began to reverse, and countless boulder chunks and subterranean lava floated up from the fragmented earth. Jiang Yuwei's long hair similarly floated up, but her body was steadily nailed to the ground, holding her sword with both hands and going all out, not daring to slacken off in the slightest. If she took a step back, this group of Li Qinglong would instantly kill her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Yuwei gritted her teeth, and a blazing flame that was strong enough to melt space had already appeared behind her. A phoenix made up of thousands of Divine Phoenix Supreme beings. Seeing this, she didn't hesitate to split the heavenly Yuan ruling blade into two, holding one on the left and one on the right, to harden herself against the bizarre monsters on both sides. If she had only fought against one side, she could have possibly won, but the heavenly Yuan ruling blade had no choice but to be split in two, resisting left and right. She had no chance of winning. How could the power of the verdict blade be weakened? Her gaze searched between heaven and earth, and in an instant, Jiang Yuwei found the answer. She saw someone stepping proudly on top of the head of the human green dragon, arms crossed in front of her chest, tilting her chin up and looking down at her out of the corner of her eye without mercy. The man. Hers was herself. Chapter 78 Multiple Forces. Later episodes will involve two Jiang Yuwei, so the familiar Jiang Yuwei will be written as Jiang Yuwei and the other as Jiang Yuwei. The immense force coming from both sides made Jiang Yuwei powerless. One person against two middle-ranked domain lords. Such a thing had never happened in the Tian Yuan realm. Even the Battle of the Saint Kings, which had once laid claim to the might of Saint Lords, was only a battle that erupted between two primordial domain lords at that time. At this moment, she was already overwhelmed. Not to mention that just fighting off the divine dragons and divine phoenixes on her left and right sides was exhausting enough. And that, Jiang Yuwei, who stood atop the head of the humanoid green dragon, was even more of an uncertainty. If this person made a move, then she would not survive 10 deaths. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei was clear that if he was still holding back, what would greet him would inevitably be death. Immediately, her mind moved, and the power of time began to affect the space around her. Although 70% of the laws of time was not enough to resist a mid-rank domain lord, delaying it for a moment was enough. It had been her last and strongest resort. As for the Nirvana sacred body and the immortal flame, it was more than enough to fight against a holy product, but under this level of battle, it was completely inadequate. And at this moment, Jiang Yuwei, who was standing on top of the head of the humanoid green dragon, sensed the abnormality. Her right palm spread out and the same heavenly Yuan ruling blade appeared in her hand. As she swung the blade of judgment, the blade suddenly disintegrated, separating layer by layer as it twisted in the air, finally spreading out crimson lines connecting together and changing into a long whip form. No good. Jiang Yuwei, who was fighting against the two forces at the bottom, changed her face. This guy is going to get involved. Without waiting for her to think more, Jiang Yuwei waved her long whip and leapt down. The long whip extended rapidly in her hands, and wherever it passed, it lingered, cutting out smooth to the bone scars in space, eventually attacking and killing towards Jiang Yuwei. Jiang Yuwei's pupils snapped. Live and let live. The field unfolds, but at that very moment, a huge greenish-white dragon claw instantly blocked in front of her, and with it, the same darkness that engulfed heaven and earth. But before such darkness could be completely formed, it was instantly shattered. The greenish-white dragon wailed, and its large body flew out horizontally like a kite with broken strings, and was fiercely blasted on the ground and rolled around a few times, eventually turning into a diffuse point of light that dissipated. Li Qinglong's figure was half kneeling on the ground, his 7 orifices crumbling with blood, his appearance appalling. His breath was weak, but he still summoned his green dragon lance and charged towards Jiang Yuwei at a fast pace. My lord, I'll protect you. Li Qinglong bellowed and leapt into midair, facing off with the long whip-wielding Jiang Yuwei from afar. Qinglong Li, are you for real? Jiang Yuwei looked at him with a surprised expression. Li Qinglong, whose body was somewhat cracked, slowly nodded his head as he looked towards the wall of people formed by himself and the Jiang Yuwei in front of him. Although he was appalled in his heart, he could not care so much at this moment. You're no match for her. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei panicked. Even a random strike from the half-finished heavenly Yuan ruling blade was not something that Li Qinglong, who was at the peak of the sacred product, could fight against. Fortunately, just now Qinglong Li directly used the power of the domain to fight against it, and the domain cut down the vast majority of the damage for him. If not, he would have perished long ago. But even so, his appearance at the moment was extremely wretched. King Lin asked me to protect you, so I will go all out. Li Qinglong's expression was solemn, and the green dragon lance in his hand actually began to change shape. On that white handle, dragon scales quickly spread out, and the head of the gun, even more coolly resembled a huge dragon with its mouth open and spitting, and at the same time, many cracks quickly appeared in the surrounding space, opening up in the sky like compound eyes. Strong people from the heavenly Yuan realm poured into it, and the vast army instantly filled this divine phoenix clan's realm to the brim. The sacred sect, the school union, the green dragon's sacred guards, as well as the supreme powerhouses from the 4 sacred kingdoms had all appeared here at this moment. Timothy Thunder's figure appeared in this part of the heaven and earth. He looked towards the sacred sect's disciples who were murderous underneath, and with a wave of his hand, the Taishu spiritual pagoda was the one that was guarding this side. Although the Taishu spiritual pagoda was covered with cracks around its circumference at this time, it was barely enough. This heavenly Yuan realm's 3rd-ranked supreme magic treasure wasn't just for show. Its role wasn't just limited to speeding up cultivation. The higher the user's cultivation level, the more terrifying the power the Taishu spirit pagoda could erupt. Immediately, Timothy Thunder roared. Form a high-level synergistic grand formation. Protect the patriarch. In a trance, all the sacred sect disciples operated the synergy formation with lightning speed, and an even more massive concentric circle rose up on the ground. A giant hand that covered the sky and shook the earth coalesced between heaven and earth as it lifted up the Taishu spirit pagoda and suppressed it towards the humanoid phoenix. The power of this giant hand far surpassed the peak of the Saint grade, approaching that of a primordial domain lord, together with the Taishu spirit pagoda. Although it couldn't directly obliterate the humanoid phoenix, it was able to slow down the pressure for Jiang Yuwei by at least half. In this way, Jiang Yuwei would have the opportunity to free up her hands to deal with her enemies, breaking them down one by one. Academia Alliance. Form a high-level synergistic formation. Protect the Alliance Master. And at this moment, Tian Lai's figure also appeared in this heaven and earth. His eyes shook out a blooming light as he roared. Countless talented students from the ancient academy instantly knotted up the synergistic grand formation, and an even more terrifying power converged between heaven and earth. They had received systematic training since they were young and were far beyond ordinary people in terms of formation understanding. So naturally the synergistic formations they formed would have a much more powerful increase in power. It could be said that 60% of the geniuses in the heavenly Yuan realm were all in the Academy Union. As the synergistic formation of the Academy's Union was formed, an earth-shaking spear slowly rose up in this world. At the same time, the vapor of the Qiankuan disk expanded and spread underneath the feet of the members of the Scholarship Union, providing them with a powerful increase in the power of the laws. The giant spear stabbed sharply towards the humanoid green dragon. Seeing that the time had come, Qinglongli raised his spear and shot out a green light as if to notify heaven and earth. The green light drilled into the dome of the sky and erupted into a dragon's roar that shook the 9 skies. The figures of powerful people in the Divine Dragon Clan and Divine Phoenix Clan began to appear in the heavens and earth. Jiang Yuwei faced the sudden killing out of many parties in front of him, and did not move, and did not have the intention to fight at all. She just blandly tore through the space with her heavenly Yuan ruling blade, and without looking back, she gracefully stepped into it. Behind the space, the connection was the chaos domain. Jiang Yuwei wanted to leave. No one could stop him. After all, the other party was holding the heavenly Yuan ruling blade. They might not really be able to leave him behind right now even if multiple forces were to join forces. Not to mention the fact that the real Jiang Yuwei was still in deep water today, and they had enemies in front of them that they had to prioritize. Thinking of this, Qinglongli directly ordered that all the clansmen of the Divine Phoenix Clan and Divine Dragon Clan would do their best to pass on their bloodline power to Jiang Yuwei, who was struggling to support herself. They all carried the bloodline of a divine beast in their bodies, and this power was extremely subtle, allowing them to directly increase their power on any of them. Not to mention that Jiang Yuwei's bloodline was pure and thorough, and the effect of this increase would be extremely obvious. After being empowered, the heavenly Yuan ruling blade in Jiang Yuwei's hand erupted with even more powerful fluctuations, taking advantage of the gap between the Academia Alliance and the Holy Sect to check the human phoenix and the human green dragon. She rejoined the blades of judgment into one, and then chopped down heavily towards the human green dragon. Chapter 79, Treasure Hunt. A strike that was comparable to that of a high-level domain lord fell, and the human green dragon directly collapsed, all of its figures being destroyed by the destructive force. And then Jiang Yuwei turned around and slashed again, instantly obliterating that human phoenix. The greenish-red points of light in the sky fell like heavy rain. She looked at this in front of her with thoughts in her eyes. Luckily, Qinglongli and the others had arrived quickly. Otherwise, today would have been a very bad day. And the reason why she was able to win was still because that Jiang Yuwei didn't have the intention to fight her. "How is your injury?" Jiang Yu asked as she looked towards Li Qinglong, whose breath was weak. "No harm done. Conditioning for a while is enough," Qinglongli said breathlessly. Obviously resisting a random strike from the heavenly Yuan ruling blade made him feel extremely bad. "When the matter here is finished, go to the treasury of the Green Dragon's sacred kingdom yourself to get some heavenly materials and treasures to refine and heal early," Jiang Yuwei faintly said. When Qinglongli heard this, his heart was pleasantly surprised and he hurriedly responded. This Green Dragon's sacred kingdom's treasure trove was filled with uncountable extinctions, all of which were priced to exist. As she spoke, Jiang Yuwei looked around the entire Divine Phoenix Clan territory, and she already had a presumption in her mind. These weird things, are they from the center realm? She frowned. In the memories of the higher realms, there was absolutely no such bizarre existence that could infinitely replicate itself. But since they had appeared, it must be highly likely that they were the things that Master Teacher was dealing with. Other than that, Jiang Yuwei indeed couldn't think of anything in this world that would make it impossible for her master to set things right. They arrived at the heavenly Yuan realm through the channels of the Divine Phoenix inheritance and the Divine Dragon inheritance. She murmured. In that case, her plan to receive the dual god inheritance would have to be put on hold for the time being. No one could say when those monsters would make a comeback, and if they broke into the inheritance by themselves, it would be completely overwhelming for one person to face such monsters at that time. This time, those monsters had only duplicated 2 people, Qinglongli and Divine Phoenix Supreme, and it had made them struggle so much. If they were to duplicate a powerful person like Tian Lai and Thunderbolt, the situation would only become even more ugly, unless one killed that Jiang Yuwei first, so that the other half of the Tian Yuan realm's world origin would be back in her grasp. At that time, holding a fully formed heavenly Yuan ruling blade, she was not afraid of anything, but it looks like the creature can only make one copy of itself? That's debatable. If thousands of Jiang Yuwei appeared in this heaven and earth, then there was absolutely no need for this battle to continue. Have all the aborigines in the Divine Beast domain temporarily withdraw and move all of them to the Human Emperor domain, Jiang Yuwei ordered. Although the Divine Beast domain was also a domain, the aborigines in it were only a tenth of the population of the Human Emperor domain. Moreover, the Human Emperor domain was large enough, with 3,000 divine states, but it was able to accommodate the entire Divine Beast domain. Allowing them to remain in the Divine Beast domain would only make the future situation even more fraught with uncertainty. Yes, sir. When Ting Lei and Tian Lai heard this, they hurriedly said respectfully and then led the sacred sect's disciples to start organizing this matter. Where is my senior brother in seclusion? The Chaos Domain? Jiang Yuwei suddenly asked. The Chaos Domain's passage of time was very different from the Tian Yuan realm, so it was a good place to retreat. But at this moment, that Jiang Yuwei had already entered the Chaos Domain. My subordinate doesn't know either, but it won't be the Chaos Domain, and perhaps it's not in the Tian Yuan realm that we are in either. Qinglong Li pondered. That's good. Jiang Yuwei nodded, then led him one step ahead, leaving the Divine Phoenix domain and heading straight for the Qi Tian Palace. 3 days later, in the Spirit Mountain Qi Tian Hall, Jiang Yuwei sat high above the throne. Last time she was here to give orders to level the change of the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom. This time once again returned to the Qi Tian Palace, but there was absolutely no moment of respite. She needed to enter the Chaos Domain to decapitate the other, Jiang Yuwei, and recapture the power of the world origin. But before that, she had 2 more important things to do. The trip to the Divine Phoenix domain made it clear to Jiang Yuwei that the forces under her hand nowadays seemed somewhat inadequate. In order for the Tian Yuan realm to truly calm down, and in order to deal with future emergencies like today, she needed more and stronger men. It was at least the Supreme Realm. She needed an army made up entirely of Supreme Beings. At that time, these Supreme Beings would be able to have the power to fight against the Domain Masters by using the Synergistic Grand Formation. Using a Synergistic Grand Formation again under the Supreme Being would be somewhat inadequate. As for the second thing, it was to step into the realm of the Supreme Being and completely control the laws of time. At that time, her battle power would also skyrocket, and she would be able to match a mid-stage domain lord with her own power alone. Coupled with the half-finished Heavenly Yuan ruling blade, her power was considered to have returned to the peak of existence in the Heavenly Yuan realm. How many heavenly treasures are in the treasury of the Green Dragon's Sacred Kingdom? Jiang Yuwei looked at Li Qinglong, whose injuries had stabilized quite a bit, and asked. Qinglong Li pondered for a moment. Hard to estimate. If I were to use the treasures of the Green Dragon's Sacred Kingdom to create a supreme army, would it be enough? Jiang Yuwei pursued. Without even thinking about this question, Qinglong Li directly shook his head. Apparently not enough. That's the supreme. Perhaps in Jiang Yuwei's perspective, supreme beings counted for nothing. After all, ever since she had joined the Sacred Lords Division at the age of 16, the least she had dealt with were immortal-grade heavenly supreme beings. Even those below the Heaven Supreme Exalt were not qualified to speak a word to her. Not to mention those ordinary supreme beings. Not to mention the treasure trove of the Green Dragon's Sacred Kingdom. Even if the entire treasure trove of the 4 sacred kingdoms were used to cultivate all of them, they wouldn't be able to create an army of supreme beings. As for the treasure trove of the Sacred Sect and the Scholastic Union, that would have to be another story. But such an exhaustive approach, Qinglong Li expected that Jiang Yuwei would not do so. In response, Jiang Yuwei's face didn't change much. She was aware that the consumption of cultivating such an army was completely astronomical, but she still had her chest full. The resources of the Heavenly Yuan realm were one thing, but the resources of the Holy Lords Division were another. She wasn't sure exactly how much resources were needed to create the supreme army, but she was clear that the 3 senior brothers as well as her master teacher had 100% left to backhand. The resources the 4 of them had left for themselves were definitely enough. Li Qinglong, Tian Lai, and Timothy Thunder come forward to listen to the order. Jiang Yuwei stood up and ordered. The 3 rushed to the bottom of the throne steps. Immediately, Jiang Yuwei took out the original order of the Forest King, the order of the Sacred Sect's Patriarch, and the order of the Alliance of Academies and handed it to each of the 3. The 3 of you have been following my senior brother for many years, so I'm afraid it's clear that they've left other tricks up their sleeves, and these 3 tokens may be the keys. Find them, but before that, block off the Divine Phoenix domain to ensure that the existences within won't flood into other places. As you command, the 3 of them said in unison and immediately left the Qi Tian Hall. Now in the middle of this great hall, She and the 50 holy products were once again the only ones left. 50 Saint Pin knots in a coordinated grand formation. Although it was also a good battle power bonus, it was obviously still not enough in order to stabilize the entire heavenly Yuan realm. The supreme army she was bound to get, since the 3 senior brothers have all left their backhand. Where is the master's backhand hidden? She remembered that when she first met with her master teacher, the other party had casually taken out pills that seemed to be able to make the king power realm emperor level rise to the emperor level. Master has always been an existence that thinks of 10,000 steps behind every step. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuwei tore through space and arrived in the Qi Tian mansion. Chapter 80 Jiang Yu's private treasury. Holy Lord's strict selection. Qi Tian Fu. Jiang Yuwei's mind was in a whirlwind when she stepped foot here again, and a sense of things being different was filling the surroundings. The last time I was here, Master Teacher was still here, and the 3 senior brothers were all in the Tian Yuan realm. But now, she was completely and utterly alone in the entire heavenly Yuan realm. She couldn't help but let out a sigh as she looked towards the words Qi De Fu on the plaque, giving a wooden smile and shaking her head. The master had done everything to conceal it in the first place. It was only when she truly knew the identity of her master and inherited this huge heavenly Yuan realm that she realized how heavy a burden she had on her shoulders. Jiang Yuwei walked straight towards the room where her master teacher used to live, pushing open the door. The furnishings inside were incredibly simple, no different from an ordinary home, not even comparable to the room she once had in the Jiang mansion at all. A bed, a table, and nothing else. But on that desktop, there was also a thick book with yellowed paper. Curious, she went up and picked it up, scrutinizing it. The cover page of the book reads crookedly, Jiang Yu's Adventure Diary of the Metaphysical World, 6th edition. This is a handwritten diary of the master? Cloudy day. Went to the Green Dragon's sacred kingdom and played a beggar for a day. Not only did no one find fault with me, but I also had to get a few pieces of spirit stones. Uninteresting. Cloudy sky. It's been too depraved in recent times. Tomorrow I'll have to enlighten myself on the laws of space and time. Cloudy day. After going to the Green Dragon's sacred kingdom and drinking for a day, I'll definitely enroll in the laws tomorrow. Rainy day. Went around to the hall of Qi Tian. Shaolin Zi wasn't there. Stormy rain. Little Zhaozi asked me to make a trip to the sacred sect, but I don't want to go. Thunderstorm sky. Little Leaf said that there's another incident in Chaos City, so he should be able to set it right, so I won't go. Cloudy. What's behind the door? I really want to know. I really need to get my head around the laws. Pattering rain. This Jiang Yuwei kid seems to have spirit. Much better than those 3 stubborn disciples. But 4 people can play cards. What can 5 people play? Puffing light rain. This child won't be homesick, right? But it's better to see what she means. If she wants to develop in the outer divine realm, it's not impossible. It's a matter of moving an ancient academy over. Thunderstorm. The Saint King's remnants are still in the world. So let's put a long line to catch a big fish and forget about it. But it's a bit too unethical for me to use my own disciple as bait. She didn't dare to imagine that the person who had written such a running diary was her master. Immediately, Jiang Yuwei continued to flip backward, and a page in the diary suddenly fell out by itself, which she picked up in a hurry. However, with just a glance, Jiang Yuwei's pupils suddenly shrunk. I knew you would find your way here, so I left this last letter. Those 3 senior brothers of yours are currently in death seclusion, so if you want to get their help, I guess it will be a long time. But Master has left a backhand for you, enough for you to cultivate a superpower of your own. The private coffers of those 3 senior brothers are already full of treasures, but in front of Master Teacher, these are all just tricks. The Celestial Yuan ruling blade is the key, and this is the door. Open the door and enter, and you will know everything. However, you must remember to thoroughly comprehend the chaotic divine demon scripture, which contains the alchemy, formation, and inscription techniques of the ancient times, strictly chosen by the Holy Lord. You will be satisfied. That's the end of the letter. Jiang Yuwei put down the letter with a stunned expression for a long time before she slowed down. I didn't expect that Master had anticipated the situation today, and even guessed what she had in mind. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she received all the diaries into her spatial ring, before summoning the heavenly Yuan ruling blade and slowly inserting it against this place. The space around her quickly changed, and as the Tian Yuan ruling blade turned like a key, a door emitting white light suddenly appeared in front of her. Jiang Yuwei gently pushed the door in, and the scene inside made her suck in a breath of cold air. Here, it was a very small, separate space with just a few dozen shelves, and on the shelves were all sorts of boxes, neatly arranged. The boxes are labeled on the underside with the master's markings. Helicopter Dan under the realm of King's Power. King Power Realm Helicopter Dan. Royal Grade Helicopter Dan. Imperial Grade Helicopter Dan. Supreme Speed Dan. High Grade Improved Ling Xian Dan. In addition to the various kinds of superb pills, There are also king weapons, royal weapons, emperor weapons, and supreme magic treasures. Jiang Yuwei stared blankly at what was in front of her. How in the world did Master Shifu do that? Could it be that during the thousands of years he rested, he never stopped and was always refining pills and weapons? She sucked in a breath of cold air at the thought. It was only now that her master's true strength became completely clear to her. Master Teacher was an all-round talent. Not only was his combat strength extremely terrifying, but his alchemy and weaponry and other means were all broken in the Tianyuan realm. The shelves were not many, and the boxes could be counted, but after all, the effects of the pills inside were all extremely terrifying, and it was enough for her to barely cultivate an army of supreme beings. However, in this way, the backhand left behind by her master looks less shocking, but it did manage to solve her current pressing problem. Immediately, Jiang Yuwei slowly came to the shelves containing the supreme speed pills and randomly picked a box to open. Her pupils shrank again. What was contained inside this box was not the elixir she had in mind. Inside was a box full of stacked space rings. This was when she came to understand what was meant by the Holy Lord's tactics. The so-called means of the Holy Lord are those that are sure to leave one's jaw dropping and forever unprepared. Jiang Yuwei took out a spatial ring and her consciousness swept through it. The sheer amount of pills made it so that even she could only let out a helpless smile at the moment before shaking her head, with nothing else in her heart but admiration and adoration. Boxes filled with space rings inside. Space rings filled with elixirs. Such an outrageous practice in addition to the master teacher. The world cannot find the second person who can be so bold. Immediately, she took away some pills and weapons related to the King Power Realm and the Supreme Realm, and left this space, returning to her master's simple and extremely simple room. Jiang Yuwei's mood completely smoothed out. When she had just taken charge of the Heavenly Yuan Realm, she encountered the Xuanwu Sacred Kingdom's rebellion. Not long after the end of the counterinsurgency, even though he himself had stepped into the emperor level and thoroughly possessed the power to subdue the Heavenly Yuan Realm, that was when the Divine Beast domain went wrong again. Counting a total of 5 domains in the Heavenly Yuan Realm, now in her hands she had lost 2 domains along with the Chaos domain. Moreover, the infinitely replicating bizarre existence inside the Divine Beast domain and the other, Jiang Yuwei, made her feel extremely threatened. Originally, in such a situation, there will be no one to cover for her anymore and she can only harden herself. But the truth was that her master had always been her biggest card. Just like when she had easily avenged herself in the Jiang Mansion and practiced in the divine state within the Tianyuan state, there had always been people who had been there for her. Jiang Yuwei sat on the chair, caressing the wooden table and taking out the yellowed diary. After much thought, she wrote a few words on the last page herself, smiling brightly. It cleared up today. Thank you, Master. Chapter 81, A Man's Knee Has Gold. This is the time to honor it. At this time, the 3 people who were searching for the treasure trove in the Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom, the headquarters of the Scholarship Union, and the Sacred Sect had each made their own gains. Those 3 lords had indeed left a terrifying amount of backhanders, and these kinds of resources were more than enough even if they were to create 10 more top-tier forces out of them. After obtaining the information, they rushed back to the Qi Tian Palace at a rapid pace. Jiang Yuwei was already sitting on the throne with a good plan, waiting for their good news. How? Seeing the trio return, Jiang Yuwei faintly asked. Qinglongli rushed forward and reported to her the location of the 3 paths treasure trove. Jiang Yuwei smiled as she listened. Qinglongli, Tinglei, and Tianlai, pick someone from the entire Tianyuan realm, with a realm requirement of King Power Realm to Supreme Realm and loyalty. If they are willing, they can be added to the list. For everyone on the list, the King Power Realm can be promoted to Supreme, and the Earth Supreme can be promoted to Heaven Supreme. But this is not without a price. If they choose this path, then there will no longer be the slightest growth in the realm thereafter. Jiang Yuwei said seriously. The pills left behind by the master were certainly terrifying, but they only overdrew all of the cultivators' potential in advance to reach the designated realm. This practice would prevent those cultivators who took the elixir from taking another step forward in their lives. However, the 3 people at the bottom were instantly shocked when they heard the words. What? From the realm of kingship to supreme? An Earth Supreme rising to a Heaven Supreme? The price is just that you can't go any further in your cultivation after that? What's the price? There is absolutely no cost. Qinglongli forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. Earlier he had thought that the treasures he had found from King Lin's private treasury would be enough to resolve the immediate need. But, apparently Jiang Yuwei had found the treasure trove left behind by the Holy Lord. The treasury of the Holy Lord and the treasury of those 3 lords were not in the same magnitude of existence at all. This list was crucial. Once the news was released, countless people would want to be inside the list even if they were fighting for their heads. Most king-level powerhouses didn't have enough chances to step into the royal level in this life, let alone become supreme directly. And 90% of Earth Supreme beings were unable to take that step, which was like a heavenly rift. into the heavenly supreme realm in this lifetime. The conditions that Jiang Yuwei put out now could not be described as unattractive. Straight to the supreme. Such temptation had never existed before in the entire heavenly Yuan realm. This is definitely a gift. A heavenly gift. And a heavenly opportunity. My subordinate will do so immediately. Qinglong Li and the other two hurriedly said respectfully. However, just as they were about to leave, Jiang Yuwei called out to Li Qinglong. She paused and then said, "Help me ask the heavenly king of Jinlei if he's willing." And, Jirun? When Qinglong Li heard this, he instantly understood what Jiang Yuwei meant. He nodded in response. This Jinlei Tianwang is going to get lucky again. Who would have thought that many years ago, when he first met with the heavenly king of Jinlei, this guy was still just a nameless 8th rank candidate, with nothing but his courage and chivalry. But just because of that year's thoughtless act outside of the heavenly underworld spirit academy, it allowed him to step up from there, first receiving a gift from the forest king and becoming a king-level powerhouse, and then he was promoted to centurion of the Green Dragon Holy Guard. Since King Lin had left, he had again broken the Jin Thunder Heavenly King's rule and promoted Qinglong to the rank of Thousand Husbandman. Now, since Jiang Yuwei, who was in control of everything, had the intention of drawing in the Heavenly King of Jinlei, he was not a foolish man. After going back, he would directly promote that guy to the position of Grand Commander of the Green Dragon Holy Guards, together with Jiang Yushi's elixir. It would allow the Heavenly King of Jinlei to become a Heavenly Supreme. Qinglong Li, who thought of this, could not help but shake his head. To think that he had gone from candidate level to Heavenly Supreme without fail. He had spent thousands of years and endured many trials and tribulations. It's really hard to speculate on this fate thing. Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom. Green Dragon Sacred Guard Residence. The Heavenly King of Jinlei looked at the well-trained soldiers in front of him. Back then, he hadn't even passed the preliminary examination for the Green Dragon Holy Guard, and if he hadn't pulled out his sword that day, where would he be now? Sometimes a random move by yourself can change your entire destiny. My lord, when do we leave? The deputy miller stepped forward and asked. When the Jinlei Heavenly King heard this, he glanced at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. This was a task given by the general, and they would be joining with the school union and the sacred sect to form a large formation that could seal off the divine beast domain. General told us to wait for the sacred sect's men. Jin Thunder Heavenly King said. The stakes are high. He was also present during the last divine beast domain battle, but he didn't put in much effort. This was because even the lofty supreme beings didn't have much combat ability and could only be part of a synergistic grand formation. As for them, it was more cannon fodder of cannon fodder. Ever since the Sacred Lord and those three lords left the Tian Yuan realm, the dangers that the Tian Yuan realm had to face suddenly skyrocketed. In the past, the enemies they had faced were some guys within the Tian Yuan state who didn't know the heights of heaven, and now, they themselves weren't sure what the enemies actually were. Just know that the situation is a bit sticky today. However, right at this moment, a crack was suddenly torn open in the sky, and Qinglong Li's figure quickly rushed out from it, coming directly in front of the Heavenly King of Jin Thunder. When the people saw this, they hurriedly and respectfully said, General. Qinglong Li nodded his head indifferently before looking at the Heavenly King of Jinlei and stepping forward to pat his shoulder. This one flattered him a bit. You kid got lucky again. Qinglong Li laughed. The Heavenly King of Jinlei was filled with confusion, a puzzled expression on his face. The Empress Sama asks you, do you want to become a supreme? Hearing these words, the Heavenly King of Jinlei was frozen in place in shock. Supreme? What the hell? Is the general kidding? He snapped. How could it be so easy for a supreme to become one? And it was unknown whether or not he would be able to step into the imperial level in the future. However, the Heavenly King of Jinlei looked up at Qinglong Li again and realized that the other party was not joking with him. Seeing this, he hastened to say, My lord is willing. When the surrounding soldiers heard this, horror welled up on their faces. What are they talking about? Become a supreme being? Qinglong Li nodded. This is also the meaning of the Empress Sama. She highly values you, and you can directly obtain such a valuable spot. According to your excellency's idea, a tournament should be held next in the entire heavenly Yuan realm, and only those human powerhouses in the king's power realm who have outstanding abilities and loyalty will be able to enter the list. So you got lucky. The Heavenly King of Jinlei had never heard news that cheered him up so much. He was trembling from excitement. Supreme! It was really unexpected that one day he would be ranked among the supreme beings. Not just any supreme being, it's the supreme being of heaven. The Jinlei Heavenly King's face went white. The supreme being of heaven. Even if he had good stamina, his brain was filling with blood at the moment, and he had a feeling that he was about to faint. Immediately, two soldiers rushed forward to support his stumbling body. Since the matter of your ascension to Heavenly Supreme has been nailed down, then naturally, I won't treat you poorly, and from now on, you'll be the Grand Commander of the Qinglong Sacred Guards. Qinglong Li continued. The heavenly king of Zhenlei was even more appalled. It was simply one good news after another today, making him so dizzy that he couldn't bear to think if this was in a dream. Come now. I have other matters to attend to, and it is imperative that the task you now hold in hand be completed carefully and without fail. After Li Qinglong had said this, he left this place, leaving behind the Zhenlei heavenly king who was messing up in the wind. At this moment, the soldiers around him no longer had more than worship on their faces, but more awe. This guy is the son of Qi, right? Thank you, General, and thank you, Lord Empress. The heavenly king of Zhenlei immediately reacted and respectfully yelled at the place where Qinglong Li had left. Immediately after that, he knelt down with a bang directly in the direction of Junlin City, kowtowing heavily and knocking his head to the ground. Even with such a loss of composure, the people around them didn't dare to talk about it. There's an old saying, a man's knees are gold, and this is the time to cash in. And at this moment, the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. Jilan looked at the academy. Has been completed white jade inlaid with gold edges statue. Crossed his waist god she said. It's truly a ghostly work of art. Chapter 82 Great Opportunity. Dean-sama, do we really have to cast it like this? Would it be too ostentatious? The vice dean said resentfully from the sidelines. Ever since that purge, Ji-run had seemed like a completely different person, no longer daring to roam around. He stayed in the heavenly underworld spiritual courtyard 24/7, not going anywhere. He is also extremely diligent in his work and hardly ever slacks off. It should be said or not, the heavenly underworld spiritual academy had indeed shown during this period of time. What's so ostentatious about it? Isn't it nice? Jilan blankly glanced at the vice dean and said breathlessly. He was happy with his creation. That statue of white jade with gold trim was clearly Jiang Yuwei. This statue stood beside Yifan for the entire heavenly underworld spiritual academy students to worship. I mean, would the Empress-sama not like this openness? The vice president scratched his head. You're the Empress? No. Ji-run clapped his hands together. So what do you say? When he finished speaking, he was again proudly looking around the entire heavenly underworld spiritual academy. His mouth had been constantly praising that this was truly a blessed place for him. Let's not talk about the fact that this place had once produced such a mammoth figure as Alliance Master Yi. In the back, the Holy Lord's fourth disciple had actually practiced within the Spirit Academy for a while as well, and moreover, was still a student of his own. The fact that the current Empress was his student was something he had already talked about, telling it to everyone, making it a household name, known to women and children. Well, it's good that you're happy, Dean-sama, but your application 2 days ago was rejected by the Academic Union. They said that you're delusional. The vice president spread his hands helplessly and reported. That said, this Lord Dean is a little too whimsical. Jilan wanted the Academy's Union to let the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy be elevated to a sacred academy, but he wanted to keep the original Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. His conception was simple. The Spiritual Academy and the Sacred Academy were combined to make it easier for the cadets to advance to the academy in the future. And by doing so, it would also make more academies in the Tianyuan state squeeze their heads to come in. It was just that establishing a sacred schoolhouse would require too many resources, and Jilan was only a king-level powerhouse now, and only supreme beings were qualified to become the dean of the sacred schoolhouse. What? Dismissed? Ji-run's face fell. Didn't I ask you to specifically mark that my Ji-run's former student is the current Empress-sama? You didn't write it in? Or was it written too small? He wondered. The vice president sniffed, but he was a bit aggravated. I've written it all as you said. And the phrase, the current Empress-sama is a former student of mine, appears at the beginning of every page. So they should have seen it. It shouldn't be. Jilan said bitterly, even though I'm a king level, when it comes to management, I'm not inferior to those supreme beings. Realm training is a hard requirement, Dean, the vice president reminded. Moreover, in fact, when the Empress-sama was in the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, she was only hanging below you, and you did not give the then Empress-sama any teachings or favors. She couldn't help but spit out that, in that case, Ji-run actually couldn't claim to be the Empress-sama's former mentor. You're talking nonsense. That day outside the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, if I hadn't made a move. He was just about to explain when the figures of Li Qinglong and Tian Lai appeared before his eyes. The two came so suddenly that Jilan instantly closed her mouth and hastened to greet them respectfully. General, Lord Vice Allies, Jilan, you kid got lucky. Tian Lai looked at the old kid in front of him without a good mood, his beard blowing. Someone had come the other day and told him about this Ji-run fellow's grandiose ideals, which he had dismissed without hesitation. But now, the Empress-sama also seemed to be paying some attention to this guy. According to Ji-run's character, he was begging to be added to the list. In that case, this fellow would also be a heaven supreme in the future. and he would be condescending as the dean of the sacred school, and could only be the dean of the ancient school. In today's hierarchical division of power in the academia alliance, spiritual institutes were primary and academia were higher, and the academies are to be divided into holy academies and ancient academies. The ancient academy was undoubtedly the most massive existence in the alliance of academies. Gathered inside were not just the geniuses of Tianyuan state, but the geniuses of the entire four domains of the Tianyuan realm. Therefore building an ancient academy was the greatest of great events. What does Lord Vice Alliance Lord say? What does it mean? Jilan said suspiciously, craning his neck to look at him timidly. Tianlai snorted coldly. He just couldn't stand to see this old boy with this look. I really don't know why the Empress Sama is paying attention to this guy. The new program launched by the Chi Tian Palace to cultivate supreme beings. The Empress Lord values you, and as long as you nod your head, you'll be included in the list. As a rule, I'm afraid you'll become the supreme of the heavens. As far as the price is concerned, I'm willing. Before the price was even said, Jilan's head was nodding frantically. I don't care what it costs you. Become the supreme being of heaven? Let him become today and die tomorrow, and he'll be happy to do it. Seeing this, Tianlai helplessly glanced at Li Qinglong next to him, and the other party could only shake his head, speechless. Alright, as for the application, the school union will redo its plans, but you shall not call yourself the former teacher of the Empress Sama in the future, unless you seek death. Tianlai hammered out. After all, Lord Empress was the king of the entire heavenly Yuan realm. If she allowed Jilan to be so mouthy, wouldn't she be breaking the rules? If King Lin was here, according to that person's modus operandi, I'm afraid he would have already cut out Jilan's tongue. I am in command. Understood, Jirun said in fear. Be good. Don't fail the Empress Sama. The two said this and left the place. Jilan's loyalty to Lord Empress is evident in heaven and earth. Willing to go through fire and water for Lord Empress. Jirun yelled, as if proving his resolve. After roaring, he stood up and looked at the vice dean on the side, and said with a godly voice that, don't underestimate anyone who has a dream. Lord Holy Lord once said, what's the difference between a person without a dream and a salted fish? TSK, it's really an ancient saying, a cautionary tale as well. Remember to carve these words of the Holy Lord on the Tongtian stone. After speaking, Jilan strutted towards the heavenly underworld spiritual courtyard. He was in an extremely good mood. It seemed as if he had never been in such a good mood for as long as he could remember. It's the vice president who was really in the wind at the moment. In a few days' time, the news that came out of the Chi Tian Palace was sweeping across the entire Tianyuan realm. Countless strong people came in droves. They were unwilling to miss such an opportunity. And Bai Haochen, who was still in the Green Dragon's sacred kingdom at the moment, also saw the notice. The realm of the Supreme. Although at this time he couldn't satisfy the Supreme training program, there was a small program released from above. That is the Realm of Kings program. The feudal marquis realm stepped into the king power realm, and there was no risk of depleting one's potential, and it was considered to be bestowed with heavenly materials for direct cultivation. There was no doubt that for him, this was a great opportunity. He had to get the spot. Bai Haochen clenched his fists. He thought that he had even competed with the current Empress Sama in the Xuanwu Sacred Temple, and although the result was a crushing defeat, he had still managed to get through a move or two. But now the gap between him and Jiang Yuwei was not a star. Not to catch up, just to be able to see each other's backs. Even if it was just to be able to serve her in the future, he was willing to do so. Chapter 83, The Divisions Past, 1. Trying to pick out eligible candidates from the entire Tianyuan realm was not something that could be accomplished in just a few days. Jiang Yuwei also naturally did not intend to let this time pass in vain. Since she couldn't accept the dual god inheritance right now, she might as well just step into the supreme realm. At that time, one supreme army was also formed. And one also had enough strength to travel to the chaos domain to finish off that, Jiang Yuwei. It would be the same to receive the inheritance at that time. Thinking of this, she once again came to the heavenly spirit pool. Those 50 saint grades still blocked off the place, ready to protect her at any time. Jiang Yuwei sat cross-legged in the center of the heavenly spirit pool and pulled out an elixir. This elixir was likewise from amongst the treasures of the master's treasury and was called the 10-turn supreme elixir. By taking this Dan, one would be able to replenish all the energy needed to step into the supreme realm from the king power realm, eliminating the hassle of having to go around collecting all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures, making it convenient and quick. But even so, the time it took to step into the supreme realm still depended on one's own enlightenment. The supreme realm was different from other realms, and to step into the supreme realm, what one needed to comprehend was pure law power. As for the law that she already possessed, that was the grand completion level law of time inherited to her by her master. It was just that she could not use it for the time being as she was now at the emperor level of the king's power realm. She needed to completely comprehend the laws of time and transform them into all that she had before she could step into the supreme realm. Jiang Yuwei's mind moved, and the large Qianquan disc once again enveloped this part of the world. With the help of this object, she would be able to comprehend the laws of time with greater ease. But the law of time is almost the most powerful existence in this world, and it's not easy for me to comprehend it. Jiang Yuwei's tone was heavy. To think that back then, Master Teacher had only held comprehension of the late-stage time laws, and could casually decapitate sane kings at the beginning domain lord realm. If she completely grasped this power, a high-ranking domain lord would not be her one-handed enemy. However, this time law of Jiang Yu's was not so easy to completely transform into something owned by himself. To truly possess the power of the laws of time, she needed to enter that long river of time, and I'm afraid that she would have to walk the same path that her master had once walked. Jiang Yuwei took a deep breath. She was eager to understand exactly how her master teacher had led her three senior brothers to sweep across the heavenly Yuan realm those thousands of years ago. Immediately, she closed her eyes and entered the deepest level of comprehension. The Qianquan disc in the sky also erupted with a strange light at this moment. As a white light was cast down, Jiang Yuwei's consciousness began to draw away, entering that long river of time. 10,000 years ago, heavenly Yuan realm, human emperor domain, heavenly Yuan state outer divine state, Xianmei dynasty. The wind blew, the rain poured down, and the thunder rumbled. Four wretched figures fled through the endless bamboo forest, dressed in black cloaks and covered in scars. Pieces of long bamboo, under the ravages of the gusts of wind as much as folded waste, let out a painful whimper. Senior, it's me who got you guys into trouble. You guys run first, I'll stop the pursuers behind you. Lin Xiaoya roared in the rainy night, his emotions already out of control. The days of fleeing like this, he has long been fed up with. People live will die one day. He would rather die in a dignified manner. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's face changed and he turned around and kicked Lin Xiaoya's chest so hard that the other party was directly shaken by this huge force and flew out sideways, falling all over the mud. Master! When Yifan and Zhao Xianjun saw this, one of them rushed forward to pull Jiang Yu, while the other rushed to the back to help Lin Xiaoya up. Lin Xiaoya covered his chest in pain and looked at Jiang Yu with a dazed expression, and for the first time, a look of being at a loss for words appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and stood up, staggering, before wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he did so. Master, it was me who killed the elder of the Xianmei sect, and since I alone committed the mistake, I should be the one to bear it. If I involve you and the two senior brothers because of this matter, I will not rest in peace even if I die, Lin Xiaoya said indignantly. Senior, the two of them, Yifan and Zhao Xianjun, could only look at Jiang Yu, who stood silent. The rain dampened the bangs on Jiang Yu's forehead, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife, emitting a palpitating light in this dark night. Spinning around, he took off his hood, and underneath that handsome look of only 25 or 26 was a composure that no ordinary person could match. Even though you killed the elders of the Xianmei sect, that's not where you're wrong. You're wrong because you're in love with the daughter of the Xianmei sect's patriarch. Don't think I don't know that the purpose of your trying to kill back after all this is just to save that woman. The other side has clearly laid a trap, and now you're going to go hard into it. Are you stupid? Jiang Yu cursed angrily, showing no mercy. He walked up to the buried Lin Xiaoya and put his hands on the other man's shoulders, clenching his shoulder blades in a death grip. The stinging pain that penetrated deep into his flesh caused Lin Xiaoya to completely calm down. Lin Xiaoya, I'll ask you one last time. Do you want a woman or do you want us? If you choose her, then Senior will immediately take your two senior brothers and kill the Xianmei sect together. Get her out. Jiang Yu's tone was mixed with an aura that could not be disobeyed. The atmosphere around them instantly froze to the freezing point, and an uneasiness if anything loomed over Zhao Xianjun and Yifan. Senior, third senior brother, he's just a bit stubborn. Yifan hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Yes, master. Third senior brother. He's just, a third senior brother. You admit your faults to master teacher. Zhao Xianjun also stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. Shut up you two. I want to hear it from him. Jiang Yu swept a glance at the two and chided. Lin Xiaoya's fists clenched and his teeth clenched. If you choose us, master is still willing to bring your two senior brothers together to kill the Xianmei sect. Hearing these words, Lin Xiaoya raised his head incredulously and looked towards Jiang Yu, who had a serious face. As for Yifan and Zhao Xianjun, they were also looking at each other at the moment. Master, Lin Xiaoya looked at Jiang Yu blankly. Seeing this, Jiang Yu put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth. Love affairs can't be avoided, not to mention that you're only 16 now, so it's only reasonable that you're a little restless. But I don't like it when you lie to me, and I don't like it when you act as if you're the only one who can bear all the crises. Who do you think you are? In terms of cultivation you're no better than two senior brothers, and in terms of qualifications you're just as bad, so who are you to play the hero here? Thinking of solving everything alone? Then have you put me, your master, in your eyes or not? Jiang Yuwei coldly grunted, but his tone had softened. The two people around them were relieved to see this scene. Senior, Lin Xiaoya was dumbfounded, unable to speak. Let's not talk about all that. Even though you're new here, what I want you to know is that since I was willing to take you on as a disciple that day, in the future, when you encounter danger, the first thing you're going to think of is us. Jiang Yuwei let out a long sigh. This new apprentice is too much of a headache. Master, do you want to kill back? I got tired of running away a long time ago. Zhao Xianjun said excitedly. Has the Xianmei sect patriarch stepped into the Grand Master realm? Jiang Yuwei asked as he looked towards Lin Xiaoya. Not yet. Then what's the point of being afraid? Kill back. As he spoke, Jiang Yu's aura of the perfection of the sect master realm was on display. And at this moment, in this rainy night, Jiang Yuwei's figure, too, appeared at this place. She looked at her master and brother in front of her. I really didn't think that senior brother Lin was trapped by love more than 10,000 years ago. She couldn't help but smack her lips, suddenly remembering the helplessness that appeared in Lin Xiaoya's eyes that day. I'm afraid that this had also disguisedly told her that the end of this relationship of senior brother Lin's was not a happy one. Immediately, Jiang Yuwei gently waved her palm at the space in front of her, and the time around her began to rapidly pass, and the scene became blurry. When the scene in front of her became clear again, she saw countless blood and water flowing down the steps mixed with rainwater like a waterfall. The plaque of the Xuanha sect above his head had been chopped to pieces and was barely recognizable. She gazed into the distance and saw that at that central square, her master was covered in wounds, and the two senior brothers were similarly so, sitting on the ground with a weak breath. Senior brother Lin, on the other hand, was hugging a girl in his arms who had already swallowed her breath, crying bitterly. Boom! A thunderbolt cut through. Chapter 84, The Divisions Past, 2. Jiang Yuwei looked at Lin Xiaoya, who was crying so hard that he could barely breathe, and put the long and short swords in his hands into the sheaths hanging on the left and right sides of his waist. He didn't say anything more, and could only pat Lin Xiaoya's shoulder lightly. Who could have imagined that this Xianmei sect patriarch would be such a ruthless person, not even sparing his own daughter? When the four of them killed their way into the patriarch's hall, it was all too late. Bury her, the Xianmei sect has been destroyed, and the Xianmei dynasty will be on us again. That emperor's old man is a second-grade candidate. We can't fight against such a mammoth right now. We can only avoid it for the time being. Jiang Yuwei slowly said. Lin Xiaoya sniffed and stood up, holding the girl's corpse as he walked off to the side on his own. In the middle of the day, he walked back covered in mud, his eyes becoming incredibly resolute. The Xianmei sect patriarch is so reckless in order to one day step into the royal family of the dynasty. The four of us are all wanted existences by the dynasty. If he takes us down, he will indeed be able to gain the appreciation of King Xianyin. But also, I didn't think this guy would go after his own daughter. Ginger Elm sighed. The thing about power is that it is indeed fascinating, and it is even said to be able to disturb people's minds. Lin Xiaoya clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead even rose. One day, he would get such power, and life and death would be at his fingertips. He must have more power than the Xianmei king, and he wanted all the people in the world to listen to his orders alone. I will be king in the future. Even Lin Xiaoya's lips were bitten and drenched in blood when he uttered these words. Follow me, and you'll become the king of this world in the future. And when that time comes, they won't dare to look at you directly with their eyes, and they'll honor you as Emperor Lin. Ginger Elm said, sure that he wasn't painting a picture with that statement. King Lin is enough. I will kill the Xianmei king so that I am the only one in this world who can call myself a king. It's okay. Jiang Yuwei nodded. Although what Lin Xiaoya was saying now was a bit childish. The other party was after all just a 16-year-old teenager. Moreover, he would definitely make Lin Xiaoya's dream come true. The day was far away, but it would definitely arrive. Zhao Xianjun, you have the Xianmei sect leader's token? He looked at Zhao Xianjun and asked. Zhao Xianjun nodded and flashed the bloodstained sovereign's token. This item has great use. When we wait until we get to other places, we can use this token to create a new clan. It's also a way to form our own forces, so that we won't have to go to all four corners of the world when the time comes. Jiang Yuwei contemplated the future. He had set his course. Master, then are we still staying in the Xianmei dynasty? Yi Fan asked. No, what's the point of fighting if you can't beat it? Run away first, and then slowly come back for revenge later when you have the strength. Jiang Yuwei said, his gaze looking away into the distance. Let's go to Inner Divine State. Then what about the five of them? Lin Xiaoya looked towards the five black-robed men kneeling on the side. These five men almost had no consciousness of their own. They were purely puppets. However, even the puppets had a surprising cultivation level of the heavenly extreme realm. The three of them, on the other hand, were only at the early stage of the earth extreme realm. Jiang Yu looked at the 5 people kneeling on the ground and stroked his chin and thought, I'll try first, and if it doesn't work, I'll kill it. After saying that, Jiang Yu came in front of those 5 people, placing his palm on each other's foreheads, and as the chaotic divine demon scripture operated, the slave seals that had been planted in these 5 people's minds disappeared. That feeling of regaining their freedom instantly enveloped the 5 as they breathed in the fresh air in large gulps. Although they had been planted with a slave seal, everything they had done over the years, everything that had happened to them, was fresh in their minds. The Xianmei sect patriarch had killed their entire family and all of them, and had used the most poisonous means to make them all work for him thereafter. Such a monstrous hatred must not go unrewarded. However, now, the Xianmei sect patriarch was dead. Dead in the hands of this youth in front of him. Benefactor, we swear to serve you to the death after this. If we break this oath, heaven and earth will destroy us, and our souls will be scattered. The 5 roared. Good. Jiang Yu nodded, but did not plant another slave seal for them. Henceforth, you shall call yourselves the Shangdan, the Jing, the Jie, the Wu, and the Chou. Jiang Yu and his group had traveled through the Thunder Canyon, across the parched earth, on foot, through the icy snow country, and over countless mountain ranges. The following year, they reached the legendary inner divine state. And during this journey, Jiang Yu also obtained more chances and stepped into the ranks of the first grade marquis. Yi Fan, you're the strongest being among the 3 of them with the right age and cultivation. I've heard that the Blue Dragon's Sacred Kingdom's Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy is recruiting new trainees, so you can go and give it a try. If you can enter the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy, your cultivation will also be able to grow by leaps and bounds by then. Jiang Yu said in a serious tone. Yi Fan's cultivation talent was good. If he let him stay by his side all the time and fool around, he could only bury the other party's talent. Yes, sir. Yi Fan sniffed and directly answered. He was clear that the division needed a stronger force now. As for Zhao Xinjun, how are things going with the Xianmei sect? Even though we have the token, recruiting people is still a big problem. In the end, we don't have any resources that we can take out. We can't fool many people. Zhao Xinjun wore a bitter expression. Immediately, his words changed. There seems to be a Green Dragon Sacred Sect in this Green Dragon Sacred country. I'm going to try out there. The matter of creating a sect will have to be put on hold for a while. When Zhao Xinjun finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Yu for his opinion. Go in peace. The Green Dragon Sacred Sect is not far from here. Disciples can go alone. Yes, but be sure to be cautious in all matters. Although this Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom has even more opportunities than the Outer Divine Lands, the dangers are also exponentially greater. This is not the ruling area of our human race, but that group of divine beasts. We don't have much of a place here. Jiang Yu solemnly said. Even if he was now a first-grade marquis, he wouldn't dare to be too arrogant in this place. After all, this was the inner divine prefecture, and a first-grade marquis like him was practically a catch. Moreover, the divine beast race is born with thick skin and flesh, and under the same realm, it is almost impossible for the human race to be their opponent. Yi Fan, I'll have Shangdan, Jia, and Wu Jia send you to the Heavenly Underworld Spiritual Academy. That place is in the vicinity of the Tongtian River. It's chaotic and incomparable. You must be careful. Jiang Yu instructed Yi Fan. Disciple obey. As for you, he looked at Lin Xiaoya, who was on the side, and after looking him up and down, he made a decision. You'll go with me to the Tongtian River realm. It's chaotic, but it's no less than the best place to practice. Lin Xiaoya nodded as he sniffed. Regardless of whether it was a sect or an academy, with his qualifications, he could not step into it. It would be better to just follow the master and hone it. Anyway, one day, he would definitely become the top powerhouse in this world. Chapter 85, Observing the Sect Chronicles. Entering the realm of the Supreme Being, the river of time continued to move forward, and Jiang Yuwei was completely watching everything about the division as a bystander. And as she saw more and more things, that power of the law of time had gone from intangible to tangible for her. She was already gradually transforming this force of law. Just in the short time she froze, the world in this long river of time was again greatly changed in appearance. With supreme talent, senior brother Yi ascended from the Spirit Academy to the Ancient Academy and ranked among the 9th grade marquis in 5 years. Senior brother Zhao had similarly gone from strength to strength in the Green Dragon Sacred Sect, stepping into the ranks of the 8th ranked marquis. As for senior brother Lin, he had been honing his skills outside for 5 years, ending those 5 years of cultivation with the cultivation level of a 7th grade marquis. However, he had beheaded the commander of the Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom, He Batian, and had once again gotten into trouble. The 4 members of the division converged in the Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom. At this time, Jiang Yu had already become a great emperor, but now was not the time to celebrate. This He Batian is the commander of the Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom. Just an 8th rank candidate. Nothing in the Sacred Kingdom. But this guy seems to be a clan member of the Qilin King clan. So that's troublesome. Jiang Yuwei frowned. Now that the entire 4 Sacred Kingdom was under the rule of the Divine Beast clan, their human race was already weak here. And if they also killed the clansmen of the Divine Beast royal clan, the trouble would not be ordinary. However, nowadays, they weren't the grassroots that they once were. Jiang Yuwei was still a great emperor no matter what. Although these Divine Beast princes were strong, they would have to weigh up the situation if they wanted to snatch someone away from him. A great emperor. It doesn't matter. I've killed quite a few Divine Beast clansmen over the years. It's suffocating to live in this place. Zhao Xianjun sniffed and said indignantly. The single Qilin royal clan is easy to deal with. Their old ancestor is not here even though he is a legendary supreme being. The head of the Qilin royal clan that sits in the 4 sacred kingdoms has the same cultivation level as me as a great emperor. But I am invincible in the same realm. Jiang Yuwei mused. But don't forget, this is the realm of the Divine Beast clan. And we're just foreigners in the end. If the Qilin royal clan insists on killing us, I'm afraid that they'll report this matter to the Divine Dragon clan. And we'll be in trouble then. Senior, what should we do then? Lin Xiaoya asked in a hurry. Anyway, no matter what, these guys will report to the Divine Dragon clan. So I'll go and exterminate it first. After that, we'll flee to the Tongtian River and hide. I'll make plans after I step into the Supreme Realm. In the following month's time, the Qilin royal clan directly evaporated from the land of the Green Dragon Sacred Kingdom. The 4 of them, Jiang Yuwei, along with the Shangdan, Jingwei, and Jiejuan, fled into the deepest part of the Tongtian River. The depths of the Tongtian River were full of crises. There were extremely terrifying beings hidden in that river, and even great emperors didn't dare to cross the river easily. But Jiang Yuwei chose the riskiest course of action. He dived into the river and went downward in search of the opportunity. 10 years later, Jiang Yuwei comprehended the laws of time and space. 50 years later, Jiang Yuwei took a step into the Earth's supreme realm and began to close his mind to death. 1,000 years later, the fusion of the laws of space and time was successful, and Jiang Yuwei stepped into the supreme realm of the heavens. The following year, Jiang Yuwei began to plot to take over the Qinglong Sacred Kingdom. He authorized Zhao Xianjun to unite with the human race to seize the Qinglong Sacred Sect, and authorized Yifan to unite with the human race to seize control of the ancient academy. At the same time, it also allowed Lin Xiaoya to break into the Qinglong Sacred Kingdom's internal department and become the Grand Commander of the Sacred Kingdom. And in the same year, Lin Xiaoya befriended his subordinate, Li Qinglong. It was the longest and calmest period of time, but behind the calmness, there were dark currents. 1,000 years later, Jiang Yuwei stepped into the immortal grade. Lin Xiaoya, Zhao Xianjun, and Yifan had stepped into the realm of the Supreme Being. The following year, Lin Xiaoya initiated the Qinglong Sacred Kingdom change, uniting with the Qinglong Sacred Guards that he had formed himself, and opened up a 2,000-year-long strife in the Sacred Kingdom. At the same time, Zhao Xianjun and Yifan teamed up to attack all the Divine Beast forces in the 4 Holy Kingdoms. 500 years later, the Divine Beast domain came. The thousands of years-long battle between Jiang Yu's division and the entire Divine Beast domain was fought. It ended with Jiang Yuwei repelling the Divine Beast domain, killing all the royals of the 4 Sacred Kingdoms, and announcing to the world that the 4 Sacred Kingdoms were in the hands of the human race. In the same year, the prestige of Jiang Yu's division reached its peak in Tianyuan State. The following year, the 4 Sacred Kingdom was completely in the grasp of Jiang Yu's division, and under Jiang Yu's authorization, Lin Xiaoya sat firmly on the throne as the Lord of the 4 Sacred Kingdom. In April of the same year, Lin Xiaoya launched a great purge to get rid of all the foreigners in the 4 Holy Kingdoms, and this battle established Lin Xiaoya's prestige. In June of the same year, Jiang Yuwei authorized Zhao Xianjun to create the Sacred Sect. In October, Jiang Yuwei authorized Yifan to create the League of Schools. At this point, Jiang Yu's sect had taken all the power, cultivation, and strength of Tianyuan Prefecture into their pockets, completely controlling Tianyuan Prefecture. 1,000 years later, Jiang Yuwei stepped into the sacred grade and directly achieved the pinnacle. The invisible hand of Jiang Yu's division began to spread towards the surrounding divine states. 1,000 years later, Jiang Yuwei annexed the 3,000 states of the Tianyuan realm and established the human emperor domain. In the same year, the Bronze Gate incident, the primordial domain Lord Saint King descended, and everyone in the Tianyuan realm was in danger. 100 years later, Jiang Yuwei consummated the laws of space and time and stepped into the primary domain Lord Realm, and the battle of the twin saints was fought. In the end, Jiang Yuwei killed the Saint King and unified the Tianyuan realm. The river of time comes to a standstill here. Jiang Yuwei hadn't gotten over that shock yet. Her consciousness had endured thousands of years here, and the laws of time had become completely hers. The history of senior brother and master's upbringing. It was truly arduous. Jiang Yuwei couldn't help but murmur. In the end she had barely suffered since joining the division. 2 years to step into the emperor level, during which time she could mobilize the resources of the entire Tian Yuan realm at will. But Master Teacher and the others had spent countless years of hard work to get to this point. That throne in the Qi Tian temple was forged only through the wind and rain. Thinking of this, she gazed at her master's father who stood at the end of the long river of time. And even though her master's father was only a primary domain lord at the moment, the power fluctuations emanating from the other party were extremely terrifying. She was certain that even if she stepped into the supreme realm, even if she wielded the heavenly Yuan ruling blade in its full state, she would not be a match for her master. Jiang Yuwei raised his palm and could already feel that time power escaping from his fingers. She was now able to grasp something as nebulous as time. And at that moment, in the heavenly spirit pool Jiang Yuwei's figure, her aura suddenly changed. When she slowly opened her eyes, that supreme might enveloped the heavens and earth. Jiang Yuwei looked around thoughtfully. Could it be that everything the party experienced, those thousands of years, was but a dream? She stood up. I didn't expect that it would be so easy for me to step into the supreme realm, and it wouldn't even be wrong to say that it was silent. However, the power of the laws of time that had been thoroughly grasped was invariably signaling her that her combat power today was not what it used to be. The next step was to take that army of supreme beings and kill the chaos domain to seize that half of the world origin. Finally, one would then receive the dual god inheritance and enter the sacred elemental realm, taking that path of ascending godhood that Master Teacher had spoken of. Chapter 86, Battle Division. Qi Tian Hall, Li Qinglong, Tian Lai, and Tinglei were all squarely at His Highness, and behind them was the army of supreme beings that had been cultivated according to Jiang Yuwei's wishes over the past half a year. Even if they had lived for thousands of years, they had never seen such a vast army. This unprecedented army, the scale of its battle power was all at the peak of the Tian Yuan realm, and among the people standing at the front of the army, there was clearly one person who was the former heavenly king of Jinlei. Nowadays, he was already ranked among the supreme beings of the heavens and was known as the Supreme Thunder Suppressor. Before this he had never thought that he would one day be ranked as the Supreme of the Heavens. She stepped into the supreme realm. Qinglongli looked towards the Qi Tian temple and solemnly said, "The meaning of this statement is obvious." Jiang Yuwei had completely mastered the laws of time that were as out of this world as the sacred lords. The opponent's combat power had jumped to a level they couldn't comprehend. As Jiang Yuwei stepped out of the Qi Heavenly Hall, she calmly looked down at the supreme army below before extending her hand, and that heavenly Yuan ruling blade instantly appeared in front of everyone. "Follow me to kill the chaos domain," she faintly said, and in the next moment, she directly tore through space with the crowd and stepped straight into the chaos domain. When she came to this place but found that Jiang Yuwei was standing right in front of her. However, time passed extremely slowly in the chaos domain. For Jiang Yuwei, it was only a moment. It was equivalent to her just stepping into the chaos domain on the front foot, and Jiang Yuwei killing her way in with an army of supreme beings on the back foot. As a replicant, she was naturally surprised by this. Obviously fleeing to the chaos domain was an extremely unwise choice. Seeing this, Jiang Yuwei drew the heavenly Yuan ruling blade and confronted Jiang Yuwei. However, the moment she drew her sword, Jiang Yuwei cast the power of the laws of time across the air. Her movement of drawing the blade turned directly into reholstering the heavenly Yuan ruling blade. This scene caused Li Qinglong and the others to look appalled. This was the power of the laws of time. So domineering, so bizarre. Formation. With Jiang Yuwei's command, the 50 sacred products behind her, along with the army of supreme beings, formed a synergistic formation with her. Rolling spiritual energy was injected into her body. Her power directly surpassed that of a high-ranked domain lord. When that Jiang Yuwei saw this, her face still didn't show any expression, and as she snapped her fingers, several familiar figures appeared behind her. Seeing the figure that appeared behind them, the faces of those present, whether it was the three Li Qinglongs or Jiang Yuwei, all changed. Lin Xiuya, Zhao Xianjun, Yi Fan slowly walked out from behind Jiang Yuwei. King Lin, Alliance Master Yi, Patriarch Xiao, the three of them, Qinglongli exclaimed. For these three supreme powerhouses, they had a great deal of reverence in their hearts, and even though they knew that these three people were not the original honored ones, they could not help but rise in awe. It's the power of the peak of the Saint Grade. No, it's too much stronger than the peak of Saint Grade. Qinglongli gritted his teeth. As King Lin's beloved, he understood this force too well. Jiang Yuwei clenched her fists. Although she had counted on all sorts of changes, taking on her three senior brothers left her still short of reserves. After all, she was able to clearly sense that the power displayed by these three senior brothers was extremely terrifying. Argusth. Their current cultivation level was not the same as when they left that day, but it was even stronger. Other than the high-order domain lord ranked senior brother Yi, the remaining two senior brothers, Both of them were middle-order domain lord ranked. Jiang Yuwei stabilized her mind and took a deep breath. Even so, it wasn't like she couldn't be outmatched. However, right at this moment, a young man took unhurried steps, holding black and white long and short swords in his left and right hands, stepping into the void and overriding the sky. Holy Lord! Seeing this person, Qinglong Li's pupils even shrunk. No living person had ever fought a Holy Lord in this Tian Yuan realm. It was forever clear in their hearts that the Holy Lord represented the strongest battle force in the heavenly Yuan realm. Master! Jiang Yuwei gritted her teeth. If it was the three senior brothers who had just appeared, she would still be able to solve them. The sudden appearance of Jiang Yu had reversed the current situation. No wonder this, Jiang Yuwei, wasn't even afraid of her bringing an army of supreme beings to crusade against her. Nor was he afraid of whether or not she had grasped the power of the laws of time. And he didn't care whether or not she had the time to step into the realm of the supreme beings. Her biggest card was, Holy Lord Jiang Yu. Other than that, even if she was empty-handed, she was fearless. Just as many years ago, Jiang Yuwei, her own biggest card, was also the master that. And at this moment, the army of supreme beings standing behind Jiang Yuwei was also a bit terrified in their hearts. They knew those three supreme powerhouses, and at the thought of going to war with the three of them, the supreme beings were a bit wobbly in their hearts. As for the young man standing above the sky dome holding the black and white long and short swords, even if they had never seen his true face before, they could now realize who this person was. There was no doubt that this person was the Holy Lord who had once subverted the entire Tian Yuan realm and then ruled the 4 regions of the Tian Yuan realm for an extremely long time. If they were to engage in battle with those three, their hearts were just bottomless. Then to engage the Holy Lord, in their hearts, there was only fear. Really scared. The Holy Lord was almost a legend-level existence in their consciousness, and not many of those present, even the Supreme Lords of Heaven, had ever seen a Holy Lord. Today, the first time you face it, you will have to fight the Holy Lord. How's this for a fight? Legend has it that this place was opened up by a random slash from the Holy Lord. The difference in battle power is just too great. But something even more desperate happened. Sacred Lord Jiang Yu looked toward the 50 sacred products behind Jiang Yuwei. With a wave of his hand, the 50 sacred products directly stayed in place and withdrew into the middle of the synergistic grand formation. This, Li Qinglong stared at his pupils wide open, incredulously feeling the sudden loss of 30% of the power in the synergistic grand formation. Sacred Lord Jiang Yu just casually used a means to make their side lose a third of their confrontational power. The chances of winning were already low, and if they really fought later. Thinking of this, Li Qinglong's throat nodded as he looked towards Jiang Yuwei, who had a solemn face. At this moment, Jiang Yuwei closed her eyes before opening them again. These 50 holy products were originally puppets created by her master to give to her, and now that they had been taken back by Holy Lord Jiang Yu, there was no excuse, and the long white blade that Holy Lord Jiang Yu held in his left hand was called the Blade of Tian Yuan Judgment. The short black blade held in his right hand was none other than the heavenly Yuan ruling blade. In both of these swords, there was not the slightest bit of world origin mixed in. They were simply supreme magic weapons. But even so, she didn't dare to underestimate it. Begin. Holy Lord Jiang Yu faintly said. At the bottom, Lin Xiuya, Zhao Xianjun, and Yifan heard the words and directly operated their laws. Domain. 10 eyes. Open. Domain. Immortal for all ages. Open. Domain. Realm of the Supreme. Open. The 3 domains opened at the same time. A destructive force swept through this place, but that's not all. Standing on the celestial dome, Sacred Lord Jiang Yu, his long sword pointed straight at Jiang Yuwei, his lips and teeth moving slightly. God and Demon Forbidden Realm. Enlightenment. An ancient voice rang beside everyone's ears. A pair of muddy black and white pupils appeared in everyone's consciousness.